Chapter 1. Of William I. A.D. 1066 to 1087. A.D. 1066. William I. Robert, second son of Richard II, after he had, with great glory, held the Duchy of Normandy for 7 years, resolved on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. He had, at that time, a son 7 years of age, born of a concubine, whose beauty he had accidentally beheld, as she was dancing, and had become so smitten with it, as to form a connection with her, after which, he loved her exclusively, and, for some time, regarded her as his wife. He had by her this boy, named, after his great-great-grandfather, William, whose future glory was portended to his mother by a dream, wherein she imagined her intestines were stretched out, and extended over the whole of Normandy in England, and, at the very moment, also, when the infant burst into life and touched the ground, he filled both hands with the rushes strewed upon the floor, firmly grasping what he had taken up. This prodigy was joyfully witnessed by the women, gossiping on the occasion, and the midwife hailed the propitious omen, declaring that the boy would be a king. Every provision being made for the expedition to Jerusalem, 289 the chiefs were summoned to a council at Chap, where, at his father's command, all swore fidelity to William. Earl Gilbert was appointed his guardian, and the protection of the Earl was assigned to Henry, King of France. While Robert was prosecuting his journey, the Normans, each in his several station, united in common for the defense of their country, and regarded their infant lord with great affection. This fidelity continued till the report was spread of Robert's death, upon which their affection changed with his fortune. And then they began severally to fortify their towns, to build castles, to carry in provisions, and to seek the earliest opportunities of revolting from the child. In the meantime, however, doubtlessly by the special aid of God who had destined him to the sovereignty of such an extended empire, he grew up uninjured. While Gilbert, almost alone, defended by arms what was just and right, the rest being occupied by the designs of their respective parties. But Gilbert being at this time killed by his cousin Rodolphe, fire and slaughter raged on all sides. The country, formerly most flourishing, was now torn with intestine broils, and divided at the pleasure of the plunderers, so that it was justly entitled to proclaim, "Woe to the land whose sovereign is a child." 290. William, however, as soon as his age permitted, receiving the badge of knighthood from the King of France, inspirited the inhabitants to hope for quiet. The sower of dissension was one Guy, a Burgundian on his father's side, and grandson to Richard II by his daughter. William and Guy had been children together, and at that time were equally approaching to manhood. Mutual intercourse had produced an intimacy between them which had ripened into friendship. Moreover, thinking, as they were related, that he ought to deny him nothing, he had given him the castles of Briony and Vernon. The Burgundian, unmindful of this, estranged himself from the Earl, feigning sufficient cause of offence to colour his conduct. It would be tedious, and useless, to relate what actions were performed on either side, what castles were taken. For his perfidy had found abettors in Nigel, Viscount of Coutances, Ralph, Viscount of Bayeux, and Hamo Dentatus, grandfather of Robert, who was the occupier of many estates in England in our time. With these persons, this most daring plunderer, allured by vain expectation of succeeding to the earldom, was devastating the whole of Normandy. A sense of duty, however, compelled the guardian king to succor the desperate circumstances of his ward. Remembering, therefore, the kindness of his father, and that he had, by his influence, exalted him to the kingdom, he rushed on the revolters at Walesdon. Many thousands of them were there slain. Many drowned in the river Orne, by its rapidity, while, being hard-pressed, they spurred their horses to ford the current. Guy, escaping with difficulty, betook himself to Briony, but was driven thence by William, and unable to endure this disgrace, he retired, of his own accord, to Burgundy, his native soil. Here too his unquiet spirit found no rest. For being expelled thence by his brother, William, Earl of that province, against whom he had conceived designs, it appears not what fate befell him. Nigel and Ralph were admitted to fealty, Hamo fell in the field of battle. After having become celebrated by his remarkable daring for having unhorsed the king himself, in consequence of which he was dispatched by the surrounding guards, and, in admiration of his valor, honorably buried at the king's command. King Henry received a compensation for this favor, when the Norman lord actively assisted him against Geoffrey Martel at Hurle Mill, which is a fortress in the country of Anjou. For William had now attained his manly vigor. An object of dread even to his elders, and though alone, a match for numbers. Unattended he would rush on danger, and when unaccompanied, or with only a few followers, dart into the thickest ranks of the enemy. By this expedition he gained the reputation of admirable bravery, as well as the sincerest regard of the king, so that, with parental affection, he would often admonish him not to hold life in contempt by encountering danger so precipitately. A life, which was the ornament of the French, the safeguard of the Normans, and an example to both. A.D. 1047. Geoffrey, Earl of Anjou. At that time Geoffrey 291 was Earl of Anjou, who had boastingly taken the surname of Martel, as he seemed, by a certain kind of good fortune, to beat down all his opponents. Finally, he had made captive, in open battle, his liege lord, the Earl of Poitou, and, loading him with chains, had compelled him to dishonorable terms of peace. Namely, that he should yield up Bordeaux and the neighboring cities, and pay an annual tribute for the rest. But he, as it is thought, through the injuries of his confinement and want of food, was, after 3 days, released from eternal ignominy by a timely death. Martel then, that his effrontery might be complete, married the stepmother of the deceased, taking his brothers under his protection until they should be capable of governing the principality. Next entering the territories of Theobald, Earl of Blois, he laid siege to the city of Tours. And while he was hastening to the succor of his subjects, made him participate in their afflictions, for being taken, and shut up in prison, he ceded the city from himself and his heirs for ever. Who shall dare cry shame on this man's cowardice, who, for the enjoyment of a little longer life, defrauded his successors for ever of the dominion of so great a city? For although we are too apt to be severe judges of others, yet we must know, that we should consult our own safety, if we were ever to be placed in similar circumstances. In this manner Martel, insolent from the accession of so much power, obtained possession of the castle of Alassa, even from the Earl of Normandy, its inhabitants being faithlessly disposed. Irritated at this outrage, William retaliated, and invested Danfront, which at that time belonged to the Earl of Anjou. Geoffrey, immediately, excited by the complaints of the besieged, hastily rushed forward with a countless force. Hearing of his approach, William sends Roger Montgomery 292 and William Fitzosborne to reconnoitre. They, from the activity of youth, proceeding many miles in a short time, espied Martel on horseback, and apprised him of the dauntless boldness of their lord. Martel immediately began to rage, to threaten mightily what he would do, and said that he would come thither the next day, and show to the world at large how much an Angevin could excel a Norman in battle, at the same time, with unparalleled insolence, describing the colour of his horse, and the devices on the arms he meant to use. The Norman nobles, with equal vanity, relating the same of William, return and stimulate their party to the conflict. I have described these things minutely, for the purpose of displaying the arrogance of Martel. On this occasion, however, he manifested none of his usual magnanimity, for he retreated without coming to battle, on hearing which, the inhabitants of Alassa surrendered, covenanting for personal safety. And, afterwards, those of Danfront also, listed under the more fortunate standard. A.D. 1047. William of Arches. In succeeding years William, Earl of Arches, his illegitimate uncle, who had always been faithless and fluctuating from his first entrance on the duchy, rebelled against him. For, even during the siege of Danfront, he had unexpectedly stolen away, and had communicated to many persons the secrets of his soul. In consequence of this, William had committed the keeping of his castle to some men, whom he had erroneously deemed faithful. But the Earl, with his usual skill in deception, had seduced even these people to his party, by giving them many things, and promising them more. Thus possessed of the fortress, he declared war against his lord. William, with his customary alacrity, contrary to the advice of his friends, laid siege to Arches, declaring publicly, that the miscreants would not dare attempt anything, if they came into his sight. Nor was his assertion false, for more than 300 soldiers, who had gone out to plunder and forage, the instant they beheld him, though almost unattended, fled back into their fortifications. Being inclined to settle this business without bloodshed, he fortified a castle in front of Arches, and turned to matters of hostile operation which required deeper attention, because he was aware that the King of France, who had already become adverse to him from some unknown cause, was hastening to the succor of the besieged. He here gave an instance of very laudable forbearance, for though he certainly appeared to have the juster cause, yet he was reluctant to engage with that person, to whom he was bound both by oath and by obligation. He left some of his nobility, however, to repress the impetuosity of the king, who, falling into an ambush laid by their contrivance, had most deservedly to lament Isambard, Earl of Ponthieu, who was killed in his sight, and Hugh Bardolph, who was taken prisoner. Not long after, in consequence of his miscarriage, retiring to his beloved France, the Earl of Arches, wasted with hunger, and worn to a skeleton, consented to surrender, and was preserved, life and limb, an example of clemency, and a proof of perseverance. During the interval of this siege, the people of the fortress called Moulin, becoming disaffected, at the instigation of one Walter, went over to the king's side. An active party of soldiers was placed there, under the command of Guy, brother of the Earl of Poitou, who diligently attended for some time to his military duties, but on hearing the report of the victory at Arches, he stole away into France, and contributed, by these means, considerably to the glory of the Duke. King Henry, however, did not give indulgence to inactivity, but, muttering that his armies had been a laughing-stock to William, immediately collected all his forces, and, dividing them into two bodies, he overran the whole of Normandy. He himself headed all the military power which came from that part of Celtic Gaul which lies between the rivers Garonne and Seine, and gave his brother Odo the command over such as came from that part of Belgic Gaul which is situated between the Rhine and the Seine. In like manner William divided his army, with all the skill he possessed. Approaching by degrees the camp of the king, which was pitched in the country of Briony, in such a manner, as neither to come to close engagement, nor yet suffer the province to be devastated in his presence. His generals were Robert, Earl of Aux, Hugo de Gournay, Hugo de Montfort, and William Crispin, who opposed Odo at a town called Mortemar. Nor did he, relying on the numerous army which he commanded, at all delay coming to action. Yet making only slight resistance at the beginning, and afterwards being unable to withstand the attack of the Normans, he retreated, and was himself the first to fly. And here, while Guy, Earl of Ponthieu, was anxiously endeavoring to revenge his brother, he was made captive, and felt, together with many others surpassing in affluence and rank, the weight of that hand which was so fatal to his family. When William was informed of this success by messengers, he took care that it should be proclaimed in the dead of night, near the king's tent. On hearing which he retired, after some days spent in Normandy, into France. And, soon after, ambassadors passing between them, it was concluded, by treaty, that the king's partisans should be set at liberty, and that the earl should become legally possessed of all that had been, or should hereafter be, taken from Martel. It would be both tedious and useless, to relate their perpetual contentions, or how William always came off conqueror. What shall we say besides, when, magnanimously despising the custom of modern times, he never condescended to attack him suddenly, or without acquainting him of the day. Moreover, I pass by the circumstance of King Henry's again violating his friendship, his entering Normandy, and proceeding through the district of Hesems to the river Dive, boasting that the sea was the sole obstacle to his farther progress. But William, now perceiving himself reduced to extremities by the king's perfidy, at length brandished the arms of conscious valor, and worsted the royal forces which were beyond the river, for part of them, hearing of his arrival, had passed over some little time before, with such entire loss, that henceforth France had no such object of dread as that of irritating the ferocity of the Normans. The death of Henry soon following, and, shortly after, that of Martel, put an end to these broils. The dying king delegated the care of his son Philip, at that time extremely young, to Baldwin Earl of Flanders. He was a man equally celebrated for fidelity and wisdom, in the full possession of bodily strength, and also ennobled by a marriage with the king's sister. His daughter, Matilda, a woman who was a singular mirror of prudence in our time, and the perfection of virtue, had been already married to William. Hence it arose, that being mediator between his ward, and his son-in-law, Baldwin restrained, by his wholesome counsels, the feuds of the chiefs, and of the people. A.D. 1058. Fulk, Earl of Anjou. But since the mention of Martel has so often presented itself, I shall briefly trace the genealogy of the Earls of Anjou 293 as far as the knowledge of my informant reaches. Fulk the elder, presiding over that county for many years, until he became advanced in years, performed many great and prudent actions. There is only one thing for which I have heard him branded, for, having induced Herbert Earl of Maine to come to Saints, under the promise of yielding him that city, he caused him, in the midst of their conversation, to be surrounded by his attendants, and compelled him to submit to his own conditions. In other respects he was a man of irreproachable integrity. In his latter days, he ceded his principality to Geoffrey his son so often mentioned. Geoffrey conducted himself with excessive barbarity to the inhabitants, and with equal haughtiness even to the person who had conferred this honor upon him, on which, being ordered by his father to lay down the government and ensigns of authority, he was arrogant enough to take up arms against him. The blood of the old man, though grown cold and languid, yet boiled with indignation. And in the course of a few days, by adopting wiser counsels, he so brought down the proud spirit of his son, that after carrying his saddle 294 on his back for some miles, he cast himself with his burden at his father's feet. He, fired once more with his ancient courage, rising up and spurning the prostrate youth with his foot, exclaimed, "You are conquered at last. You are conquered," repeating his words several times. The suppliant had still spirit enough to make this admirable reply, "I am conquered by you alone, because you are my father, by others I am utterly invincible." With this speech his irritated mind was mollified, and having consoled the mortification of his son by paternal affection, he restored him to the principality. With admonitions to conduct himself more wisely, telling him that the prosperity and tranquillity of the people were creditable to him abroad, as well as advantageous at home. In the same year the old man, having discharged all secular concerns, made provision for his soul, by proceeding to Jerusalem, where compelling 2 servants by an oath to do whatever he commanded, he was by them publicly dragged naked, in the sight of the Turks, to the Holy Sepulchre. One of them had twisted a withe about his neck, the other with a rod scourged his bare back, whilst he cried out, "Lord, receive the wretched Fulk, thy perfidious, thy runagate, regard my repentant soul, O Lord Jesu Christ." At this time he obtained not his request, but, peacefully returning home, he died some few years after. The precipitate boldness of his son Geoffrey has been amply displayed in my preceding history. He dying, bequeathed to Geoffrey, his sister's son, his inheritance, but his worldly industry he could not leave him. For being a youth of simple manners, and more accustomed to pray in church, than to handle arms, he excited the contempt of the people of that country, who knew not how to live in quiet. In consequence, the whole district becoming exposed to plunderers, Fulk, his brother, of his own accord, seized on the duchy. Fulk was called Wretchen, from his perpetual growling at the simplicity of his brother, whom he finally despoiled of his dignity, and kept in continual custody. He had a wife, who, being enticed by the desire of enjoying a higher title, deserted him and married Philip King of France, who so desperately loved her, regardless of the adage, majesty and love, but ill accord, nor share the selfsame seat, that he patiently suffered himself to be completely governed by her, though he was at the same time desirous of ruling over every other person. Lastly, for several years, merely through regard for her, he suffered himself to be pointed at like an idiot, and to be excommunicated from the whole Christian world. The sons of Fulk were Geoffrey and Fulk. Geoffrey, obtaining the hereditary surname of Martel, ennobled it by his exertions, for he procured such peace and tranquillity in those parts, as no one ever had seen, or will see in future. On this account, being killed by the treachery of his people, he forfeited the credit of his consummate worth. Fulk succeeding to the government, is yet living. 295 of whom, as I shall perhaps have occasion to speak in the times of King Henry, I will now proceed to relate what remains concerning William. A.D. 1058. Geoffrey Martel. When, after much labour, he had quelled all civil dissension, he meditated an exploit of greater fame, and determined to recover those countries anciently attached to Normandy, though now disunited by long custom. I allude to the counties of Maine and Brittany, of which Mans, long since burnt by Martel and deprived of its sovereign Hugo, had lately experienced some little respite under Herbert the son of Hugo, who, with a view to greater security against the Earl of Anjou, had submitted, and sworn fidelity to William. Besides, he had solicited his daughter in marriage, and had been betrothed to her, though he died by disease ere she was marriageable. He left William his heir, adjuring his subjects to admit no other, telling them, they might have, if they chose, a mild and honourable lord, but, should they not, a most determined assertor of his right. On his decease, the inhabitants of Maine rather inclined to Walter of Mantes, who had married Hugo's sister, but at length, being brought to their senses by many heavy losses, they acknowledged William. This was the time, when Harold was unwillingly carried to Normandy by an unpropitious gale, whom, as is before mentioned, William took with him in his expedition to Brittany, to make proof of his prowess, and, at the same time, with the deeper design of showing to him his military equipment, that he might perceive how far preferable was the Norman sword to the English battle-axe. Alan, at that time, Earl of Brittany, flourishing in youth, and of transcendent strength, had overcome his uncle Eudo, and performed many famous actions, and so far from fearing William, had even voluntarily irritated him. But he, laying claim to Brittany as his hereditary territory, because Charles had given it with his daughter, Gisla, to Rollo, shortly acted in such wise, that Alan came suppliantly to him, and surrendered himself and his possessions. And since I shall have but little to say of Brittany hereafter, I will here briefly insert an extraordinary occurrence, which happened about that time in the city of Nantes. A.D. 1065. Story of two clerks. There were in that city two clerks, who though not yet of legal age, had obtained the priesthood from the bishop of that place, more by entreaty than desert, the pitiable death of one of whom, at length taught the survivor how near they had before been to the brink of hell. As to the knowledge of literature, they were so instructed, that they wanted little of perfection. From their earliest infancy, they had in such wise vied in offices of friendship, that according to the expression of the comic writer 296, to serve each other they would not only stir hand and foot, but even risk the loss of life itself. Wherefore, one day, when they found their minds more than usually free from outward cares, they spoke their sentiments, in a secret place, to the following effect, that for many years they had given their attention sometimes to literature, and sometimes to secular cares. Nor had they satisfied their minds, which had been occupied rather in wrong than proper pursuits. That in the meanwhile, the bitter day was insensibly approaching, which would burst the bond of union which was indissoluble while life remained, wherefore they should provide in time, that the friendship which united them while living should accompany him who died first to the place of the dead. They agreed, therefore, that whichever should first depart, should certainly appear to the survivor, either waking or sleeping, if possible within 30 days, to inform him, that, according to the Platonic tenet, death does not extinguish the spirit, but sends it back again, as it were from prison, to God its author. If this did not take place, then they must yield to the sect of the Epicureans, who hold, that the soul, liberated from the body, vanishes into air, or mingles with the wind. Mutually plighting their faith, they repeated this oath in their daily conversation. A short time elapsed, and behold, a violent death suddenly deprived one of them of life. The other remained, and seriously revolving the promise of his friend, and constantly expecting his presence, during 30 days, found his hopes disappointed. At the expiration of this time, when, despairing of seeing him, he had occupied his leisure in other business, the deceased, with that pale countenance which dying persons assume, suddenly stood before him, when awake, and busied on some matter. The dead first addressing the living man, who was silent, "Do you know me?" said he. "I do," replied the other, "nor am I so much disturbed at your unusual presence, as I wonder at your prolonged absence." But when he had accounted for the tardiness of his appearance, "At length," said he, "at length, having overcome every impediment, I am present, which presence, if you please, my friend, will be advantageous to you, but to me totally unprofitable. For I am doomed, by a sentence which has been pronounced and approved, to eternal punishment." When the living man promised to give all his property to monasteries, and to the poor, and to spend days and nights in fasting and prayer, for the release of the defunct, he replied, "What I have said is fixed. For the judgments of God, by which I am plunged in the sulphurous whirlpool of hell, are without repentance. There I shall be tossed for my crimes, as long as the pole whirls round the stars, or ocean beats the shores. The rigor of this irreversible sentence remains for ever, devising lasting and innumerable kinds of punishment. Now, therefore, let the whole world seek for availing remedies. And that you may experience some little of my numberless pains, behold," said he, stretching out his hand, dripping with a corrupted ulcer, "one of the very smallest of them. Does it appear trifling to you?" When the other replied, that it did appear so, he bent his fingers into the palm, and threw 3 drops of the purulent matter upon him. 2 of which touching his temples, and 1 his forehead, penetrated the skin and flesh, as if with a burning cautery, and made holes of the size of a nut. When his friend acknowledged the acuteness of the pain, by the cry he uttered, "This," said the dead man, "will be a strong proof to you, as long as you live, of my pains, and, unless you neglect it, a singular token for your salvation. Wherefore, while you have the power, while indignation is suspended over your head, while God's lingering mercy waits for you, change your habit, change your disposition, become a monk at Rennes, in the monastery of St. Melanius." When the living man was unwilling to agree to these words, the other, sternly glancing at him, "If you doubt, wretched man," said he, "turn and read these letters." And with these words, he stretched out his hand, inscribed with black characters, in which, Satan, and all the company of infernals sent their thanks, from hell, to the whole ecclesiastical body. As well for denying themselves no single pleasure, as for sending, through neglect of their preaching, so many of their subject souls to hell, as no former age had ever witnessed. With these words the speaker vanished. And the hearer, distributing his whole property to the church and to the poor, went to the monastery. Admonishing all, who heard or saw him, of his sudden conversion, and extraordinary interview, so that they exclaimed, "It is the right hand of the Almighty that has done this." A.D. 1065. Negotiation of William I. I feel no regret at having inserted this for the benefit of my readers. Now I shall return to William. For since I have briefly, but I hope not uselessly, gone over the transactions in which he was engaged, when only Earl of Normandy, for 30 years, the order of time now requires a new series of relation. That I may, as far as my inquiries have discovered, detect fallacy, and declare the truth relating to his regal government. When King Edward had yielded to fate, England, fluctuating with doubtful favour, was uncertain to which ruler she should commit herself, to Harold, William, or Edgar, for the king had recommended him also to the nobility, as nearest to the sovereignty in point of birth, concealing his better judgment from the tenderness of his disposition. Wherefore, as I have said above, the English were distracted in their choice, although all of them openly wished well to Harold. He, indeed, once dignified with the diadem, thought nothing of the covenant between himself and William. He said, that he was absolved from his oath, because his daughter, to whom he had been betrothed, had died before she was marriageable. For this man, though possessing numberless good qualities, is reported to have been careless about abstaining from perfidy, so that he could, by any device, elude the reasonings of men on this matter. Moreover, supposing that the threats of William would never be put into execution, because he was occupied in wars with neighbouring princes, he had, with his subjects, given full indulgence to security. For indeed, had he not heard that the King of Norway was approaching, he would neither have condescended to collect troops, nor to array them. William, in the meantime, began mildly to address him by messengers. to expostulate on the broken covenant, to mingle threats with entreaties, and to warn him, that ere a year expired, he would claim his due by the sword, and that he would come to that place, where Harold supposed he had firmer footing than himself. Harold again rejoined what I have related, concerning the nuptials of his daughter, and added, that he had been precipitate on the subject of the kingdom, in having confirmed to him by oath another's right. Without the universal consent and edict of the general meeting, and of the people, again, that a rash oath ought to be broken. For if the oath, or vow, which a maiden, under her father's roof, made concerning her person, without the knowledge of her parents, was adjudged invalid, how much more invalid must that oath be, which he had made concerning the whole kingdom, when under the king's authority, compelled by the necessity of the time, and without the knowledge of the nation. 297 Besides, it was an unjust request, to ask him to resign a government which he had assumed by the universal kindness of his fellow subjects, and which would neither be agreeable to the people, nor safe for the military. A.D. 1066. Preparations for war. In this way, confounded either by true, or plausible, arguments, the messengers returned without success. The Earl, however, made every necessary preparation for war during the whole of that year. Retained his own soldiers with increased pay, and invited those of others, ordered his ranks and battalions in such wise, that the soldiers should be tall and stout. That the commanders and standard-bearers, in addition to their military science, should be looked up to for their wisdom and age, insomuch, that each of them, whether seen in the field or elsewhere, might be taken for a prince, rather than a leader. The bishops and abbots of those days vied so much in religion, and the nobility in princely liberality, that it is wonderful, 298 within a period of less than 62-99 years, how either order should have become so unfruitful in goodness as to take up a confederate war against justice, the former, through desire of ecclesiastical promotion, embracing wrong in preference to right and equity, and the latter, casting off shame, and seeking every occasion for begging money as for their daily pay. But at that time the prudence of William, seconded by the providence of God, already anticipated the invasion of England. And that no rashness might stain his just cause, he sent to the Pope, formerly Anselm, Bishop of Lucca, who had assumed the name of Alexander, alleging the justice of the war which he meditated with all the eloquence he was master of. Harold omitted to do this, either because he was proud by nature, or else distrusted his cause, or because he feared that his messengers would be obstructed by William and his partisans, who beset every port. The Pope, duly examining the pretensions of both parties, delivered a standard to William, as an auspicious presage of the kingdom, on receiving which, he summoned an assembly of his nobles, at Lillibårn, for the purpose of ascertaining their sentiments on this attempt. And when he had confirmed, by splendid promises, all who approved his design, he appointed them to prepare shipping, in proportion to the extent of their possessions. Thus they departed at that time. And, in the month of August, reassembled in a body at St. Valery 300 for so that port is called by its new name. Collecting, therefore, ships from every quarter, they awaited the propitious gale which was to carry them to their destination. When this delayed blowing for several days, the common soldiers, as is generally the case, began to mutter in their tents, that the man must be mad, who wished to subjugate a foreign country, that God opposed him, who withheld the wind. That his father purposed a similar attempt, and was in like manner frustrated, that it was the fate of that family to aspire to things beyond their reach, and find God for their adversary. In consequence of these things, which were enough to enervate the force of the brave, being publicly noised abroad, the Duke held a council with his chiefs, and ordered the body of St. Valery to be brought forth, and to be exposed to the open air, for the purpose of imploring a wind. No delay now interposed, but the wished-for gale filled their sails. A joyful clamour then arising, summoned every one to the ships. The Earl himself first launching from the continent into the deep, awaited the rest, at anchor, nearly in mid-channel. All then assembled round the crimson sail of the Admiral's ship. And, having first dined, they arrived, after a favourable passage, at Hastings. As he disembarked he slipped down, but turned the accident to his advantage. A soldier who stood near calling out to him, you hold England. 301 My lord, its future king. He then restrained his whole army from plundering, warning them, that they should now abstain from what must hereafter be their own. 302 And for 15 successive days he remained so perfectly quiet, that he seemed to think of nothing less than of war. AD 1066. Harold's spies taken. In the meantime Harold returned from the battle with the Norwegians. Happy, in his own estimation, at having conquered, but not so in mine, as he had secured the victory by parricide. When the news of the Normans' arrival reached him, reeking as he was from battle, he proceeded to Hastings, though accompanied by very few forces. No doubt the fates urged him on, as he neither summoned his troops, nor, had he been willing to do so, would he have found many ready to obey his call. So hostile were all to him, as I have before observed, from his having appropriated the northern spoils entirely to himself. He sent out some persons, however, to reconnoitre the number and strength of the enemy. These, being taken within the camp, William ordered to be led amongst the tents, and, after feasting them plentifully, to be sent back uninjured to their lord. On their return, Harold inquired what news they brought, when, after relating at full, the noble confidence of the general, they gravely added, that almost all his army had the appearance of priests, as they had the whole face, with both lips shaven. For the English leave the upper lip unshorn, suffering the hair continually to increase, which Julius Caesar, in his treatise on the Gallic War, 303 affirms to have been a national custom with the ancient inhabitants of Britain. The king smiled at the simplicity of the relators, observing, with a pleasant laugh, that they were not priests, but soldiers, strong in arms, and invincible in spirit. His brother, Gurth, a youth, on the verge of manhood, and of knowledge and valor surpassing his years, caught up his words. Since, said he, you extol so much the valor of the Norman, I think it ill-advised for you, who are his inferior in strength and desert, to contend with him. Nor can you deny being bound to him, by oath, either willingly, or by compulsion. Wherefore you will act wisely, if, yourself withdrawing from this pressing emergency, you allow us to try the issue of a battle. We, who are free from all obligation, shall justly draw the sword in defense of our country. It is to be apprehended, if you engage, that you will be either subjected to flight or to death, whereas, if we only fight, your cause will be safe at all events, for you will be able both to rally the fugitives, and to avenge the dead. His unbridled rashness yielded no placid ear to the words of his adviser, thinking it base, and a reproach to his past life, to turn his back on danger of any kind. And, with similar impudence, or to speak more favorably, imprudence, he drove away a monk, the messenger of William, not deigning him even a complacent look, imprecating only, that God would decide between him and the Earl. He was the bearer of 3 propositions, either that Harold should relinquish the kingdom, according to his agreement, or hold it of William, or decide the matter by single combat in the sight of either army. For William 304 claimed the kingdom, on the ground that King Edward, by the advice of Stigand, the archbishop, and of the Earls Godwin and Seward, had granted it to him, and had sent the son and nephew of Godwin to Normandy, as sureties of the grant. If Harold should deny this, he would abide by the judgment of the Pope, or by battle, on all which propositions, the messenger being frustrated by the single answer I have related, returned, and communicated to his party fresh spirit for the conflict. AD 1066. Battle of Hastings. The courageous leaders mutually prepared for battle, each according to his national custom. The English, as we have heard, passed the night without sleep, in drinking and singing, and, in the morning, proceeded without delay towards the enemy. All were on foot, armed with battle-axes, and covering themselves in front by the junction of their shields, they formed an impenetrable body, which would have secured their safety that day, had not the Normans, by a feigned flight, induced them to open their ranks, which till that time, according to their custom, were closely compacted. The king himself on foot, stood, with his brother, near the standard, in order that, while all shared equal danger, none might think of retreating. This standard William sent, after the victory, to the Pope. It was sumptuously embroidered, with gold and precious stones, in the form of a man fighting. On the other side, the Normans passed the whole night in confessing their sins, and received the sacrament in the morning. Their infantry, with bows and arrows, formed the vanguard, while their cavalry, divided into wings, were thrown back. The Earl, with serene countenance, declaring aloud, that God would favour his, as being the righteous side, called for his arms. And presently, when, through the hurry of his attendants, he had put on his hauberk the hind part before 3:05, he corrected the mistake with a laugh, saying, My dukedom shall be turned into a kingdom. Then beginning the song of Roland 3:06, that the warlike example of that man might stimulate the soldiers, and calling on God for assistance, the battle commenced on both sides. They fought with ardour, neither giving ground, for great part of the day. Finding this, William gave a signal to his party, that, by a feigned flight, they should retreat. Through this device, the close body of the English, opening for the purpose of cutting down the straggling enemy, brought upon itself swift destruction, for the Normans, facing about, attacked them thus disordered, and compelled them to fly. In this manner, deceived by a stratagem, they met an honourable death in avenging their country. Nor indeed were they at all wanting to their own revenge, as, by frequently making a stand, they slaughtered their pursuers in heaps, for, getting possession of an eminence, they drove down the Normans. When roused with indignation and anxiously striving to gain the higher ground, into the valley beneath, where, easily hurling their javelins and rolling down stones on them as they stood below, they destroyed them to a man. Besides, by a short passage, with which they were acquainted, avoiding a deep ditch, they trod under foot such a multitude of their enemies in that place, that they made the hollow level with the plain, by the heaps of carcasses. This vicissitude of first one party conquering, and then the other, prevailed as long as the life of Harold continued, but when he fell, from having his brain pierced with an arrow, the flight of the English ceased not until night. The valour of both leaders was here eminently conspicuous. Harold, not merely content with the duty of a general in exhorting others, diligently entered into every soldier-like office. Often would he strike the enemy when coming to close quarters, so that none could approach him with impunity, for immediately the same blow levelled both horse and rider. Wherefore, as I have related, receiving the fatal arrow from a distance, he yielded to death. One of the soldiers with a sword gashed his thigh, as he lay prostrate. For which shameful and cowardly action, he was branded with ignominy by William, and dismissed the service. William too was equally ready to encourage by his voice and by his presence, to be the first to rush forward, to attack the thickest of the foe. Thus everywhere raging, everywhere furious, he lost 3 choice horses, which were that day pierced under him. The dauntless spirit and vigour of the intrepid general, however, still persisted, though often called back by the kind remonstrance of his bodyguard, he still persisted, I say, till approaching night crowned him with complete victory. And no doubt, the hand of God so protected him, that the enemy should draw no blood from his person, though they aimed so many javelins at him. A.D. 1066. Customs of the English. This was a fatal day to England, a melancholy havoc of our dear country, through its change of masters. For it had long since adopted the manners of the Angles, which had been very various according to the times, for in the first years of their arrival, they were barbarians in their look and manners, warlike in their usages, heathens in their rites. But, after embracing the faith of Christ, by degrees, and in process of time, from the peace they enjoyed, regarding arms only in a secondary light, they gave their whole attention to religion. I say nothing of the poor, the meanness of whose fortune often restrains them from overstepping the bounds of justice. I omit men of ecclesiastical rank, whom sometimes respect to their profession, and sometimes the fear of shame suffer not to deviate from the truth. I speak of princes, who from the greatness of their power might have full liberty to indulge in pleasure. Some of whom, in their own country, and others at Rome, changing their habit, obtained a heavenly kingdom, and a saintly intercourse. Many during their whole lives in outward appearance only embraced the present world, in order that they might exhaust their treasures on the poor, or divide them amongst monasteries. What shall I say of the multitudes of bishops, hermits, and abbots? Does not the whole island blaze with such numerous relics of its natives, that you can scarcely pass a village of any consequence but you hear the name of some new saint. Besides the numbers of whom all notices have perished through the want of records. Nevertheless, in process of time, the desire after literature and religion had decayed, for several years before the arrival of the Normans. The clergy, contented with a very slight degree of learning, could scarcely stammer out the words of the sacraments, and a person who understood grammar, was an object of wonder and astonishment. The monks mocked the rule of their order by fine vestments, and the use of every kind of food. The nobility, given up to luxury and wantonness, went not to church in the morning after the manner of Christians, but merely, in a careless manner, heard matins and masses from a hurrying priest in their chambers, amid the blandishments of their wives. The commonalty, left unprotected, became a prey to the most powerful, who amassed fortunes, by either seizing on their property, or by selling their persons into foreign countries. Although it be an innate quality of this people, to be more inclined to revelling, than to the accumulation of wealth. There was one custom, repugnant to nature, which they adopted. Namely, to sell their female servants, when pregnant by them and after they had satisfied their lust either to public prostitution, or foreign slavery. Drinking in parties was a universal practice, in which occupation they passed entire nights as well as days. They consumed their whole substance in mean and despicable houses. Unlike the Normans and French, who, in noble and splendid mansions, lived with frugality. The vices attendant on drunkenness, which enervate the human mind, followed. Hence it arose that engaging William, more with rashness, and precipitate fury, than military skill, they doomed themselves, and their country to slavery, by one, and that an easy, victory. For nothing is less effective than rashness. And what begins with violence, quickly ceases, or is repelled. In fine, the English at that time, wore short garments reaching to the mid-knee, they had their hair cropped, their beards shaven, their arms laden with golden bracelets. Their skin adorned with punctured designs. They were accustomed to eat till they became surfeited, and to drink till they were sick. These latter qualities they imparted to their conquerors, as to the rest, they adopted their manners. I would not, however, have these bad propensities universally ascribed to the English. I know that many of the clergy, at that day, trod the path of sanctity, by a blameless life. I know that many of the laity, of all ranks and conditions, in this nation, were well-pleasing to God. Be injustice far from this account, the accusation does not involve the whole indiscriminately. But, as in peace, the mercy of God often cherishes the bad and the good together, equally, does his severity, sometimes, include them both in captivity. Moreover, the Normans, that I may speak of them also, were at that time, and are even now, proudly apparelled, delicate in their food, but not excessive. They are a race inured to war, and can hardly live without it. Fierce in rushing against the enemy, and where strength fails of success, ready to use stratagem, or to corrupt by bribery. As I have related, they live in large edifices with economy, envy their equals, wish to excel their superiors, and plunder their subjects. Though they defend them from others, they are faithful to their lords, though a slight offense renders them perfidious. They weigh treachery by its chance of success, and change their sentiments with money. They are, however, the kindest of nations, and they esteem strangers worthy of equal honor with themselves. They also intermarry with their vassals. They revived, by their arrival, the observances of religion, which were everywhere grown lifeless in England. You might see churches rise in every village, and monasteries in the towns and cities, built after a style unknown before. You might behold the country flourishing with renovated rites, so that each wealthy man accounted that day lost to him, which he had neglected to signalize by some magnificent action. But having enlarged sufficiently on these points, let us pursue the transactions of William. A.D. 1066. William's coronation. When his victory was complete, he caused his dead to be interred with great pomp, granting the enemy the liberty of doing the like, if they thought proper. He sent the body of Harold 307 to his mother, who begged it, unransomed, though she proffered large sums by her messengers. She buried it, when thus obtained, at Waltham. A church which he had built at his own expense, in honor of the Holy Cross, and had endowed for canons. William then, by degrees proceeding, as became a conqueror, with his army, not after an hostile, but a royal manner, journeyed towards London, the principal city of the kingdom. And shortly after, all the citizens came out to meet him with gratulations. Crowds poured out of every gate to greet him, instigated by the nobility, and principally by Stigand, Archbishop of Canterbury, and Aldred, of York. For, shortly before, Edwin and Morcar, two brothers of great expectation, hearing, at London, the news of Harold's death, solicited the citizens to exalt one of them to the throne, failing, however, in the attempt. They had departed for Northumberland, conjecturing, from their own feelings, that William would never come thither. The other chiefs would have chosen Edgar, had the bishop supported them, but, danger and domestic broils closely impending, neither did this take effect. Thus the English, who, had they united in one opinion, might have repaired the ruin of their country, introduced a stranger, while they were unwilling to choose a native, to govern them. Being now decidedly hailed king, he was crowned on Christmas Day by Archbishop Aldred, for he was careful not to accept this office from Stigand, as he was not canonically an archbishop. Of the various wars which he carried on, this is a summary. Favored by God's assistance, he easily reduced the city of Exeter 308 when it had rebelled, for part of the wall fell down accidentally, and made an opening for him. Indeed he had attacked it with the more ferocity, asserting that those irreverent men would be deserted by God's favor, because one of them, standing upon the wall, had bared his posteriors, and had broken wind, in contempt of the Normans. He almost annihilated the city of York, that sole remaining shelter for rebellion, and destroyed its citizens with sword and famine. For there Malcolm, king of the Scots, with his party. There Edgar, and Morcar, and Waltheof, with the English and Danes, often brooded over the nest of tyranny, there they frequently killed his generals. Whose deaths, were I severally to commemorate, perhaps I should not be superfluous, though I might risk the peril of creating disgust, while I should be not easily pardoned as an historian, if I were led astray by the falsities of my authorities. Malcolm willingly received all the English fugitives, affording to each every protection in his power, but more especially to Edgar, whose sister he had married, out of regard to her noble descent. On his behalf he burnt and plundered the adjacent provinces of England, not that he supposed, by so doing, he could be of any service to him, with respect to the kingdom, but merely to distress the mind of William, who was incensed at his territories being subject to Scottish incursions. In consequence, William, collecting a body of foot and horse, repaired to the northern parts of the island, and first of all received into subjection the metropolitan city, which English, Danes, and Scots obstinately defended, its citizens being wasted with continued want. He destroyed also in a great and severe battle, a considerable number of the enemy, who had come to the succor of the besieged. Though the victory was not bloodless on his side, as he lost many of his people. He then ordered both the towns and fields of the whole district to be laid waste, the fruits and grain to be destroyed by fire or by water, more especially on the coast, as well on account of his recent displeasure, as because a rumor had gone abroad, that Canute, king of Denmark, the son of Sweyn, was approaching with his forces. The reason of such a command, was, that the plundering pirate should find no booty on the coast to take with him, if he designed to depart again directly, or should be compelled to provide against want, if he thought proper to stay. Thus the resources of a province 309 once flourishing, and the nurse of tyrants, were cut off by fire, slaughter, and devastation. The ground, for more than 60 miles, totally uncultivated and unproductive, remains bare to the present day. Should any stranger now see it, he laments over the once magnificent cities, the towers threatening heaven itself with their loftiness, the fields abundant in pasturage, and watered with rivers, and, if any ancient inhabitant remains, he knows it no longer. A.D. 1068. Surrender of Malcolm. Malcolm surrendered himself, without coming to an engagement, and for the whole of William's time passed his life under treaties, uncertain, and frequently broken. But when in the reign of William, the son of William, he was attacked in a similar manner. He diverted the king from pursuing him by a false oath. He was slain soon after, together with his son, by Robert Mowbray, Earl of Northumberland, while, regardless of his faith, he was devastating the province with more than usual insolence. For many years, he lay buried at Tynemouth. Lately he was conveyed by Alexander his son, to Dunfermline, in Scotland. Edgar, having submitted to the king with Stigand and Aldred the archbishops, violated his oath the following year, by going over to the Scot, but after living there some years, and acquiring no present advantage, no future prospects, but merely his daily sustenance, being willing to try the liberality of the Norman, who was at that time beyond the sea, he sailed over to him. They say this was extremely agreeable to the king, that England should be thus rid of a fomenter of dissension. Indeed it was his constant practice, under colour of high honour, to carry over to Normandy all the English he suspected, lest any disorders should arise in the kingdom during his absence. Edgar, therefore, was well received, and presented with a considerable largesse, and remaining at court for many years, silently sunk into contempt through his indolence, or more mildly speaking, his simplicity. For how great must his simplicity be, who would yield up to the king, for a single horse, the pound of silver, which he received as his daily stipend. In succeeding times he went to Jerusalem with Robert, the son of Godwin, 310, a most valiant knight. This was the time when the Turks besieged King Baldwin, at Ramah, who, unable to endure the difficulties of a siege, rushed through the midst of the enemy, by the assistance of Robert alone, who preceded him, and hewed down the Turks, on either hand, with his drawn sword. But, while excited to greater ferocity by his success, he was pressing on with too much eagerness, his sword dropped from his hand, and when stooping down to recover it, he was surrounded by a multitude, and cast into chains. Taken thence to Babylon, as they report, when he refused to deny Christ, he was placed as a mark in the middle of the marketplace, and being transfixed with darts, died a martyr. Edgar, having lost his companion, returned, and received many gifts from the Greek and German emperors, who, from respect to his noble descent, would also have endeavoured to retain him with them. But he gave up everything, through regard to his native soil. For, truly, the love of their country deceives some men to such a degree, that nothing seems pleasant to them, unless they can breathe their native air. Edgar, therefore, deluded by this silly desire, returned to England, where, as I have before said, after various revolutions of fortune, he now grows old in the country in privacy and quiet. A.D. 1103. Of Edwin and Morcar. Edwin and Morcar were brothers, the sons of Elfgar, the son of Leofric. They had received charge of the county of Northumberland, and jointly preserved it in tranquillity. For, as I have before observed, a few days previous to the death of St. Edward the king, the inhabitants of the north had risen in rebellion and expelled Tosti, their governor, and, with Harold's approbation, had requested, and received, one of these brothers, as their lord. These circumstances, as we have heard from persons acquainted with the affair, took place against the inclination of the king, who was attached to Tosti. But being languid through disease, and worn down with age, he becomes so universally disregarded, that he could not assist his favourite. In consequence, his bodily ailments increasing from the anxiety of his mind, he died shortly after. Harold persisted in his resolution of banishing his brother, wherefore, first tarnishing the triumphs of his family by piratical excursions, he was, as I have above written, afterwards killed with the King of Norway. His body being known by a wart between the shoulders, obtained burial at York. Edwin and Morcar, by Harold's command, then conveyed the spoils of war to London, for he himself was proceeding rapidly to the battle of Hastings, where, falsely presaging, he looked upon the victory as already gained. But, when he was there killed, the brothers, flying to the territories they possessed, disturbed the peace of William for several years, infesting the woods with secret robberies, and never coming to close or open engagement. Often were they taken captive, and as often surrendered themselves, but were again dismissed with impunity, from pity to their youthful elegance, or respect to their nobility. At last, murdered, neither by the force nor craft of their enemies, but by the treachery of their partisans, their fate drew tears from the king, who would even long since have granted them matches with his relations. And the honor of his friendship, would they have acceded to terms of peace. Waltheof, an earl of high descent, had become extremely intimate with the new king, who had forgotten his former offences, and attributed them rather to courage, than to disloyalty. For Waltheof, singly, had killed many of the Normans in the Battle of York, cutting off their heads, one by one, as they entered the gate. He was muscular in the arms, brawny in the chest, tall and robust in his whole person. The son of Seward, a most celebrated earl, whom, by a Danish term, they called Digera, which implies strong. But after the fall of his party, he voluntarily surrendered himself, and was honored by a marriage with Judith, the king's niece, as well as with his personal friendship. Unable however to restrain his evil inclinations, he could not preserve his fidelity. For all his countrymen, who had thought proper to resist, being either slain, or subdued, he became a party even in the perfidy of Ralph de War. But the conspiracy being detected, 311 he was taken, kept in chains for some time, and at last, being beheaded, was buried at Croyland, though some assert, that he joined the League of Treachery, more through circumvention than inclination. This is the excuse the English make for him, and those, of the greater credit, for the Normans affirm the contrary, to whose decision the divinity itself appears to assent, showing many and very great miracles at his tomb, for they declare that during his captivity, he wiped away his transgressions by his daily penitence. On this account perhaps the conduct of the king may reasonably be excused, if he was at any time rather severe against the English, for he scarcely found any one of them faithful. This circumstance so exasperated his ferocious mind, that he deprived the more powerful, first of their wealth, next of their estates, and finally, some of them of their lives. Moreover, he followed the device of Caesar, who drove out the Germans, concealed in the vast forest of Ardennes, whence they harassed his army with perpetual eruptions, not by means of his own countrymen, but by the Confederate Gauls. That, while strangers destroyed each other, he might gain a bloodless victory. Thus, I say, William acted towards the English. For, allowing the Normans to be unemployed, he opposed an English army, and an English commander, to those, who, after the first unsuccessful battle, had fled to Denmark and Ireland, and had returned at the end of 3 years with considerable force, foreseeing that whichever side might conquer, it must be a great advantage to himself. Nor did this device fail him, for both parties of the English, after some conflicts between themselves, without any exertion on his part, left a victory for the king. The invaders being driven to Ireland, and the royalists purchasing the empty title of conquest, at their own special loss, and that of their general. His name was Ednath, 312 equally celebrated, before the arrival of the Normans, both at home and abroad. He was the father of Harding, who yet survives, a man more accustomed to kindle strife by his malignant tongue, than to brandish arms in the field of battle. Thus having overturned the power of the laity, he made an ordinance, that no monk, or clergyman, of that nation, should be suffered to aspire to any dignity whatever. Excessively differing from the gentleness of Canute the former king, who restored their honours, unimpaired, to the conquered, whence it came to pass, that at his decease, the natives easily expelled the foreigners, and reclaimed their original right. But William, from certain causes, canonically deposed some persons, and in the place of such as might die, appointed diligent men of any nation, except English. Unless I am deceived, their inveterate frowardness towards the king, required such a measure, since, as I have said before, the Normans are by nature kindly disposed to strangers who live amongst them. A.D. 1074. Ralph de Weyler. Ralph, whom I mentioned before, was, by the king's gift, Earl of Norfolk and Suffolk, a Breton on his father's side, of a disposition foreign to everything good. This man, in consequence of being betrothed to the king's relation, the daughter of William Fitzosborne, conceived a most unjust design, and meditated attack on the sovereignty. Wherefore, on the very day of his nuptials, whilst splendidly banqueting, for the luxury of the English had now been adopted by the Normans, and when the guests had become intoxicated and heated with wine, he disclosed his intention in a copious harangue. As their reason was entirely clouded by drunkenness, they loudly applauded the orator. Here Roger Earl of Hereford, brother to the wife of Ralph, and here Waltheof, together with many others, conspired the death of the king. Next day, however, when the fumes of the wine had evaporated, and cooler thoughts influenced the minds of some of the party, the larger portion, repenting of their conduct, retired from the meeting. Among these is said to have been Waltheof, who, at the recommendation of Archbishop Lanfranc, sailing to Normandy, related the matter to the king, concealing merely his own share of the business. The earls, however, persisted in their design, and each incited his dependents to rebel. But God opposed them, and brought all their machinations to naught. For immediately the king's officers, who were left in charge, on discovering the affair, reduced Ralph to such distress, that seizing a vessel at Norwich, he committed himself to the sea. His wife, covenanting for personal safety, and delivering up the castle, followed her husband. Roger being thrown into chains by the king, visited, or rather inhabited, a prison, during the remainder of his life. A young man of abominable treachery, and by no means imitating his father's conduct. A.D. 1074. William Fitzosborne. His father, indeed, William Fitzosborne, 313 might have been compared, nay, I know not if he might not even have been preferred, to the very best princes. By his advice, William had first been inspirited to invade, and next, assisted by his valor, to keep possession of England. The energy of his mind was seconded by the almost boundless liberality of his hand. Hence it arose, that by the multitude of soldiers, to whom he gave extravagant pay, he repelled the rapacity of the enemy, and ensured the favor of the people. In consequence, by this boundless profusion, he incurred the king's severe displeasure. Because he had improvidently exhausted his treasures. The regulations which he established in his county of Hereford, remain in full force at the present day. That is to say, that no knight 314 should be fined more than 7 shillings for whatever offence, whereas, in other provinces, for a very small fault in transgressing the commands of their lord, they pay 20 or 25. Fortune, however, closed these happy successes by a dishonourable termination, when the supporter of so great a government, the Counsellor of England and Normandy, went into Flanders, through fond regard for a woman. And there died by the hands of his enemies. For the elder Baldwin, of whom I have before spoken, the father of Matilda, had 2 sons. Robert, who marrying the Countess of Frisia, while his father yet lived, took the surname of Friso, Baldwin, who, after his father, presided some years over Flanders, and died prematurely. His 2 children by his wife Richelda surviving, he had entrusted the guardianship of them to Philip King of France, whose aunt was his mother, and to William Fitzosborne. William readily undertook this office, that he might increase his dignity by an union with Richelda. But she, through female pride, aspiring to things beyond her sex, and exacting fresh tributes from the people, excited them to rebellion. Wherefore dispatching a messenger to Robert Friso, they entreat him to accept the government of the country, and abjure all fidelity to Arnulf, who was already called Earl. Nor indeed were there wanting persons to espouse the party of the minor, so that for a long time, Flanders was disturbed by intestine commotion. This, Fitzosborne, who was desperately in love with the lady, could not endure, but entered Flanders with a body of troops. And, being immediately well received by the persons he came to defend, after some days, he rode securely from castle to castle, in a hasty manner with few attendants. On the other hand, Friso, who was acquainted with this piece of folly, entrapped him unawares by a secret ambush, and killed him, fighting bravely but to no purpose, together with his nephew Arnulf. Thus possessed of Flanders, he often irritated King William, by plundering Normandy. His daughter married Canute King of the Danes, of whom was born Charles, 315, who now rules in Flanders. He made peace with King Philip, giving him his daughter-in-law in marriage, by whom he had Louis, who at present reigns in France. But not long after, being heartily tired of the match, because his queen was extremely corpulent, he removed her from his bed, and in defiance of law and equity, married the wife of the Earl of Anjou. Robert, safe by his affinity with these princes, encountered nothing to distress him during his government. Though Baldwin, the brother of Arnulf, who had an earldom in the province of Hainaut and in the castle of Valenciennes, by William's assistance made many attempts for that purpose. 3 years before his death, when he was now hoary-headed, he went to Jerusalem, for the mitigation of his transgressions. After his return he renounced the world, calmly awaiting his dissolution with Christian earnestness. His son was that Robert so universally famed in the expedition into Asia, which, in our times, Europe undertook against the Turks. But through some mischance, after his return home, he tarnished that noble exploit, being mortally wounded in a tournament, as they call it. Nor did a happier fate attend his son Baldwin, who, voluntarily harassing the forces of Henry King of England, in Normandy, paid dearly for his youthful temerity, for, being struck on the head with a pole, and deceived by the professions of several physicians, he lost his life. The principality devolving on Charles, of whom we have spoken before. A.D. 1073. Defeat of the Danes. Now, King William conducting himself with mildness towards the obedient but with severity to the rebellious, possessed the whole of England in tranquillity, holding all the Welsh tributary to him. At this time too, beyond sea, being never unemployed, he nearly annihilated the county of Maine, leading thither an expedition composed of English, who, though they had been easily conquered in their own, yet always appeared invincible in a foreign country. He lost multitudes of his men at Dole 316, a town of Brittany, whither, irritated by some broil, he had led a military force. He constantly found Philip King of France, the daughter of whose and he had married, unfaithful to him, because he was envious of the great glory of a man who was vassal both to his father and to himself. But William did not the less actively resist his attempts, although his firstborn son Robert, through evil counsel, assisted him in opposition to his father. Whence it happened, that in an attack at Gerberai, the son became personally engaged with his father, wounded him and killed his horse. William, the second son, departed with a hurt also, and many of the king's party were slain. In all other respects, during the whole of his life, he was so fortunate, that foreign and distant nations feared nothing more than his name. He had subdued the inhabitants so completely to his will, that without any opposition, he first caused an account to be taken of every person, compiled a register of the rent of every estate throughout England. 317, and made all free men, of every description, take the oath of fidelity to him. Canute, king of the Danes, who was most highly elevated both by his affinity to Robert Friso and by his own power, alone menaced his dignity. A rumor being generally prevalent, that he would invade England, a country due to him from his relationship to the ancient Canute, and indeed he would have effected it, had not God counteracted his boldness by an unfavorable wind. But this circumstance reminds me briefly to trace the genealogy of the Danish kings, who succeeded after our Canute, adding at the same time, somewhat concerning the Norwegians. As it has been before observed, Harold succeeded in England. Hardicanute, and his sons, in Denmark, for Magnus the son of Olavi, whom I have mentioned in the history of our Canute, as having been killed by his subjects, had recovered Norway, which Canute had subdued. Harold dying in England, Hardicanute held both kingdoms for a short time. On his decease, Edward the Simple succeeded, who, satisfied with his paternal kingdom, despised his foreign dominions as burdensome and barbarous. One Sweyn, doubtlessly a most exalted character, was then made king of the Danes. 318, when his government had prospered for several years, Magnus, king of the Norwegians, with the consent of some of the Danes, expelled him by force, and subjected the land to his own will. Sweyn, thus expelled, went to the king of Sweden, and collecting, by his assistance, Swedes, Vandals, and Goths, he returned, to regain the kingdom, but, through the exertions of the Danes, who were attached to the government of Magnus, he experienced a repetition of his former ill fortune. This was a great and memorable battle among those barbarous people. On no other occasion did the Danes ever experience severer conflict, or happier success. Indeed, to this very time, they keep unbroken the vow, by which they had bound themselves, before the contest, that they would consecrate to future ages the vigil of St. Lawrence, for on that day the battle was fought, by fasting and alms. And then also Sweyn fled, but soon after, on the death of Magnus, he received his kingdom entire. AD 1069. Denmark and Norway. To Magnus, in Norway, succeeded one Sweyn, surnamed Hard Hand. Not elevated by royal descent, but by boldness and cunning, to him Olavi, the uncle of Magnus, whom they call a saint, to Olavi, Harold Harvager, the brother of Olavi, who had formerly, when a young man, served under the Emperor of Constantinople. Being, at his command, exposed to a lion, for having debauched a woman of quality, he strangled the huge beast by the bare vigor of his arms. He was slain in England by Harold, the son of Godwin. His sons, Olavi and Magnus, divided the kingdom of their father, but Magnus dying prematurely, Olavi seized the whole. To him succeeded his son Magnus, who was lately miserably slain in Ireland, on which he had rashly made a descent. They relate, that Magnus, the elder son of Harold, was, after the death of his father, compassionately sent home by Harold, King of England. And that in return for this kindness, he humanely treated Harold, the son of Harold, when he came to him after William's victory, that he took him with him, in an expedition he made to England, in the time of William the Younger. When he conquered the Orkney and Mavanian Isles, 319 in meeting with Hugo, Earl of Chester, and Hugo, Earl of Shrewsbury, put the first to flight, and the second to death. The sons of the last Magnus, Hasten and Seward, yet reigned conjointly, having divided the empire, the latter, a seemly and spirited youth, shortly since went to Jerusalem, passing through England. And performed many famous exploits against the Saracens. More especially in the siege of Sidon, whose inhabitants raged furiously against the Christians through their connection with the Turks. But Sweyn, as I have related, on his restoration to the sovereignty of the Danes, being impatient of quiet, sent his son Canute twice into England, first with 300, and then with 200, ships. His associate in the former expedition was Osborne, the brother of Sweyn, in the latter, Hacco, but, being each of them bribed, they frustrated the young man's designs, and returned home without effecting their purpose. In consequence, becoming highly disgraced by King Sweyn for bartering their fidelity for money, they were driven into banishment. Sweyn, when near his end, bound all the inhabitants by oath, that, as he had 14 sons, they should confer the kingdom on each of them in succession, as long as his issue remained. On his decease, his son Harold succeeded for 3 years, to him Canute, whom his father had formerly sent into England. Remembering his original failure, he prepared, as we have heard, more than 1,000 vessels against England, his father-in-law, Robert Friso, the possessor of 600 more, supporting him. But being detained, for almost 2 years, by the adverseness of the wind, he changed his design, affirming, that it must be by the determination of God, that he could not put to sea, but afterwards, misled by the suggestions of some persons, who attributed the failure of their passage to the conjurations of certain old women, he sentenced the chiefs, whose wives were accused of this transgression, to an intolerable fine. Cast his brother, Olavi, the principal of the suspected faction into chains, and sent him into exile to his father-in-law. The barbarians, in consequence, resenting this attack upon their liberty, killed him while in church, clinging to the altar, and promising reparation. They say that many miracles were shown from heaven at that place. Because he was a man strictly observant of fasting and almsgiving, and pursued the transgressors of the divine laws more rigorously than those who offended against himself, from which circumstance, he was consecrated a martyr by the Pope of Rome. After him, the murderers, that they might atone for their crime by some degree of good, redeemed Olavi from captivity, for 10,000 marks. After ignobly reigning during 8 years, he left the government to his brother Henry, who living virtuously for 29 years, went to Jerusalem, and breathed his last at sea. Nicholas, the fifth in the sovereignty, still survives. 320. A.D. 1085, Robert Guiscard. The King of Denmark then, as I have said, was the only obstacle to William's uninterrupted enjoyment, on whose account he enlisted such an immense multitude of stipendiary soldiers out of every province on this side the mountains, that their numbers oppressed the kingdom. But he, with his usual magnanimity, not regarding the expense, had engaged even Hugo the Great, brother to the King of France, with his bands to serve in his army. He was accustomed to stimulate and incite his own valor, by the remembrance of Robert Guiscard, saying it was disgraceful to yield, in courage, to him whom he surpassed in rank. For Robert, born of middling parentage in Normandy, that is, neither very low nor very high, had gone, a few years before William's arrival in England, with 15 knights, into Apulia, to remedy the narrowness of his own circumstances, by entering into the service of that inactive race of people. Not many years elapsed, ere, by the stupendous assistance of God, he reduced the whole country under his power. For where his strength failed, his ingenuity was alert, first receiving the towns, and after, the cities into confederacy with him. Thus he became so successful, as to make himself Duke of Apulia and Calabria, his brother Richard, Prince of Capua, and his other brother, Roger, Earl of Sicily. At last, giving Apulia to his son Roger, he crossed the Adriatic with his other son Bohemund, and taking Durazzo, was immediately proceeding against Alexius, Emperor of Constantinople, when a messenger from Pope Hildebrand stopped him in the heat of his career. For Henry, Emperor of Germany, son of that Henry we have before mentioned, being incensed against the Pope, for having excommunicated him on account of the ecclesiastical investitures, led an army against Rome, besieged it, expelled Hildebrand, and introduced Guibert of Ravenna. Guiscard, learning this by the letter of the expelled Pope, left his son Bohemund, with the army, to follow up his designs, and returned to Apulia, where quickly getting together a body of Apulians and Normans, he proceeded to Rome. Nor did Henry wait for a messenger to announce his approach, but, affrighted at the bare report, fled with his pretended pope. Rome, freed from intruders, received its lawful sovereign, but soon after again lost him by similar violence. Then too, Alexius, learning that Robert was called home by the urgency of his affairs, and hoping to put a finishing hand to the war, rushed against Bohemund, who commanded the troops which had been left. The Norman youth, however, observant of his native spirit, though far inferior in number, turned to flight, by dint of military skill, the undisciplined Greeks and the other collected nations. At the same time, too, the Venetians, a people habituated to the sea, attacking Guiscard, who having settled the object of his voyage was now sailing back, met with a similar calamity, part were drowned or killed, the rest put to flight. He, continuing his intended expedition, induced many cities, subject to Alexius, to second his views. The emperor took off, by crime, the man he was unable to subdue by arms, falsely promising his wife an imperial match. By her artifices, he drank poison 321 which she had prepared, and died, deserving, had God so pleased, a nobler death, for he was unconquerable by the sword of an enemy, but fell a victim to domestic treachery. He was buried at Venusium in Apulia, having the following epitaph. Here Guiscard lies, the terror of the world, who from the capital Rome's sovereign hurled. No band collected could Alexis free. Flight only, Venice, neither flight nor sea. And since mention has been made of Hildebrand, I shall relate some anecdotes of him, which I have not heard trivially, but from the sober relation of a person who would swear that he had learned them from the mouth of Hugo Abbot of Clugny, whom I admire and commend to notice, from the consideration, that he used to declare the secret thoughts of others by the prophetic intuition of his mind. Pope Alexander, seeing the energetic bent of his disposition, had made him Chancellor 322 of the Holy See. In consequence, by virtue of his office, he used to go through the provinces to correct abuses. All ranks of people flocked to him, requiring judgment on various affairs, all secular power was subject to him, as well out of regard to his sanctity as his office. Whence it happened, one day, when there was a greater concourse on horseback than usual, that the abbot aforesaid, with his monks, was gently proceeding in the last rank. And beholding at a distance the distinguished honor of this man, that so many earthly rulers awaited his nod, he was revolving in his mind sentiments to the following effect: by what dispensation of God was this fellow? Of diminutive stature and obscure parentage, surrounded by a retinue of so many rich men? Doubtless, from having such a crowd of attendants, he was vainglorious, and conceived loftier notions than were becoming. Scarcely, as I have said, had he imagined this in his heart, when the archdeacon, turning back his horse, and spurring him, cried out from a distance, beckoning the abbot, "You," said he, "you have imagined falsely. Wrongly deeming me guilty of a thing of which I am innocent altogether. For I neither impute this as glory to myself, if glory that can be called which vanishes quickly, nor do I wish it to be so imputed by others, but to the blessed apostles, to whose servant it is exhibited." Reddening with shame, and not daring to deny a tittle, he replied only, "My lord, I pray thee, how couldst thou know the secret thought of my heart which I have communicated to no one? All that inward sentiment of yours," said he, "was brought from your mouth to my ears, as though by a pipe." Again, entering a country church, in the same province, they prostrated themselves before the altar, side by side. When they had continued their supplications for a long period, the archdeacon looked on the abbot with an angry countenance. After they had prayed some time longer, he went out, and asking the reason of his displeasure, received this answer, "If you love me, do not again attack me with an injury of this kind." My Lord Jesus Christ, beautiful beyond the sons of men, was visibly present to my entreaties, listening to what I said and kindly looking assent, but, attracted by the earnestness of your prayer, he left me and turned to you. I think you will not deny it to be a species of injury to take from a friend the author of his salvation. Moreover, you are to know that mortality of mankind and destruction hang over this place. And the token by which I formed such a conclusion was my seeing the angel of the Lord standing upon the altar with a naked sword, and waving it to and fro. I possess a more manifest proof of the impending ruin, from the thick, cloudy air which, as you see, already envelopes that province. Let us make haste to escape, then, lest we perish with the rest. Having said this, they entered an inn for refreshment. But, as soon as food was placed before them, the lamentations of the household took away their famished appetites, for first one, and then another, and presently many of the family suddenly lost their lives by some unseen disaster. The contagion then spreading to the adjoining houses, they mounted their mules, and departed, fear adding wings to their flight. A.D. 1085. Of Pope Gregory VII. Hildebrand had presided for the Pope at a council in Gaul, where many bishops being degraded, for having formerly acquired their churches by simony, gave place to better men. There was one, to whom a suspicion of this apostasy attached, but he could neither be convicted by any witnesses, nor confuted by any argument. When it was supposed he must be completely foiled, still like the slippery snake he eluded detection. So skilled was he in speaking, that he baffled all. Then said the archdeacon, "Let the oracle of God be resorted to, let man's eloquence cease. We know for certain that episcopal grace is the gift of the Holy Spirit, and that whosoever purchases a bishopric, supposes the gift of the Holy Ghost may be procured by money. Before you then, who are assembled by the will of the Holy Ghost, let him say, Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Ghost, and if he shall speak it articulately, and without hesitation. It will be manifest to me that he has obtained his office, not by purchase, but legally." He willingly accepted the condition, supposing nothing less than any difficulty in these words, and indeed he perfectly uttered, "Glory be to the Father, and to the Son," but he hesitated at the Holy Ghost. A clamor arose on all sides, but he was never able, by any exertion, either at that time or for the remainder of his life, to name the Holy Spirit. The abbot so often mentioned was a witness of this miracle, who taking the deprived bishop with him into different places, often laughed at the issue of the experiment. Any person doubting the certainty of this relation, must be confuted by all Europe, which is aware that the numbers of the Clugniac order were increased by this abbot. A.D. 1085. Desiderius, Victor, Odo. On the death of Alexander, therefore, Hildebrand, called Gregory VII, succeeded. 323 He openly asserted what others had whispered, excommunicating those persons who, having been elected, should receive the investiture 324 of their churches, by the ring and staff, through the hands of the laity. On this account Henry, Emperor of Germany, being incensed that he should so far presume without his concurrence, expelled him from Rome, as I observed, after the expiration of 11 years, and brought in Guibert. Not long after, the Pope, being seized with that fatal disease which he had no doubt would be mortal, was requested by the cardinals to appoint his successor, referring him to the example of St. Peter, who, in the Church's earliest infancy, had, while yet living, nominated Clement. He refused to follow this example, because it had anciently been forbidden by councils. He would advise, however, that if they wished a person powerful in worldly matters, they should choose Desiderius, abbot of Cassino, who would quell the violence of Guibert successfully and opportunely by a military force. But if they wanted a religious and eloquent man, they should elect Odo Bishop of Ostia. Thus died a man, highly acceptable to God, though perhaps rather too austere towards men. Indeed it is affirmed, that in the beginning of the first commotion between him and the emperor, he would not admit him within his doors, though barefooted, and carrying shears 325 and scourges, despising a man guilty of sacrilege and of incest with his own sister. The emperor, thus excluded, departed, vowing that this repulse should be the death of many a man. And immediately doing all the injury he was able to the Roman see, he excited thereby the favourers of the Pope, on every side, to throw off their allegiance to himself. For one Rodolphe, revolting at the command of the Pope, who had sent him a crown in the name of the apostles, he was immersed on all sides in the tumult of war. But Henry, ever superior to ill fortune, at length subdued him and all others faithlessly rebelling. At last, driven from his power, not by a foreign attack, but the domestic hatred of his son, he died miserably. To Hildebrand succeeded Desiderius, called Victor, who at his first mass fell down dead, though from what mischance is unknown, the cup, if it be possible to credit such a thing, being poisoned. The election then fell upon Odo, a Frenchman by birth, first Archdeacon of Reims, then Prior of Clugny, afterwards Bishop of Ostia, lastly Pope by the name of Urban. Thus far I shall be pardoned, for having digressed, as from the mention of William's transactions, some things occurred which I thought it improper to omit. Now, the reader, who is so inclined, shall learn the more common habits of his life and his domestic manners. Above all then, he was humble to the servants of God, affable to the obedient, inexorable to the rebellious. He attended the offices of the Christian religion, as much as a secular was able, so that he daily was present at Mass, and heard Vespers and Matins. He built one monastery in England, and another in Normandy, that at Caen 326 first, which he dedicated to St. Stephen, and endowed with suitable estates, and most magnificent presents. There he appointed Lanfranc, afterwards Archbishop of Canterbury, abbot, a man worthy to be compared to the ancients, in knowledge, and in religion, of whom it may be truly said, Cato III is descended from heaven. So much had an heavenly savour tinctured his heart and tongue, so much was the whole Western world excited to the knowledge of the liberal arts, by his learning. And so earnestly did the monastic profession labour in the work of religion, either from his example, or authority. No sinister means profited a bishop in those days, nor could an abbot procure advancement by purchase. He who had the best report for undeviating sanctity, was most honoured, and most esteemed both by the king and by the archbishop. William built another monastery near Hastings, dedicated to St. Martin, which was also called Battle, because there the principal church stands on the very spot, where, as they report, Harold was found in the thickest heaps of the slain. When little more than a boy, yet gifted with the wisdom of age, he removed his uncle Mulger, from the archbishopric of Rouen. He was a man not ordinarily learned, but, through his high rank, forgetful of his profession, he gave too much attention to hunting and hawking, and consumed the treasures of the church in riotous living. The fame of this getting abroad, he never, during his whole lifetime, obtained the pall, because the Holy See refused the distinction of that honour, to a man who neglected his sacred office. Wherefore being frequently cited, his nephew reprehending his offences, and still conducting himself in the same manner, he was, from the urgency of the case, ultimately degraded. Some report that there was a secret reason for his being deprived, that Matilda, whom William had married, was very nearly related to him, that Malger, in consequence, through zeal for the Christian faith, could not endure that they should riot in the bed of consanguinity, and that he hurled the weapon of excommunication against his nephew, and his consort, that, when the anger of the young man was roused by the complaints of his wife, an occasion was sought out, through which the persecutor of their crime might be driven from his see, but that afterwards, in riper years, for the expiation of their offence, he built the monastery to St. Stephen at Cannes, and she also one, in the same town, to the Holy Trinity, 327 each of them choosing the inmates according to their own sex. A.D. 1085. Maurilius returns from the dead. To Malger succeeded Maurilius of Feschamp, a monk commendable for many virtues, but principally for his abstinence. After a holy and well-spent life, when he came, by the call of God, to his end, bereft of vital breath, he lay, as it were, dead for almost half a day. Nevertheless, when preparation was made to carry him into the church, recovering his breath, he bathed the bystanders in tears of joy, and comforted them, when lost in amazement. With this address, let your minds be attentive while you hear the last words of your pastor. I have died a natural death, but I am come back, to relate to you what I have seen, yet shall I not continue with you long, because it delights me to sleep in the Lord. The conductors of my spirit were adorned with every elegance both of countenance and attire, the gentleness of their speech accorded with the splendor of their garments. So much so, that I could wish for nothing more than the attentions of such men. Delighted therefore with their soothing approbation, I went, as it appeared to me, towards the east. A seat in paradise was promised me, which I was shortly to enter. In a moment, passing over Europe and entering Asia, we came to Jerusalem, where, having worshipped the saints, we proceeded to Jordan. The residents on the hither bank joining company with my conductors, made a joyful party. I was now hastening to pass over the river, through longing desire to see what was beyond it, when my companions informed me, that God had commanded, that I must first be terrified by the sight of the demons, in order that the venial sins, which I had not wiped out by confession, might be expiated, by the dread of terrific forms. As soon as this was said, there came opposite to me, such a multitude of devils, brandishing pointed weapons, and breathing out fire, that the plain appeared like steel, and the air like flame. I was so dreadfully alarmed at them, that had the earth clave asunder, or the heaven opened, I should not have known whither to have betaken myself for safety. Thus panic-struck, and doubting whither to go, I suddenly recovered my life, though instantaneously about to lose it again, that by this relation I might be serviceable to your salvation, unless you neglect it. And almost as soon as he had so said, he breathed out his soul. His body, then buried underground, in the church of St. Mary, is now, by divine miracle, as they report, raised up more than 3 feet above the earth. Moreover, William, following up the design he had formerly begun in Normandy, permitted Stigand, the pretended and false archbishop, to be deposed by the Roman cardinals and by Ermenfred bishop of Chaun. Wauquelin succeeded him at Winchester, whose good works, surpassing fame, will resist the power of oblivion, as long as the episcopal see shall there continue. In Kent succeeded Lanfranc, of whom I have before spoken, who was, by the gift of God, as resplendent in England as Lucifer, who bids the stars retire, day's rosy harbinger with purple fire. So much did the monastic germ sprout by his care, so strongly grew the pontifical power while he survived. The king was observant of his advice in such wise, that he deemed it proper to concede whatever Lanfranc asserted ought to be done. At his instigation also was abolished the infamous custom of those ill-disposed people who used to sell their slaves into Ireland. The credit of this action, I know not exactly whether to attribute to Lanfranc, or to Wulstan Bishop of Worcester, who would scarcely have induced the king, reluctant from the profit it produced him, to this measure, had not Lanfranc commended it, and Wulstan, powerful from his sanctity of character, commanded it by episcopal authority. Wulstan, than whom none could be more just. Nor could any in our time equal him in the power of miracles, or the gift of prophecy, of which I propose hereafter to relate some particulars, should it meet his most holy approbation. But since the die of fortune is subject to uncertain casts, many adverse circumstances happened during those times. There was a disgraceful contention 328 between the abbot of Glastonbury and his monks, so that after altercation they came to blows. The monks being driven into the church, bewailed their miseries at the holy altar. The soldiers, rushing in, slew 2 of them, wounded 14, and drove away the rest. Nay, the rage of the military had even bristled the crucifix with arrows. The abbot, rendered infamous by such a criminal outrage, was driven into exile during the whole of the king's life. But, upon his decease, he was restored to his honors, a sum of money being paid to such as interceded for him, for the expiation of his transgression. A.D. 1080. Bishop Walker murdered. Again, a cruel and ignominious end overtook Walker, Bishop of Durham, whom the Northumbrians, a people ever ripe for rebellion, throwing off all respect for his holy orders, put to death, after having severely insulted him. A considerable number of Lorrainers were killed there also, for the bishop was of that country. The cause of the murder was this. The bishop, independently of his see, was warder 329 of the whole county. Over public business he had set his relation Gilbert, and over domestic, the canon Leobin, both men of diligence in their respective employments, but rash. The bishop endured their want of moderation in this respect, out of regard to their activity, and, as he had placed them in office, treated them with great kindness. For our nature ever indulges itself, and favorably regards its own kind works. This Leobin caused Lywulf, a servant so dearly beloved by Street Cuthbert that the saint himself used to appear to him, even when waking, and prescribe his decisions, him, I say, he caused to be killed by Gilbert. Smitten with envy at his holding the higher place in the prelate's esteem for his knowledge and equity in legal determinations. Walker, terrified with this intelligence, offered the furious family of the deceased the result of a legal inquiry 330 affirming that Leobin would be the cause of his death and of that of his friends. When the matter came to a trial, this ferocious race of people were not to be soothed by reasons of any kind. On the contrary, they threw the whole blame on the bishop, because they had seen both the murderers familiarly entertained in his court after the death of Lywulf. Hence arose clamour and indignation, and Gilbert, as he was of his own accord, going out of the church, where he had been sitting with the bishop, that he might, at his personal peril, save the life of his master, was impiously slain. The bishop, while making overtures of peace before the gates, next glutted the rage of the people with his blood. The fomenter of the crime, too, Leobin, was half burnt, as he would not quit the church till it was set on fire, and when he rushed out he was received on 1,000 spears. This had been predicted by Edgitha, relict of King Edward. For when she had formerly seen Walker, with his milk-white hair, rosy countenance, and extraordinary stature, conducted to Winchester to be consecrated. "We have here," said she, "a noble martyr being led to form such a presage by reflecting on the mutinous disposition of that people." To him succeeded William, abbot of St. Caroleph, who established monks at Durham. Moreover, the year before the king's death, there was a mortality both among men and cattle, and severe tempests, accompanied with such thunder and lightning, as no person before had ever seen or heard. And in the year he died, a contagious fever destroyed more than half the people. Indeed, the attack of the disease killed many, and then, from the unseasonableness of the weather, a famine following, it spread universally and cut off those whom the fever had spared. In addition to his other virtues he, more especially in early youth, was observant of chastity, insomuch that it was very commonly reported that he was impotent. Marrying, however, at the recommendation of the nobility, he conducted himself, during many years, in such wise, as never to be suspected of any criminal intercourse. He had many children by Matilda, whose obedience to her husband and fruitfulness in children excited in his mind the tenderest regard for her, although there are not wanting persons who prate about his having renounced his former chastity. And that, after he had acceded to the royal dignity, he was connected with the daughter of a certain priest, whom the queen caused to be removed, by being hamstrung by one of her servants. On which account he was exiled, and Matilda was scourged to death with a bridle. But I esteem it folly to believe this of so great a king. Though I decidedly assert that a slight disagreement arose between them, in latter times, on account of their son Robert, whom his mother was said to supply with a military force out of her revenues. Nevertheless, he proved that his conjugal affection was not in the least diminished by this circumstance, as he buried her with great magnificence, on her death, for years before his own. And weeping most profusely for many days showed how keenly he felt her loss. Moreover, from that time, if we give credit to report, he refrained from every gratification. The Queen 331 was buried at Caen, in the monastery of the Holy Trinity. The same proof of regard was evident in the care he took of the funeral of Queen Editha, who, placed by his attention near her husband at Westminster, has a tomb richly wrought with gold and silver. A.D. 1083. Of King William's children. His sons were Robert, Richard, William, and Henry. The two last reigned after him successively in England. Robert, irritated that Normandy was refused him during his father's lifetime, went indignantly to Italy. That by marrying the daughter of Boniface the Marquis, he might procure assistance in those parts, to oppose the king, but failing of this connection, he excited Philip King of France against his father. Wherefore, disappointed of his paternal blessing and inheritance, at his death, he missed England, retaining with difficulty the Duchy of Normandy, and pawning even this, at the expiration of 9 years, to his brother William. He joined the expedition into Asia, with the other Christians. From thence, at the end of 4 years, he returned with credit for his military exploits. And without difficulty sat himself down in Normandy, because his brother William being recently dead, King Henry, unsettled on account of his fresh acquired power, deemed it enough to retain England under his command. But as I must speak of this in another place, I will here pursue the relation I had begun concerning the sons of William the Great. Richard afforded his noble father hopes of his future greatness, a fine youth and of aspiring disposition, considering his age, but an untimely death quickly withered the bud of this promising flower. They relate that while hunting deer in the New Forest, he contracted a disorder from a stream of infected air. This is the place which William his father, desolating the towns and destroying the churches for more than 30 miles, had appropriated for the nurture and refuge of wild beasts. 332 A dreadful spectacle, indeed, that where before had existed human intercourse and the worship of God, there deer, and goats, and other animals of that kind, should now range unrestrained, and these not subjected to the general service of mankind. Hence it is truly asserted that, in this very forest, William his son, and his grandson Richard, son of Robert, Earl of Normandy, by the severe judgment of God, met their deaths, one by a wound in the breast by an arrow, the other by a wound in the neck, or as some say, from being suspended by the jaws on the branch of a tree, as his horse passed beneath it. A.D. 1087. Daughters of William I. His daughters were 5. First, Cecilia, Abbess of Caen, who still survives. The second, Constantia, married to Alan Fergant, Earl of Brittany, excited the inhabitants, by the severity of her justice, to administer a poisonous potion to her. The third, Adela, the wife of Stephen, Earl of Blois, a lady celebrated for secular industry, lately took the veil at Marsigny. The names of the 2 others have escaped me. 333 One of these, as we have said, was betrothed to Harold, and died ere she was marriageable. The other was affianced, by messengers, to Alfonso, King of Galicia, but obtained, from God, a virgin death. A hard substance, which proved the frequency of her prayers, was found upon her knees after her decease. Honoring the memory of his father, by every practicable method, in the latter part of his life, he caused his bones, formerly interred at Nicaea, to be taken up by means of a person sent for that purpose, in order to convey them elsewhere. Who, successfully returning, stopped in Apulia, on hearing of the death of William, and there buried this illustrious man's remains. He treated his mother, who, before the death of his father, had married one Herluin de Contiville, a man of moderate wealth, with singular indulgence as long as she lived. William's brothers, by this match, were Robert, a man of heavy, sluggish disposition, whom he made Earl of Moreton, and Odo, whom, while he was Earl, he made Bishop of Bayeux, and when king, created him Earl of Kent. Being of quicker talents than the other, he was governor of all England, under the king, after the death of William Fitzosborne. He had wonderful skill in accumulating treasure. Possessed extreme craft in dissembling, so that, though absent, yet, stuffing the scrips of the pilgrims with letters and money, he had nearly purchased the Roman papacy from the citizens. But when, through the rumor of his intended journey, soldiers eagerly flocked to him from all parts of the kingdom, the king, taking offense, threw him into confinement, saying, that he did not seize the Bishop of Bayeux, but the Earl of Kent. His partisans being intimidated by threats, discovered such quantities of gold, that the heap of precious metal would surpass the belief of the present age. And, at last, many sackfuls of wrought gold were also taken out of the rivers, which he had secretly buried in certain places. When released, at the death of his brother, he joined Robert's party, as he was averse to his nephew William, but then two matters turning out unfavourably, he was banished England, and went over to his nephew and his bishopric in Normandy. Afterwards, proceeding with him on his enterprise to Jerusalem, he died at Antioch while it was besieged by the Christians. King William kindly admitted foreigners to his friendship, bestowed honours on them without distinction, and was attentive to almsgiving. He gave many possessions in England to foreign churches, and scarcely did his own munificence, or that of his nobility, leave any monastery unnoticed, more especially in Normandy, so that their poverty was mitigated by the riches of England. Thus, in his time, the monastic flock increased on every side. Monasteries arose, ancient in their rule, but modern in building, but here I perceive the muttering of those who say, it would have been better that the old should have been preserved in their original state, than that new ones should have been erected from their plunder. He was of just stature, extraordinary corpulence, fierce countenance. His forehead bare of hair, of such great strength of arm, that it was often matter of surprise, that no one was able to draw his bow, which himself could bend when his horse was on full gallop. He was majestic, whether sitting or standing. Although the protuberance of his belly deformed his royal person, of excellent health, so that he was never confined with any dangerous disorder, except at the last, so given to the pleasures of the chase, that, as I have before said, ejecting the inhabitants, he let a space of many miles grow desolate, that, when at liberty from other avocations, he might there pursue his pleasures. He gave sumptuous and splendid entertainments at the principal festivals, passing, during the years he could conveniently remain in England, Christmas at Gloucester, Easter at Winchester, Pentecost at Westminster. At these times a royal edict summoned thither all the principal persons of every order, that the ambassadors from foreign nations might admire the splendour of the assemblage, and the costliness of the banquets. Nor was he at any time more affable or indulgent, in order that the visitants might proclaim universally, that his generosity kept pace with his riches. This mode of banqueting was constantly observed by his first successor, the second omitted it. A.D. 1087. William's love of money. His anxiety for money is the only thing for which he can deservedly be blamed. 330 For this he sought all opportunities of scraping together, he cared not how. He would say and do some things, and, indeed, almost any thing, unbecoming such great majesty, where the hope of money allured him. I have here no excuse whatever to offer, unless it be, as one has said, that, of necessity, he must fear many, whom many fear. For, through dread of his enemies, he used to drain the country of money, with which he might retard or repel their attacks, very often, as it happens in human affairs, where strength failed, purchasing the forbearance of his enemies with gold. This disgraceful calamity is still prevalent, and every day increases, so that both towns and churches are subjected to contributions, nor is this done with firm-kept faith on the part of the imposers, but whoever offers more, carries the prize. All former agreements being disregarded. Residing in his latter days in Normandy, when enmity had arisen between him and the King of France, he, for a short period, was confined to the house. Philip, scoffing at this forbearance, is reported to have said, "The King of England is lying in at Rouen, and keeps his bed, like a woman after her delivery." jesting on his belly, which he had been reducing by medicine. Cruelly hurt at this sarcasm, he replied, "When I go to Mass, after my confinement, I will make him an offering of 100,000 candles." 335 He swore this, by the resurrection and glory of God, for he was wont purposely to swear such oaths as, by the very form of his mouth, would strike terror into the minds of his hearers. Not long after, in the end of the month of August, when the corn was ripe on the ground, the clusters on the vines, and the orchards laden with fruit in full abundance, collecting an army, he entered France in a hostile manner, trampling down and laying everything waste. Nothing could assuage his irritated mind, so determined was he to revenge this injurious taunt at the expense of multitudes. At last he set fire to the city of Mantes, where the church of St. Mary was burnt, together with a recluse who did not think it justifiable to quit her cell even under such an emergency, and the whole property of the citizens was destroyed. Exhilarated by this success, while furiously commanding his people to add fuel to the conflagration, he approached too near the flames, and contracted a disorder from the violence of the fire and the intenseness of the autumnal heat. Some say, that his horse leaping over a dangerous ditch, ruptured his rider, where his belly projected over the front of the saddle. Injured by this accident, he sounded a retreat, and returning to Rouen, as the malady increased he took to his bed. His physicians, when consulted, affirmed, from an inspection of his urine, that death was inevitable. On hearing this, he filled the house with his lamentations, because death had suddenly seized him, before he could effect that reformation of life which he had long since meditated. Recovering his fortitude, however, he performed the duties of a Christian in confession and receiving the communion. Reluctantly, and by compulsion, he bestowed Normandy on Robert, to William he gave England, while Henry received his maternal possessions. He ordered all his prisoners to be released and pardoned, his treasures to be brought forth, and distributed to the churches. He gave also a certain sum of money to repair the church which had been burnt. Thus rightly ordering all things, he departed on the 8th of the Ides of September, September 6th, in the 59th year of his age, the 22nd of his reign, the 52nd of his duchy, and in the year of our Lord 1087. This was the same year, in which Canute, king of Denmark, as we have before related, was killed, and in which the Spanish Saracens raging against the Christians, were shortly compelled to retire to their own territories by Alfonso, king of Galicia, unwillingly evacuating even the cities they had formerly occupied. The body, embalmed after royal custom, was brought down the river Seine to Caen, and there consigned to the earth, a large assembly of the clergy attending, but few of the laity. Here might be seen the wretchedness of earthly vicissitude. For that man who was formerly the glory of all Europe, and more powerful than any of his predecessors, could not find a place of everlasting rest, without contention. For a certain knight, to whose patrimony the place pertained, loudly exclaiming at the robbery, forbade his burial, saying, that the ground belonged to himself by paternal right, and that the king had no claim to rest in a place which he had forcibly invaded. Whereupon, at the desire of Henry, the only one of his sons who was present, 100 pounds of silver 336 were paid to this brawler, and quieted his audacious claim, for at that time, Robert his elder born was in France, carrying on a war against his own country. William had sailed for England, ere the king had well breathed his last, thinking it more advantageous to look to his future benefit, than to be present at the funeral of his father. Moreover, in the dispersion of money, neither slow, nor sparing, he brought forth from its secret hoard, all that treasure which had been accumulated at Winchester, during a reign of so many years. To the monasteries he gave a piece of gold, to each parish church 5 shillings in silver, to every county 100 pounds to be divided to each poor man severally. He also very splendidly adorned the tomb of his father, with a large mass of gold and silver and the refulgence of precious stones. A.D. 1087. Berenger of Tours. At this time lived Berenger, the heresiarch of Tours, who denied, that the bread and wine, when placed on the altar and consecrated by the priest, were, as the Holy Church affirms, the real and substantial body of the Lord. Already was the whole of Gaul infected with this his doctrine, disseminated by means of poor scholars, whom he allured by daily hire. On this account Pope Leo, of holiest memory, alarmed for the Catholic faith, calling a council against him at Vercelli, dispersed the darkness of this misty error, by the effulgence of evangelical testimony. But when, after his death, the poison of heresy again burst forth from the bosoms of some worthless people where it had long been nurtured, Hildebrand, in councils, when he was archdeacon, at Tours, and after, when pope, at Rome, compelled him, after being convicted, to the abjuration of his opinion. Which matters, any person desirous of seeing will find recorded in their proper place. Archbishop Lanfranc and Gimond, the most eloquent man of our times, first monk of Saint Leofrid, in Normandy, afterwards Bishop of Aversa in Apulia, confuted him. But principally and most forcibly the latter. And, indeed, though Berenger disgraced the earlier part of his life by defending certain heresies, yet he came so much to his senses in riper age, that without hesitation, he was by some esteemed a saint. Admired for innumerable good qualities, but especially for his humility in almsgiving, showing himself master of his large possessions, by dispersing, not their slave by hoarding and worshipping them. He was so guarded with respect to female beauty, that he would never suffer a woman to appear before him, lest he should seem to enjoy that beauty with his eye, which he did not desire in his heart. He was used neither to despise the poor nor flatter the rich, to live by nature's rule, and having food and raiment, in the language of the apostle, therewith to be content. In consequence, Hildebert, Bishop of Mans, a first-rate poet, highly commends him, whose words I have purposely inserted, that I may show this celebrated bishop's regard to his master. And at the same time his opinion will serve for an example to posterity, how he thought a man ought to live, although, perhaps, from the strength of his affection, he may have exceeded the bounds of just commendation. A.D. 1087. Panegyric on Berenger. Fame, which the world allows his due, shall Berenger, when dead, pursue. Whom, plaqued on faith's exalted height, the 5th day ravished with fell spite. Sad was that day, and fatal too, where grief and loss united grew, wherein the Church's hope and pride, the law, with its supporter, died. What sages taught, or poets sung, bowed to his wit, and honeyed tongue. Then holier wisdom's path he trod, and filled his heart and lips with God. His soul, his voice, his action proved the great Creator's praise he loved. So good, so wise, his growing fame shall soar above the greatest name, whose rank preserved his honors gained, preferred the poor to rich, maintained the sternest justice, wealth's wide power, ne'er gave to sloth, or waste, an hour, nor could repeated honors, high, seduce him from humility, who ne'er on money set his mind, but grieved he could no object find, where he might give, and help the poor, till poverty assailed his door. His life by nature's laws to guide, his mind from vice, his lips from pride. Still was his care, to false, the true, prefer, and nothing senseless do. Evil to none, but good impart, and banish lucre, hand and heart. Whose dress was coarse, and temperance just, awaited appetite's keen gust, was chastity's perpetual guest, nor let rank lust disturb his rest. When nature formed him, see, said she, while others fade, one born for me. Ere justice sought her place of rest, on high, he locked her in his breast. A saint from boyhood, whose great name surpasses his exceeding fame, which, though the wide world it may fill, shall never reach his merit still. Pious and grave, so humble yet, that envy ne'er could him beset. For envy weeps, whom still before she hated, prone now to adore. First for his life, but now his fate. She moans, laments his frail estate. Man truly wise and truly blessed, thy soul and body both at rest. May I, when dead, abide with you, and share the selfsame portion too. You may perceive in these verses, that the bishop exceeded the just measure of praise, but eloquence is apt to recommend itself in such wise. Thus a brilliant style proceeds in graceful strain, thus. Bewitching eloquence sheds purple flowers. But though Berenger himself changed his sentiments, yet was he unable to convert all whom he had infected throughout the world. So dreadful a thing it is to seduce others from what is right, either by example or by word, as, perhaps, in consequence, you must bear the sins of others after having atoned for your own. Fulbert, Bishop of Chartres, whom Mary, the mother of our Lord, was seen to cure when sick, by the milk of her breasts, is said to have predicted this. For, when lying in the last extremity, he was visited by many persons, and the house was scarcely large enough to hold the company, he darted his eye through the throng, and endeavored to drive away Berenger, with all the force he had remaining. Protesting that an immense devil stood near him, and attempted to seduce many persons to follow him, by beckoning with his hand, and whispering some enticement. Moreover, Berenger himself, when about to expire on the day of the Epiphany, sadly sighing, at the recollection of the wretched people whom, when a very young man, in the heat of error, he had infected with his opinions, exclaimed, "Today, in the day of his manifestation, my Lord Jesus Christ will appear to me, either to glorify me, as I hope, for my repentance, or to punish me, as I fear, for the heresy I have propagated on others." We indeed believe, that after ecclesiastical benediction, those mysteries are the very body and blood of the Saviour. Induced to such an opinion, by the authority of the ancient Church, and by many miracles recently manifested, such as that which Saint Gregory exhibited at Rome, and such as Paschasius relates to have taken place in Germany, that the priest Plegold visibly touched the form of a boy, upon the altar, and that after kissing him he partook of him, turned into the similitude of bread, after the custom of the Church, which, they relate, Berenger used arrogantly to cavil at. And to say, that it was the treacherous covenant of a scoundrel, to destroy with his teeth, him whom he had kissed with his mouth. Such, too, is that concerning the Jewish boy, who by chance running playfully into a church, with a Christian of the same age, saw a child torn to pieces on the altar, and severally divided to the people. Which when, with childish innocence, he related as truth to his parents, they placed him in a furnace, where the fire was burning and the door closed, whence, after many hours, he was snatched by the Christians, without injury to his person, clothes, or hair. And being asked how he could escape the devouring flames, he replied, "That beautiful woman whom I saw sitting in the chair, whose son was divided among the people, always stood at my right hand in the furnace, keeping off the threatening flames and fiery volumes with her garments." A.D. 1087. The tomb of Walwyn. At that time, in a province of Wales, called Rhos, was found the sepulchre of Walwyn, the noble nephew of Arthur. He reigned, a most renowned knight, in that part of Britain which is still named Walworth, but was driven from his kingdom by the brother and nephew of Hengist, of whom I have spoken in my first book, though not without first making them pay dearly for his expulsion. He deservedly shared, with his uncle, the praise of retarding, for many years, the calamity of his falling country. The sepulchre of Arthur is nowhere to be seen, whence ancient ballads fable that he is still to come. But the tomb of the other, as I have suggested, was found in the time of King William, on the sea coast, 14 feet long. There, as some relate, he was wounded by his enemies, and suffered shipwreck. Others say, he was killed by his subjects at a public entertainment. The truth consequently is doubtful, though neither of these men was inferior to the reputation they have acquired. This, too, was the period in which Germany, for 50 years, bewailed the pitiable, and almost fatal government of Henry, of whom I have spoken in the history of William. He was neither unlearned nor indolent, but so singled out by fate for every person to attack, that whoever took up arms against him seemed, to himself, to be acting for the good of religion. He had 2 sons, Conrad and Henry, the first, not violating the rights of nature towards his father, having subjugated Italy, died at Arezzo, a city of Tuscany, the other, in his early age, attacking his parent when he was somewhat at rest from external molestation, compelled him to retire from the empire, and when he died shortly after, honored him with an imperial funeral. He still survives, obstinately adhering to those very sentiments, on account of which he thought himself justified in persecuting his father, for he grants the investiture of churches by the staff and ring, and looks upon the Pope as not legally elected without his concurrence. Although Calixtus, who now presides over the papal see, has greatly restrained this man's inordinate ambition, but let the reader wait my farther relation of these matters in their proper order. Moreover, Pope Hildebrand dying, as I have said, and Urban being elected by the cardinals, the emperor persisted in his intention of preferring Guibert, of proclaiming him pope, and of bringing him to Rome, by the expulsion of the other. The army, however, of the Marchioness Matilda, a woman, who, forgetful of her sex, and comparable to the ancient Amazons, used to lead forth her hardy troops to battle, espoused the juster cause, as it seemed, by her assistance, in succeeding time. Urban obtaining the papal throne, held quiet possession of it for 11 years. After him Paschal was appointed by the Romans, who held Henry's concurrence in contempt. Guibert yet burdened the earth with his existence, the only sower of sedition, who never, during his whole life, laid aside his obstinacy, nor conformed to justice, saying, that the decision of the emperor ought to be observed. Not that of the assassins, or parchment-mongers of Rome. 337. In consequence, both of them being excommunicated in several councils, they treated the sentence with ridicule. Notwithstanding these circumstances, there were many things praiseworthy in the emperor. He was eloquent, of great abilities, well-read, actively charitable. Had many good qualities, both of mind and person, was ever prepared for war, insomuch that he was 62 times engaged in battle, was equitable in adjusting differences. And when matters were unsuccessful, he would prefer his griefs to heaven, and wait for redress from thence. Many of his enemies perished by untimely deaths. I have heard a person of the utmost veracity relate, that one of his adversaries, a weak and factious man, while reclining at a banquet, was, on a sudden, so completely surrounded by mice, as to be unable to escape. So great was the number of these little animals, that there could scarcely be imagined more in a whole province. It was in vain, that they were attacked with clubs and fragments of the benches which were at hand, and though they were for a long time assailed by all, yet they wreaked their deputed curse on no one else, pursuing him only with their teeth, and with a kind of dreadful squeaking. And although he was carried out to sea about a javelins cast by the servants, yet he could not by these means escape their violence. For immediately so great a multitude of mice took to the water, that you would have sworn the sea was strewed with chaff. But when they began to gnaw the planks of the ship, and the water, rushing through the chinks, threatened inevitable shipwreck, the servants turned the vessel to the shore. The animals, then also swimming close to the ship, landed first. Thus the wretch, set on shore, and soon after entirely gnawed in pieces, satiated the dreadful hunger of the mice. I deem this the less wonderful, because it is well known, that in Asia, if a leopard bite any person, a party of mice approach directly, to discharge their urine on the wounded man, and that a filthy deluge of their water attends his death. But if, by the care of servants driving them off, the destruction can be avoided during 9 days, then medical assistance, if called in, may be of service. My informant had seen a person wounded after this manner, who, despairing of safety on shore, proceeded to sea, and lay at anchor. When immediately more than 1,000 mice swam out, wonderful to relate, in the rinds of pomegranates, the insides of which they had eaten, but they were drowned through the loud shouting of the sailors. For the Creator of all things has made nothing destitute of sagacity, nor any pest without its remedy. A.D. 1087. Of Marianus Scotus. During this emperor's reign flourished Marianus Scotus, 338, first a monk of Fulda, afterwards a recluse at Mentz, who, by renouncing the present life, secured the happiness of that which is to come. During his long-continued leisure, he examined the writers on chronology, and discovered the disagreement of the cycles of Dionysius the Little with the evangelical computation. Wherefore reckoning every year from the beginning of the world, he added 22, which were wanting, to the above-mentioned cycles, but he had few, or no followers of his opinion. Wherefore I am often led to wonder, why such unhappiness should attach to the learned of our time, that in so great a number of scholars and students, pale with watching, scarcely one can obtain unqualified commendation for knowledge. So much does ancient custom please, and so little encouragement, though deserved, is given to new discoveries, however consistent with truth. All are anxious to grovel in the old track, and everything modern is contemned. And therefore, as patronage alone can foster genius, when that is withheld, every exertion languishes. But as I have mentioned the monastery of Fulda, I will relate what a reverend man, Walker, prior of Malvern, whose words if any disbelieve he offends against holiness, told me had happened there. Not more than 15 years have elapsed, said he, since a contagious disease attacked the abbot of that place, and afterwards destroyed many of the monks. The survivors, at first, began each to fear for himself, and to pray, and give alms more abundantly than usual. In process of time, however, for such is the nature of man, their fear gradually subsiding, they began to omit them. The cellarer more especially, who publicly and absurdly exclaimed, that the stock of provision was not adequate to such a consumption. That he had lately hoped for some reduction of expense from so many funerals, but that his hopes were at an end, if the dead consumed what the living could not. It happened on a certain night, when, from some urgent business, he had deferred going to rest for a long time, that having at length dispatched every concern, he went towards the dormitory. And now you shall hear a strange circumstance. He saw in the chapter house, the abbot, and all who had died that year, sitting in the order they had departed, when affrighted and endeavoring to escape, he was detained by force. Being reproved and corrected, after the monastic manner, with a scourge, he heard the abbot speak precisely to the following effect, that it was foolish to look for advantage by another's death, when all were subject to one common fate. That it was an impious thing, that a monk who had passed his whole life in the service of the church should be grudged the pittance of a single year after his death. That he himself should die very shortly, but that whatever others might do for him, should redound only to the advantage of those whom he had defrauded. That he might now go and correct, by his example, those whom he had corrupted by his expressions. He departed, and demonstrated that he had seen nothing imaginary, as well by his recent stripes, as by his death, which shortly followed. A.D. 1087, Canterbury and York. In the meantime, while employed on other subjects, both matter and inclination have occurred for the relation of what was determined in William's time, concerning the controversy still existing between the Archbishops of Canterbury and York. And that posterity may be fully informed of this business, I will subjoin the opinions of the ancient fathers. Pope Gregory to Augustine, first Archbishop of Canterbury. Let your jurisdiction not only extend over the bishops you shall have ordained, or such as have been ordained by the Bishop of York, but also over all the priests of Britain, by the authority of our Lord Jesus Christ. Boniface to Justice, Archbishop of Canterbury. Far be it from every Christian, that anything concerning the city of Canterbury be diminished or changed, in present or future times, which was appointed by our predecessor Pope Gregory. However human circumstances may be changed, but more especially, by the authority of St. Peter the Prince of Apostles, we command and ordain, that the city of Canterbury shall ever hereafter be esteemed the metropolitan see of all Britain. And we decree and appoint, immutably, that all the provinces of the Kingdom of England shall be subject to the metropolitan church of the aforesaid see. And if any one attempt to injure this church, which is more especially under the power and protection of the Holy Roman Church, or to lessen the jurisdiction conceded to it, may God expunge him from the book of life. And let him know, that he is bound by the sentence of a curse. Alexander to William, King of England. The cause of Alric, formerly called Bishop of Chichester, we have entrusted to our brother Bishop, Lanfranc, to be by him diligently reconsidered and determined. We have also commended to him the labor of deciding the dispute which has arisen between the Archbishop of York, and the Bishop of Dorchester, on matters belonging to their diocese. Strictly ordering him to examine this cause most diligently and bring it to a just termination. Besides, we have so fully committed to him the authority of our personal and pontifical power in considering and settling causes, that whatever he shall, according to justice, have determined, shall be regarded as firm and indissoluble hereafter. As though it had been adjudged in our presence. A.D. 1072, Canterbury and York. In the year of our Lord Jesus Christ's incarnation 1072, of the pontificate of Pope Alexander XI, and of the reign of William, glorious King of England, and Duke of Normandy, the sixth. By the command of the said Pope Alexander, and permission of the same king, in presence of himself, his bishops, and abbots, the question was agitated concerning the primacy which Lanfranc 339 Archbishop of Canterbury claimed in right of his church, over that of York. And concerning the ordination of certain bishops, of which it was not clearly evident, to whom they especially pertained. And at length, after some time it was proved and shown by the distinct authority of various writings, that the Church of York ought to be subject to that of Canterbury, and to be obedient to the appointments of its Archbishop. As primate of all England, in all such matters as pertain to the Christian religion. But the homage of the Bishop of Durham, that is of Lindisfarne, and of all the countries beyond the limits of the Bishop of Lichfield, and the great river Humber, to the farthest boundaries of Scotland. And whatever on this side of the aforesaid river justly pertains to the diocese of the Church of York, the Metropolitan of Canterbury allowed for ever to belong to the Archbishop of York and his successors, in such sort that if the Archbishop of Canterbury chose to call a council, wherever he deemed fit, the Archbishop of York was bound to be present at his command, with all his suffragan bishops, and be obedient to his canonical injunctions. And Lanfranc the Archbishop proved from the ancient custom of his predecessors, that the Archbishop of York was bound to make profession, even with an oath, to the Archbishop of Canterbury. But through regard to the king, he dispensed with the oath from Thomas, Archbishop of York. And received his written profession only, but not forming a precedent for his successors who might choose to exact the oath, together with the profession, from Thomas's successors. If the Archbishop of Canterbury should die, the Archbishop of York shall come to Canterbury, and, with the other bishops of the church aforesaid, duly consecrate the person elect as his lawful primate. But if the Archbishop of York shall die, his successor, accepting the gift of the archbishopric from the king, shall come to Canterbury, or where the Archbishop of Canterbury shall appoint, and shall from him receive canonical ordination. To this ordinance consented the king aforesaid, and the archbishops, Lanfranc of Canterbury, and Thomas of York, and Hubert subdeacon of the Holy Roman Church, and legate of the aforesaid Pope Alexander, and the other bishops and abbots present. This cause was first agitated at the festival of Easter in the city of Winchester, in the royal chapel, situated in the castle. Afterwards in the royal town called Windsor, where it received its termination, in the presence of the king, the bishops, and abbots of different orders, who were assembled at the king's court on the festival of Pentecost. The signature of William the king, the signature of Matilda the queen. I Hubert, subdeacon of the Holy Roman Church, and legate from Pope Alexander, have signed. I Lanfranc, Archbishop of Canterbury, have signed. I Thomas, Archbishop of York, have signed. I William, Bishop of London, have assented. I Herman, Bishop of Sherborne, have signed. I Woolston, Bishop of Worcester, have signed. I Walter, Bishop of Hereford, have assented. I Giso, Bishop of Wells, have assented. I Remigius, Bishop of Dorchester, have signed. I Wauquelin, Bishop of Winchester, have signed. I Hearfast, Bishop of Helmham, have signed. I Stigand, Bishop of Chichester, have assented. I Seward, Bishop of Rochester, have assented. I Osborne, Bishop of Exeter, have assented. I Odo, Bishop of Bayeux and Earl of Kent, have assented. I Gosfrith, Bishop of Coutances and one of the nobles of England, have assented. I Scotland, Abbot of St. Augustine's Monastery, have assented. I Thurston, Abbot of the monastery which is situated in the Isle of Ely, have assented. I Aelnoth, Abbot of Glastonbury, have assented. I Elfwin, Abbot of the monastery of Ramsey, have assented. I Woolnoth, Abbot of Chertsey, have assented. I Aylwin, Abbot of Evesham, have assented. I Frederick, Abbot of St. Albans, have assented. I Goffrid, Abbot of the Monastery of St. Peter, near London, have assented. I Baldwin, Abbot of St. Edmund's Monastery, have assented. I Turold, Abbot of Berg, have assented. I Adelelm, Abbot of Abingdon, have assented. I Roald, Abbot of the New Minster at Winchester, have assented. It becomes every Christian to be subject to Christian laws, and by no means to run counter to those things which have been wholesomely enacted by the Holy Fathers. For hence arise strifes, dissensions, envyings, contentions, and other things, which plunge the lovers of them into eternal punishment. And the more exalted the rank of any person is, so much the more exact should be his obedience to divine commands, wherefore I Thomas, now ordained Metropolitan Bishop of the Church of York, hearing and knowing your authorities, make unlimited profession of canonical obedience to you, Lanfranc, Archbishop of Canterbury, and your successors. And I promise to observe whatever shall be canonically enjoined me, either by you or them. Of this matter I was doubtful, while I was yet about to be ordained by you, wherefore I promised obedience unconditionally to you, but conditionally to your successors. The Archbishop of Canterbury, as I remember to have observed in my first book, originally had subject to him, these bishops, London, Winchester, Rochester, Sherborne, Worcester, Hereford, Lichfield, Selsey, Leicester, Helmham, Cirencester, Dunwich. In the time of King Edward the Elder were added, Cornwall, Crediton, Wells in West Saxony, and Dorchester in Mercia, as I noticed in my second book. A.D. 1072. Privileges of the Archbishop of York. The Archbishop of York had all the bishops on the farther side of the Humber subject to him, as Ripon, Hexham, Lindisfarne, Candida Casa, which is now called Withern, and all the bishops of Scotland and the Orkneys. As the Archbishop of Canterbury had those of Ireland and Wales. The bishoprics of Ripon and Hexham have long since perished by hostile ravages, Leicester, Cirencester, and Dunwich, by means that I cannot account for. And, in the time of King Edward the Simple, Cornwall and Crediton were united, and the bishopric translated to Exeter. In King William's time, at this council, it was determined that, according to the decrees of the canons, the bishops should quit the villages, and fix their abode in the cities of their dioceses. Lichfield therefore migrated to Chester, which was anciently called the City of Legions, Selsey to Chichester, Helmham first to Thetford, and now, by Bishop Herbert, to Norwich, Sherborne to Salisbury, Dorchester to Lincoln. For Lindisfarne had long before passed to Durham, and lately Wells to Bath. In this assembly Lanfranc, who was yet uninstructed in English matters, inquired of the elder bishops, what was the order of sitting in council, as originally appointed. They, alleging the difficulty of the question, deferred their answer till the next day. When, carefully calling circumstances to mind, they asserted that they had seen the arrangement as follows, that the Archbishop of Canterbury, presiding at the council, should have, on the right hand, the Archbishop of York. And next him the Bishop of Winchester. And on his left, the Bishop of London. But should it ever happen, through necessity, that the Primate of Canterbury should be absent, or should he be dead, the Archbishop of York, presiding at the council, should have the Bishops of London on his right hand, and of Winchester on his left. And the rest should take their seats according to the time of their ordination. At that time, too, the claim of the Archbishop of York on the see of Worcester and Dorchester was decided and set at rest. For he said that they ought to be subject to his jurisdiction, which, after having pondered for some time in secret, when he proceeded to Rome with Lanfranc to receive their palls from the Pope, he brought publicly before the Roman court. Lanfranc, though for the most part unmoved by injury, could not help betraying, by his countenance, his emotion at such a wanton and unheard of attack, though he for some time refrained from speaking. But Pope Alexander, who felt much for Lanfranc's distress, for he had even condescendingly risen from his seat when he approached, professing that he paid him this mark of respect, not from honor to the Archbishop but regard to his learning, removed from himself the unpleasant task of deciding, and referred the adjudication of it to an English council. In consequence, as I have related, the matter, after deep investigation, came to this termination in the present council, that, as these bishops were on this side of the Humber, they should belong to Canterbury, but all beyond that river to York. Here the pious simplicity of St. Wulstan, Bishop of Worcester, and his noble confidence in God, demand praise and approbation. For when called in question as well concerning this business, as on his slender attainments in learning, he had retired to consider more carefully what answer he should make, his mind undisturbed by tumult, "Believe me," said he, "we have not yet sung the service for the 6th hour, let us sing the service therefore." And, on his companions suggesting the necessity of first expediting the business they had met upon, that there was ample time for singing, and that the king and the nobility would laugh at them, if they heard of it, "Truly," said he, "let us first do our duty towards God, and afterwards settle the disputes of men." Having sung the service, he directly proceeded towards the council chamber, without devising any subterfuge or any attempt to disguise the truth. To his dependents, who were desirous of withholding him, and who could not be persuaded but their cause was in danger, he said, "Know for certain, that I here visibly perceive those holy archbishops, Dunstan of Canterbury, and Oswald of York, who, defending me this day with their prayers, will darken the understandings of my gainsayers." Then giving his benediction to a monk, a man of little eloquence, but somewhat acquainted with the Norman language, on summing up his cause, he obtained that he, who was before thought unworthy of the management of his own diocese, should be humbly entreated by the Archbishop of York, to condescend to visit those parts of his province, which himself, through dread of enemies, or ignorance of the language, had refrained from approaching. But I will no longer torture the patience of my readers, who perhaps do not regard this matter with pleasure, as they are in expectation of the history of William's successors. Though, if I am not too partial to myself, a variety of anecdote can be displeasing to no one, unless he be morose enough to rival the superciliousness of Cato. But whoever is so inclined, will find such other matters in the 4th and 5th book, for here the 3rd shall terminate. 340. Book 4. Preface. A.D. 1072. Preface to Book 4. I am aware, that many persons think it unwise in me, to have written the history of the kings of my own time, alleging, that in such a work, truth is often made shipwreck of, while falsehood meets with support, because to relate the crimes of contemporaries, is attended with danger, their good actions with applause. Whence it arises, say they, that, as all things have, now, a natural tendency to evil rather than to good, the historian passes over any disgraceful transaction, however obvious, through timidity. And, for the sake of approbation, feigns good qualities, when he cannot find them. There are others, who, judging of us by their own indolence, deem us unequal to so great a task, and brand our undertaking with malignant censure. Wherefore, impelled by the reasoning of the one, or the contempt of the other, I had long since voluntarily retired to leisure and to silence, but, after indulging in them for a time, the accustomed inclination for study again strongly beset me. As it was impossible for me to be unoccupied, and I knew not how to give myself up to those forensic avocations, which are beneath the notice of a literary character. To this was to be added the incitements of my friends, to whose suggestions, though only implied, I ought to pay regard, and they indeed gently urged me, already sufficiently disposed, to prosecute my undertaking. Animated, therefore, by the advice of those whom I love most affectionately, I advanced to give them a lasting pledge of friendship from the stores of my research. Grateful also to those who are in fear for me, lest I should either excite hatred, or disguise the truth, I will, by the help of Christ, make such a return for their kindness, as neither to become odious, nor a falsifier. For I will describe, both what has been done well, or otherwise, in such wise, and so safely steer between Scylla and Charybdis, that my opinions shall not be concealed, though some matters may be omitted in my history. Moreover, to those who undervalue the labors of others, I make the same answer as St. Jerome formerly did to his critics: let them read if they like, if not, let them cast it aside. Because I do not obtrude my work on the fastidious, but I dedicate it, if any think it worth their notice, to the studious. Which even these men will readily pronounce to be consonant to equity, unless they are of the number of those, of whom it is said, fools are easy to confute, but not so easy to restrain. I will relate, then, in this, the fourth book of my work, everything which may be said of William, son of William the Great, in such manner that neither shall the truth suffer, nor shall the dignity of the prince be obscured. Some matters also will be inserted in these pages, which in his time were calamitous in this country, or glorious elsewhere, as far as my knowledge extends. More especially, the pilgrimage of the Christians to Jerusalem, which it will be proper to annex in this place, because an expedition, so famous in these times, is well worth hearing, and will also be an incitement to valor. Not indeed that I have any confidence these transactions will be better treated by me than by others who have written on the subject, but that, what many write, many may read. Yet, lest so long a preface should disgust my reader, I will immediately enter on my work. Chapter 1. Of William II. A.D. 1087 to 1100. A.D. 1087. Birth of William II. William then, the son of William, was born in Normandy many years before his father came to England. And being educated with extreme care by his parents, as he had naturally an ambitious mind, he at length reached the summit of dignity. He would no doubt have been a prince incomparable in our time, had not his father's greatness eclipsed him. And had not the fates cut short his years too early for his maturer age to correct errors, contracted by the licentiousness of power, and the impetuosity of youth. When childhood was past, he spent the period of youth in military occupations. In riding, throwing the dart, contending with his elders in obedience, with those of his own age in action, and he esteemed it injurious to his reputation, if he was not the foremost to take arms in military commotions. Unless he was the first to challenge the adversary, or when challenged, to overcome him. To his father he was ever dutiful, always exerting himself in his sight in battle, ever at his side in peace. His hopes gradually expanding, he already aspired after the succession, especially on the rejection of his elder brother, while the tender age of the younger gave him no uneasiness. Thus, adopted as his successor by his father during his last illness, he set out to take possession of the kingdom ere the king had breathed his last, where being gladly received by the people, and obtaining the keys of the treasury. He by these means subjected all England to his will. Archbishop Lanfranc, the grand mover of everything, had educated him, and made him a knight, 341, and now he favoured his pretensions to the throne. By his authority and assistance William was crowned on the day of the Saints Cosmas and Damian, 342, and passed the remainder of the winter quietly and with general favour. At the expiration of this period, in the beginning of spring, his first contention was with his uncle, Odo, Bishop of Bayeux. For when Odo, on his release from confinement, as I have related, had firmly established his nephew, Robert, in the Duchy of Normandy, he came to England, and received from the king the earldom of Kent. But when he saw everything in the kingdom managed, not at his own pleasure, as formerly, for the administration of public affairs was now committed to William, Bishop of Durham, he was moved with envy, and having revolted from the king, he tainted many others by insinuating, that the kingdom belonged to Robert, who was of gentler disposition, and whose youthful follies had been corrected by many adversities. That William, delicately brought up, and overbearing from that ferocity of mind which was manifest in his countenance, would dare everything, in defiance of right and equity, that it must soon come to pass. That they would lose the honours they had already obtained with so much difficulty, that nothing was gained by the father's death, if those whom he had cast into prison, were to be killed by the son. To this effect he used, at first, secretly to mutter, together with Roger Montgomery, Gosforth, Bishop of Coutances, with his nephew Robert Earl of Northumberland, and others. Afterwards they were more open in their clamours, repeating and disseminating them by letters and by emissaries. Moreover, even William, Bishop of Durham, the confidential minister of the king, had joined in their treachery. This was matter of great concern to William, it is said, because, together with the breach of friendship, he was disappointed of the resources of the distant provinces. Odo now carried off booty of every kind to Rochester, plundering the king's revenues in Kent, and especially the lands of the archbishop. Breathing eternal hatred against him, because, he said, it was by his advice, that his brother had cast him into chains. Nor was this assertion false, for when William the Elder formerly complained to Lanfranc, that he was deserted by his brother, seize, and cast him into chains, said he. What, replied the king, he is a clergyman. Then the archbishop with playful archness, as Persius says, balancing the objection with nice antithesis, 343 rejoined, you will not seize the bishop of Bayeux, but confine the Earl of Kent. A.D. 1088. Conspiracy of the nobles. Bishop Gosforth with his nephew, depopulating Bath, and Berkeley, and part of the county of Wilts, treasured up their spoils at Bristol. Roger Montgomery sending out his army with the Welsh from Shrewsbury, plundered Worcestershire. They had now hostilely approached Worcester, when the king's soldiers who guarded it, relying on the blessing of Bishop Woolston, to whom the custody of the castle was committed, though few in number, dispersed this multitude. And after wounding and killing many, took some of them prisoners. Moreover, Roger Bigot at Norwich, and Hugo de Grentmeisnel at Leicester, each with their party, were plundering in their respective neighborhoods. In vain, however, did the whole power of revolt rage against a man, who was deficient neither in prudence nor in good fortune. Foreseeing almost all the Normans leagued in one furious conspiracy, he sent alluring letters, summoning to him such brave and honest English as yet remained. And complaining to them on the subject of his wrongs, he bound them to his party, by promising them wholesome laws, a diminution of tribute, and free leave to hunt. 344 With equal cunning he circumvented Roger Montgomery, when riding with him, with dissembled perfidy. For taking him aside, he loaded him with odium, saying, that he would willingly retire from the government, if it seemed meet to him and to the rest whom his father had left as his guardians. That he could not understand, why they were so outrageous, if they wanted money, they might have what they pleased, if an increase of their estates, they might have that also, in short, they might have whatever they chose. Only let them be careful that the judgment of his father was not called in question, for, if they thought it ought to be disregarded in the instance of himself, it might be a bad example for them, for the same person made him king, who had made them earls. Excited by these words and promises, the Earl, who, next to Odo, had been the chief leader of the faction, was the first to desert. Proceeding, therefore, immediately against the rebels, he laid siege to the castles of his uncle at Tunbridge and at Pevensey, and seizing him in the latter compelled him to swear, as he dictated, that he would depart England, and deliver up Rochester. To fulfill this promise he sent him forward with a party he could rely on, intending to follow at his leisure. At that time almost all the young nobility of England and Normandy were at Rochester, 3 sons of Earl Roger, Eustace the younger of Boulogne, and many others not deserving notice. The royal party, accompanying the bishop, were few and unarmed, for who could fear treachery where he was present? And going round the walls, they called the townsmen to open the gates, for so the bishop in person, and the absent king commanded. Observing from the wall, however, that the countenance of the bishop ill agreed with the language of the speakers, they suddenly sallied out, took horse in an instant, and carried off, together with the bishop, the whole party, captive. The report of this transaction quickly reached the king. Fierce from the injury, and smothering his indignation, he calls together his faithful English subjects, and orders them to summon all their countrymen to the siege, unless any wish to be branded with the name of Nidering. 345 which implies, abandoned. The English who thought nothing more disgraceful than to be stigmatized by such an appellation, flocked in troops to the king, and rendered his army invincible. Nor could the townsmen longer delay submission. Experiencing, that a party, however noble, or however numerous, could avail nothing against the King of England. Odo, now taken a second time, abjured England for ever, the Bishop of Durham of his own accord retired beyond sea, the king allowing him to escape uninjured out of regard to his former friendship, the rest were all admitted to fealty. During the interval of this siege, some of the king's fleet destroyed a party which the Earl of Normandy had sent to assist the traitors, partly by slaughter, and partly by shipwreck. The remainder, intent on escaping, endeavored to make sail. But being soon after disappointed by its falling calm, they became matter for laughter to our people, but their own destruction, for, that they might not be taken alive, they leaped from their vessels into the sea. A.D. 1088. Treaty with Robert. The next year, as the sense of injuries ever grows keener from reconsideration, the king began carefully to examine how he might revenge his griefs and repay his brother for this insult. In consequence, by his practices, he bribed the garrison, and obtained possession of the castle of St. Valery, the adjoining port, and the town which is called Albemarle. The Earl had not the courage to resist, but, by means of ambassadors, acquainted his lord, the King of France, with the violence of his brother, and begged his assistance. The French king, inactive, and surfeited with daily gluttony, came hiccuping, through repletion, to the war, but, as he was making great professions, the money of the King of England met him by the way. With which his resolution being borne down, he unbuckled his armor, and went back to his gormandizing. In this manner, Normandy, for a long time, groaned under intestine war, sometimes one party, sometimes the other being victorious, the nobility, men of fickle temper, and faithful to neither brother, exciting their mutual fury. A few, better advised, attentive to their own advantage, for they had possessions in both countries, were mediators of a peace, the basis of which was, that the king should get possession of Maine for the Earl. And the Earl should cede to the king those castles which he already held, and the monastery of Feschamp. The treaty was ratified and confirmed by the oath of the nobles on both sides. Not long after the king went abroad to execute these conditions. Each leader made great efforts to invade Maine. But when they had completed their preparations, and were just ready to proceed, an obstacle arose, through the spirit of Henry, the younger brother, loudly remonstrating against their covetousness, which had shared their paternal possessions between themselves, and blushed not at having left him almost destitute. In consequence he took possession of Mount St. Michael, and harassed, with constant sallies, the besieging forces of his brothers. During this siege, a noble specimen of disposition was exhibited, both by the king and by the Earl, of compassion in the one, and of magnanimity in the other. I shall subjoin these instances, for the information of my readers. The king, going out of his tent, and observing the enemy at a distance, proudly prancing, rushed unattended against a large party, spurred on by the impetuosity of his courage, and at the same time confident that none would dare resist him. Presently his horse, which he had that day purchased for 15 marks of silver, being killed under him, he was thrown down, and for a long time dragged by his foot. The strength of his mail, however, prevented his being hurt. The soldier who had unhorsed him, was at this instant drawing his sword to strike him, when, terrified at the extremity of his danger, he cried out, "Hold, rascal, I am the King of England." The whole troop trembled at the well-known voice of the prostrate monarch, and immediately raised him respectfully from the ground, and brought him another horse. Leaping into the saddle without waiting assistance, and darting a keen look on the bystanders, "Who unhorsed me?" said he. While the rest were silent through fear, the bold perpetrator of the deed readily defended himself, saying, "'Twas I, who took you, not for a king, but for a soldier." The king, soothed, and regaining the serenity of his countenance, exclaimed, "By the crucifix 346 at Lucca, for such was his oath, henceforth thou shalt be mine, and, placed on my roll, shalt receive the recompense of this gallant service." Nobly done, magnanimous king! What encomium shall I pass on this speech? Equal to Alexander the Great in glory. Who, through admiration of his courage, preserved, unhurt, a Persian soldier, who had attempted to strike him from behind, but was frustrated in his design by the treachery of his sword. But now to relate the compassion of the Earl. When the blockade had so far proceeded that the besieged were in want of water, Henry sent messengers to Robert, to expostulate with him on the thirst he endured, and to represent, that it was impious to deprive him of water. The common right of mankind, let him try his courage another way if he chose. And not employ the violence of the elements, but the valor of a soldier. On which, wrought upon by the natural tenderness of his disposition, he ordered his party to be more remiss in their duty where they kept guard, that his thirsty brother might not be deprived of water. This circumstance, when related to the king, who was always inclined to warmth of temper, made him say to the Earl, you well know how to carry on war indeed, who allow your enemies plenty of water, and pray, how shall we subdue them? If we indulge them in food and drink? But he smiling, uttered this kind and truly laudable expression, Oh, shame! Should I suffer my brother to die with thirst? And where shall we find another, if we lose him? On this the king, deriding the mild temper of the man, put an end to the war without accomplishing his design, and as the commotions of the Scots and Welsh required his presence, he retired with both his brothers to his kingdom. A.D. 1091. Expedition against Scotland. Immediately he led an expedition, first against the Welsh, and then against the Scots, in which he performed nothing worthy of his greatness, but lost many of his soldiers, and had his sumpter horses intercepted. And, not only at that time, but frequently, in Wales, was fortune unfavourable to him, which may seem strange to any one, when the chance of war was generally on his side in other places. But it appears to me that the unevenness of the country, and the badness of the weather, as it assisted their rebellion, was also an impediment to his valour. But King Henry, who now reigns, a man of excellent talents, discovered a mode of counteracting their designs, which was, by stationing in their country the Flemings, to be a barrier to them, and constantly keep them within bounds. At that time, by the industry of Earl Robert, who had long since gained the good graces of the Scot, the basis of a peace was laid between Malcolm and William. But various grounds of difference still existing on both sides, and justice wavering through their mutual animosity, Malcolm came of his own accord to Gloucester, a hearty solicitor for peace, so that it were on equitable conditions. He obtained, however, nothing more than permission to return uninjured to his kingdom, for the king disdained to take a man by subtlety, whom he might have conquered by arms. But the next winter he was dispatched by the party of Robert, Earl of Northumberland, rather through stratagem than force. When his wife, Margaret, a woman distinguished for almsgiving and for chastity, heard of his death, disgusted with the continuance of life, she earnestly entreated of God to die. They were both remarkable for piety, but the queen more especially. For during her whole life, wherever she might be, she had 24 poor persons whom she supplied with meat and clothing. In Lent, waiting for the singing of the priests, she used to watch all night in the church, herself assisting at triple matins, of the Trinity, of the Cross, of Saint Mary, and afterwards repeating the Psalter. With tears bedewing her garments, and agitating her breast. Departing from the church, she used to feed the poor, first 3, then 9, then 24, at last 300, herself standing by with the king, and pouring water on their hands. Edgar his son, when expelled by his uncle, was restored by William, assuredly with a noble compassion, and worthy of so great a personage, who, forgetting the injuries of the father, replaced the son, when suppliant, on his throne. A.D. 1093. Character of William II. Greatness of soul was preeminent in the king, which, in process of time, he obscured by excessive severity. Vices, indeed, in place of virtues, so insensibly crept into his bosom, that he could not distinguish them. The world doubted, for a long time, whither he would incline, what tendency his disposition would take. At first, as long as Archbishop Lanfranc survived, he abstained from every crime. So that it might be hoped, he would be the very mirror of kings. After his death, for a time, he showed himself so variable, that the balance hung even betwixt vices and virtues. At last, however, in his latter years, the desire after good grew cold, and the crop of evil increased to ripeness, his liberality became prodigality, his magnanimity pride, his austerity cruelty. I may be allowed, with permission of the royal majesty, not to conceal the truth, for he feared God but little, man not at all. If any one shall say this is undiscerning, he will not be wrong. Because wise men should observe this rule, God ought to be feared at all times, man, according to circumstances. He was, when abroad, and in public assemblies, of supercilious look, darting his threatening eye on the bystander. And with assumed severity and ferocious voice, assailing such as conversed with him. From apprehension of poverty, and of the treachery of others, as may be conjectured, he was too much given to lucre, and to cruelty. At home and at table, with his intimate companions, he gave loose to levity and to mirth. He was a most facetious railer at anything he had himself done amiss, in order that he might thus do away obloquy, and make it matter of jest. But I shall dilate somewhat on that liberality, in which he deceived himself, and afterwards on his other propensities, that I may manifest what great vices sprang up in him under the semblance of virtues. For, in fact, there are two kinds of givers, the one is denominated prodigal, the other liberal. The prodigal are such as lavish their money on those things, of which they will leave either a transient, or perhaps no memory in this world. Neither will they gain mercy by them from God. The liberal are those who redeem the captive from the plunderer, assist the poor, or discharge the debts of their friends. We must give, therefore, but with discrimination and moderation. For many persons have exhausted their patrimony by giving inconsiderately. For what can be more silly, than to take pains to be no longer able to do that which you do with pleasure? 347 Some, therefore, when they have nothing to give turn to rapine, and get more hatred from those from whom they take, than goodwill from those to whom they give. We lament that thus it happened to this king. For, when in the very beginning of his reign, through fear of tumults, he had assembled soldiers, and denied them nothing, promising still greater remuneration hereafter. The consequence was, that as he had soon exhausted his father's treasures, and had then but moderate revenues, his substance failed, though the spirit of giving remained, which, by habit, had almost become nature. He was a man who knew not how to take off from the price of anything, or to judge of the value of goods, but the trader might sell him his commodity at whatever rate, or the soldier demand any pay he pleased. He was anxious that the cost of his clothes should be extravagant, and angry if they were purchased at a low price. One morning, indeed, while putting on his new boots, he asked his chamberlain what they cost. And when he replied, 3 shillings, indignantly and in a rage he cried out, "You son of a whore, how long has the king worn boots of so paltry a price? Go, and bring me a pair worth a mark of silver." He went, and bringing him a much cheaper pair, told him, falsely, that they cost as much as he had ordered. "Aye," said the king, "these are suitable to royal majesty." Thus his chamberlain used to charge him what he pleased for his clothes. Acquiring by these means many things for his own advantage. The fame of his generosity, therefore, pervaded all the west, and reached even to the east. Military men came to him out of every province on this side of the mountains, whom he rewarded most profusely. In consequence, when he had no longer aught to bestow, poor and exhausted, he turned his thoughts to rapine. The rapacity of his disposition was seconded by Ralph, the inciter of his covetousness, a clergyman of the lowest origin, but raised to eminence by his wit and subtlety. If at any time a royal edict issued, that England should pay a certain tribute, it was doubled by this plunderer of the rich, this exterminator of the poor, this confiscator of other men's inheritance. He was an invincible pleader, as unrestrained in his words as in his actions, and equally furious against the meek or the turbulent. Wherefore some people used to laugh 348 and say, that he was the only man who knew how to employ his talents in this way, and cared for no one's hatred, so that he could please his master. At this person's suggestion, the sacred honors of the church, as the pastors died, were exposed to sale, for whenever the death of any bishop or abbot was announced, directly one of the king's clerks was admitted, who made an inventory of everything, and carried all future rents into the royal exchequer. In the meantime some person was sought out fit to supply the place of the deceased, not from proof of morals, but of money, and, at last, if I may so say, the empty honor was conferred, and even that purchased, at a great price. These things appeared the more disgraceful, because, in his father's time, after the decease of a bishop or abbot, all rents were reserved entire, to be given up to the succeeding pastor. And persons truly meritorious, on account of their religion, were elected. But in the lapse of a very few years, everything was changed. There was no man rich except the money changer, no clerk, unless he was a lawyer. No priest, unless, to use a word which is hardly Latin 349, he was a farmer. Men of the meanest condition, or guilty of whatever crime, were listened to, if they could suggest anything likely to be advantageous to the king, the halter was loosened from the robber's neck, if he could promise any emolument to the sovereign. All military discipline being relaxed, the courtiers preyed upon the property of the country people, and consumed their substance, taking the very meat from the mouths of these wretched creatures. 350 then was their flowing hair and extravagant dress, and then was invented the fashion of shoes 351 with curved points. Then the model for young men was to rival women in delicacy of person, to mince their gait, to walk with loose gesture, and half naked. Enervated and effeminate, they unwillingly remained what nature had made them. The assailers of others' chastity, prodigal of their own. Troops of Pathics, and droves of harlots, followed the court, so that it was said, with justice, by a wise man, that England would be fortunate if Henry could reign. 352 led to such an opinion, because he abhorred obscenity from his youth. Here, were it necessary, I could add, that Archbishop Anselm attempted to correct these abuses. But failing of the co-operation of his suffragans, he voluntarily quitted the kingdom, yielding to the depravity of the times. Anselm, than whom none ever was more tenacious of right, none in the present time so thoroughly learned. None so completely spiritual, the father of his country, the mirror of the world, he, when just about to set sail, after waiting in port for a wind, was rifled, as though he had been a public robber. All his bags and packages being brought out and ransacked. Of this man's injuries I could speak farther, had the sun witnessed anything more unjust than this single transaction, or were it not necessary to omit a relation, which has been anticipated by the eloquence of the very Reverend Edmer. 353. Hence may be perceived how fierce a flame of evil burst forth from what the king conceived to be liberality. In repressing which, as he did not manifest so much diligence as negligence, he incurred a degree of infamy, not only great, but scarcely to be wiped out. I think undeservedly, however. Because he never could have exposed himself to such disgrace, had he only recollected the dignity of his station. I pass over, therefore, these matters slightly, and hasten in my composition, because I blush to relate the crimes of so great a king. Rather giving my attention to refute and extenuate them. The Jews in his reign gave proofs of their insolence towards God. At one time, at Rouen, they endeavored to prevail, by means of presents, on some converted Jews, to return to Judaism. 354 at another, at London, entering into controversy with our bishops, because the king, in jest, as I suppose, had said, that if they mastered the Christians in open argument, he would become one of their sect. The question therefore was agitated with much apprehension on the part of the bishops and clergy, fearful, through pious anxiety, for the Christian faith. From this contest, however, the Jews reaped nothing but confusion, though they used repeatedly to boast that they were vanquished, not by argument, but by power. A.D. 1096. Robert Pons Normandy. In later times, that is, about the 9th year of his reign, Robert, Earl of Normandy, at the admonition of Pope Urban, as will be related hereafter, took the resolution of going to Jerusalem, and pawned Normandy to his brother. For the sum of 10,000 marks. In consequence, an edict for an intolerable tax was circulated throughout England. On this the bishops and abbots, in great numbers, went to court, to complain of the injury. Observing that they could not raise so great an impost, unless they drove away their wretched husbandmen altogether. To this the courtiers, with angry countenance, as usual, replied, Have you not shrines adorned with gold and silver, full of dead men's bones? Deigning the petitioners no other answer. In consequence, perceiving the drift of the reply, they took off the gold from the shrines of their saints, robbed their crucifixes, melted their chalices, not for the service of the poor, but of the king's exchequer. For almost everything, which the holy parsimony of their ancestors had saved, was consumed by the rapacity of these freebooters. Just so, too, were their proceedings against their vassals. First taking their money, then their land, neither the poor man's poverty, nor the rich man's abundance, protecting him. He so restricted the right of hunting, which he had formerly allowed, that it became a capital offense to take a stag. This extreme severity, which was tempered by no affability, was the cause of many conspiracies, among the nobility, against his safety, one of whom, Robert de Mowbray Earl of Northumberland, in consequence of very high words between him and the king, retired to his province, with the intention of making powerful efforts against his lord. But William pursuing him, he was taken, and doomed to perpetual captivity. Another, William de Hoe, being accused of treachery towards the king, challenged his accuser to single combat. But being unable to justify himself in the duel, he was deprived of his sight, and of his manhood. The same accusation involved many innocent and honourable men, among whom was William de Aldry, a man of handsome person, who had stood godfather 355 with the king. Being sentenced to be hanged, he made his confession to Osmond Bishop of Salisbury, and was scourged at every church of the town. Parting his garments to the poor, he went naked to the gallows, often making the blood gush from his delicate flesh by falling on his knees upon the stones. He satisfied the minds of the bishop, and of the people who followed him to the place of punishment, by exclaiming, God help my soul, and deliver it from evil, as I am free from the charge of which I am accused. The sentence, indeed, passed upon me will not be revoked, but I wish all men to be certified of my innocence. The bishop then, commending his soul to heaven, and sprinkling him with holy water, departed. At his execution, he manifested an admirable degree of courage, neither uttering a groan before, nor even a sigh, at the moment of his death. A.D. 1096. William's magnanimity. But still there are some proofs of noble magnanimity in the king, the knowledge of which, I will not deny posterity. As he was once engaged in hunting in a certain forest, a foreign messenger acquainted him that the city of Mans, which he had lately added to his dominions on the departure of his brother, was besieged. Unprepared as he was, he turned his horse instantly, and shaped his journey to the sea. When his nobles reminded him, that it would be necessary to call out his troops, and put them in array. I shall see, said he, who will follow me. Do you think I shall not have people enough? If I know the temper of the young men of my kingdom, they will even brave shipwreck to come to me. In this manner he arrived, almost unattended, at the sea-coast. The sky at that time was overcast, the wind contrary, and a tempest swept the surface of the deep. When he determined to embark directly, the mariners besought him, to wait till the storm should subside, and the wind be favourable. Why, said William, I have never heard of a king perishing by shipwreck. No, weigh anchor immediately, and you shall see the elements conspire to obey me. When the report of his having crossed the sea reached the besiegers, they hastily retreated. One Helius, the author of the commotion, was taken, to whom, when brought before him, the king said jocularly, I have you, master. But he, whose haughty spirit, even in such threatening danger, knew not how to be prudent, or to speak submissively, replied, You have taken me by chance. If I could escape, I know what I would do. At this William, almost beside himself with rage, and seizing Helius, exclaimed, You scoundrel! And what would you do? Begone, depart, fly, I give you leave to do whatever you can. And by the crucifix at Lucca, if you should conquer me, I will ask no return for this favour. Nor did he falsify his word, but immediately suffered him to escape, rather admiring than following the fugitive. Who could believe this of an unlettered man? And perhaps there may be some person, who, from reading Lucan, may falsely suppose, that William borrowed these examples from Julius Caesar. 356 But he had neither inclination, nor leisure to attend to learning. It was rather the innate warmth of his temper, and his conscious valor which prompted him to such expressions. And indeed, if our religion would allow it, as the soul of Euphorbus was formerly said to have passed into Pythagoras of Samos, so might it equally be asserted, that the soul of Julius Caesar had migrated into King William. He began and completed one very noble edifice, the Palace 357 in London, sparing no expense to manifest the greatness of his liberality. His disposition therefore the reader will be able to discover from the circumstances we have enumerated. Should any one be desirous, however, to know the make of his person, he is to understand, that he was well set, his complexion florid, his hair yellow, of open countenance, different colored eyes, varying with certain glittering specks. Of astonishing strength, though not very tall, and his belly rather projecting, of no eloquence, but remarkable for a hesitation of speech, especially when angry. Many sudden and sorrowful accidents happened in his time, which I shall arrange singly, according to the years of his reign, chiefly vouching for their truth on the credit of the Chronicles. A.D. 1092 to 1100. Adverse events. In the second year of his reign, on the 3rd before the Ides of August, a great earthquake terrified all England with a horrid spectacle, for all the buildings were lifted up, and then again settled as before. A scarcity of every kind of produce followed, the corn ripened so slowly, that the harvest was scarcely housed before the feast of St. Andrew. In his 4th year was a tempest of lightning, and a whirlwind. Finally, on the Ides of October, at Winchcombe, a stroke of lightning beat against the side of the tower with such force, that, shattering the wall where it joined to the roof, it opened a place wide enough to admit a man. Entering there, it struck a very large beam, and scattered fragments of it over the whole church. Moreover, it cast down the head of the crucifix, with the right leg, and the image of Saint Mary. A stench so noisome followed, as to be insufferable to human nostrils. At length, the monks, with auspicious boldness, entering, defeated the contrivances of the devil, by the sprinkling of holy water. But what could this mean? Such a thing was unknown to every previous age. A tempest of contending winds, from the southeast, on the 16th before the calends of November, destroyed more than 600 houses in London. Churches were heaped on houses, and walls on partitions. The tempest proceeding yet farther, carried off altogether the roof of the church of St. Mary le Bow, and killed 2 men. Rafters and beams were whirled through the air, an object of surprise to such as contemplated them from a distance, of alarm, to those who stood nigh, lest they should be crushed by them. For 4 rafters, 26 feet long, were driven with such violence into the ground, that scarcely 4 feet of them were visible. It was curious to see how they had perforated the solidity of the public street, maintaining there the same position which they had occupied in the roof from the hand of the workmen, until, on account of their inconvenience to passengers, they were cut off level with the ground, as they could not be otherwise removed. In his 5th year, a similar thunderstorm at Salisbury entirely destroyed the roof of the church tower, and much injured the wall, only 5 days after Osmond, the bishop of famed memory, had consecrated it. In his 6th year there was such a deluge from rain, and such incessant showers as none had ever remembered. Afterwards, on the approach of winter, the rivers were so frozen, that they bore horsemen and wagons. And soon after, when the frost broke, the bridges were destroyed by the drifting of the ice. In his 7th year, on account of the heavy tribute which the king, while in Normandy, had levied, agriculture failed. Of which failure the immediate consequence was a famine. This also gaining ground a mortality ensued, so general, that the dying wanted attendance, and the dead, burial. At that time, too, the Welsh, fiercely raging against the Normans, and depopulating the county of Chester and part of Shropshire, obtained Anglesey by force of arms. In his 10th year, on the calends of October, a comet appeared for 15 days, turning its larger train to the east, and the smaller to the southeast. Other stars also appeared, darting, as it were, at each other. This was the year in which Anselm, that light of England, voluntarily escaping from the darkness of error, went to Rome. In his 11th year, Magnus, king of Norway, with Harold, son of Harold, formerly king of England, subdued the Orkney, Mavanian, and other circumjacent isles, and was now obstinately bent against England from Anglesey. But Hugh, Earl of Chester, and Hugh, Earl of Shrewsbury, opposed him, and ere he could gain the continent, forced him to retire. Here fell Hugh of Shrewsbury, being struck from a distance with a fatal arrow. In his 12th year an excessive tide flowed up the Thames, and overwhelmed many villages, with their inhabitants. In his 13th year, which was the last of his life, there were many adverse events. But the most dreadful circumstance was that the devil visibly appeared to men in woods and secret places, and spoke to them as they passed by. Moreover, in the county of Berks, at the village of Finchampstead, a fountain so plentifully flowed with blood for 15 whole days, that it discolored a neighboring pool. The king heard of it and laughed. Neither did he care for his own dreams, nor for what others saw concerning him. They relate many visions and predictions of his death, 3 of which, sanctioned by the testimony of credible authors, I shall communicate to my readers. Edmer, the historian of our times, noted for his veracity, says that Anselm, the noble exile, with whom all religion was also banished, came to Marsigny that he might communicate his sufferings to Hugo, abbot of Clugny. There, when the conversation turned upon King William, the abbot aforesaid observed, last night that king was brought before God, and by a deliberate judgment, incurred the sorrowful sentence of damnation. How he came to know this he neither explained at the time, nor did any of his hearers ask. Nevertheless, out of respect to his piety, not a doubt of the truth of his words remained on the minds of any present. Hugh led such a life, and had such a character, that all regarded his discourse and venerated his advice, as though an oracle from heaven had spoken. And soon after, the king being slain as we shall relate, there came a messenger to entreat the archbishop to resume his see. A.D. 1100. Death of William II. The day before the king died, he dreamed that he was let blood by a surgeon. And that the stream, reaching to heaven, clouded the light and intercepted the day. Calling on Saint Mary for protection, he suddenly awoke, commanded a light to be brought, and forbade his attendants to leave him. They then watched with him several hours until daylight. Shortly after, just as the day began to dawn, a certain foreign monk told Robert Fitzhamon, one of the principal nobility, that he had that night dreamed a strange and fearful dream about the king, that he had come into a certain church. With menacing and insolent gesture, as was his custom, looking contemptuously on the standers-by. Then violently seizing the crucifix, he gnawed the arms, and almost tore away the legs, that the image endured this for a long time, but at length struck the king with its foot in such a manner that he fell backwards, from his mouth. As he lay prostrate, issued so copious a flame that the volumes of smoke touched the very stars. Robert, thinking that this dream ought not to be neglected, as he was intimate with him, immediately related it to the king. William, repeatedly laughing, exclaimed, "He is a monk, and dreams for money like a monk, give him 100 shillings. Nevertheless, being greatly moved, he hesitated a long while whether he should go out to hunt, as he had designed, his friends persuading him not to suffer the truth of the dreams to be tried at his personal risk. In consequence, he abstained from the chase before dinner, dispelling the uneasiness of his unregulated mind by serious business. They relate, that, having plentifully regaled that day, he soothed his cares with a more than usual quantity of wine. After dinner he went into the forest, attended by few persons, of whom the most intimate with him was Walter, surnamed Tyrrell, who had been induced to come from France by the liberality of the king. This man alone had remained with him, while the others, employed in the chase, were dispersed as chance directed. The sun was now declining, when the king, drawing his bow and letting fly an arrow, slightly wounded a stag which passed before him. And, keenly gazing, followed it, still running, a long time with his eyes, holding up his hand to keep off the power of the sun's rays. At this instant Walter, conceiving a noble exploit, which was while the king's attention was otherwise occupied to transfix another stag which by chance came near him, unknowingly, and without power to prevent it, oh, gracious God! Pierced his breast with a fatal arrow. 358 On receiving the wound, the king uttered not a word, but breaking off the shaft of the weapon where it projected from his body, fell upon the wound, by which he accelerated his death. Walter immediately ran up, but as he found him senseless and speechless, he leaped swiftly upon his horse, and escaped by spurring him to his utmost speed. Indeed there was none to pursue him, some connived at his flight, others pitied him. And all were intent on other matters. Some began to fortify their dwellings, others to plunder, and the rest to look out for a new king. A few countrymen conveyed the body, placed on a cart, to the cathedral at Winchester. The blood dripping from it all the way. Here it was committed to the ground within the tower, attended by many of the nobility, though lamented by few. Next year, 359, the tower fell. Though I forbear to mention the different opinions on this subject, lest I should seem to assent too readily to unsupported trifles, more especially as the building might have fallen, through imperfect construction, even though he had never been buried there. He died in the year of our Lord's incarnation 1100, of his reign the 13th, on the 4th before the nones of August, aged above 40 years. He formed mighty plans, which he would have brought to effect, could he have spun out the tissue of fate, or broken through, and disengaged himself from, the violence of fortune. Such was the energy of his mind, that he was bold enough to promise himself any kingdom whatever. Indeed, the day before his death, being asked where he would keep his Christmas, he answered, in Poitou. Because the Earl of Poitou, wishing anxiously to go to Jerusalem, was said to be about to pawn his territory to him. Thus, not content with his paternal possessions, and allured by expectation of greater glory, he grasped at honors not pertaining to him. He was a man much to be pitied by the clergy, for throwing away a soul which they could not save. To be beloved by stipendiary soldiers, for the multitude of his gifts, but not to be lamented by the people, because he suffered their substance to be plundered. I remember no council being held in his time, wherein the health of the Church might be strengthened through the correction of abuses. He hesitated a long time ere he bestowed ecclesiastical honors, either for the sake of emolument, or of weighing desert. So that on the day he died, he held in his own hands 3 bishoprics, and 12 vacant abbeys. Besides, seeking occasion from the schism between Urban in Rome and Guibert at Ravenna, he forbade the payment of the tribute 360 to the Holy See, though he was more inclined to favor Guibert. Because the ground and instigation of the discord between himself and Anselm was, that this man, so dear to God, had pronounced Urban to be pope, the other an apostate. A.D. 1100. Of the Cistercian order. In his time began the Cistercian order, which is now both believed and asserted to be the surest road to heaven. 361. To speak of this does not seem irrelevant to the work I have undertaken, since it redounds to the glory of England to have produced the distinguished man who was the author and promoter of that rule. To us he belonged, and in our schools passed the earlier part of his life. Wherefore, if we are not envious, we shall embrace his good qualities the more kindly in proportion as we knew them more intimately. And, moreover, I am anxious to extol his praise, because it is a mark of an ingenuous mind to approve that virtue in others, of which in yourself you regret the absence. He was named Harding, and born in England of no very illustrious parents. From his early years, he was a monk at Sherborne, but when secular desires had captivated his youth, he grew disgusted with the monastic garb, and went first to Scotland, and afterwards to France. Here, after some years' exercise in the liberal arts, he became awakened to the love of God. For, when manlier years had put away childish things, he went to Rome with a clerk who partook of his studies. Neither the length and difficulty of the journey, nor the scantiness of their means of subsistence by the way, preventing them, both as they went and returned, from singing daily the whole psalter. Indeed, the mind of this celebrated man was already meditating the design which soon after, by the grace of God, he attempted to put in execution. For returning into Burgundy, he was shorn at Molsemes, a new and magnificent monastery. Here he readily admitted the first elements of the order, as he had formerly seen them. But when additional matters were proposed for his observance, such as he had neither read in the rule nor seen elsewhere, he began, modestly and as became a monk, to ask the reason of them, saying, by reason the Supreme Creator has made all things. By reason he governs all things, by reason the fabric of the world revolves, by reason even the planets move, by reason the elements are directed, and by reason, and by due regulation, our nature ought to conduct itself. But since, through sloth, she too often departs from reason, many laws were, long ago, enacted for her use, and, latterly, a divine rule has been promulgated by Saint Benedict, to bring back the deviations of nature to reason. In this, though some things are contained the design of which I cannot fathom, yet I deem it necessary to yield to authority. And though reason and the authority of the holy writers may seem at variance, yet still they are one and the same. For since God hath created and restored nothing without reason, How can I believe that the Holy Fathers, no doubt strict followers of God, could command anything but what was reasonable, as if we ought to give credit to their bare authority? See then that you bring reason, or at least authority, for what you devise, although no great credit should be given to what is merely supported by human reason, because it may be combated with arguments equally forcible. Therefore from that rule, which, equally supported by reason and authority, appears as if dictated by the spirit of all just persons, produce precedents, which if you fail to do, in vain shall you profess his rule, whose regulations you disdain to comply with. Sentiments of this kind, spreading as usual from one to another, justly moved the hearts of such as feared God, lest haply they should or had run in vain. The subject, then, being canvassed in frequent chapters, ended by bringing over the abbot himself to the opinion that all superfluous matters should be passed by, and merely the essence of the rule be scrutinized. 2 of the fraternity, therefore, of equal faith and learning, were elected, who, by vicarious examination, were to discover the intention of the founder's rule, and when they had discovered it, to propound it to the rest. The abbot diligently endeavored to induce the whole convent to give their concurrence, but as it is difficult to eradicate from men's minds, what has early taken root, since they reluctantly relinquish the first notions they have imbibed. Almost the whole of them refused to accept the new regulations, because they were attached to the old. 18 only, among whom was Harding, otherwise called Stephen, persevering in their holy determination, together with their abbot, left the monastery, declaring that the purity of the institution could not be preserved in a place where riches and gluttony warred against even the heart that was well inclined. They came therefore to Citeaux, a situation formerly covered with woods, but now so conspicuous from the abundant piety of its monks, that it is not undeservedly esteemed conscious of the divinity himself. Here, by the countenance of the Archbishop of Vienne, who is now Pope, they entered on a labor worthy to be remembered and venerated to the end of time. Certainly many of their regulations seem severe, and more particularly these: they were nothing made with furs or linen, nor even that finely spun linen garment, which we call staminium. 362 neither breeches, unless when sent on a journey, which at their return they wash and restore. They have 2 tunics with cowls, but no additional garment in winter, though, if they think fit, in summer they may lighten their garb. They sleep clad and girded, and never after matins return to their beds, but they so order the time of matins that it shall be light ere the lauds 363 begin. So intent are they on their rule, that they think no jot or tittle of it should be disregarded. Directly after these hymns they sing the prime, after which they go out to work for stated hours. They complete whatever labor or service they have to perform by day without any other light. No one is ever absent from the daily services, or from complines, except the sick. The cellarer and hospitaller, after complines, wait upon the guests, yet observing the strictest silence. The abbot allows himself no indulgence beyond the others, everywhere present, everywhere attending to his flock. Except that he does not eat with the rest, because his table is with the strangers and the poor. Nevertheless, be he where he may, he is equally sparing of food and of speech. For never more than 2 dishes are served either to him or to his company, lard and meat never but to the sick. From the Ides of September till Easter, through regard for whatever festival, they do not take more than 1 meal a day, except on Sunday. They never leave the cloister but for the purpose of labor, nor do they ever speak, either there or elsewhere, save only to the abbot or prior. They pay unwearied attention to the canonical 364 services, making no addition to them except the vigil for the defunct. They use in their divine service the Ambrosian chants 365 and hymns, as far as they were able to learn them at Milan. While they bestow care on the stranger and the sick, they inflict intolerable mortifications on their own bodies, for the health of their souls. The abbot, at first, both encountered these privations with much alacrity himself, and compelled the rest to do the same. In process of time, however, the man repented. 366 He had been delicately brought up, and could not well bear such continued scantiness of diet. The monks, whom he had left at Malmesbury, getting scent of this disposition, either by messages or letters, for it is uncertain which, drew him back to the monastery, by his obedience to the Pope. For such was their pretext, compelling him to a measure to which he was already extremely well disposed. For, as if wearied out by the pertinacity of their entreaties, he left the narrow confines of poverty, and resought his former magnificence. All followed him from Citeaux, who had gone thither with him, except 8. These, few in number but great in virtue, appointed Alberic, one of their party, abbot, and Stephen prior. The former not surviving more than 8 years was, at the will of heaven, happily called away. Then, doubtless by God's appointment, Stephen though absent was elected abbot, the original contriver of the whole scheme, the especial and celebrated ornament of our times. 16 abbeys which he has already completed, and 7 which he has begun, are sufficient testimonies of his abundant merit. Thus, by the resounding trumpet of God, he directs the people around him, both by word and deed, to heaven. Acting fully up to his own precepts, affable in speech, pleasant in look, and with a mind always rejoicing in the Lord. Hence, openly, that noble joy of countenance, hence, secretly, that compunction, coming from above. Because, despising this state of a sojourner, he constantly desires to be in a place of rest. For these causes he is beloved by all, for God graciously imparts to the minds of other men a love for that man whom he loves. Wherefore the inhabitant of that country esteems himself happy if, through his hands, he can transmit his wealth to God. He receives much, indeed, but expending little on his own wants, or those of his flock, he distributes the rest to the poor, or employs it immediately on the building of monasteries, for the purse of Stephen is the public treasury of the indigent. A proof of his abstinence is that you see nothing there, as in other monasteries, flaming with gold, blazing with jewels, or glittering with silver. For as a Gentile says, of what use is gold to a saint? We think it not enough in our holy vases, unless the ponderous metal be eclipsed by precious stones, by the flame of the topaz, the violet of the amethyst, and the green shade of the emerald, unless the sacerdotal robes wanton with gold. And unless the walls glisten with various colored paintings, and throw the reflection of the sun's rays upon the ceiling. These men, however, placing those things which mortals foolishly esteem the first, only in a secondary point of view, give all their diligence to improve their morals, and love pure minds, more than glittering vestments. Knowing that the best remuneration for doing well, is to enjoy a clear conscience. Moreover, if at any time the laudable kindness of the abbot either desires, or feigns a desire, to modify aught from the strict letter of the rule, they are ready to oppose such indulgence, saying, that they have no long time to live. Nor shall they continue to exist so long as they have already done. That they hope to remain steadfast in their purpose to the end, and to be an example to their successors, who will transgress if they should give way. And, indeed, through human weakness, the perpetual law of which is that nothing attained, even by the greatest labor, can long remain unchanged, it will be so. But to comprise, briefly, all things which are or can be said of them, the Cistercian monks at the present day are a model for all monks, a mirror for the diligent, a spur to the indolent. A.D. 1100. Herbert, Bishop of Norwich. At this time 3 sees in England were transferred from their ancient situations, Wells to Bath, by John, Chester to Coventry, by Robert, Thetford to Norwich, by Herbert. All through greater ambition, than ought to have influenced men of such eminence. Finally, to speak of the last first, Herbert, from his skill in adulation, surnamed Lozinga 367 was first abbot of Ramsey, and then purchased the bishopric of Thetford, while his father, Robert, surnamed as himself, was intruded on the Abbey of Winchester. This man, then, was the great source of simony in England, having craftily procured by means of his wealth, both an abbey and a bishopric. For he hoodwinked the king's solicitude for the church by his money, and whispered great promises to secure the favor of the nobility, whence a poet of those times admirably observes. A monster in the church from losing rose. Base Simon's sect. The canons to oppose. Peter, thou art slow, see Simon soars on high. If present, soon thou dest hurl him from the sky. 368. O grief, the church is let to sort it higher. The son a bishop, abbot is the sire. All may be hoped from gold's prevailing sway, which governs all things, gives and takes away. Makes bishops, abbots, basely in a day. Future repentance, however, atoned for the errors of his youth. He went to Rome, when he was of a more serious age, and there resigning the staff and ring which he had acquired by simony, had them restored through the indulgence of that most merciful see. For the Romans regard it both as more holy and more fitting, that the dues from each church should rather come into their own purse, than be subservient to the use of any king whatever. Herbert thus returning home, removed the episcopal see, which had formerly been at Helmham, and was then at Thetford, to a town, celebrated for its trade and populousness, called Norwich. Here he settled a congregation of monks, famous for their numbers and their morals, purchasing everything for them out of his private fortune. For, having an eye to the probable complaints of his successors, he gave none of the episcopal lands to the monastery, lest they should deprive the servants of God of their subsistence, if they found anything given to them which pertained to their see. At Thetford, too, he settled Clugniac monks, because the members of that order, dispersed throughout the world, are rich in worldly possessions, and of distinguished piety towards God. Thus, by the great and extensive merit of his virtues, he shrouded the multitude of his former failings, and by his abundant eloquence and learning, as well as by his knowledge in secular affairs, he became worthy even of the Roman pontificate. Herbert thus changed, as Lucan observes of Curio, became the changer and mover of all things, and, as in the times of this king, he had been a pleader in behalf of simony, so was he, afterwards, its most strenuous opposer. Nor did he suffer that to be done by others, which he lamented he had ever himself done through the presumption of juvenile ardor, ever having in his mouth, as they relate, the saying of Saint Jerome, "We have erred when young. Let us amend now we are old." Finally, who can sufficiently extol his conduct, who, though not a very rich bishop, yet built so noble a monastery, in which nothing appears defective, either in the beauty of the lofty edifice, the elegance of its ornaments, or in the piety and universal charity of its monks. These things soothed him with joyful hope while he lived, and when dead, if repentance be not in vain, conducted him to heaven. 369. John was Bishop of Wells, a native of Touraine, and an approved physician, by practice, rather than education. On the death of the abbot of Bath, he easily obtained the abbey from the king, both because all things at court were exposed to sale, and his covetousness seemed palliated by some degree of reason. That so famed a city might be still more celebrated, by becoming the see of a bishop. He at first began to exercise his severity against the monks, because they were dull, and in his estimation, barbarians, taking away all the lands ministering to their subsistence, and furnishing them with but scanty provision by his lay dependents. In process of time, however, when new monks had been admitted, he conducted himself with more mildness, and gave a small portion of land to the prior, by which he might, in some measure, support himself and his inmates. And although he had begun austerely, yet many things were there by him both nobly begun and completed, in decorations and in books, and more especially, in a selection of monks, equally notable for their learning and kind offices. But still he could not, even at his death, be softened far enough totally to exonerate the lands from bondage, leaving, in this respect, an example not to be followed by his successors. There was in the diocese of Chester, a monastery, called Coventry, which, as I have before related, the most noble Earl Leofric, with his lady Godiva, had built. So splendid for its gold and silver, that the very walls of the church seemed too scanty to receive the treasures, to the great astonishment of the beholders. This, Robert Bishop of the diocese eagerly seized on, in a manner by no means episcopal, stealing from the very treasures of the church wherewith he might fill the hand of the king, beguile the vigilance of the pope, and gratify the covetousness of the Romans. Continuing there many years, he gave no proof of worth whatever, for, so far from rescuing the nodding roofs from ruin, he wasted the sacred treasures, and became guilty of peculation. And a bishop might have been convicted of illegal exactions, had an accuser been at hand. He fed the monks on miserable fare, made no attempts to excite in them a love for their profession, and suffered them to reach only a very common degree of learning. Lest he should make them delicate by sumptuous living, or strictness of rule and depth of learning should spirit them up to oppose him. Contented therefore with rustic fare, and humble literary attainments, they deemed it enough, if they could only live in peace. Moreover, at his death, paying little attention to the dictates of the canons, by which it is enacted, that bishops ought to be buried in their cathedrals, he commanded himself to be interred, not at Chester, but at Coventry. Leaving to his successors by such a decision, the task, not of claiming what was not due to them, but as it were, of vindicating their proper right. A.D. 1100. Jocelyn. Here, while speaking of the times of William, I should be induced to relate the translation of the most excellent Augustine, the apostle of the English and of his companions, had not the talents of the learned Jocelyn. Anticipated me, 370 of Jocelyn, who being a monk of St. Bertin, formerly came to England with Herman Bishop of Salisbury, skilled equally in literature and music. For a considerable time he visited the cathedrals and abbeys, and left proofs of uncommon learning in many places. He was second to none after Bede in the celebration of the English saints, next to Osborne 371 too, he bore away the palm in music. Moreover he wrote innumerable lives of modern saints, and restored, in an elegant manner, such of those of the ancients as had been lost through the confusion of the times, or had been carelessly edited. He also so exquisitely wrought the process of this translation, that he may be said to have realized it to the present race, and given a view of it to posterity. Happy that tongue, which ministered to so many saints. Happy that voice, which poured forth such melody. More especially as in his life, his probity equalled his learning. But, as I have hitherto recorded disgraceful transactions of certain bishops, I will introduce others of different lives and dispositions, who were in being at the same time. That our age may not be said to have grown so negligent as not to produce one single saint. Such as are desirous, may find this promise completed in a subsequent book, after the narrative of King Henry's transactions. Chapter 2. The Expedition to Jerusalem. A.D. 1095 to 1105. I shall now describe the expedition to Jerusalem, relating in my own words what was seen and endured by others. Besides too, as opportunity offers, I shall select from ancient writers, accounts of the situation and riches of Constantinople, Antioch, and Jerusalem. In order that he who is unacquainted with these matters, and meets with this work, may have something to communicate to others. But for such a relation there needs a more fervent spirit, in order to complete effectually, what I begin with such pleasure. Invoking, therefore, the divinity, as is usual, I begin as follows. In the year of the Incarnation 1095, Pope Urban II, who then filled the papal throne, passing the Alps, came into France. The ostensible cause of his journey, was, that, being driven from home by the violence of Guibert, he might prevail on the churches on this side of the mountains to acknowledge him. His more secret intention was not so well known. This was, by Beaumont's advice, to excite almost the whole of Europe to undertake an expedition into Asia, that in such a general commotion of all countries, auxiliaries might easily be engaged, by whose means both Urban might obtain Rome, and Beaumont, Illyria and Macedonia. For Guiscard, his father, had conquered those countries from Alexius, and also all the territory extending from Durazzo to Thessalonica. Wherefore Beaumont claimed them as his due, since he obtained not the inheritance of Apulia, which his father had given to his younger son, Roger. Still nevertheless, whatever might be the cause of Urban's journey, it turned out of great and singular advantage to the Christian world. A council, therefore, was assembled at Clermont, 372, which is the most noted city of Auvergne. The number of bishops and abbots was 310. Here at first, during several days, a long discussion was carried on concerning the Catholic faith, and the establishing peace among contending parties. 373-4, in addition to those crimes in which every one indulged, all, on this side of the Alps, had arrived at such a calamitous state, as to take each other captive on little or no pretense. Nor were they suffered to go free, unless ransomed at an enormous price. Again too, the snake of simony had so reared her slippery crest, and cherished, with poisonous warmth, her deadly eggs, that the whole world became infected with her mortal hissing, and tainted the honors of the Church. At that time, I will not say bishops to their sees merely, but none aspired even to any ecclesiastical degree, except by the influence of money. Then too, many persons putting away their lawful wives, procured divorces, and invaded the marriage couch of others. Wherefore, as in both these cases, there was a mixed multitude of offenders, the names of some powerful persons were singled out for punishment. Not to be tedious, I will subjoin the result of the whole council, abbreviating some parts, in my own language. A.D. 1095. Council of Clermont. In a council at Clermont, in the presence of Pope Urban, these articles were enacted. That the Catholic Church shall be pure in faith, free from all servitude, that bishops, or abbots, or clergy of any rank, shall receive no ecclesiastical dignity from the hand of princes, or of any of the laity, that clergymen shall not hold prebends in 2 churches or cities, that no one shall be bishop and abbot at the same time, that ecclesiastical dignities shall be bought and sold by no one, that no person in holy orders shall be guilty of carnal intercourse, that such as not knowing the canonical prohibition had purchased canonries, should be pardoned, but that they should be taken from such as knew they possessed them by their own purchase, or that of their parents, that no layman from Ash Wednesday, no clergyman from Quadragesima, to Easter, shall eat flesh, that at all times, the first fast of the Ember weeks, should be in the first week of Lent, that orders should be conferred, at all times, on the evening of Saturday, or on a Sunday, continuing fasting, 374 that on Easter Eve service should not be celebrated till after the 9th hour, that the second fast should be observed in the week of Pentecost, that from our Lord's Advent, to the octave of the Epiphany, from Septuagesima to the octaves of Easter, from the first day of the rogations to the octaves of Pentecost, and from the 4th day of the week at sunset, at all times, to the 2nd day in the following week at sunrise, the truce of God be observed, 375 that whoever laid violent hands on a bishop should be excommunicated, that whoever laid violent hands on clergymen or their servants should be accursed, that whoever seized the goods of bishops or clergymen at their deaths, should be accursed, that whoever married a relation, even in the 6th degree of consanguinity, should be accursed, that none should be chosen bishop, except a priest, deacon, or subdeacon who was of noble descent, unless under pressing necessity, and license from the Pope, that the sons of priests and concubines should not be advanced to the priesthood, unless they first made their vow, that whosoever fled to the church, or the cross, should, being insured from loss of limb, be delivered up to justice, or if innocent, be released, that every church should enjoy its own tithes, nor pass them away to another, that laymen should neither buy nor sell tithes, that no fee should be demanded for the burial of the dead. In this council the Pope excommunicated Philip, King of France, and all who called him king or lord, and obeyed or spoke to him, unless for the purpose of correcting him, in like manner to his accursed consort, and all who called her queen or lady, till they so far reformed as to separate from each other, and also Guibert of Ravenna, who calls himself Pope, and Henry, Emperor of Germany, who supports him. Afterwards, a clear and forcible discourse, such as should come from a priest, was addressed to the people, on the subject of an expedition of the Christians, against the Turks. This I have thought fit to transmit to posterity, as I have learned it from those who were present, preserving its sense unimpaired. For who can preserve the force of that eloquence? We shall be fortunate, if, treading an adjacent path, we come even by a circuitous route to its meaning. A.D. 1095. Pope Urban's speech. You recollect, 376 said he, my dearest brethren, many things which have been decreed for you, at this time, some matters, in our council, commanded, others inhibited. A rude and confused chaos of crimes required the deliberation of many days. An inveterate malady demanded a sharp remedy. For while we give unbounded scope to our clemency, our papal office finds numberless matters to proscribe, none to spare. But it has hitherto arisen from human frailty, that you have erred, and that, deceived by the speciousness of vice, you have exasperated the long suffering of God, by too lightly regarding his forbearance. It has arisen too from human wantonness, that, disregarding lawful wedlock, you have not duly considered the heinousness of adultery. From too great covetousness also, it has arisen, that, as opportunity offered, making captive your brethren, bought by the same great price, you have outrageously extorted from them their wealth. To you, however, now suffering this perilous shipwreck of sin, a secure haven of rest is offered, unless you neglect it. A station of perpetual safety will be awarded you, for the exertion of a trifling labor against the Turks. Compare, now, the labors which you underwent in the practice of wickedness, and those which you will encounter in the undertaking I advise. The intention of committing adultery, or murder, begets many fears. For, as Solomon says, there is nothing more timid than guilt, many labors, for what is more toilsome than wickedness? But, he who walks uprightly, walks securely. Of these labors, of these fears, the end was sin, the wages of sin is death. The death of sinners is most dreadful. Now the same labors and apprehensions are required from you, for a better consideration. The cause of these labors, will be charity. If thus warned by the command of God, you lay down your lives for the brethren, the wages of charity will be the grace of God, the grace of God is followed by eternal life. Go then prosperously, go, then, with confidence, to attack the enemies of God. For they long since, O sad reproach to Christians, have seized Syria, Armenia, and lastly, all Asia Minor, the provinces of which are Bithynia, Phrygia, Galatia, Lydia, Curia, Pamphylia, Isauria, Lycia, Cilicia. And now they insolently domineer over Illyricum, and all the hither countries, even to the sea which is called the Straits of St. George. Nay, they usurp even the sepulchre of our Lord, that singular assurance of our faith. And sell to our pilgrims admissions to that city, which ought, had they a trace of their ancient courage left, to be open to Christians only. This alone might be enough to cloud our brows. But now, who except the most abandoned, or the most envious of Christian reputation, can endure that we do not divide the world equally with them? They inhabit Asia, the third portion of the world, as their native soil, which was justly esteemed by our ancestors equal, by the extent of its tracts and greatness of its provinces, to the two remaining parts. There, formerly, sprang up the first germs of our faith, there, all the apostles, except two, consecrated their deaths. There, at the present day, the Christians, if any survive, sustaining life by a wretched kind of agriculture, pay these miscreants tribute, and even with stifled sighs, long for the participation of your liberty, since they have lost their own. They hold Africa also, another quarter of the world, already possessed by their arms for more than 200 years. Which on this account I pronounce derogatory to Christian honor, because that country was anciently the nurse of celebrated geniuses, who, by their divine writings, will mock the rust of antiquity as long as there shall be a person who can relish Roman literature. 377 The learned know the truth of what I say. Europe, the third portion of the world remains, of which, how small a part do we Christians inhabit? For who can call all those barbarians who dwell in remote islands of the frozen ocean, Christians, since they live after a savage manner? Even this small portion of the world, belonging to us, is oppressed by the Turks and Saracens. Thus for 300 years, Spain and the Balearic Isles have been subjugated to them, and the possession of the remainder is eagerly anticipated by feeble men, who, not having courage to engage in close encounter, love a flying mode of warfare. For the Turk never ventures upon close fight, but, when driven from his station, bends his bow at a distance, and trusts the winds with his meditated wound. And as he has poisoned arrows, venom, and not valor, inflicts the death on the man he strikes. Whatever he effects, then, I attribute to fortune, not to courage, because he wars by flight, and by poison. It is apparent too, that every race, born in that region, being scorched with the intense heat of the sun, abounds more in reflection, than in blood. And, therefore, they avoid coming to close quarters, because they are aware how little blood they possess. Whereas the people who are born amid the polar frosts, and distant from the sun's heat, are less cautious indeed. But, elate from their copious and luxuriant flow of blood, they fight with the greatest alacrity. You are a nation born in the more temperate regions of the world, who may be both prodigal of blood, in defiance of death and wounds, and are not deficient in prudence. For you equally preserve good conduct in camp, and are considerate in battle. Thus endued with skill and with valor, you undertake a memorable expedition. You will be extolled throughout all ages, if you rescue your brethren from danger. To those present, in God's name, I command this, to the absent I enjoin it. Let such as are going to fight for Christianity, put the form of the cross upon their garments, that they may, outwardly, demonstrate the love arising from their inward faith, enjoying by the gift of God, and the privilege of St. Peter, absolution from all their crimes. Let this in the meantime suit the labor of their journey, satisfied that they shall obtain, after death, the advantages of a blessed martyrdom. Putting an end to your crimes then, that Christians may at least live peaceably in these countries, go, and employ in nobler warfare, that valor, and that sagacity, which you used to waste in civil broils, go, soldiers everywhere renowned in fame. Go, and subdue these dastardly nations. Let the noted valor of the French advance, which, accompanied by its adjoining nations, shall affright the whole world by the single terror of its name. But why do I delay you longer by detracting from the courage of the Gentiles? Rather bring to your recollection the saying of God, narrow is the way which leadeth to life. Be it so then, the track to be followed is narrow, replete with death, and terrible with dangers, still this path will lead to your lost country. No doubt you must, by much tribulation enter into the kingdom of God. Place then, before your imagination, if you shall be made captive, torments and chains, nay, every possible suffering that can be inflicted. Expect, for the firmness of your faith, even horrible punishments, that so, if it be necessary, you may redeem your souls at the expense of your bodies. Do you fear death? You men of exemplary courage and intrepidity. Surely human wickedness can devise nothing against you, worthy to be put in competition with heavenly glory, for the sufferings of the present time are not worthy to be compared to the glory which shall be revealed in us. Know ye not, that for men to live is wretchedness, and happiness to die? This doctrine, if you remember, you imbibed with your mother's milk, through the preaching of the clergy, and this doctrine your ancestors, the martyrs, held out by example. Death sets free from its filthy prison the human soul, which then takes flight for the mansions fitted to its virtues. Death accelerates their country to the good, death cuts short the wickedness of the ungodly. By means of death, then, the soul, made free, is either soothed with joyful hope, or is punished without farther apprehension of worse. So long as it is fettered to the body, it derives from it earthly contagion, or to say more truly, is dead. For, earthly with heavenly, and divine with mortal, ill agree. The soul, indeed, even now, in its state of union with the body, is capable of great efforts. It gives life to its instrument, secretly moving and animating it to exertions almost beyond mortal nature. But when, freed from the clog which drags it to the earth, it regains its proper station, it partakes of a blessed and perfect energy, communicating after some measure with the invisibility of the divine nature. Discharging a double office, therefore, it ministers life to the body when it is present, and the cause of its change, when it departs. You must observe how pleasantly the soul wakes in the sleeping body, and, apart from the senses, sees many future events, from the principle of its relationship to the deity. Why then do ye fear death, who love the repose of sleep, which resembles death? Surely it must be madness, through lust of a transitory life, to deny yourselves that which is eternal. Rather, my dearest brethren, should it so happen, lay down your lives for the brotherhood. Rid God's sanctuary of the wicked, expel the robbers, bring in the pious. Let no love of relations detain you, for man's chiefest love is towards God. Let no attachment to your native soil be an impediment, because, in different points of view, all the world is exile to the Christian, and all the world his country. Thus exile is his country, and his country exile. Let none be restrained from going by the largeness of his patrimony, for a still larger is promised him. Not of such things as suit the miserable with vain expectation, or flatter the indolent disposition with the mean advantages of wealth, but of such as are shown by perpetual example and approved by daily experience. Yet these too are pleasant, but vain, and which, to such as despise them, produce reward 100-fold. These things I publish, these I command, and for their execution I fix the end of the ensuing spring. God will be gracious to those who undertake this expedition, that they may have a favorable year, both in abundance of produce, and in serenity of season. Those who may die will enter the mansions of heaven, while the living shall behold the sepulchre of the Lord. And what can be greater happiness, than for a man, in his lifetime, to see those places, where the Lord of heaven was conversant as a man? Blessed are they, who, called to these occupations, shall inherit such a recompense. Fortunate are those who are led to such a conflict, that they may partake of such rewards. A.D. 1095. Effect of urban speech. I have adhered to the tenor of this address, retaining some few things unaltered, on account of the truth of the remarks, but omitting many. The bulk of the auditors were extremely excited, and attested their sentiments by a shout. Pleased with the speech, and inclined to the pilgrimage. And immediately, in presence of the council, some of the nobility, falling down at the knees of the Pope, consecrated themselves and their property to the service of God. Among these was Aymar, the very powerful Bishop of Puy, who afterwards ruled the army by his prudence, and augmented it through his eloquence. In the month of November, then, in which this council was held, each departed to his home, and the report of this good resolution soon becoming general, it gently wafted a cheering gale over the minds of the Christians, which being universally diffused, there was no nation so remote, no people so retired, as not to contribute its portion. This ardent love not only inspired the continental provinces, but even all who had heard the name of Christ, whether in the most distant islands, or savage countries. The Welshman left his hunting, the Scot his fellowship with lice. 378 The Dane his drinking party, the Norwegian his raw fish. Lands were deserted of their husbandmen, houses of their inhabitants, even whole cities migrated. There was no regard to relationship, affection to their country was held in little esteem. God alone was placed before their eyes. Whatever was stored in granaries, or hoarded in chambers, to answer the hopes of the avaricious husbandman, or the covetousness of the miser, all was deserted. They hungered and thirsted after Jerusalem alone. Joy attended such as proceeded, while grief oppressed those who remained. But why do I say remained? You might see the husband departing with his wife, indeed, with all his family. You would smile to see the whole household laden on a carriage, about to proceed on their journey. 379 The road was too narrow for the passengers, the path too confined for the travelers, so thickly were they thronged with endless multitudes. The number surpassed all human imagination, though the itinerants were estimated at 6 millions. 380 Doubtless, never did so many nations unite in one opinion. Never did so immense a population subject their unruly passions to one, and almost to no, direction. For the strangest wonder to behold was, that such a countless multitude marched gradually through various Christian countries without plundering, though there was none to restrain them. Mutual regard blazed forth in all. So that if any one found in his possession what he knew did not belong to him, he exposed it everywhere for several days to be owned, and the desire of the finder was suspended, till perchance the wants of the loser might be repaired. 381. The long-looked-for month of March was now at hand, when, the hoary garb of winter being laid aside, the world, clad in vernal bloom, invited the pilgrims to the confines of the East. Nor, such was the ardor of their minds, did they seek delay. Godfrey, Duke of Lorraine, proceeded by way of Hungary, second to none in military virtue, and, descended from the ancient lineage of Charles the Great, he inherited much of Charles both in blood and in mind. He was followed by the Frisons, Lorrainers, Saxons, and all the people who dwell between the Rhine and the Garonne. 382 Raymond, Earl of St. Giles, and Aymar, Bishop of Puy, nobly matched in valor, and alike noted for spirit against the enemy and piety to God, took the route of Dalmatia. Under their standard marched the Goths and Gascons, and all the people scattered throughout the Pyrenees and the Alps. Before them, by a shorter route, went Bohemund, an Apulian by residence, but a Norman by descent. For embarking at Brindisi, and landing at Durazzo, he marched to Constantinople by roads with which he was well acquainted. Under his command, Italy, and the whole adjacent province, from the Tuscan Sea to the Adriatic, joined in the war. All these assembling at the same time at Constantinople, partook somewhat of mutual joy. Here, too, they found Hugh the Great, brother of Philip, King of France, for having inconsiderately, and with a few soldiers, entered the territories of the emperor, he was taken by his troops, and detained in free custody. But Alexius, emperor of Constantinople, alarmed at the arrival of these chiefs, willingly, but, as it were, induced by their entreaties, released him. Alexius was a man famed for his duplicity, and never attempted anything of importance, unless by stratagem. He had taken off Guiscard, as I before related, by poison, and had corrupted his wife by gold, falsely promising by his emissaries to marry her. Again, too, he allowed William, Earl of Poitou, to be led into an ambush of the Turks, and, after losing 60,000 soldiers, to escape almost unattended. Being incensed at his reply, when he refused homage to the Greek. In after time, he laid repeated snares for Bohemund, who was marching against him to avenge the injuries of the Crusaders. And when these failed he bereaved him of his brother Guido, and of almost all his army, making use of his usual arts either in poisoning the rivers, or their garments, but of this hereafter. Now, however, removing the army from the city, and mildly addressing the chiefs, his Grecian eloquence proved so powerful, that he obtained from them all homage, and an oath, that they would form no plot against him. And that if they could subdue the cities pertaining to his empire, they would restore them to him, thus purchasing another's advantage at the expense of their own blood. The credit of maintaining his liberty appeared more estimable to Raymond alone. So that he neither did homage to him, nor took the oath. Collecting, then, all their forces, they made an attack on Nicaea, a city of Bithynia, for they chose to assault this first, both as it was an obstacle to the Crusaders, and as they were eager to revenge the death of those pilgrims who had recently been slain there. For one Walter, a distinguished soldier, but precipitate, for you will scarcely see prudence and valor united in the same person, as one retards what the other advances, incautiously roaming around the walls, had perished with a numerous party, which Peter the Hermit had allured, by his preaching, from their country. Now, too, in the month of September, Robert Earl of Normandy, brother of King William whose name is prefixed to this book, earnestly desiring to enter on the expedition, had as his companions Robert of Flanders, and Stephen of Blois who had married his sister. They were earls of noble lineage and corresponding valor. Under their command were the English and Normans, the Western Franks and people of Flanders, and all the tribes which occupy the continental tract from the British Ocean to the Alps. Proceeding on their journey, at Lucca they found Pope Urban, who being enraged at Guibert, as I have said, was, by the assistance of Matilda, carrying war into Italy and around the city of Rome. He had now so far succeeded that the Roman people, inclining to his party, were harassing that of Guibert, both by words and blows. Nor did the one faction spare the other, either in the churches or in the streets, until Guibert, being weakest, left the sea vacant for Urban, and fled to Germany. A.D. 1097. Ancient Rome. Of Rome, formerly the mistress of the globe, but which now, in comparison of its ancient state, appears a small town. And of the Romans, once sovereigns over all and the gowned nation, 383 who are now the most fickle of men, bartering justice for gold, and dispensing with the cannons for money. Of this city and its inhabitants, I say, whatever I might attempt to write, has been anticipated by the verses of Hildebert, first, Bishop of Mans, and afterwards Archbishop of Tours. 384 which I insert, not to assume the honor acquired by another man's labor, but rather as a proof of a liberal mind, while not envying his fame, I give testimony to his charming poetry. Rome, still thy ruins grand beyond compare. Thy former greatness mournfully declare. Though time thy stately palaces around hath strewed, and cast thy temples to the ground. Fallen is the power Arax's dire. Regrets now gone, and dreaded when entire. Which arms and laws, and even the gods on high, bade o'er the world assume the mastery. Which guilty Caesar rather had enjoyed alone, than e'er a fostering hand employed. Which gave to foes, to vice, to friends its care. Subdued, restrained, or bade its kindness share. This growing power the holy fathers reared, where near the stream the favoring spot appeared. From either pole, materials, artists meet, and rising walls their proper station greet. Kings gave their treasures, favoring too was fate. And arts and riches on the structure wait. Fallen is that city, whose proud fame to reach. I merely say, Rome was, there fails my speech. Still neither time's decay, nor sword, nor fire, shall cause its beauty wholly to expire. Human exertions raised that splendid Rome, which gods in vain shall strive to overcome. Bid wealth, bid marble, and bid fate attend, and watchful artists o'er the labor bend. Still shall the matchless ruin art defy the old to rival, or its loss supply. Here gods themselves their sculptured forms admire, and only to reflect those forms aspire. Nature unable such like gods to form, left them to man's creative genius warm. Life breathes within them, and the suppliant falls, not to the god, but statues in the walls. City thrice blessed, were tyrants but away, or shame compelled them justice to obey. A.D. 1097. Description of Rome. Are not these sufficient to point out in such a city, both the dignity of its former advantages, and the majesty of its present ruin? But that nothing may be wanting to its honor, I will add the number of its gates, and the multitude of its sacred relics. And that no person may complain of his being deprived of any knowledge by the obscurity of the narrative, the description shall run in an easy and familiar style. 385. The first is the Cornelian Gate, which is now called the Gate of St. Peter, and the Cornelian Way. Near it is situated the Church of St. Peter, in which his body lies, decked with gold and silver, and precious stones, and no one knows the number of the holy martyrs who rest in that church. On the same way is another church, in which lie the holy virgins Rufina and Secunda. In a third church, are Marius and Martha, and Audifax and Abacuc, their sons. The second is the Flaminian Gate, which is now called the Gate of St. Valentine, 386, and the Flaminian Way, and when it arrives at the Milvian Bridge, it takes the name of the Ravenanian Way, because it leads to Ravenna, and there, at the first stone without the gate, Saint Valentine rests in his church. The third is called the Porcinian 387 Gate, and the way the same. But where it joins the Salarian, it loses its name, and there, nearly in the spot which is called Cucumerus, lie the martyrs, Festus, Johannes, Liberalis, Diogenes, Blastus, Lucina, and in one sepulchre, the 260, 388 in another. The 30. The fourth is the Salarian 389 Gate and Way, now called St. Sylvester's. Here, near the road, lie St. Hermes, and St. Vasella, and Prothus, and Jacinctus, Maxilian, Herculan, Crispus. And, in another place, hard by, rest the holy martyrs Pamphilus and Quirinus, 70 steps beneath the surface. Next is the church of St. Felicity, where she rests, and Silanus her son, and not far distant, Boniface the martyr. In another church, there are Chrysanthus, and Daria, and Saturninus, and Maurus, and Jason, and their mother Ilaria, and others innumerable. And in another church, Saint Alexander, Vitalis, Martialis, sons of Saint Felicity. And 7 holy virgins, Saturnina, Hilarina, Duranda, Rogantina, Seratina, Paulina, Donata. Next the church of Saint Sylvester, where he lies under a marble tomb, and the martyrs, Celestinus, Philippus, and Felix. And there too, the 365 martyrs rest in one sepulchre, and near them lie Paulus and Crescentius, Prisca and Demetrius, Praxides and Potentiana. The fifth is called the Nomentan 390 Gate. There lies St. Nicomede, priest and martyr. The way too is called by the same name. Near the road are the church and body of Saint Agnes, in another church, Saint Emerentiana, and the martyrs, Alexander, Felix, Papias. At the seventh stone on this road rests the holy Pope Alexander, with Eugentius and Theodulus. The sixth is the Tiburtine 391 Gate and Way, which is now called St. Lawrence's. Near this way lies St. Lawrence in his church, and Habundius the martyr, and near this, in another church, rest these martyrs, Syriaca, Romanus, Justinus, Crescentius, and not far from hence the church of St. Hippolytus, where he himself rests, and his family, 18 in number. There too repose, Saint Tryphonia, the wife of Decius, and his daughter Cyrilla, and her nurse Concordia. And in another part of this way is the church of Agapit the martyr. The seventh is called, at present, the Greater Gate 392, formerly the Syracusan, and the way the Lavicanian, which leads to St. Helena. Near this are Peter, Marcellinus, Tiburtius, Geminus, Gorgonius, and the 40 soldiers, 393 and others without number, and a little farther the 4 Coronati. 394. The eighth is the Gate of St. John 395, which by the ancients was called Asinarica. The ninth gate is called Met Rosa, 396, and in front of both these runs the Latin Way. The 10th is called the Latin Gate 397 and Way. Near this, in one church, lie the martyrs, Gordianus and Epimachus, Sulpicius, Servilianus, Quintinus, Quartus, Sophia, Tryphaenus. Near this too, in another spot, Tertullinus, and not far distant, the church of St. Eugenia, in which she lies, and her mother Claudia, and Pope Stephen, with 19 of his clergy, and Nemesius the deacon. The 11th is called the Appian Gate 398 and Way. There lie St. Sebastian, and Quirinus, and originally the bodies of the apostles rested there. A little nearer Rome, are the martyrs, Januarius, Urbanus, Zenon, Quirinus, Agapitus, Felicissimus, and in another church, Tiburtius, Valerianus, Maximus. Not far distant is the church of the martyr Cecilia. And there are buried Stephanus, Sixtus, Zephyrinus, Eusebius, Melchiades, Marcellus, Eutychianus, Dionysius, Antheros, Pontianus, Pope Lucius, Optatius, Julianus, Calicyrus, Parthenius, Tharcisius, Politanus. Martyrs, there too is the church and body of St. Cornelius, and in another church, Saint Sothorus, and not far off, rest the martyrs, Hippolytus, Adrianus, Eusebius, Maria, Martha, Paulina, Valeria, Marcellus, and near, Pope Marcus in his church. Between the Appian and Ostientian Way, is the Ardeatine Way, where are Saint Marcus, and Marcellianus. And there lies Pope Damasus in his church, and near him Saint Petronilla, and Nereus, and Achilles, and many more. The 12th gate and way is called the Ostientian, but, at present, St. Paul's 399 because he lies near it in his church. There too is the martyr Timotheus, and near, in the church of St. Thecla, are the martyrs Felix, Audactus, and Nemesius. At the 3 fountains 400 is the head of the martyr St. Anastasius. The 13th is called the Portuan 401 Gate and Way. Near which in a church are the martyrs, Felix, Alexander, Abdon and Sens, Simeon, Anastasius, Polion, Vincentius, Milix, Candida, and Innocentia. The 14th is the Aurelian 402 Gate and Way, which now is called the Gate of St. Pancras, because he lies near it in his church, and the other martyrs, Paulinus, Artemius, Saint Sapientia, with her 3 daughters, Faith, Hope, and Charity. In another church, Processus and Martinianus, and, in a third, 2 Felixes. In a 4th Calixtus, and Calipodius, in a 5th Saint Basilides. At the 12th Miliary within the city, on Mount Celsius, are the martyrs Johannes, and Paulus, in their dwelling, which was made a church after their martyrdom, and Crispin and Crispinianus, and Saint Benedicta. On the same mount, is the church of Saint Stephen, the first martyr, and there are buried the martyrs Primus, and Felicianus, on Mount Aventine Saint Boniface, and on Mount Nola, Saint Tatiana rests. Such are the Roman sanctuaries. Such the sacred pledges upon earth, and yet in the midst of this heavenly treasure, as it were, a people drunk with senseless fury, even at the very time the Crusaders arrived, were disturbing everything with wild ambition, and, when unable to satisfy their lust of money, pouring out the blood of their fellow citizens over the very bodies of the saints. 403 The Earls, confiding then in Urban's benediction, having passed through Tuscany and Campania, came by Apulia to Calabria, and would have embarked immediately had not the seamen, on being consulted, forbade them. On account of the violence of the southerly winds. In consequence, the Earls of Normandy and Blois passed the winter there, sojourning each among their friends, as convenient. The Earl of Flanders, alone, ventured to sea, experiencing a prosperous issue to a rash attempt, wherefore part of this assembled multitude returned home through want, and part of them died from the unwholesomeness of the climate. The earls who remained however, when by the vernal sun's return they saw the sea sufficiently calm for the expedition, committed themselves to the ocean, and, by Christ's assistance, landed safely at 2 ports. Thence, through Thessaly, the metropolis of which is Thessalonica, and Thracia, they came to Constantinople. Many of the lower order perished on the march through disease and want. Many lost their lives at the Devil's Ford, as it is called from its rapidity, and more indeed would have perished, had not the advanced cavalry been stationed in the river, to break the violence of the current. By which means the lives of some were saved, and the rest passed over on horseback. The whole multitude then, to solace themselves for their past labors, indulged in rest for 15 days, pitching their camp in the suburbs of the city. Of which, as the opportunity has presented itself, I shall briefly speak. A.D. 1097. Constantinople, its origin. Constantinople was first called Byzantium, which name is still preserved by the imperial money called bezants. St. Aldhelm, in his book on virginity 404 relates that it changed its appellation by divine suggestion. His words are as follow. As Constantine was sleeping in this city, he imagined that there stood before him an old woman, whose forehead was furrowed with age. But, that presently, clad in an imperial robe, she became transformed into a beautiful girl, and so fascinated his eyes, by the elegance of her youthful charms, that he could not refrain from kissing her, that Helena, his mother, being present, then said, "She shall be yours forever. Nor shall she die, till the end of time." The solution of this dream, when he awoke, the emperor extorted from heaven, by fasting and almsgiving. And behold, within 8 days, being cast again into a deep sleep, he thought he saw Pope Sylvester, who died some little time before, regarding his convert 405 with complacency, and saying, "You have acted with your customary prudence in waiting for a solution, from God, of that enigma which was beyond the comprehension of man. The old woman you saw, is this city, worn down by age, whose time-struck walls, menacing approaching ruin, require a restorer. But you, renewing its walls, and its affluence, shall signalize it also with your name. And here shall the imperial progeny reign forever. You shall not, however, lay the foundations at your own pleasure. But mounting the horse on which, when in the novitiate of your faith, you rode round the churches of the apostles at Rome, you shall give him the rein, and liberty to go whither he please. You shall have, too, in your hand, your royal spear. 406 whose point shall describe the circuit of the wall on the ground. You will be regulated, therefore, in what manner to dispose the foundations of the wall by the track of the spear on the earth. The emperor eagerly obeyed the vision, and built a city equal to Rome. Alleging that the emperor ought not to reign in Rome, where the martyred apostles, from the time of Christ, held dominion. He built in it 2 churches, one of which was dedicated to peace, the other to the apostles. Bringing thither numerous bodies of saints, who might conciliate the assistance of God against the incursions of its enemies. He placed in the circus, for the admiration and ornament of the city, the statues of triumphal heroes, brought from Rome, and the tripods from Delphi, and the images of heathen deities to excite the contempt of the beholders. They relate that it was highly gratifying to the mind of the emperor, to receive a mandate from heaven, to found a city in that place, where the fruitfulness of the soil and the temperature of the atmosphere conduced to the health of its inhabitants, for as he was born in Britain 407 he could not endure the burning heat of the sun. But Thracia is a province of Europe, as the poets observe, extremely cool, from Hebrus ice, and the Bistonian north, and near to Mysia, where, as Virgil remarks, with wonder Gargara the harvest sees. 408 Constantinople, then, washed by the sea, obtains the mingled temperature both of Europe and of Asia, because, from a short distance, the Asiatic East tempers the severity of the northern blast. The city is surrounded by a vast extent of walls, yet the influx of strangers is so great, as to make it crowded. In consequence they form a mole in the sea, by throwing in masses of rock, and loads of sand. And the space obtained by this new device, straightens the ancient waters. The sea wonders to see fields unknown before, amid its glassy waves, and surrounds and supplies its city with all the conveniences of the earth. The town is encompassed on every side, except the north, by the ocean, and is full of angles in the circuit of its walls, where it corresponds with the windings of the sea, which walls contain a space of 20 miles in circumference. The Danube 409, which is likewise called the Ister, flows in hidden channels underground, into the city, and on certain days being let out by the removal of a plug, it carries off the filth of the streets into the sea. All vied with the emperor in noble zeal to give splendor to this city, each thinking he was bound to advance the work in hand, one contributing holy relics, another riches, Constantine all things. A.D. 1097. Emperors of Constantinople. After Constantine the Great, the following emperors reigned here. Constantine his son, Julian the Apostate, Javinian, Valens, Theodosius the Great, Arcadius, Theodosius the Younger, Marcianus, Leo I, Zeno, Anastasius, Justin the Great. Justinian, who, famed for his literature and his wars, built a church in Constantinople to divine wisdom, that is, to the Lord Jesus Christ, which he called Hagia Sophia. A work, as they report, surpassing every other edifice in the world, and where ocular inspection proves it superior to its most pompous descriptions, Justin the Younger, Tiberius, Mauritius, the first Greek. Phocas, Heraclius, Heracleonas, Constans, Constantine, the son of Heraclius. Who, coming to Rome, and purloining all the remains of ancient decoration, stripped the churches even of their brazen tiles, anxiously wishing for triumphal honors, at Constantinople, even from such spoils as these. His covetousness, however, turned out unfortunately for him, for being shortly after killed at Syracuse, he left all these honorable spoils to be conveyed to Alexandria by the Saracens, Constantine, Leo II. Justinian, again Justinian, Tiberius, Anastasius, Philippicus, Theodosius, Leo III, all these reigned both at Constantinople and at Rome, the following in Constantinople only. Constantine, Leo, Constantine, Nicephorus, Stauracius, Michael, Theophilus, Michael, Basilius, Leo, Alexander, Constantine, two Romanuses, Nicephorus, Phocas, Johannes, Basilius, Romanus, Michael, Constantine, Theodora the Empress, Michael, Sacius. Constantine, Romanus, Diogenes, Nicephorus, Buthinus, Michael. For 10 who, driven from the empire by Alexius, secretly fled to Giscard in Apulia, and surrendering to him his power, imagined he had done something prejudicial to Alexius, hence Giscard's ambition conceived greater designs. Falsely persuading himself that he might acquire by industry, what the other had lost by inactivity, how far he succeeded, the preceding book hath explained. In the same city is the cross of our Saviour, brought by Helena from Jerusalem. There too rest the apostles, Andrew, James the brother of our Lord, Matthias, the prophets Elizus, Daniel, Samuel, and many others, Luke the evangelist, martyrs innumerable, confessors, Johannes Chrysostom, Basilius, Gregorius Nazianzen, Spiridion, virgins, Agatha, Lucia. And lastly all the saints whose bodies the emperors were able to collect thither out of every country. A.D. 1097. Siege of Nice. The earls, then, of Normandy and Blois, did homage to the Greek. For the Earl of Flanders had already passed on, disdaining to perform this ceremony, from the recollection that he was freely born and educated. The others, giving and receiving promises of fidelity, proceeded in the first week of June to Nice, which the rest had already besieged from the middle of May. Uniting, therefore, their forces, much carnage ensued on either side. Since every kind of weapon could easily be hurled by the townsmen on those who were beneath them, and the arm even of the weakest had effect on persons crowded together. Moreover the Turks dragged up, with iron hooks, numberless dead bodies of our people, to mangle them in mockery, or to cast them down again when stripped of their raiment. The Franks were grieved at this, nor did they cease venting their rage by slaughter, till the Turks, wearied by extremity of suffering, on the day of the summer solstice, surrendered themselves to the emperor by means of secret messengers. He, who knew only how to consult his own advantage, gave orders to the Franks to depart, choosing rather, that the city should be reserved for the undisguised disloyalty of the Turks, than the distrusted power of the Franks. He ordered, however, silver and gold to be distributed to the chiefs, and copper coin to those of inferior rank, lest they should complain of being unrewarded. Thus the Turks, who, passing the Euphrates, had now for the space of 50 years been possessed of Bithynia, which is a part of Asia Minor that is called Romania, betook themselves to flight to the eastward. Nevertheless, when the siege was ended, they attempted, at the instigation of Solomon for 11 who had been sovereign of all Romania, to harass the army on its advance. This man collecting, as is computed, 360,000 archers, attacked our people, expecting anything rather than hostility, with such violence, that overwhelmed with an iron shower of arrows. They were terrified and turned their backs. At that time, by chance, Duke Godfrey and Hugh the Great, and Raymond, had taken another route, that they might plunder the enemy's country to a wider extent, and obtain forage with more facility. But the Norman, sensible of his extreme danger, by means of expeditious messengers on a safe track, acquainted Godfrey and the rest of the approach of the Turks. They without a moment's delay, turned against the enemy, and delivered their associates from danger. For these were now indiscriminately slaughtered in their tents, unprepared for resistance, and filling the air with prayers and lamentations. Nor did the enemy take any particular aim, but trusting his arrows to the wind, he never, from the thickness of the ranks, drew his bow in vain. What alone retarded destruction was, that the attack took place near a thicket of canes, which prevented the Turks from riding full speed. At length, however, perceiving the advanced guard of the approaching chiefs, the Christians left the thicket, and shouting the military watchword, "It is the will of God," for 12 they attacked the scattered ranks of the enemy, making a signal to their companions, at the same time to assail them in the rear. Thus the Turks, pressed on either side, forthwith fled, shrieking with a dreadful cry, and raising a yell which reached the clouds. Nor had they recourse to their customary practice of a flying battle, but throwing down their bows, they manifested, by a flight of 3 successive days, something greater than mere human apprehension. Nor was there, indeed, any person to follow them, for our horses, scarce able to support life on the barren turf, were unequal to a vigorous pursuit, showing immediately their want of strength by their panting sides. Asia was formerly, it is true, a land most fruitful in corn. But, both in distant and in recent times, it had been so plundered by the savage Turks, that it could scarcely suffice for the maintenance of a small army, much less of a multitude. So vast as to threaten devouring whole harvests and drinking rivers dry. For, when they departed from Nice, they were still estimated at 700,000, of the remainder, part had been wasted by the sword, part by sickness, and still more had deserted to their homes. Thence, then, they arrived at Heraclea by the route of Antioch and Iconium, cities of Pisidia. Here they beheld in the sky a portent fashioned like a flaming sword, the point of which extended towards the east. All the period from the calends of July, when they left Nice, till the nones of October, had elapsed when they arrived at Antioch in Syria. The situation of this city, I should describe, had not my wish in this respect been anticipated by the eloquence of Ambrosius in Hegesippus, 4:13, were I not also fearful, that I may be blamed for the perpetual digressions of my narrative. Still, however, I will relate so much as the labor I have undertaken seems to require. A.D. 1097. Siege of Antioch. Antioch, which was named after his father, Antiochus, by Seleucus, king of Asia, is surrounded with a vast wall, which even contains a mountain within it. Next to Rome, and Constantinople, and Alexandria, it obtains precedence over the cities of the world. It is secure by its walls, lofty from its situation, and if ever taken, must be gained more by ingenuity than force. The nearest river to it, which I learn is now called Fervus, though originally Orontes, falls into the sea 12 miles from the city. Its tide impetuous, and growing colder from its violence, ministers to the health of the inhabitants by its effect on the atmosphere. Capable too of receiving supplies by shipping for the service of its citizens, it can at all times mock the perseverance of its besiegers. Here the venerable title of Christian was first conceived, hence, first St. Paul, the spring and spur of this religion, went forth to preach. Here the first pontific seat was filled by St. Peter. In honor to whom the church there founded remained uninjured through the whole domination of the Turks, and equally also did another, consecrated in honor of St. Mary, strike the eyes of beholders with its beauty, exciting wonder that they should reverence the church of him whose faith they persecuted. This city, then, the Franks invested from October till June. 414 pitching their tents around the walls after they had passed the river. Foreseeing, however, the difficulty of taking it, and judging it expedient to provide against the cowardice of certain of their party, the chiefs, in common, took an oath that they would not desist from the siege till the city should be taken by force or by stratagem. And, that they might more easily complete their design, they built many fortresses on this side of the river, in which soldiers were placed to keep guard. Aoxianus, too, the governor of the city, observing that the Franks acted neither jestingly nor coldly, but set heartily to besiege it, sent his son Sancidal to the Sultan, Emperor of Persia, to make known the boldness of the Franks, and to implore assistance. Sultan among the Persians implies the same as Augustus among the Romans, commander of all the Saracens, and of the whole East. I imagine this empire has continued so long, and still increases, because the people, as I have related, are unwarlike. And being deficient in active blood, know not how to cast off slavery, when once admitted, not being aware, as Lucan says, 4:15 that arms were bestowed that men should not be slaves. But the Western nations, bold and fierce, disdain long-continued subjugation to any people whatever, often delivering themselves from servitude, and imposing it on others. Moreover, the Roman Empire first declined to the Franks, and after to the Germans, the Eastern continues ever with the Persians. Sancidal therefore being dispatched to the chief of this empire, hastened his course with youthful ardor, while his father was by no means wanting to the duties of a commander, in the protection of the city. The valor of the besieged was not content merely to defend their own party, but voluntarily harassed ours. Frequently and suddenly attacking them when foraging or marketing, for, making a bridge of the vessels they found there, they had established a mart beyond the river. Through Christ's assistance, therefore, becoming resolute, they seized their arms, and boldly repelled their enemies, so that they never suffered them to reap the honor of the day. To revenge this disgrace, the Turks wreaked their indignation on the Syrian and Armenian inhabitants of the city. Throwing, by means of their ballistae 416 and petraries, the heads of those whom they had slain into the camp of the Franks, that by such means they might wound their feelings. A.D. 1097. Antioch surrendered. And now, everything which could be procured for food being destroyed around the city, a sudden famine, which usually makes even fortresses give way, began to oppress the army. So much so, that the harvest not having yet attained to maturity, some persons seized the pods of beans before they were ripe, as the greatest delicacy, others fed on carrion, or hides soaked in water. Others passed parboiled 417 thistles through their bleeding jaws into their stomachs. Others sold mice, or such like dainties, to those who required them, content to suffer hunger themselves, so that they could procure money. Some, too, there were, who even fed their corpse-like bodies with other corpses, eating human flesh, but at a distance, and on the mountains, lest others should be offended at the smell of their cookery. Many wandered through unknown paths, in expectation of meeting with sustenance, and were killed by robbers acquainted with the passes. But not long after the city was surrendered. For Bohemund, a man of superior talents, had, by dint of very great promises, induced a Turkish chief for 18 who had the custody of the principal tower, on the side where his station lay, to deliver it up to him. And he, too, to palliate the infamy of his treachery by a competent excuse, gave his son as an hostage to Bohemund, professing that he did so by the express command of Christ, which had been communicated to him in a dream. Bohemund, therefore, advanced his troops to the tower, having first, by a secret contrivance, obtained from the chiefs the perpetual government of the city, in case he could carry it. Thus the Franks, in the dead of the night, scaling the walls by rope ladders, and displaying on the top of the tower the crimson standard of Bohemund, repeated with joyful accents the Christian watchword, "It is the will of God. It is the will of God." The Turks awaking, and heavy from want of rest, took to flight through narrow passages, and our party, following with drawn swords, made dreadful slaughter of the enemy. In this flight fell Eoxianus, governor of the city, being beheaded by a certain Syrian peasant. His head, when brought to the Franks, excited both their laughter and their joy. Not long rejoicing in this complete victory, they had the next day to lament being themselves besieged by the Turks from without. For the forces which had been solicited by Sansadal were now arrived under the command of Corbeguath, an eastern satrap, who had obtained from the Emperor of Persia 300,000 men, for 19 under 27 commanders. 60,000 of these ascended over the rocks to the citadel, by desire of the Turks, who still remained in possession of it. These woefully harassed the Christians by frequent sallies, nor was there any hope left, but from the assistance of God, since want was now added to the miseries of war, want, the earliest attendant on great calamities. Wherefore, after a fast of 3 days, and earnest supplications, Peter the Hermit was sent ambassador to the Turks, who spake with his usual eloquence to the following effect, that the Turks should now voluntarily evacuate the Christian territory, which they had formerly unjustly invaded. That it was but right, as the Christians did not attack Persia, that the Turks should not molest Asia, that they should therefore, either by a voluntary departure, seek their own country, or expect an attack on the following morning. That they might try their fortune, by 2, or 4, or 8, that danger might not accrue to the whole army. Corbeguath condescended not to honor the messenger even with a reply, but playing at chess and gnashing his teeth, dismissed him as he came, merely observing, that the pride of the Franks was at an end. Hastily returning, Peter apprised the army of the insolence of the Turk. Each then animating the other, it was publicly ordered, that every person should, that night, feed his horse as plentifully as possible, lest he should falter from the various evolutions of the following day. And now the morning dawned, when, drawn up in bodies, they proceeded, with hostile standard, against the enemy. The first band was led by the 2 Roberts, of Normandy and Flanders, and Hugh the Great, the second by Godfrey. The third by the Bishop of Puy, the reserve by Bohemund, as a support to the rest. Raymond continued in the city, to cover the retreat of our party, in case it should be necessary. The Turks, from a distance, observing their movements, were, at first, dubious what they could mean. Afterwards, recognizing the standard of the bishop, for they were extremely afraid of him, as they said he was the Pope of the Christians and the fomenter of the war. And seeing our people advancing so courageously and quickly, they fled ere they were attacked. Our party, too, exhilarated with unexpected joy, slew them as they were flying, as far as the strength of the infantry, or exertion of the cavalry, would permit. They imagined, moreover, that they saw the ancient martyrs, who had formerly been soldiers, and who had gained eternal remuneration by their death. I allude to George and Demetrius. Hastily approaching with upraised banner from the mountainous districts, hurling darts against the enemy, but assisting the Franks. Nor is it to be denied, that the martyrs did assist the Christians, as the angels formerly did the Maccabees, fighting for the selfsame cause. Returning, then, to the spoil, they found in their camp sufficient to satisfy, or even totally to glut, the covetousness of the greediest army. This battle took place AD 1098, on the 4th before the calends of July. For the city had been taken the day before the nones of June. Soon after, on the calends of the ensuing August, the Bishop of Puy, the leader of the Christians, and chief author of this laudable enterprise, joyfully yielded to the common lot of mortals. And Hugh the Great, by permission of the chiefs, as it is said, returned to France, alleging as a reason, the perpetual racking of his bowels. But when, by a long repose of 7 months at Antioch, they had obliterated the memory of their past labors, they began to think of proceeding on their route. And first of all Raymond, ever unconscious of sloth, ever foremost in military energy. And next to him the 2 Roberts, and Godfrey, proceeded upon the march. Beaumont alone, for a time, deferred his advance, lured by the prospect of a magnificent city and the love of wealth. A plausible reason, however, lay concealed beneath his covetousness, when he alleged, that Antioch ought not to be exposed to the Turks without a chief, as they would directly attack it. He therefore took up his residence in the city. And this harsh governor drove Raymond's followers, who occupied one of the streets, without the walls. The others, however, passing through Tripoli for 20 and Berith, and Tyre, and Sidon, and Acheron, and Cephas, and Caesarea of Palestine, where they left the coast to the right hand, came to Ramula. Being kindly received by some of the cities, and signalizing their valor by the subjugation of others. For their design was to delay no longer, as it was now the month of April, and the produce of the earth had become fully ripe. Ramula is a very small city, without walls, if we credit report, the place of the martyrdom of St. George, whose church, originally founded there, the Turks had somewhat defaced, but at that time, through fear of the Franks, they had carried off their property and retreated to the mountains. The next morning, at early dawn, Tancred, the nephew of Beaumont, a man of undaunted courage, and some others, taking arms, proceeded to Bethlehem, desirous of exploring its vicinity. The Syrians of the place, who came out to meet them, manifested their joy with weeping earnestness, through apprehension for their safety, on account of the smallness of their numbers, for few more than 100 horsemen were of the party. But our people having suppliantly adored the sacred edifice for 21 immediately stretch anxiously forward towards Jerusalem. The Turks, confident of their force, fiercely sallied out, and for some time skirmished with our troops, for the whole army had now come up, but they were soon repulsed by the exertions of the Franks, and sought security from their encircling walls. AD 1099. Approach to Jerusalem. The numbers who have already written on the subject, admonish me to say nothing of the situation and disposition of Jerusalem, nor is it necessary for my narrative to expatiate on such a field. Almost every person is acquainted with what Josephus, Eucherius, and Bede have said, for who is not aware, that it was called Salem from Melchizedek, Jebus from the Jebusites, Jerusalem from Solomon. Who has not heard how often, falling from adverse war, it buried its inhabitants in its ruins, through the different attacks of Nabuchodonosor, of Titus, or of Adrian. It was this last who rebuilt Jerusalem, called Elia, after his surname, enclosing it with a circular wall, of greater compass, that it might embrace the site of the sepulchre of our Lord, which originally stood without, Mount Shaun, too. Added to the city, stands eminent as a citadel. It possesses no springs. 422 but water, collected in cisterns, prepared for that purpose, supplies the wants of the inhabitants, for the site of the city, beginning from the northern summit of Mount Shaun, has so gentle a declivity, that the rain which falls there does not form any mire, but running like rivulets, is received into tanks, or flowing through the streets, augments the brook Kedron. Here is the church of our Lord, and the temple, which they call Solomon's, by whom built is unknown, but religiously reverenced by the Turks. More especially the church of our Lord, where they daily worshipped, and prohibited the Christians from entering, having placed there a statue of Mahomet. Here also is a church of elegant workmanship, containing the Holy Sepulchre, built by Constantine the Great, and which has never suffered any injury from the enemies of our faith, through fear, as I suppose, of being struck by that celestial fire which brightly shines in lamps, every year, on the vigil 423 of Easter. When this miracle had a beginning, or whether it existed before the times of the Saracens, history has left no trace. I have read in the writings of Bernard 424 the monk, that about 250 years ago, that is, A.D. 870, he went to Jerusalem and saw that fire, and was entertained in the hospital which the most glorious Charles the Great had there ordered to be built, and where he had collected a library at great expense. He relates, that both in Egypt and in that place, the Christians, under the dominion of the Turks, enjoyed such security, that if any traveller lost a beast of burden by accident, in the midst of the high road, he might leave his baggage and proceed to the nearest city for assistance, and without doubt find everything untouched at his return. Still, from the suspicion that they might be spies, no foreign Christian could live there securely, unless protected by the signet of the Emperor of Babylon. The natives purchased peace from the Turks at the expense of 3 talents or bezants annually. But as Bernard mentions the name of Theodosius, the then patriarch, this gives me an occasion of enumerating the whole of the patriarchs. A.D. 1099. Patriarchs of Jerusalem. James the brother of our Lord and son of Joseph, Simon son of Cleophas, the cousin of Christ, for Cleophas was the brother of Joseph. Justus, Zacchaeus, Tobias, Benjamin, Johannes, Maccabeus, Philip, Seneca, Justus, Levi, Ephraim, Jesse, Judas, these 15 were circumcised, Mark, Cassian, Publius, Maximus, Julian, Gaius, who first celebrated Easter and Lent after the Roman manner, Symmachus, Gaius, Julian, Capito, Maximus, Antonius, Valens, Docilianus, Narcissus, Dios, Germanio, Gordius, Alexander, Mazabanus, Arminius, Zabdas, Ermine, Macarius. In his time the Holy Cross was found by Saint Helena, Cyriacus, Maximus, Cyrillus, who built the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and of Mount Calvary, and of Bethlehem, and of the Valley of Jehoshaphat. All these were called bishops. After them arose the patriarchs, Cyrillus the first patriarch, Johannes, Praelius, Juvenalis for 25 Zacharias, in whose time came Khosrow 426 king of Persia to Jerusalem, and destroyed the churches of Judea and Jerusalem, and slew with his army 36,030 of the Christians, Modestus, who was appointed patriarch by the Emperor Heraclius, when he returned victorious from Persia, Sophronius, in whose time the Saracens came and thrust out all the Christians from Jerusalem, except the patriarch, whom they suffered to remain out of reverence to his sanctity. This was the period when the Saracens overran the whole of Egypt, and Africa, and Judea, and even Spain, and the Balearic Isles. Part of Spain was wrested from them by Charles the Great, but the remainder, together with the countries I have enumerated, they have possessed for nearly 500 years, down to the present day, Theodorus, for 27 Ilia, Georgius, Thomas, Basilius, Sergius, Salamentes, Theodosius, whom Bernard relates to have been an abbot, and that he was torn from his monastery, which was 15 miles distant from Jerusalem, and made patriarch of that city. Then too they say that Michael was patriarch in Babylon over Egypt, the patriarchate of Alexandria being removed thither, Ilia, Sergius, Leonthos, Athanasius, Christodoulus, Thomas, Joseph, Orestes. In his time came Sultan Achim, the nephew of the patriarch Orestes, from Babylon, who sent his army to Jerusalem, destroyed all the churches, that is to say, 4,000, and caused his uncle, the patriarch, to be conveyed to Babylon and there slain, Theophilus, Nicephorus. He built the present church of the Holy Sepulchre, by the favor of Sultan Achim, Sophronius. In his time the Turks, coming to Jerusalem, fought with the Saracens, killed them all, and possessed the city, but the Christians continued there under the dominion of the Turks, Cuthamus, Simeon, in whose time came the Franks and laid siege to Jerusalem, and rescued it from the hands of the Turks and of the king of Babylon. A.D. 1099. The Siege of Jerusalem. In the 4th year, then, of the expedition to Jerusalem, the 3rd after the capture of Nice, and the second after that of Antioch, the Franks laid siege to Jerusalem, a city well able to repay the toils of war, to soothe its labors, and to requite the fondest expectation. It was now the 7th day of June, nor were the besiegers apprehensive of wanting food or drink for themselves, as the harvest was on the ground, and the grapes were ripe upon the vines. The care alone of their cattle distressed them, which, from the nature of the place and of the season, had no running stream to support them, for the heat of the sun had dried up the secret springs of the brook Siloa, which, at uncertain periods, used to shed abroad its refreshing waters. This brook, when at any time swollen with rain, increases that of Kedron, and then passes on, with bubbling current, into the valley of Jehoshaphat. But this is extremely rare, for there is no certain period of its augmentation or decrease. In consequence, the enemy, suddenly darting from their caverns, frequently killed our people, when straggling abroad for the purpose of watering the cattle. In the meantime the chiefs were each observant at their respective posts, and Raymond actively employed before the Tower of David. For 28 this fortress, defending the city on the west, and strengthened, nearly halfway up, by courses of squared stones soldered with lead, repels every fear of invaders when guarded by a small party within. As they saw, therefore, that the city was difficult to carry on account of the steep precipices, the strength of the walls, and the fierceness of the enemy, they ordered engines to be constructed. But before this, indeed, on the 7th day of the siege, they had tried their fortune by erecting ladders, and hurling swift arrows against their opponents, but, as the ladders were few, and perilous to those who mounted them, since they were exposed on all sides and nowhere protected from wounds, they changed their design. There was one engine which we call the sow, the ancients, vinea. Because the machine, which is constructed of slight timbers, the roof covered with boards and wickerwork, and the sides defended with undressed hides, protects those who are within it, who, after the manner of a sow, proceed to undermine the foundations of the walls. There was another, which, for want of timber, was but a moderate-sized tower, constructed after the manner of houses, for 29 they call it barrifrade. This was intended to equal the walls in height. The making of this machine delayed the siege, on account of the unskilfulness of the workmen and the scarcity of the wood. And now the 14th day of July arrived, when some began to undermine the wall with the sows, others to move forward the tower. To do this more conveniently, they took it towards the works in separate pieces, and, putting it together again at such a distance as to be out of bowshot, advanced it on wheels nearly close to the wall. In the meantime, the slingers with stones, the archers with arrows, and the crossbowmen with bolts, each intent on his own department, began to press forward and dislodge their opponents from the ramparts. Soldiers, too, unmatched in courage, ascend the tower, waging nearly equal war against the enemy with missile weapons and with stones. Nor, indeed, were our foes at all remiss. But trusting their whole security to their valor, they poured down grease and burning oil upon the tower, and slung stones on the soldiers, rejoicing in the completion of their desires by the destruction of multitudes. During the whole of that day the battle was such that neither party seemed to think they had been worsted. On the following, which was the 15th of July, the business was decided. For the Franks, becoming more experienced from the event of the attack of the preceding day, threw faggots flaming with oil on a tower adjoining the wall, and on the party who defended it, which, blazing by the action of the wind, first seized the timber and then the stones, and drove off the garrison. Moreover the beams which the Turks had left hanging down from the walls in order that, being forcibly drawn back, they might, by their recoil, batter the tower in pieces in case it should advance too near, were by the Franks dragged to them by cutting away the ropes, and being placed from the engine to the wall, and covered with hurdles, they formed a bridge of communication from the ramparts to the tower. Thus what the infidels had contrived for their defense became the means of their destruction. For then the enemy, dismayed by the smoking masses of flame and by the courage of our soldiers, began to give way. These advancing on the wall, and thence into the city, manifested the excess of their joy by the strenuousness of their exertions. This success took place on the side of Godfrey and of the two Roberts. Raymond knew nothing of the circumstance, till the cry of the fugitives and the alarm of the people, throwing themselves from the walls, who thus met death while flying from it, acquainted him that the city was taken. On seeing this, he rushed with drawn sword on the runaways, and hastened to avenge the injuries of God, until he had satiated his own animosity. Moreover, adverting to the advantages of quiet for the moment, he sent unhurt to Ascalon 500 Ethiopians, who, retreating to the citadel of David, had given up the keys of the gates under promise of personal safety. There was no place of refuge for the Turks, so indiscriminately did the insatiable rage of the victors sweep away both the suppliant and the resisting. 10,000 were slain in the Temple of Solomon. More were thrown from the tops of the churches, and of the citadel. After this, the dead bodies were heaped and dissolved into the airy fluid by means of fire, lest putrefying in the open air, they should pour contagion on the heavy atmosphere. The city being thus expiated by the slaughter of the infidels, they proceeded with hearts contrite and bodies prostrate to the sepulchre of the Lord, which they had so long earnestly sought after, and for which they had undergone so many labors. By what ample incense of prayer, they propitiated heaven, or by what repentant tears they once again brought back the favor of God, none, I am confident, can describe. No, not if the splendid eloquence of the ancients could revive or Orpheus himself return, who, as it is said, bent e'en the listening rocks to his harmonious strain. Be it imagined then, rather than expressed. A.D. 1099. Capture of Jerusalem. So remarkable was the example of forbearance exhibited by the chiefs, that, neither on that, nor on the following day, did any of them, through lust of spoil, withdraw his mind from following up the victory. Tancred alone, beset with ill-timed covetousness, carried off some valuable effects from the Temple of Solomon. But, afterwards, reproved by his own conscience, and the address of some other persons, he restored, if not the same things, yet such as were of equal value. For 30 at that time, if any man, however poor, seized a house, or riches of any kind, he did not afterwards encounter the brawlings of the powerful, but held, what he had once possessed, as his hereditary right. Without delay, then, Godfrey, that brilliant mirror of Christian nobility, in which, as in a splendid ceiling for 31 the lustre of every virtue was reflected, was chosen king. 432 all, in lively hope, agreeing, that they could in no wise better consult the advantage of the Church, deferring, in the meantime, the election of a patriarch, who was to be appointed by the determination of the Roman Pontiff. 433. A.D. 1099. Battle of Ascalon. But the Emperor of Babylon, not the city built by Nimrod and enlarged by Semiramis and now said to be deserted, but that which Cambyses, son of Cyrus, built in Egypt, on the spot where Taphnis formerly stood, the Emperor of Babylon, I say, venting his long-conceived indignation against the Franks, sent the commander of his forces, to drive them, as he said, out of his kingdom. Hastening to fulfill the command, when he heard that Jerusalem was taken, he redoubled his diligence, though he had by no means been indolent before. The design of the barbarian was to besiege the Christians in Jerusalem, and after the victory, which he, falsely presaging, already obtained in imagination, to destroy utterly the sepulchre of our Lord. The Christians, who desired nothing less than again to endure the miseries of a siege, taking courage through God's assistance, march out of the city towards Ascalon, to oppose the enemy. And carry with them part of the cross of Christ, which a certain Syrian, an inhabitant of Jerusalem, had produced, as it had been preserved in his house, in succession from father to son. This truly was a fortunate and a loyal device, that the secret should be all along kept from the Turks. Obtaining moreover a great booty of sheep and cattle, near Ascalon, they issued a general order, to leave the whole of it in the open plain, lest it should be an impediment when engaging the next morning. As they would have spoil more than enough if they conquered, so that, free from encumbrance, they might avenge the injuries of heaven. In the morning, therefore, as the army was on its march, you might see, I believe by divine instinct, the cattle with their heads erect, proceeding by the side of the soldiers, and not to be driven away by any force. The enemy perceiving this at a distance, and their sight being dazzled by the rays of the sun, lost their confidence, ere the battle could commence, as they thought the multitude of their opponents was countless, yet were they, themselves, By no means deficient in numbers, and by long exercise, trained to battle. They endeavored therefore to hem in the Franks, who were proceeding at a slow rate, by dividing their force into two bodies, and by curving their wings. But the leaders, and more especially Robert the Norman, who was in the advanced guard, eluding stratagem by stratagem, or rather cunning by valor, led on their archers and infantry, and broke through the center of the heathens. Moreover the Lorraine cavalry, which was stationed with its commander in the rear, advancing by the flanks, prevented their flight and occupied the whole plain. Thus the Turks, penetrated in the front, and hemmed in on every side, were slain at the pleasure of the victors, the remainder escaping through favor of approaching night. Many golden utensils were found in their camp. Many jewels, which, though from their scarcity unknown in our country, there shine in native splendor. Nor was there ever a more joyful victory for the Christians, because they obtained the most precious spoil without loss. Returning therefore to Jerusalem, when, by a rest of many days, they had recruited their strength, some of them, sighing for their native country, prepared to return by sea. Godfrey and Tancred only remained. Princes, truly noble, and, to whose glory, posterity, if it judge rightly, never can set limits, men, who, from the intense cold of Europe, plunged into the insupportable heat of the East, prodigal of their own lives, so that they could succor suffering Christianity. Who, besides the fears of barbarous incursions, in constant apprehension from the unwholesomeness of an unknown climate, despised the security of rest and of health in their own country. And although very few in number, kept in subjection so many hostile cities by their reputation and prowess. They were memorable patterns, too, of trust in God. Not hesitating to remain in that climate, where they might either suffer from pestilential air, or be slain by the rage of the Saracens. Let the celebration of the poets then give way, nor let ancient fiction extol her earliest heroes. No age hath produced aught comparable to the fame of these men. For, if the ancients had any merit, it vanished after death with the smoke of their funeral pile. Because it had been spent, rather on the vapor of earthly reputation, than in the acquisition of substantial good. But the utility of these men's valor will be felt, and its dignity acknowledged, as long as the world shall continue to revolve, or pure Christianity to flourish. What shall I say of the good order and forbearance of the whole army? There was no gluttony, no lewdness, which was not directly corrected by the authority of the commanders, or the preaching of the bishops. There was no wish to plunder as they passed through the territories of the Christians. No controversy among themselves, which was not easily settled by the examination of mediators. Wherefore, since the commendation of an army so well ordered redounds to the glory of its conductors, I will signalize, in my narrative, the exploits and the adventures of each respective chief. Nor will I subtract anything from the truth, as I received it on the faith of my relators. But let no one who has had a fuller knowledge of these events, accuse me of want of diligence, since we, who are secluded on this side of the British Ocean, hear but the faint echo of Asiatic transactions. A.D. 1099. Godfrey of Bouillon. King Godfrey takes the lead in my commendation. He was the son of Eustace Count of Boulogne, of whom I have spoken in the time of King Edward, but more ennobled maternally, as by that line he was descended from Charles the Great. For, his mother, named Ida, daughter of the ancient Godfrey Duke of Lorraine, had a brother called Godfrey after his father, surnamed Beaucard. This was at the time when Robert Friso, of whom I have spoken above, on the death of Florence, Duke of Friesland, married his widow Gertrude, advancing Theodoric, his son-in-law, to the succession of the duchy. Beaucard could not endure this. But expelling Friso, subjected the country to his own will. Friso, unable to revenge himself by war, did it by stratagem. Killing Beaucard through the agency of his Flemings, who drove a weapon into his posteriors, as he was sitting for a natural occasion. In this manner the son-in-law succeeded to the duchy, by the means of his father-in-law. The wife of this Godfrey was the Marchioness Matilda, mentioned in the former book, who on her husband's death spiritedly retained the duchy, in opposition to the emperor. More especially in Italy, for of Lorraine and the hither countries he got possession. Ida then, as I began to relate, animated her son Godfrey with great expectations of getting the earldom of Lorraine, for the paternal inheritance had devolved on Eustace her eldest son. The youngest, Baldwin, was yet a boy. Godfrey, arriving at a sufficient age to bear arms, dedicated his services to the Emperor Henry, who is mentioned in the preceding book. Acquiring his friendship, therefore, by unremitting exertions, he received from the Emperor's singular liberality the whole of Lorraine as a recompense. Hence it arose, that when the quarrel broke out between the Pope and Henry, he went with the latter to the siege of Rome. Was the first to break through that part of the wall which was assigned for his attack, and facilitated the entrance of the besiegers. Being in extreme perspiration, and panting with heat, he entered a subterraneous vault which he found in his way, and when he had there appeased the violence of his thirst by an excessive draught of wine, he brought on a quartan fever. Others say that he fell a victim to poisoned wine, as the Romans, and men of that country, are used to infect whole casks. Others report, that a portion of the walls fell to his lot, where the Tiber flowing, exhales destructive vapors in the morning, that by this fatal pest, all his soldiers, with the exception of 10, lost their lives. And that himself, losing his nails and his hair, never entirely recovered. But be it which it might of these, it appears that he was never free from a slow fever, until hearing the report of the expedition to Jerusalem, he made a vow to go thither, if God would kindly restore his health. The moment this vow was made, the strength of the Duke revived, so that, recovering apace, he shook disease from his limbs, and rising with expanded breast, as it were, from years of decrepitude, shone with renovated youth. In consequence, grateful for the mercies of God showered down upon him, he went to Jerusalem the very first, or among the first, leading a numerous army to the war. And though he commanded a hardy and experienced band, yet none was esteemed readier to attack, or more efficient in the combat than himself. Indeed it is known, that, at the siege of Antioch, with a Lorrainian sword, he cut asunder a Turk, who had demanded single combat, and that one half of the man lay panting on the ground, while the horse, at full speed, carried away the other, so firmly the miscreant sat. Another also who attacked him he clave asunder from the neck to the groin, by taking aim at his head with a sword, nor did the dreadful stroke stop here, but cut entirely through the saddle, and the backbone of the horse. I have heard a man of veracity relate, that he had seen what I here subjoin. During the siege, a soldier of the Duke's had gone out to forage, and being attacked by a lion, avoided destruction for some time, by the interposition of his shield. Godfrey, grieved at this sight, transfixed the ferocious animal with a hunting spear. Wounded, and becoming fiercer from the pain, it turned against the prince with such violence as to hurt his leg with the iron which projected from the wound. And had he not hastened with his sword to rip it up, this pattern of valor must have perished by the tusk of a wild beast. Renowned from these successes, he was exalted to be king of Jerusalem, more especially because he was conspicuous in rank and courage without being arrogant. His dominion was small and confined, containing, besides the few surrounding towns, scarcely any cities. For the king's bad state of health, which attacked him immediately after the Babylonish war, caused a cessation of warlike enterprise. So that he made no acquisitions, yet, by able management, he so well restrained the avidity of the barbarians for the whole of that year, that nothing was lost. They report that the king, from being unused to a state of indolence, fell again into his original fever. But I conjecture, that God, in his own good time, chose early to translate, to a better kingdom, a soul rendered acceptable to him and tried by so many labors, lest wickedness should change his heart, or deceit beguile his understanding. Revolving time thus completing a reign of 1 year, he died placidly, and was buried on Mount Golgotha, for 34 a king is unconquerable in death, as he had formerly been in battle, often kindly repressing the tears of the bystanders. Being asked who was to succeed him, he mentioned no person by name, but said merely, whoever was most worthy. He never would wear the ensign of royalty, saying, it was too great arrogance for him to be crowned for glory, in that city, in which God had been crowned in mockery. He died on the 15th before the calends of August. A.D. 1100. Baldwin. On Godfrey's decease, Tancred and the other chiefs declared that Baldwin, his brother, who was at that time settled in Mesopotamia, should be king, for Eustace, the elder brother, who came to Jerusalem with Godfrey, had long since returned to his native land. The acts of Baldwin shall be related briefly, but with unsullied truth. Supported in their credibility by the narrative of Fulcher 435 of Chartres, who was his chaplain, and wrote somewhat of him, in a style, not altogether unpolished, but, as we say, without elegance or correctness, and which may serve to admonish others to write more carefully. Baldwin, undertaking the holy pilgrimage with the rest, had for companions many knights of disposition similar to his own. Confiding in these associates, he began to levy fresh troops for his purpose, to watch for brilliant opportunities wherein to manifest his prowess, and, finally, not content with that commendation which was common to all, leaving the rest and departing 3 days' journey from Antioch, he got possession, by the consent of its inhabitants, of Tarsus, a noble city of Cilicia, Tarsus, formerly the nursing mother of the Apostle Paul, in honor of whom the cathedral there is dedicated. The Tarsians voluntarily submitted to his protection, as they were Christians, and hoped by his aid to be defended from the Turks. The Cilicians, therefore, eagerly yielded to his power, more especially after the surrender of Turbexel, a town by situation impregnable, to whose sovereignty the inferior towns look up. This being yielded, as I have said, the others followed its decision. And not only Cilicia, but Armenia, and Mesopotamia, eagerly sought alliance with this chief, for these provinces were almost free from the domination of the Turks, though infested by their incursions. Wherefore the prince of the city of Edessa, who was alike pressed by the hatred of the citizens and the sword of the enemy, sent letters to Baldwin, descriptive of his difficulties, desiring him to come with all speed, and receive a compensation for the labor of his journey, by his adoption, as he had no issue of either sex. This is a city of Mesopotamia in Syria, very noted for the fruitfulness of its soil and for the resort of merchants, 20 miles distant from the Euphrates, and 100 from Antioch. The Greeks call it Edessa, the Syrians Rothasia. Baldwin, therefore, exacting an oath of fidelity from the ambassadors, passed the Euphrates with only 69 horsemen, a wonderful instance, it may be said, either of fortitude, or of rashness, in not hesitating to proceed among the surrounding nations of barbarians, whom any other person, with so small a force, would have distrusted either for their race or their unbelief. By the Armenians and Syrians, indeed, coming out to meet him on the road with crosses and torches, he was received with grateful joy, and kindly entertained. But the Turks, endeavoring to attack his rear, were frustrated in all their attempts by the skill of Baldwin, the Samosatians setting the first example of flight. Samosata is a city beyond the Euphrates, from which arose Paul of Samosata for 36, the confutation of whose heresy, whoever is desirous may read in the history of Eusebius. And, if I well remember, Josephus says, that Antony was laying siege to this city, when Herod came to him. The Turks inhabiting that city then, who were the first instigators of outrage against the Franks, were the first to give way. Thus, Baldwin, coming safely to Edessa, found nothing to disappoint his expectations, for being received with surpassing favor by the prince, and soon after, on his being killed by his faithless citizens, obtaining the lawful sovereignty of the city, for the whole time during which the Franks were laboring at Antioch and at Jerusalem, he was not free from hostilities, worsting his opponents in repeated attacks. A.D. 1100. Baldwin's march to Jerusalem. But in the month of November, being reminded by Bohemund, Prince of Antioch, that they should enter on their progress to Jerusalem, he prepared for marching, and by the single display of the white standard, which was his ensign in battle, overthrowing the Turks who had broken the peace on his expected departure, he left Antioch to the right, and came to Laodicea. Here, by the liberality of Earl Raymond, who presided over the city, getting, at a cheap rate, a sufficiency of supplies for his people, he passed Jebelem, and followed the recent track of Bohemund, who had encamped and awaited him. Dibert, Archbishop of Pisa, joined them for the march. He had landed his confederate party at Laodicea, as did also 2 other bishops. These forces when united were estimated at 25,000. Many of whom, when they entered the territories of the Saracens, were, through the scarcity of commodities, overtaken by famine, and many were dismounted, from their horses being starved. Their distress was increased by an abundance of rain. For in that country it pours down like a torrent in the winter months only. In consequence, these poor wretches, having no change of garments, died from the severity of the cold, never getting under cover during several successive days. For this calamity, indeed, there was no remedy, as there was a deficiency both of tents and of wood, but they in some measure appeased their hunger, by constantly chewing the sweet reeds, which they call canamel. 437 so denominated from cane and honey. Thus, twice only, obtaining necessaries at an exorbitant price from the inhabitants of Tripoli and Caesarea, they came to Jerusalem on the day of the winter solstice. They were met at the gates by King Godfrey with his brother Eustace, whom he had detained till this time, who showed them every degree of respect and generosity. Having performed in Bethlehem all the accustomed solemnities of our Lord's nativity, they appointed Dibert Patriarch, to which transaction I doubt not, that the consent of Pope Urban was obtained, for he was reverend from age, eloquent, and rich. After the circumcision of our Lord, therefore, assuming palms 438 in Jericho, which antiquity has made the ensign of pilgrims, each one hastily endeavored to reach his home. The cause of their speed was the stench of the unburied dead bodies, the fumes of which exhaled in such a manner as to infect the air itself. In consequence, a contagious pestilence spreading in the atmosphere, consigned to death many who had recently arrived. The rest quickened their march, by the cities on the coast, that is to say, Tiberias and Caesarea Philippi. For they were urged by scantiness of provision, and the fear of the enemy. Their want, as I have said, was remedied by the celerity of their march. And to the fury of 300 soldiers who harassed them from the town of Baldak, they opposed a military stratagem. For feigning a flight for a short time, that by leaving the narrow passes themselves, they might induce the Turks to enter them, they retreated purposely, and then returning, routed the straggling enemy at their pleasure. They had supposed our people unprepared for fight, as their shields and bows were injured by the excessive rains. Not being aware, that among men, victory consists not in reliance on excellence of arms, or of armor, but in the more noble power of courage and of the well-nerved arm. A.D. 1100. Bohemund taken prisoner. At that time, indeed, Baldwin returned safely to Edessa, and Bohemund to Antioch. But in the beginning of the month of July, a vague report reached the ears of Baldwin, that the brilliant jewel of our commanders was dimmed. Bohemund being taken, and cast into chains, by one Danisman, a heathen, and a potentate of that country. In consequence, collecting a body of the people of Edessa and Antioch, he was in hopes of revenging this singular disgrace of the Christians. Moreover the Turk, who had taken this chieftain more by stratagem and chance than by courage or military force, as he had come with a small party to get possession of the city of Miletum. Aware that the Franks would use their utmost efforts against him for the disgrace of the thing, betook himself to his own territories. Marshalling his troops, not as though he intended to retreat, but rather to exhibit a triumph. Baldwin then proceeding 2 days' march beyond Miletum, and seeing the enemy decline the hazard of a battle, thought fit to return. But first, with the permission of Gabriel the governor, brought over the city to his own disposal. In the meantime, intelligence reaching him of his brother's death, and of the general consent of the inhabitants and chiefs to his election, he entrusted Edessa to Baldwin, his nearest relation by blood, and moreover a prudent and active man. And prepared for receiving the crown of Jerusalem. Wherefore collecting 200 horse, and 700 foot, he proceeded on a march pregnant with death and danger, whence many, who were falsely supposed faithful, contemplating the boldness of the attempt, clandestinely deserted. He, with the remainder, marched forward to Antioch, where from the resources of his sagacious mind, he became the cause of great future advantage to his distressed people, by advising them to choose Tancred as their chief. Thence, he came to Tripoli, by the route of Gybezium and Laodicea. The governor of this city, a Turk by nation, but, from natural disposition, rich in bowels of mercy, afforded him the necessary provisions without the walls. At the same time, kindly intimating, that he should act cautiously, as Dukak, king of Damascus, had occupied a narrow pass through which he had heard he was to march. But he, ashamed of being moved by the threats of the Saracen, resolutely proceeded on his destination. When he came to the place, he perceived the truth of the governor's information. For about 5 miles on this side the city of Berith, there is a very narrow passage near the sea, so confined by steep precipices, and narrow defile, that were 100 men to get possession of the entrance, they might prevent any number, however great, from passing. Such as travel from Tripoli to Jerusalem have no possible means of avoiding it. Baldwin, therefore, arriving on the spot, sent out scouts to examine the situation of the place, and the strength of the enemy. The party returning, and hardly intelligible through fear, pointed out the difficulty of the pass, and the confidence of the enemy, who had occupied it. But Baldwin, who fell little short of the best soldier that ever existed, feeling no alarm, boldly drew up his army and led it against them. Dukak then dispatched some to make an onset, and lure the party unguardedly forward, retaining his main body in a more advantageous position. For this purpose, at first they rushed on with great impetuosity, and then made a feint to retreat, to entice our people into the defile. This stratagem could not deceive Baldwin, who, skilled by long-continued warfare, made a signal to his men to make show of flight. And to induce a supposition that they were alarmed, he commanded the bag and baggage which they had cast down, to be again taken up, and the cattle to be goaded forward, as well as the ranks to be opened, that the enemy might attack them. The Turks at this began to exult, and, raging so horribly that you might suppose the Furies yelling, pursued our party. Some getting into vessels took possession of the shore, others riding forward began to kill such pilgrims as were incautiously loitering near the sea. The Franks continued their pretended flight till they reached a plain which they had before observed. No confusion deprived these men of their judgment, even the very emergency by which they had been overtaken nurtured and increased their daring. And though a small body, they withstood innumerable multitudes both by sea and land. For the moment it appeared they had sufficiently feigned alarm, they closed their ranks, turned their standards, and hemmed in the now charging enemy on all sides. Thus the face of affairs was changed, the victors were vanquished, and the vanquished became victors. The Turks were hewn down with dreadful carnage. The remainder anxiously fled to their vessels, and when they had gotten more than a bow shot out to sea, they still urged them forward as fiercely with their oars, as though they supposed they could be drawn back to land by the arm of their adversaries. And that you may not doubt of this miracle as fanciful, but as evident, feel it as it were, only 4 Christian soldiers fell in procuring by their blood this victory to the survivors. Wherefore I assert, that the Christians would never be conquered by the pagans, were they to implore the divine assistance on their courage, ere they entered the conflict, and, when in battle, conciliate the friendly powers of heaven to their arms. But since, in peace they glut themselves in every kind of vice, and in battle rely only upon their courage, therefore it justly happens, that their valor is often unsuccessful. The Earl then, rejoicing in his splendid victory, on returning to spoil the slain, found several Turks alive, whom he dismissed without personal injury, but despoiled them of their wealth. To avoid any hidden stratagem, he that night retreated with his party, and rested under the shelter of some olive trees. Next day, at dawn, he approached the defile, with the light troops, to be an eyewitness of the nature of the place. And, finding everything safe, and making a signal by smoke, as had been agreed upon, he intimated to his associates the departure of the enemy. For the Turks, who the day before were wantonly galloping around the hill, perceiving the carnage of their companions, had all fled in the dead of the night. Laying aside every delay, they instantly followed their commander. The governor of Berith sent them food on their march, astonished at the valor of so small a force. The Tyrians and Sidonians, and Acaranites, who are also called Tholomites, acted in the same manner, venerating with silent apprehension the bravery of the Franks. Nor were Tancred's party, in Cephas, less generous, although he was absent. The ancient name of this town I am unable to discover, because all the inland cities, which we read of in Josephus as formerly existing, are either not in being, or else, changed into inconsiderable villages, have lost their names. Whereas those on the coast remain entire. In this manner, by Caesarea of Palestine, and Azotus, they came to Joppa. Here he was first congratulated on his kingdom, the citizens with great joy opening the gates to him. A.D. 1100. Defeat of the Turks. Being afterwards accompanied by the inhabitants of Joppa to Jerusalem, where he was favorably received, he indulged in a repose of 7 days' continuance. Then, that the Turks might be convinced that the spirit of his reign would proceed to their signal disadvantage, he led his troops towards Ascalon. When at a short distance from that city, he proudly displayed his forces, and with very little exertion compelled the attacking Ascalonites to retreat, by waiting a favorable opportunity for accomplishing his designs. Finally, conceiving his glory satisfied for that time by their repulse, he drew off to the mountains to pursue the enemy, and also at their expense to procure necessaries for his troops, who were famished with hunger from the barrenness of the land, for a scanty harvest had that year denied sustenance, deceiving the expectations of the province by a meager produce. He ascended therefore the mountainous districts, whither the Turkish inhabitants of the country had retreated on leaving their towns, concealing the Syrians with them in sequestered caverns. The Franks, however, discovered a mode of counteracting the device of the fugitives, by letting smoke into their hiding places, by which the miscreants were dislodged, and came out one by one. The Turks were killed to a man, the Syrians spared. The army turning aside thence, and marching towards Arabia, passed by the sepulchres of the patriarchs Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and of their 3 wives, Sarah, Rebekah, and Leah. The place is in Hebron, 13 miles distant from Jerusalem. For the body of Joseph lies at Nepolis, formerly called Sichem, covered with white marble, and conspicuous to every traveler. There, too, are seen the tombs of his brothers, but of inferior workmanship. The army then came into the valley where God formerly overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah, darting fire from heaven on the wicked. The lake there extends for 18 miles, incapable of supporting any living creature, and so horrible to the palate, as to distort the mouths of such as drink it, and distend their jaws with its bitter taste. A hill overhangs the valley, emitting, in various places, a salt scum, and all over transparent, as it were, with congealed glass. Here is gathered what some call niter, some call it crystal salt. Passing the lake, they came to a very opulent town, abundant in those luscious fruits which they call dates. In devouring which they were hardly able to fill the cavities of the stomach, or constrain the greediness of their palates, they were so extremely sweet. Everything else had been taken away, through the alarm of the inhabitants, except a few Ethiopians, the dark wool of whose hair resembled smut. Our people, thinking it beneath their valor to kill persons of this description, treated them, not with indignation, but with laughter. Adjacent to this town is a valley, where to this day is seen the rock which Moses struck, to give water to the murmuring tribes. The stream yet runs so plentifully, and with such a current, as to turn the machinery of mills. On the declivity of the hill stands a church in honor of the legislator Aaron, where, through the mediation and assistance of his brother, he used to hold converse with God. Here learning from guides conversant in the roads, who from Saracens had been converted to Christianity, that from hence to Babylon was all barren country, and destitute of every accommodation, they returned to Jerusalem, to consecrate to God the first fruits of his reign, acquired in the subjugation of so many hostile countries. A.D. 1100. Baldwin's coronation. The royal insignia being prepared, Baldwin was crowned with great ceremony, in Bethlehem, on Christmas Day, by Dibert the Patriarch, all wishing him prosperity. For both at that time, and afterwards, he deserved, by his own exertions, and obtained, through the favor of others, every degree of royal respect, though sovereign of a very small, and I had almost said, a despicable kingdom. Wherefore the Christians ought to regard the mercy of our Lord Christ, and to walk in the contemplation of his power, through whose assistance they were objects of apprehension, though unable to do harm. For there were scarcely, in the whole service, 400 horsemen and so many foot, to garrison Jerusalem, Ramula, Cephas, and Joppa. For those who came thither by sea, with minds ill at ease, amid so many hostile ports, after having adored the saints, determined to return home, as there was no possibility of proceeding by land. Moreover, an additional difficulty was, that in the month of March Tancred had departed to assume the government of Antioch, nor could he or the king aid each other from the length of the journey. Indeed, should necessity require it, he could not, without fear of irreparable loss, march his troops from one town to another. I pronounce it therefore to be a manifest miracle, that safe alone, through God's protection, he was an object of dread to such a multitude of barbarians. In this year, which was A.D. 1101, the sacred fire, 439, which used to signalize the vigil of Easter, delayed its appearance longer than usual. For on the Saturday, the lessons being read, alternately in Greek and Latin, the Kyrie eleison, 440 repeated thrice and the melody of the clarions resounding, still when no fire appeared, and the setting sun induced the evening and led on the night. Then all departed sorrowful to their homes. It had been determined, after mature deliberation, that on that night no person should remain in the church of the Holy Sepulchre, for fear any one of infected conscience should irritate God still more through his irreverent intrusion. But when the twilight was proceeding into day, a procession of the Latins was ordered to go to the Temple of Solomon, that by prayer they might call down the mercy of God. The same was performed around the sepulchre of our Lord, by the Syrians plucking their beards and hair through violence of grief. The mercy of God could endure no longer, light being instantly sent into one lamp of the sepulchre, which, when a Syrian perceived glittering through a window, he expressed his joy by the clapping of his hands, and accelerated the advance of the patriarch. He, opening the recess of the sepulchral chamber by the keys which he carried, and lighting a taper, brought forth the celestial gift for 41, imparting it to all who crowded round him for that purpose. Afterwards the whole of the lamps, throughout the church, were divinely lighted up, the one which was next to be illumined evincing its approaching ignition by emitting smoke in a miraculous manner. Thus, doubtless, the constant manner of Christ has been to terrify those he loved that he might again kindly soothe them, and that the dread of his power might redound to his praise. For since even the common gifts of God are lightly esteemed by men merely from their constant recurrence, he often enhances the grant of his indulgences by withholding them, that what was most ardently desired might be more gratefully regarded. A.D. 1102. Siege of Caesarea. At that time a fleet of Genoese and Pisans had touched at Laodicea, and thence made a prosperous voyage to Joppa, and the crews, drawing their vessels on shore, spent Easter with the king at Jerusalem. He, bargaining for their services, engaged to give them the third of the spoil of each city they should take, and any particular street they might choose. Thus he impelled them, inconsiderate and blinded, more through lust of gold than love of God, to barter their blood, and lay siege immediately to Azotus, which they constrained to surrender after 3 days. Nor did the townspeople yield very reluctantly, as they feared the anger of the king should they be taken by storm, for, the preceding year, assisted by the machination of fortune, they had vigorously repulsed Godfrey when making a similar attempt. For, indeed, when by means of scaling ladders he had advanced his forces on the walls, and they, now nearly victorious, had gotten possession of the parapet, the sudden fall of a wooden tower, which stood close to the outside of the wall, deprived them of the victory and killed many, while still more were taken and butchered by the cruelty of the Saracens. Leaving Azotus, Baldwin laid siege to Caesarea of Palestine, with his whole force, and with determined courage, but perceiving the resolution of its citizens and the difficulty of the enterprise, he ordered engines to be constructed. Portrays 442 were therefore made, and a great tower built of 20 cubits in height, surpassing the altitude of the wall. Our people, however, impatient of delay and of such lingering expectation, erecting their ladders and attempting to overtop the wall, arrived at the summit by the energy of their efforts, with conscious valor indignantly raging that they had now been occupied in conflict with the Saracens during 15 days, and had lost the whole of that time. And although the Caesareans resisted with extreme courage, and rolled down large stones on them as they ascended, yet despising all danger, they broke through their opponents in a close body, and fought with an outstretched arm, and a drawn sword. The Turks, unable longer to sustain the attack and taking to flight, either cast themselves down headlong, or fell by the hand of their enemies. Many were reserved for slavery, a few for ransom. Among these was the governor of the city, and a bishop named Arcadius. The scene was enough to excite laughter in a bystander, to see a Turk disgorging bezants for 43 when struck on the neck by the fist of a Christian. The wretched males, through fear of extreme indigence, had hid money in their mouths. The females in parts not to be particularized. You perceive that my narrative blushes to speak plainly, but the reader understands what I wish, or rather what I wish not to speak. A.D. 1102. Defeat of the Saracens. Still, however, the Emperor of Babylon could not be at rest, but would frequently send commanders and armies to attack the Franks. Arriving at Ascalon on shipboard, they scoured about Ramula, taking advantage of the king's occupation, who was then busied in the contest with Caesarea. They frequently, therefore, by depopulating the country, irritated him to engage. But he, with equal subtlety, that their mad impetuosity might subside, suffered them, when eagerly advancing, to grow languid by declining battle. By this procrastination he effected that many, weary of delay, withdrew, while he attacked the remainder, consisting of 11,000 horse and 21,000 infantry. With his own 250 cavalry and less than 700 foot. Addressing a few words to his soldiers, to whom he pledged victory if they persevered, and fame if they fell, and calling to their recollection that if they fled France was a great way off, he dashed first against the enemy. And the contest continuing for some time, when he saw his ranks giving way, he remedied circumstances which seemed almost bordering on desperation. Thus dismaying the Turks by his well-known appearance, he laid their leader prostrate with his lance. On whose death the whole battalions fled. Our soldiers, who in the onset were so hemmed in as to be unable to see each other, then exercised their valor in such wise, under the ensign of the Holy Cross which preceded them, that they killed 5,000. 80 of the cavalry and rather more of the infantry were slain on the side of the Franks. However, subsequent successes consoled them, as they dispatched 500 Arabian horse. These had been traversing before Joppa for 2 days, but effecting little. They were returning to Ascalon, and seeing our troops at a distance, and, hoping they were their own, were approaching to congratulate them on their victory. But at length perceiving, by the weapons hurled against them, that they were Franks, they turned pale and, to use the words of the poet, for 44 became like him who, with unshod foot, had trod upon a snake. In consequence, enervated with astonishment, they exposed their backs to their destroyers. Thus the king coming to Joppa, corrected, by a true account, the falsity of the letter which had been sent to Tancred by the people of that city, erroneously declaring that the king had perished with his army. And, indeed, already had Tancred prepared for his march to Jerusalem, when a messenger arriving, and showing the royal signet, dispelled his sorrow, and restored his satisfaction. It would be tedious, if I were to relate all his contests. To tell how he subdued Tiberias, Sidon, Acheron, that is, Ptolemy, and, ultimately, all the cities on the coast, or, how he distinguished almost each day by the slaughter of the Turks, either through secret attack or open warfare. The relation of his exploits requires the exclusive labors of a man who abounds in pompous diction, and undisturbed leisure. I have neither, and, what chiefly acts as an obstacle, want clear information on the subject. For it is by no means the part of an historian of veracity to give entire credit to flattering reports, or to deceive the credulity of his readers. Consequently, I shall only subjoin what I have found recorded, whereby this man's exalted devotion may be clearly proved, and his good report live for ever. This I may be bold to assert, that he often, with an inconsiderable force, engaged in mighty conflicts, and that he never fled the field, except at Ramula and at Acheron. And indeed signal victories ensued to each of these flights, because they proceeded more from rash valor, than from fear, as the reader will discover from the insertion of a few facts. In the month of September, on the 7th before the Ides of which the battle aforesaid took place, William, Earl of Poitou, proceeded towards Jerusalem, leading with him troops estimated at 60,000 horse and still more foot. There accompanied him, Stephen, Earl of Burgundy, and Hugh de Lusignan, brother of Earl Raymond, Hugh the Great, and Stephen of Blois, anxious to atone for the disgrace of their former desertion, by renovated and determined valor. Proceeding, therefore, by Constantinople, after he had by an insolent answer, as I before related, offended Alexius, he fell into the snares of Solomon, the emperor rather procuring than preventing his disaster. For Solomon, aware that the army was suffering from hunger and thirst, as they had been wandering about the marshes and desolate places for several days, encountered them with 300,000 archers. Never was their conflict more disastrous to the Franks. As it was impossible for flight to save the coward, or courage to rescue the bold from danger, for the battle was fought in a confined situation, and nothing could prevent the effect of clouds of arrows on men who were crowded together. More than 100,000 were slain, and all the booty carried off. Thus Solomon, obtaining splendid offerings to the manes of his countrymen from the spoils of the Franks, revenged the loss of Nice. But, as they had proceeded by many roads, all were not slain, nor was everything plundered. For, except the Poitevin, who lost nearly whatever he possessed, the other earls had boldly defended their baggage. All, therefore, except Hugh the Great, who died, and was entombed in the city of Tarsus, collecting again their soldiers after the flight, hastened to Antioch. Tancred, a knight of celebrated kindness, gave them ample proof of his generosity. Assisting them all, as far as he was able, with money, but more especially William, whom the inconstancy of fortune had now as deeply depressed as she had formerly highly exalted, who, in addition to the loss of treasure, by which he was not so much affected as it was transitory and capable of reparation, was left almost the sole survivor of so many valorous soldiers. Proceeding on their march with renovated courage, they sought every opportunity of giving battle. The city of Tortosa was the first to feel their rage, by attacking and plundering which, they in some degree compensated their former losses. Thence they came to the defile, which I have mentioned above, where the king had long awaited them, in order to give assistance in case the Turks should oppose their passage. Defended by his valor, and meeting with kind entertainment at Joppa, they proceeded the following Easter to Jerusalem, where they joyfully beheld, and reverently adored the sacred fire. Returning afterwards to Joppa, they took ship, each designing to revisit his native land. The Poitevin, from the continued favor of the wind, reached home, the rest were violently driven back. A.D. 1100. Ramula besieged. But now, in the beginning of May, the Turks and Arabs laid siege to Ramula, recruiting the losses of their army in the former year, by making up its original numbers. The bishop of the city, prudently watching an opportunity, retired from the place and went secretly to Joppa. Baldwin had already gone out, relying on a false assertion that the enemy did not exceed 500. In consequence of which, he neither put his forces in order, nor called out his infantry, the trumpeters merely sounding for the cavalry to follow the king. Though his friends earnestly advised him, to be on his guard against the subtlety of the Turks. The two Stephens, of Blois and of Burgundy, followed the king on horseback, that, instead of being branded as indolent and cowardly, they might return to their respective homes partakers of the credit of the triumph, far different, however, from their expectations, were the glory and the victory which the fates were preparing for them. For Baldwin, perceiving the multitude of the enemy and finding himself deceived in his opinion, filled with rage, and fierce in conscious valor, hesitated what was to be done. If he gave way, he contemplated the tarnish of his ancient glory. If he fought, the destruction of his followers. Nevertheless, innate courage prevailed, and fear had already yielded, when, swayed by the advice of his comrades, he acquiesced in a plan of retiring, through the midst of the enemy, into a castle. The rest, following with loud clamor, broke through the thickest ranks, consecrating their souls to God, and nobly avenging their deaths. The earls, too, so wearied with striking that their hands grew stiff upon their swords, yielded to fate. The king escaping to the fortress, had some few companions remaining out of the 200 he had led forth, who entreating that he would deign to protract his life by flight, and observing that their danger was of little consequence to the world, while his life was of advantage to many, inasmuch as he would be an example of valor to every age, By his singular constancy of mind though in adverse circumstances, he esteemed himself worthy to live. Wherefore, accompanied by 5 knights, he eluded his assailants, and escaped to the mountains. One of the 5 was Robert the Englishman, as I said before. The others, from the great distance, report has not brought to our knowledge. He, with 3 more, was taken, the 5th escaped with the king. The Turks vented the whole of their fury on those who had retired to the castle, among whom was Hugh de Lusignan and Geoffrey de Vincennes. Only 3 survivors told their mournful tale to the people of Jerusalem. The king, concealing himself during the day, and, at night, urging his jaded courser through untrodden paths, arrived at Azotus, by the singular and miraculous protection of God. As the Turks had but just departed, after having been plundering around the city for the space of 2 days. Coming thence by sea to Joppa, he dispatched an account of the certainty of his being still living to the people of Jerusalem. The bearer of the epistle was a low Syrian fellow, who, even had he been discovered, would have deceived the enemy, from the meanness of his garb, and his using the common language of the country. Escaping the hands of the infidels by lone paths with which he was acquainted, he arrived the 3rd day at Jerusalem. Upon this the cavalry who garrisoned the city, taking with them the bands of auxiliary infantry, and purposing to proceed to Joppa, took a route close to the sea, avoiding the inland districts. The rear, however, of the party, were cut off, by the Turks pressing on them, as they were left unprotected either by horse or foot. Thus collecting 90 horse from Jerusalem, and 80 from Tiberias, which Hugh, that most intrepid commander, had brought to their assistance, the attendants also, through necessity, were advanced to the rank of knights. The battle was delayed only till the next day, the Turks being now so ferocious as to prepare their engines, and to meditate an attack on the walls of Joppa. This was prevented by the activity of Baldwin, and by the cross of Christ preceding them, which had been wanting in the former battle. They then, with all the force of the kingdom, rushed eagerly on the enemy, and the contest was fierce, but they, after their usual custom, surrounding our troops, thought they had completely overcome the Christians. And shouted with cheerful cry, but the Lord Jesus was present. Who, at length looked down from heaven, and showering courage on the Franks, put the enemy, driven from the field, to flight. It had happened in the preceding action, that, though frequently driven from their tents, they afterwards conquered through their numbers. But now, as the infantry wounded them from a distance with their arrows, and the cavalry close at hand with their lances, they placed all their hopes in swiftness, and continued their flight. A.D. 1113. Baldwin's marriage. He fought another battle in later years, in which our soldiers, pressed by the numbers of the Turks and compelled to fly, lost even their protecting standard. But after they had fled some distance they rallied. Shame animating the timid to repel such ignominy. Then indeed the contest was strenuous, fighting foot to foot, and breast to breast. Our party recovered the cross, routing the enemy, and regaining the field. Many fell here with whom I had been acquainted, among these was Godfrey, Baldwin's bastard grandnephew, who, from a boy, manifested valor in his countenance and truth in his soul. In the beginning, indeed, both retreats, as it may be said, were the source of ignominy, but, in the end, true food for glory, the one more celebrated, the other more advantageous. Finally, to repair his losses, and also to be united with him in marriage, the Countess of Sicily came shortly after to Jerusalem, pouring such treasures into the royal palace, that it was matter of surprise. Whence a woman could accumulate such endless heaps of precious utensils for 45, and at this time, indeed, he received her to his bed, but shortly after he put her away. It is said that she was afflicted with a cancerous complaint, which preyed upon her womb. 446. This, however, is well known, that the king had no issue. Nor is it wonderful, that a man, to whom leisure was burdensome, should be averse to the embraces of a wife, as he passed all his time in war. By these exertions he effected, that his admirable and nearly godlike valor should operate as an incitement to the present race, and be matter of astonishment to posterity. He died, during an expedition into Arabia, in the month of April, and was publicly buried at Jerusalem, near his brother, as the 4th month was adding to the 17th year of his reign. He was a man who gained his reputation by repeated labors, and on whose fame envy hath cast no shade, except it be, that he was too sparing of his money. Though there is a ready and well-founded excuse for such a fault, if it be considered, that the necessary largesses to such as remained with him, prevented him from purchasing the favor of those who departed. He was succeeded by his kinsman, Baldwin, Prince of Edessa, already celebrated for his former campaigns, whom he had, when dying, named as king. He bravely defended the kingdom for many years, and augmented it with the sovereignty of Antioch, which he obtained when Roger, for 47 the son of Richard, was killed. He governed both countries with laudable conduct. With less presumptuous haughtiness, perhaps, but with great and consummate prudence, though there are some who wound his fair fame, accusing him of excessive parsimony. Wherefore, last year, when the Turks had taken him, while riding a short distance from Jerusalem, his people grieved but little for him, and for nearly a year it remained unknown, both to subjects and even to talebearers, whither he was taken, or whether or not he breathed the vital air. However, the people of Jerusalem, nothing discouraged on account of his absence, refused either to elect a king or to discontinue the order or command of the soldiers, till the certainty of the matter could be known. At last, the place where he lay captive being discovered, some knights of surpassing boldness, assuming the guise of merchants, and hiding weapons beneath their garments, entered the town, and rescued the king from jeopardy. Protesting, that they did not act thus through respect for his niggardliness, but out of gratitude to Gozlan of Turbexhel for 48 who never hesitated to bestow all he possibly could upon the military. He has now lived long, a provident man, and subject to no other imputation. 449 The Principality of Antioch pertains to the son of Bohemund, of whom I proceed to speak. A.D. 1123. Bohemund. A.D. 1123. Bohemund's marriage. Bohemund 450 was the son of Robert Guiscard by a Norman woman. He had another son named Roger, born of an Apulian, who was, by his father, surnamed Perse, because his paternal and attentive observation had discovered, that, from a mere child, he had pleasure in counting money. As to Bohemund, who was somewhat older, he never could retain anything, but even gave away his childish presents. Roger, therefore, received Apulia, which seemed to belong to him in right of his mother. Bohemund went with his father to the Durasian War. And when the townspeople, through confidence of their walls, boasted, that the city was called Duracium for 51 because it could endure all sieges undismayed, and, said Guiscard, am called Durandus. And I will endure in besieging, until I take away the name from the city, so that, henceforth it shall no longer be called Duracium, but Malutium. The firmness of this answer so terrified them, that they immediately opened their gates. Thus, secure in his rear, he subdued, with the less difficulty, the other cities as far as Thessalonica. He had now arrived there, and had already, both by himself and by his son, taught Alexius that he might be overcome, when, beguiled by the treachery of his wife, he failed, by death, of a noble enterprise. Bohemund, then, returning to Apulia, possessed some castles through his brother's indulgence, and acquired many others by his own courage and prudence. Indeed, the dukedom had fallen to his brother only in appearance, all the most warlike spirits following him. Nor was this of light importance, for, observant of his father's purpose, he was averse to Guibert, and strongly espoused the cause of Urban. Urging him, when hesitating, to proceed into France to the Council of Clermont, whither the letters of Raymond Earl of Provence, and of the Bishop of Chorges, invited him. The council being ended, he readily embraced the opportunity, and transported his forces into Greece, and thence moving forward his army, he quietly awaited Raymond and Godfrey. Joining them on their arrival, he possessed great influence from his military skill and from his courage, which was never surpassed. But, as what he performed in company with others, only entitles him to a share in the general praise. And my former narrative has related how he had been taken prisoner, it may be proper to mention in what manner he rescued himself from captivity. When Danasman perceived that no advantage resulted to him, from detaining so great a man in confinement, he changed his intentions, and began sedulously to treat of terms of peace. For he was neither inclined to put him to death, lest he should excite the fierce hatred of the Christians against himself, nor would he set him at liberty for 52 without the hope of a lasting peace. Bohemund, therefore, promising the infidel perpetual amity, returned to Antioch, bringing with him the silver fetters with which he had been confined. And being favorably received by his people, he took possession of Laodicea, and the other cities which Tancred, lest he should have been thought slumbering in indolence, whilst his uncle was sighing in prison, had acquired during his captivity. Not long after he came into France, offering up, in honor of Saint Leonard, the chains with which he had been burdened. For this Saint 453 is said to be so especially powerful in loosing fetters, that the captive may freely carry away his chains, even in the sight of his enemies, who dare not mutter a syllable. He then married one of the daughters of the King of France, and sending another to Tancred, went to Apulia, followed by the French nobility, who deserted their country in hope of greater advantages. As well as to be eyewitnesses of what could be effected by that energetic valor, which was so universally extolled by fame. Wherefore arranging his affairs in Apulia, he again burst forth against Alexius, alleging as a cause of attacking him, his cruelty to the Crusaders, for which he was very noted. But being deceived by the subtlety of the emperor, who alienated his commanders from him by bribery, or took them off by poison, he had little or no success. Dejected at this, he returned to Apulia, where, in a few days, while purposing to proceed to Antioch, he died, not an old man, yet equal to any in prudence, leaving a son of tender age. He was a man firm in adversity, and circumspect in prosperity. For he had even provided himself an antidote, when apprehensive of poison. It was a knife, which, placed before him when eating, strange to tell, indicated, by the moistness of its handle, whenever poison was brought into the apartment. After him Tancred presided over Antioch, a nephew worthy of such an uncle. Tancred was removed from this world by an early death, and Roger the son of Richard succeeded. Though rivaling the fame of his predecessors in battle, yet he incurred the disgrace of being avaricious. In consequence of this, when the soldiery avoided him, he engaged the Turks with a trifling stipendiary, and a small native force, and fell nobly revenging his death, for being taken by them, stripped of his armor, and commanded to yield up his sword. He refused to deliver it to any but the commander, as he considered all present unworthy to receive the surrender of so dignified a character. The unhappy chief gave credit to his specious words, and taking off his helmet, stretched out his hand to receive Roger's sword. When, indignant, and mustering all his remaining powers for the effort, he cut off the Turk's head, and being immediately stabbed, escaped the disgrace of slavery by the act his courage had suggested. Baldwin II, King of Jerusalem, revenging his death in a signal manner, faithfully reserved the dominion of the city, and his daughter, for Bohemund the son of Bohemund. A.D. 1119. Raymond, Earl of Toulouse. Raymond was the son of the most noble William, 454 Earl of Toulouse, who, being a man of enterprise and ability, rendered his country, which had been obscured through the indolence of his predecessors, illustrious by his own good qualities. His wife Almodus was repeatedly married to different persons, and had a numerous issue by them all. A woman of such sad, unbridled lewdness, that, when one husband became disgusting to her from long intercourse, she would depart and take up her abode with another. To sum up all, she had been first united to the Earl of Alls. Presently, becoming weary of him, she connected herself with William, and then after bearing him 2 sons, she lured the Earl of Barcelona to marry her. Moreover, William, when at the point of death, gave to his son of his own name but not of his own disposition, the county of Toulouse, because, though he was of slender talents, the people of Toulouse would attempt no innovation against him, as they were accustomed to the government of his family. But Raymond, who was of brighter abilities, received charges, and increased it wonderfully by the addition of Alls, Narbonne, Provence, and Limoges. Again, he purchased Toulouse of his brother who went to Jerusalem many years previous to the Grand Crusade, but these things were achieved by a considerable lapse of time, and a life expended on the labor. Thus, ever engaged in war, he had no desire for a legitimate wife, enjoying himself in unrestrained concubinage. Finally, he condescended to honor with his adoption and inheritance, Bertrand, his son by one of his mistresses, as he, in some respects, resembled his father. To this son he married the niece 455 of Matilda the Marchioness, a native of Lombardy, that by such affinity he might secure his possessions on that side. In the latter part of his life, too, he himself espoused the daughter of the King of Tarragona, covenanting for a noble dowry, namely, the perpetual peace of the adjacent provinces. Soon after this, on contemplating his grey hairs, he made a vow to go to Jerusalem, that his bodily powers, though decayed and feeble, might still, though late, enter into the service of God. The chief promoter of this was the Bishop of Chorges, by whose especial exertions he had always been thwarted, and in one contest, had even lost an eye, which mark of deformity, so far from concealing, he was ever anxious to show, boasting of it as a proof of his gallantry. But now, leagued in mutual friendship, that they might employ their old age in religious services, they stimulated Urban, already inclined to preach the crusade, to pass the Alps and summon a council at Clermont. More especially as it was a city adjacent to their territories, and convenient for persons coming from every part of France. The bishop, however, died on his way to the council. To his influence succeeded the Bishop of Puy, of whom we have before spoken, animated by whose advice, and protected by whose assistance, Raymond was the first layman who assumed the cross. Making this addition to his vow, that he would never return to his country, but endeavor to lessen the weight of his past offences by perpetual exertion against the Turks. He had already given many proofs of his prowess on the way, the first to labour and the last to rest, many also of forbearance, as he readily relinquished those places he had first occupied at Antioch to Beaumont, and the Tower of David to Godfrey. But at length, his patience being worn out by the unreasonable demands of certain persons, he departed from his usual practice on the subject of the surrender of Ascalon. For, on the first arrival of the Franks, the townspeople, examining the disposition of our several commanders, made choice of him for their patron. Because many men, who had come thither before by sea, from Montpellier to trade, had extolled his sincerity and courage to the skies. In consequence, they delivered to him their keys, and compelled him to make oath that he would never give up the command of the city to any other of the Christians, should he himself be either unwilling or unable to retain it. A murmuring then arose among the chiefs, who required the surrender of the city to the king, saying that his kingdom was of little value, unless he could hold Ascalon, which would be a receptacle for the enemy and an obstacle to our party. The king, indeed, set forth the matter mildly, as he did everything else, with a placid countenance consistent with his manners, the others rather more violently. However, he paid little attention to their words, obviating their allegations by very substantial reasons, saying that all his associates had secured a place of retreat, part of them had returned home. Part were occupying the provinces they had acquired, that he alone, having abjured his native country, could neither return thither, nor did he possess a place of refuge here. That he had yielded in other points, but they must allow him to retain Ascalon, under fealty to the Holy Sepulchre, as he had taken an oath not to give it up. On hearing this, all began to clamour, and to call him interested and faithless. Indeed they could scarcely abstain from laying hands on him. The Earl, indignant at this reproach, failed in the duty of a just and upright man, delivering the keys to the enemies of God, and compensating the fear of perjury by the blood of many a man in after time. For to this day that city has never been taken either by force or by stratagem. A.D. 1099. Tancred's death. Moreover, many of his people, delighted with the unbounded affluence of the place, obtained the friendship of its citizens by denying their faith. Thus leaving Jerusalem, he came to Laodicea, and having subdued it, continued there some little time. Afterwards, when he had gone to Constantinople, Tancred obtained Laodicea, though it is dubious whether by force or favour. In the meantime, remaining at Byzantium, he contrived by his consummate prudence to insinuate himself into the favour of Alexius. Whence it happened, that, through the kindness of the emperor, getting a safe passage, he escaped sharing those calamities which, as we have before related, befell William of Poitou and the others, with whom he took the city of Tortosa, and, when the rest proceeded onwards, retained possession of it. To extend his power, he fortified a town over against Tripoli, called Pilgrim's Castle, where he appointed Abbot Herbert, bishop. And that the shattered strength of his followers might recruit by repose, he made a 7 years' league with the Tripolitans. Nevertheless, ere the time appointed, the peace was broken, on account of a certain townsman being found within the castle, with a poisoned dagger concealed beneath his garments. And now truly would he have put the finishing hand to the conquest of Tripoli, had not death, approaching almost immediately, bereft his vital spirit, big with great achievements. On learning his decease, William of Montpellier, and the other chiefs of the province, provided that William the Pilgrim, scarcely 4 years of age, whom he had begotten on a Spanish woman during the siege, should be conveyed home, to be educated for the succession, with the anxious wishes of all. Nor did Bertrand hear of this transaction with displeasure, although he had never been consulted, as it enabled him to renew his father's fame. Wherefore, heading a vast army, and chiefly supported by the Genoese and Pisans, who were allied to his wife, he attacked Tripoli by sea and land, and when exhausted by a protracted siege, reduced it to his dominion. To him succeeded Pontius, his son by the Lombard, a youth who rivaled the glory of his ancestors, and who obtained in marriage the relict of Tancred, formerly Prince of Antioch. This, when dying, he had commanded, affirming, that, the youth would grow up a benefit to the Christians, and an utter destruction to the Turks. Pontius therefore reigns at Tripoli, professing himself the servant of the Holy Sepulchre. In this respect following the example of his grandfather and father. A.D. 1105. Flight of the Turks. Robert, son of William the First King of England, was born in Normandy, and already considered as a youth of excellent courage, when his father came to England, of tried prowess, though of small stature and projecting belly. He passed his early years amid the warlike troops of his father, obedient to him in every respect, but in the vigorous heat of youth, led by the suggestions of his idle companions, he supposed he could obtain Normandy from the king during his lifetime. But when William refused this, and drove away the youth by the blustering of his terrific voice, Robert departed indignantly, and harassed his country by perpetual attacks. His father laughed at first, and then added, by the resurrection of God, this little Robin Shortboot will be a clever fellow, for such was his appellation, from his small stature, though there was nothing else to find fault with. As he was neither ill-made, nor deficient in eloquence, nor was he wanting in courage or resources of mind. At length, however, the king was so transported with anger, that he denied him his last blessing in the inheritance of England. And it was with difficulty, and disgrace, that he could retain even Normandy. After 9 years he gave proof of his manhood in the labors of the crusade, and in many instances appeared wonderful, as neither Christian nor pagan could ever unhorse him, but more especially in the battle of Antioch, where he graced the victory by a singular achievement. For when the Turks, as we have related, were suddenly dismayed and fled, and our party vehemently attacked them in disorder, Corbenac, their leader, mindful of his native valor, checked his horse, and rallied his people. Calling them base slaves, and forgetful of their ancient conquests, in suffering themselves, the former conquerors of the East, to be driven from their territories by a strange, and almost unarmed people. At this reproach, many, resuming their courage, wheeled round, attacked the Franks, and compelled the nearest to give way, while Corbenac continued to animate his men, and to assault the enemy, nobly fulfilling his duty, both as a commander and a soldier. But now the Norman Earl and Philip the Clerk, son of Roger, Earl of Montgomery, and Warren de Taney, a castle so named in Maine, who had before made a feint of retreating, exhorting each other with mutual spirit, turned round their horses, and each attacking his man, threw them to the ground. Here Corbenac, though he knew the Earl, yet estimating him merely by his size, and thinking it inglorious to fly, atoned for the boldness of attacking him, by a speedy exit, being instantly deprived of life. The Turks, who were already clamoring with boastful joy, on seeing his fall, now lost their lately acquired hopes, and redoubled their flight. In this contest wherein fell, Robert, with Philip, gained the victory. The latter, who acquired renown by this service, but afterwards, as they report, closed an honorable career at Jerusalem, was celebrated for his learning as well as his military prowess. Robert, thus coming to Jerusalem, tarnished his glory by an indelible stain, in refusing a kingdom for 56 offered to him, as a king's son, by the consent of all. And this, as it is asserted, not through awe of its dignity, but through the fear of endless labor. However, returning home, where he had reckoned on giving himself up to the full indulgence of sensual pleasure, God mercifully visited him, as I believe, for this transgression. Everywhere thwarting him, and turning all his enjoyments into bitterness, as will be manifested by the sequel. A.D. 1105. State of Normandy. His wife, the daughter of William de Conversano, whom he had married in Apulia on his return, and whose surpassing beauty, all endeavors to describe are vain, died after a few years, by disease. 457 misled, as it is said, by the advice of the midwife, who had ordered her breasts, when in childbed, to be bound with a tight bandage, on account of the copious flow of her milk. A great consolation, however, in this extreme distress, was a son by his consort, who, called William by presage of his grandfather's name, gave hope of noble talents hereafter. The immense sum which his father-in-law had given him, under the appellation of dowry, that he might with it redeem Normandy for 58 he lavished so profusely on buffoons, and worthless people, that, in a few days, he was penniless. He accelerated his disgrace by his ill-advised arrival in England, to wrest the kingdom from his brother Henry. But, failing of the assistance of the traitors who had invited him, he easily yielded to his brother's terms of peace, which, by the agreement of the chiefs of either party, were, that he should receive an annual present of 3,000 marks from England. These were mere words, for the king had promised this without any design of fulfilling it, but, aware of his brother's easiness, had deluded his soft credulity, till his warlike passion should subside. And he, too, as if contending with fortune whether she should give or he squander most, discovering the mere wish of the queen, silently entreating it, kindly forgave the payment of this immense sum for ever. Thinking it a very great matter, that female pride should condescend to ask a favor, for he was her godfather. Moreover he forgot offences, and forgave faults beyond what he ought to have done. He answered all who applied to him, exactly as they wished, and that he might not dismiss them in sadness, promised to give what was out of his power. By this suavity of disposition, with which he ought to have acquired the commendations and the love of his subjects, he so excited the contempt of the Normans, that they considered him as of no consequence whatever. For then, all the nobility falling at variance, plunder was universal, and the commonalty were pillaged. Although the inhabitants laid their injuries before the Earl, they gained no kind of redress. For though incensed at first, yet his anger was soon appeased, either by a trifling present, or the lapse of time. Roused, however, by the extremity of their distresses, they determined to implore the assistance of King Henry to their suffering country. Henry, according to Caesar's axiom 459, that if justice is ever to be violated, it ought to be violated in favor of the citizens, and that you may be observant of duty in other points, transported his forces several times into Normandy to succor expiring justice, and at last was successful enough to subjugate the whole country, with the exception of Rouen, Falaise, and Caen. Robert was now reduced so low, as to wander, hardly to be recognized, through these towns, obtaining a precarious subsistence from the inhabitants. Disgusted at this, the people of Caen did not long regard their fidelity, but sending messengers to the king, they closed the gates of their city, with locks and bolts. Robert learning this, and wishing to escape, was hardly allowed to depart. His attendant, with the furniture of his chamber, being detained. Thence flying to Rouen, he had a conference with his lord, the King of France, and his relation, the Earl of Flanders, on the subject of assistance. But obtaining none, he determined, as his last resource, to risk a general action, in which, through the persecution of fate, being taken prisoner, he was kept, by the laudable affection of his brother, in free custody till the day of his death. For he endured no evil but solitude, if that can be called solitude where, by the attention of his keepers, he was provided with abundance both of amusement and of food. He was confined, however, till he had survived all his companions in the crusade, nor was he liberated to the day of his death. 460 He was so eloquent in his native tongue, that none could be more pleasant. In other men's affairs, no counsellor was more excellent, in military skill equal to any, yet, through the easiness of his disposition, was he ever esteemed unfit to have the management of the state. But since I have already said all that I knew of Hugh the Great, and of the Earls of Blois and of Flanders, I think I may, very properly here conclude my fourth book. Book V. Preface. Summoned by the progress of events, we have entered on the times of King Henry, to transmit whose actions to posterity, requires an abler hand than ours. For, were only those particulars recorded which have reached our knowledge, they would weary the most eloquent, and might overload a library. Who, then, will attempt to unfold in detail all his profound counsels, all his royal achievements? These are matters too deep for me, and require more leisure than I possess. Scarcely Cicero himself, whose eloquence is venerated by all the Western world, would attempt it in prose, and in verse, not even a rival of the Montoine bard. In addition to this, it is to be observed, that while I, who am a man of retired habits, and far from the secrets of a court, withhold my assent from doubtful relators, being ignorant of his greater achievements, I touch only on a few events. Wherefore, it is to be feared, that where my information falls beneath my wishes, the hero, whose numerous exploits I omit, may appear to suffer. However, for this, if it be a fault, I shall have a good excuse with him who shall recollect that I could not be acquainted with the whole of his transactions, nor ought I to relate even all that I did know. The insignificance of my condition affects the one, the disgust of my readers would be excited by the other. This fifth book, then, will display some few of his deeds, while fame, no doubt, will blazon the rest, and lasting memory transmit them to posterity. Nor will it deviate from the design of the preceding four, but particularize some things which happened during his time here and elsewhere, which perchance are either unrecorded, or unknown to many. They will occupy, indeed, a considerable portion of the volume, while I must claim the usual indulgence for long digressions, as well in this as in the others. Chapter 1. Of Henry I. A.D. 1100 to 1129. A.D. 1100. Henry I. Henry, the youngest son of William the Great, was born in England 461, the third year after his father's arrival. A child, even at that time, fondly cherished by the joint good wishes of all, as being the only one of William's sons born in royalty, and to whom the kingdom seemed to pertain. The early years of instruction he passed in liberal arts, and so thoroughly imbibed the sweets of learning, that no warlike commotions, no pressure of business, could ever erase them from his noble mind, although he neither read much openly, nor displayed his attainments except sparingly. His learning, however, to speak the truth, though obtained by snatches, assisted him much in the science of governing, according to that saying of Plato, happy would be the commonwealth, if philosophers governed, or kings would be philosophers. Not slenderly tinctured by philosophy, then, by degrees, in process of time, he learned how to restrain the people with lenity, nor did he ever suffer his soldiers to engage but where he saw a pressing emergency. In this manner, by learning, he trained his early years to the hope of the kingdom, and often in his father's hearing made use of the proverb, that an illiterate king is a crowned ass. They relate, too, that his father, observing his disposition, never omitted any means of cherishing his lively prudence. And that once, when he had been ill-used by one of his brothers, and was in tears, he spirited him up, by saying, "Weep not, my boy, you too will be a king." In the 21st year, 462 then, of his father's reign, when he was 19 years of age, he was knighted by him at Westminster during Pentecost, and then accompanying him to Normandy, was, shortly after, present at his funeral. The other brothers departing whither their hopes led them, as my former narrative has related. Wherefore, supported by the blessing of his father, together with his maternal inheritance and immense treasures, he paid little regard to the haughtiness of his brothers, assisting or opposing each of them as they merited. More attached, however, to Robert for his mildness, he took every means of stimulating his remissness by his own spirit. Robert, on the other hand, through blamable credulity, trusting to talebearers, injured his innocent brother in a way which it may not be irrelevant briefly to relate. At the time when the nobility of England were rebelling against William II, while Robert was waiting a wind to sail over from Normandy, Henry had, by his command, departed into Brittany. When, eagerly seizing the opportunity, he expended on his troops all the large sum of money, amounting to 3,000 marks, which had been bequeathed to the young man by the will of his father. Henry, on his return, though perhaps he endured this with difficulty, yet observed a cautious silence on the subject. However, hearing of the restoration of peace in England, the service was ended, and they laid aside their arms. The Earl retired to his own territories, Henry to those which his brother had either given, or promised to give him. Indeed, he placed his promises to account, retaining the Tower of Rouen under fealty to Robert. But, by the accusation of some very infamous persons, his fidelity proved disadvantageous to him, and for no fault on his part, Henry was, in this very place, detained in free custody, lest he should escape the vigilance of his keepers. Released at the expiration of half a year, on the invitation of his brother William he offered him his services, but he, remunerating the young man no better, put him off, though in distress, with empty promises for more than a year. Wherefore, Robert, by his messengers, offering reparation for what had been done, he came to Normandy, having experienced attempts on his person from each of his brothers. For the king, angry at his departure, had in vain commanded him to be detained, and the Earl, swayed by the arts of his accusers, had changed his intention, so that, when lured to him by soothing measures, he would not easily suffer him to depart. But he, escaping every danger by the providence of God and his own prudent caution, compelled his brother gladly to accede to peace, by seizing Avranches and some other castles. Soon after, William coming into Normandy to revenge himself on his brother Robert, Henry manifested his regard to the Earl at Rouen. Finally, the king's party coming thither in the daytime, he spiritedly expelled them, when already, through the treachery of the citizens, they had overrun the whole city. Sending a message to the Earl, to oppose them in front, while he pressed upon their rear. In consequence of this transaction, one Conan was accused of treachery to the Earl, who designed to cast him into chains, supposing that no greater calamity could be inflicted on the wretch, than dooming him to drag out a hated existence in prison. But Henry requested to have this Conan committed to his care. Which being granted, he led him to the top of the tower at Rouen, and ordering him carefully to survey the surrounding territory from the heights of the citadel, ironically declaring it should all be his. He thrust him suddenly off the ramparts into the Seine below. Protesting to his companions, who at the same time assisted him, that no respite was due to a traitor, that the injuries of a stranger might be endured in some manner or other, but that the punishment of a man who with an oath had done homage, when once convicted of perfidy, never should be deferred. This action weighed little with Robert, who was a man of changeable disposition, for he immediately became ungrateful, and compelled his deserving brother to retire from the city. This was the period in which, as has been before mentioned, Henry, as well for his security as for his fame, made a stand against both Robert and William at Mount St. Michael's. Thus, though he had been faithful and serviceable to either brother, they, vouchsafing no establishment to the young man, trained him up, as he grew in years, to greater prudence, from the scantiness of his means. A.D. 1091. Henry elected king. But on the violent death of King William, as before related, after the solemnization of the royal funeral, he was elected king. Though some trifling dissensions had first arisen among the nobility which were allayed chiefly through the exertions of Henry Earl of Warwick, a man of unblemished integrity, with whom he had long been in the strictest intimacy. He immediately promulgated an edict throughout England, annulling the illegal ordinances 463 of his brother, and of Ranulph. He remitted taxes, released prisoners, drove the flagitious from court, restored the nightly use of lights within the palace, which had been omitted in his brother's time, for 64, and renewed the operation of the ancient laws for 65, confirming them with his own oath, and that of the nobility, that they might not be eluded. A joyful day then seemed to dawn on the people, when the light of fair promise shone forth after such repeated clouds of distress. And that nothing might be wanting to the aggregate of happiness, Ranulph, the dregs of iniquity, was cast into the gloom of a prison, and speedy messengers were dispatched to recall Anselm. Wherefore, all vying in joyous acclamation, Henry was crowned king at London, on the nones of August, 4 days after his brother's death. These acts were the more sedulously performed, lest the nobility should be induced to repent their choice. As a rumour prevailed, that Robert Earl of Normandy, returning from Apulia, was just on the point of arriving. Soon after, his friends, and particularly the bishops, persuading him to give up meretricious pleasures and adopt legitimate wedlock, he married, honesty. Martin's day, Matilda, 466 daughter of Malcolm King of Scotland, to whom he had long been greatly attached, little regarding the marriage portion, provided he could possess her whom he so ardently desired. For though she was of noble descent, being grandniece of King Edward, by his brother Edmund, yet she possessed but little fortune, being an orphan, destitute of either parent, of whom there will be more ample matter of relation hereafter. In the meantime, Robert, arriving in Normandy, recovered his earldom without any opposition, on hearing which, almost all the nobility of this country violated the fealty which they had sworn to the king, some without any cause. Some feigning slight pretences, because he would not readily give them such lands as they coveted. Robert Fitzhamon, and Richard de Rivers, and Roger Bigod, and Robert Earl of Mellent, with his brother Henry, alone declared on the side of justice. But all the others either secretly sent for Robert to make him king, or openly branded their lord with sarcasms, calling him Godric, 467, and his consort, Godiva. Henry heard these taunts, and, with a terrific grin, deferring his anger, he repressed the contemptuous expressions cast on him by the madness of fools, by a studied silence. For he was a calm dissembler of his enmities, but, in due season, avenged them with fierceness. This tempest of the times was increased by the subtlety of Ranulph. For, concerting with his butler, he procured a rope to be sent him. The deceitful servant, who was water-bearer, carried him a very long one in a cask, by which he descended from the wall of the tower, but whether he hurt his arms, or grazed the skin off his hands, is a matter of no importance. For 68 escaping thence to Normandy, he stimulated the Earl, already indignant and ripe for war, to come to England without a moment's delay. A.D. 1101. Robert lands at Portsmouth. In the second year, then, of Henry's reign, in the month of August, arriving at Portsmouth, he landed, divided and posted his forces over the whole district. Nor did the king give way to indolence, but collected an innumerable army over against him, to assert his dignity, should it be necessary. For, though the nobility deserted him, yet was his party strong. Being espoused by Archbishop Anselm, with his brother bishops, and all the English. In consequence, grateful to the inhabitants for their fidelity, and anxious for their safety, he frequently went through the ranks, instructing them how to elude the ferocity of the cavalry by opposing their shields, and how to return their strokes. By this he made them voluntarily demand the fight, perfectly fearless of the Normans. Men, however, of sounder counsel interfering, who observed, that the laws of natural affection must be violated should brothers meet in battle, they shaped their minds to peace. Reflecting, that, if one fell, the other would be the weaker, as there was no surviving brother. Besides, a promise of 3,000 marks deceived the easy credulity of the Earl, who imagined that, when he had disbanded his army, he might gratify his inclinations with such an immense sum of money, which, the very next year, he cheerfully surrendered to the Queen's pleasure, because she desired it. The following year Robert de Belesme, eldest son of Roger de Montgomery, rebelled, fortifying the castles of Bridgenorth and Arundel against the king. Carrying thither corn from all the district round Shrewsbury, and every necessary which war requires. The castle of Shrewsbury, too, joined the rebellion, the Welsh being inclined to evil on every occasion. In consequence, the king, firm in mind and bearing down every adverse circumstance by valour, collecting an army, laid siege to Bridgenorth, from whence Robert had already retired to Arundel. Presuming from the plenty of provision and the courage of the soldiers, that the place was abundantly secure. But, after a few days, the townsmen, impelled by remorse of conscience and by the bravery of the king's army, surrendered, on learning which, Arundel repressed its insolence. Putting itself under the king's protection, with this remarkable condition, that its lord, without personal injury, should be suffered to retire to Normandy. Moreover, the people of Shrewsbury sent the keys of the castle to the king by Ralph, at that time abbot of Sees, and afterwards Archbishop of Canterbury, as tokens of present submission, and pledges of their future obedience. Thus, this fire of dissension which was expected to become excessive, wasted to ashes in the course of very few days, and the avidity of the revolters, perpetually panting after innovation, was repressed. Robert, with his brothers, Ernulf, who had obtained the surname of his father, and Roger the Poitevin, so called because he had married his wife from that country, abjured England for ever. But the strictness of this oath was qualified with a proviso, unless he should satisfy the king on some future occasion, by his obedient conduct. A.D. 1102. Troubles in Normandy. The torch of war now lighted up in Normandy, receiving fresh fuel by the arrival of the traders, blazed forth and seized everything within its reach. Normandy, indeed, though not very wide in its extent, is a convenient and patient fosterer of the abandoned. Wherefore, for a long time, she well endures intestine broils. And on the restoration of peace, rises soon to a state more fruitful than before, at her pleasure ejecting her disturbers, when detected by the province, by an easy egress into France. Whereas England does not long endure the turbulent. But when once received to her bosom either surrenders, or puts them to death, neither, when laid waste by tumult, does she again soon rear her recovering head. Belezem, then, arriving in Normandy, had, both at that time and afterwards, accomplices in his malignity, and lest this should seem too little, insiders also. Among others was William Earl of Moreton, the son of Robert, the king's uncle. He, from a boy, had been envious of Henry's fame, and had, more especially, on the arrival of the Norman, manifested his evil disposition. For not content with the two earldoms, of Moreton in Normandy, and Cornwall in England, he demanded from the king the earldom of Kent, which Odo his uncle had held. So troublesome and presumptuous was he, that, with shameless arrogance, he vowed, that he would not put on his cloak till he could procure the inheritance derived to him from his uncle, for such was his expression. But even then the king, with his characteristic circumspection, beguiled him by the subtlety of an ambiguous answer. The tumult, however, being allayed and tranquillity restored, he not only refused assent to his demand, but persisted in recovering what he unjustly retained. Though he did it with moderation, and the sanction of law, that none of his actions might appear illegal, or contrary to equity. William, ousted by the sentence of the law, retired, indignant and furious, into Normandy. Here, in addition to his fruitless attacks upon the royal castles, he assailed Richard Earl of Chester, the son of Hugh. Invading, plundering, and destroying some places which formed part of his possessions, the Earl himself being at that time a minor, and under the protection and guardianship of the king. A.D. 1102. Battle at Tenerife. These two persons, then, the leaders of faction and fomenters of rebellion, in conjunction with others whom I am ashamed to particularize, harassed the country, far and wide, with their devastations. Complaints from the suffering inhabitants on the subject of their injuries, though frequent, were lavished upon the Earl in vain. He was moved by them, it is true. But fearing on his own account, lest they should disturb his ease if offended, he dissembled his feelings. King Henry, however, felt deeply for his brother's infamy, carried to the highest pitch by the sufferings of the country, aware, that it was the extreme of cruelty, and far from a good king's duty, to suffer abandoned men to riot on the property of the poor. In consequence, he once admonished his brother, whom he had sent for into England, with fair words, but afterwards, arriving in Normandy, he severely reminded him, more than once, by arms, to act the prince rather than the monk. He also despoiled William, the instigator of these troubles, of everything he had in England, razing his castles to the ground. But when he could, even thus, make no progress towards peace, the royal majesty long anxiously employed its thoughts, whether, regardless of fraternal affection, it should rescue the country from danger, or through blind regard. suffer it to continue in jeopardy. And indeed the common weal, and sense of right, would have yielded to motives of private affection, had not Pope Paschal, as they say, for 69 urged him, when hesitating, to the business by his letters, averring, with his powerful eloquence, that it would not be a civil war, but a signal benefit to a noble country. In consequence, passing over 470 he, in a short time, took, or more properly speaking, received, the whole of Normandy, all flocking to his dominion, that he might provide, by his transcendent power, for the good of the exhausted province. Yet he achieved not this signal conquest without bloodshed, but lost many of his dearest associates. Among these was Roger of Gloucester, a tried soldier, who was struck on the head by a bolt from a crossbow, at the siege of Falaise. And Robert Fitzhamon, who receiving a blow on the temple, with a lance, and losing his faculties, survived a considerable time, almost in a state of idiocy. For 71 they relate, that he was thus deservedly punished, because, for the sake of liberating him, King Henry had consumed the city of Bayeux, together with the principal church, with fire. Still, however, as we hope, they both atoned for it. For the king munificently repaired the damage of that church, and it is not easy to relate, how much Robert ennobled, by his favour, the monastery of Tewkesbury, where the splendour of the edifice, and the kindness of the monks, attract the eyes, and captivate the minds of the visitors. Fortune, however, to make up for the loss of these persons, put a finishing hand to the war, when at its height, and with little labour, gave his brother, when opposing him with no despicable force, together with William Earl of Moreton, and Robert de Belezem, into his power. This battle was fought at Tenerife, a castle of the Earl of Moreton's, on Saturday the vigil of St. Michael. It was the same day, on which, about 40 years before, William had first landed at Hastings, doubtless by the wise dispensation of God. That Normandy should be subjected to England on the same day that the Norman power had formerly arrived to subjugate that kingdom. Here was taken the Earl of Moreton, who came thither to fulfill his promise of strenuous assistance to the townsmen, as well as in the hope of avenging his injuries. But, made captive, as I have related, he passed the residue of his life in the gloom of a prison, meriting some credit from the vivacity of his mind, and the activity of his youth, but deserving an unhappy end, from his perfidy. Then, too, Belezem 472 escaped death by flight at the first onset, but when, afterwards, he had irritated the king by secret faction, he also was taken. And being involved in the same jeopardy with the others, he was confined in prison as long as he lived. He was a man intolerable from the barbarity of his manners, and inexorable to the faults of others, remarkable besides for cruelty. And, among other instances, on account of some trifling fault of its father, he blinded his godchild, who was his hostage, tearing out the little wretch's eyes with his accursed nails, full of cunning and dissimulation. He used to deceive the credulous by the serenity of his countenance and the affability of his speech. Though the same means terrified those who were acquainted with his malignity, as there was no greater proof of impending mischief, than his pretended mildness of address. The king, thus splendidly successful, returned triumphant to his kingdom, having established such peace in Normandy as it had never known before. And such as even his father himself, with all his mighty pomp of words and actions, had never been able to accomplish. Rivaling his father also, in other respects, he restrained, by edict 473 the exactions of the courtiers, thefts, rapine, and the violation of women, commanding the delinquents to be deprived of sight, as well as of their manhood. He also displayed singular diligence against the mint-masters, commonly called moneyers, suffering no counterfeiter, who had been convicted of deluding the ignorant by the practice of his roguery, to escape, without losing his hand. Adopting the custom of his brother, he soothed the Scottish kings by his affability. For William made Duncan, the illegitimate son of Malcolm, a knight, and, on the death of his father, appointed him King of Scotland. When Duncan was taken off by the wickedness of his uncle Donald, he promoted Edgar to the kingdom, the above-mentioned Donald being dispatched by the contrivance of David, the youngest brother, and the power of William. Edgar yielding to fate, Henry made affinity with Alexander, his successor, giving him his illegitimate daughter in marriage, by whom he had no issue that I know of. And when she died, he did not much lament her loss, for there was, as they affirm, some defect about the lady, either in correctness of manners, or elegance of person. Alexander resting with his ancestors, David the youngest of Malcolm's sons, whom the king had made a knight and honoured with the marriage of a woman of quality, ascended the throne of Scotland. A youth more courtly than the rest, and who, polished, from a boy, by intercourse and familiarity with us, had rubbed off all the rust of Scottish barbarism. Finally, when he obtained the kingdom, he released from the payment of taxes, for 3 years, all such of his countrymen as would pay more attention to their dwellings, dress more elegantly, and feed more nicely. No history has ever recorded 3 kings, and at the same time brothers, who were of equal sanctity, or savoured so much of their mother's piety. For independently of their abstemiousness, their extensive charity, and their frequency in prayer, they so completely subdued the domestic vice of kings, that no report, even, prevailed, that any entered their bed except their legitimate wives. Or that either of them had ever been guilty of any unlawful intercourse. Edmund was the only degenerate son of Margaret, who, partaking in his uncle Donald's crime, and bargaining for half his kingdom, had been accessory to his brother's death. But being taken, and doomed to perpetual imprisonment, he sincerely repented. And, on his near approach to death, ordered himself to be buried in his chains, confessing that he suffered deservedly for the crime of fratricide. A.D. 1106. Henry's expedition to Wales. The Welsh, perpetually rebelling, were subjugated by the king in repeated expeditions, who, relying on a prudent expedient to quell their tumults, transported thither all the Flemings then resident in England. For that country contained such numbers of these people, who, in the time of his father, had come over from national relationship to his mother, that, from their numbers, they appeared burdensome to the kingdom. In consequence he settled them, with all their property and connections, at Ross, a Welsh province, as in a common receptacle, both for the purpose of cleansing the kingdom, and repressing the brutal temerity of the enemy. Still, however, he did not neglect leading his expeditions thither, as circumstances required, in one of which, being privily aimed at with an arrow from a distance, though by whose audacity is unknown, he opportunely and fortunately escaped. By the interposition of his firmly mailed hauberk, and the counsel of God at the same time frustrating this treachery. But neither was the director of the arrow discovered at that time, nor could he ever after be detected, although the king immediately declared, that it was not let fly by a Welshman, but by a subject. Swearing to it, by the death of our Lord, which was his customary oath when moved, either by excess of anger or the importance of the occasion. For at that very time the army was marching cautiously and slowly upon its own ground, not in an enemy's territory, and therefore nothing less was to be expected than an hostile attack. But, nevertheless, he desisted not from his purpose through fear of intestine danger, until the Welsh appeased the commotion of the royal spirit, by giving the sons of their nobility as hostages, together with some money, and much of their substance. By dint of gold, too, he brought the inhabitants of Brittany to his views, whom, when a young man, he had had as neighbours to his castles of Danfront and Mount St. Michael's. For these are a race of people, poor at home, and seeking abroad to support a toilsome life by foreign service. Regardless of right and of affinity, they decline not even civil war, provided they are paid for it. And, in proportion to the remuneration, are ready to enter any service that may be offered. Aware of this custom, if, at any time he had need of stipendiary troops, he used to lavish money on these Bretons, thereby hiring the faith of a faithless nation. In the beginning of his reign he offended Robert, Earl of Flanders, from the following cause: Baldwin the elder, the grandfather of this Robert, had powerfully assisted William, when going to England, by the wisdom of his counsels, for which he was famed, and by a supply of soldiers. William had frequently made splendid returns for this, giving, every year, as they report, 300 marks 474 of silver to his father-in-law, on account of his fidelity and affinity. This munificence was not diminished towards his son Baldwin, though it was dropped through the evil disposition of Robert Friso, as my history has already recorded. Moreover this Robert, the son of Friso, easily obtained the omitted largesse from William II, because the one alleged his relationship, and the other possessed a boundless spirit in squandering money. But Henry, giving the business deeper consideration, as a man who never desired to obtain money improperly, nor ever wantonly exhausted it when acquired, gave the following reply to Robert, on his return from Jerusalem. When imperiously making a demand, as it were, of 300 marks of silver. He said, that the kings of England were not accustomed to pay tribute to the Flemings, and that he would not tarnish the liberty of his ancestors by the stain of his cowardice. Therefore, if he would trust to his generosity, he would willingly give him, as a kinsman and as a friend, whatever circumstances would permit, but if he thought proper to persist in his demand, he should refuse it altogether. Confuted by this reasoning, he, for a long time, cherished his indignation against Henry, but getting little or nothing by his enmity, he bent his mind to milder measures. Having discovered that the king might be wrought upon by entreaty, but not by imperious insolence. But now, the change of times had given his son, Baldwin, matter of offence against Henry. For, wishing to place William, for 75 the son of Robert the Norman, in his inheritance, he voluntarily busied himself in the affairs of others, and frequently made unexpected attacks upon the king's castles in Normandy. He threatened extreme trouble to the country, had the fates permitted, but engaging at Arques with a larger party of soldiers than he had apprehended, he accelerated his death. For his helmet being battered with repeated strokes, he received an injury in his brain. They relate, that his disorder was increased from having that day eaten garlic with goose, and that he did not even abstain from carnal intercourse at night. Here let posterity contemplate a noble specimen of royal attention. For the king sent a most skilful physician to the patient, bewailing, as we may believe, that persons perishing by disease, whom, through admiration of his valor, he had rather seen survive. Charles, his successor, never annoyed the king. And first, with a doubtful, but afterwards, a formal treaty, embraced his friendship. A.D. 1119. Philip, King of France. Philip, King of France, was neither friendly nor hostile to our king, being more intent on gluttony than business. Neither were his dominions situated in the vicinity of Henry's castles, for the few which he possessed at that time in Normandy were nearer to Brittany than France. Besides, as I have said before, Philip growing in years was oppressed by lust. And, allured by the beauty of the Countess of Anjou, was enslaved to illicit passion for her. In consequence of his being excommunicated by the Pope, no divine service could be celebrated in the town where he resided. But on his departure the chiming of the bells resounded on all sides, at which he expressed his stupid folly by laughter, saying, "You hear, my fair, how they drive us away." For 76 he was held in such contempt by all the bishops of his kingdom, that no one, except William, for 77 Archbishop of Rouen, would marry them, the rashness of which deed he atoned for by being many years interdicted, and was with difficulty, at last, restored to apostolical communion by Archbishop Anselm. In the meanwhile, no space of time could give satiety to Philip's mad excess, except that, in his last days, being seized with sickness, he took the monastic habit at Flory. 478 She acted with better grace and better success. As she sought the veil of a nun at Fontevrault, while yet possessed of strength and health, and undiminished beauty. Soon after she bade adieu to the present life, God, perhaps, foreseeing that the frame of a delicate woman could not endure the austerities of a monastery. A.D. 1119. Louis, King of France. Louis, the son of Philip, was very changeable. Firmly attached to neither party. At first, extremely indignant against Robert, he instigated Henry to seize Normandy, seduced by what had been plundered from the English, and the vast wealth of the king. Not indeed, that the one offered it, but the other invited him, exhorting him, of his own accord, not to suffer the nerves of that once most flourishing country, to be crippled by his forbearance. But an enmity afterwards arose between them, on account of Theobald, Earl of Blois, son of Stephen who fell at Ramula, Theobald being the son of Stephen by Adela, daughter of William the Great. For a considerable time, messengers on the part of the king wasted their labor, entreating that Louis would condescend to satisfy Theobald. But he, paying little regard to entreaties, caused Theobald to be excommunicated by the Pope, as arrogant and a rebel to God. Who, in addition to the austerity of his manners, which seemed intolerable to all, was represented as depriving his lord of his hereditary possessions. Their quarrel being thus of long continuance, when, each swollen with pride, neither would veil his consequence to the other, Louis entered Normandy, proudly devastating everything with overbearing violence. These things were reported to the king, who shut himself up in Rouen until the common soldiers infested his ears, by saying, that he ought to allow Louis to be driven back. A man who formerly kept his bed through corpulency, but was now, by Henry's forbearance, loading the very air with threats. The king, mindful of his father's example, rather preferred crushing the folly of the Frenchman by endurance, than repelling it by force. Moreover, he kindly soothed his soldiers, by addressing them to the following effect, that they ought not to wonder if he avoided lavishing the blood of those whom he had proved to be faithful by repeated trials, that it would be impious. In achieving power to himself, to glory in the deaths of those persons who had devoted their lives to voluntary conflicts for his safety. That they were the adopted of his kingdom, the foster children of his affection, wherefore he was anxious to follow the example of a good king, and by his own moderation to check the impetuosity of those whom he saw so ready to die for him. At last, when he beheld his forbearance wrongly interpreted, and denominated cowardice, insomuch that Louis burnt and plundered within 4 miles of Rouen, he called up the powers of his soul with greater effort, and, arraying his troops, gloriously conquered, compensating his past forbearance by a sanguinary victory. But, however, soon afterwards, peace was concluded, because there is a change in all things, and money, which is capable of persuading what it lists, extenuates every injury. In consequence William, the son of our king, did homage to the king of France for Normandy, holding that province, in future, by legal right from him. This was the period when the same youth married the daughter of Fulco, Earl of Anjou, and obtained, by the careful management of his father, that, through the mediation of money and of affinity, no tumult should affect the son. At this time, Pope Calixtus, for 79 of whom I shall relate much hereafter, approached the confines of Normandy, where the King of England, entering into conference with him, compelled the Romans to admire and proclaim the ingenuity of the Normans. For he had come, as was reported, ill-disposed towards Henry, intending severely to expostulate with him, for keeping his brother, the pilgrim of the Holy Sepulchre, in confinement. But being pressed by the king's answer, which was specious, and by his plausible arguments, he had little to reply. For even common topics may avail, through eloquence of speech. And, more especially, that oratory cannot be despised, which is seasoned with valuable presents. And that nothing might be wanting to the aggregate of glory, he provided some youths of noble family, the sons of the Earl of Malmesbury, to dispute with the cardinals in logic. To whose inextricable sophisms, when, from the liveliness of their arguments, they could make no resistance, the cardinals were not ashamed to confess, that the western climes flourished with greater literary eminence, than they had ever heard of, or imagined, while yet in their own country. Wherefore, the issue of this conference, was, that the Pope declared, that nothing could be more just than the King of England's cause, nothing more conspicuous than his prudence, or more copious than his eloquence. A.D. 1119. Robert, Earl of Malmesbury. The father of these youths was Robert, Earl of Malmesbury, as I observed, the son of Roger de Beaumont, who built the monastery of Portrays in Normandy. A man of primitive simplicity and sincerity, who, being frequently invited by William I to come to England, and receive, as a recompense, whatever possessions he chose, always declined. Saying, that he wished to cultivate the inheritance of his forefathers, rather than covet or invade foreign possessions which did not belong to him. He had 2 sons, Robert, of whom we are speaking, and Henry. Henry Earl of Warwick, a man of sweet and placid disposition, passed and ended his days, in occupations congenial to his habits. The other, more shrewd, and of a subtler character, in addition to his paternal inheritance in Normandy and large estates in England, purchased from the King of France a castle called Melent, which Hugh the son of Gualeran, his mother's brother, had held. Conducted gradually by budding hope towards fame in the time of the former kings, he attained to its full bloom in Henry's days. And his advice was regarded as though the oracle of God had been consulted, indeed he was deservedly esteemed to have obtained it, as he was of ripe age to counsel. The persuader of peace, the dissuader of strife, and capable of very speedily bringing about whatever he desired, from the powers of his eloquence. He possessed such mighty influence in England, as to change by his single example the long-established modes of dress and of diet. Finally, the custom of 1 meal a day, is observed 480 in the palaces of all the nobility through his means. Which he, adopting from Alexius, Emperor of Constantinople, on the score of his health, spread, as I have observed, among the rest by his authority. He is blamed, as having done, and taught others to do this, more through want of liberality, than any fear of surfeit, or indigestion. But undeservedly, since no one, it is said, was more lavish in entertainments to others, or more moderate in himself. In law, he was the supporter of justice. In war, the insurer of victory, urging his lord the king to enforce the rigor of the statutes, himself not only following the existing, but proposing new ones, free himself from treachery towards the king, he was the avenger of it in others. 481. Besides this personage King Henry had among his counsellors, Roger 482 Bishop of Salisbury, on whose advice he principally relied. For, before his accession, he had made him regulator of his household, and on becoming king, having had proof of his abilities, appointed him first chancellor and then a bishop. The able discharge of his episcopal functions led to a hope that he might be deserving of a higher office. He therefore committed to his care the administration of the whole kingdom, whether he might be himself resident in England or absent in Normandy. The bishop refused to embroil himself in cares of such magnitude, until the 3 archbishops of Canterbury, Anselm, Ralph, William, and lastly the Pope, enjoined him the duty of obedience. Henry was extremely eager to effect this, aware that Roger would faithfully perform everything for his advantage. Nor did he deceive the royal expectation, but conducted himself with so much integrity and diligence, that not a spark of envy was kindled against him. Moreover, the king was frequently detained in Normandy, sometimes for 3, sometimes 4 years, and sometimes for a longer period. And on his return to his kingdom, he gave credit to the chancellor's discretion for finding little or nothing to distress him. Amid all these affairs, he did not neglect his ecclesiastical duties, but daily diligently transacted them in the morning, that he might be more ready and undisturbed for other business. He was a prelate of a great mind, and spared no expense towards completing his designs, especially in buildings, which may be seen in other places, but more particularly at Salisbury and at Malmesbury. For there he erected extensive edifices, at vast cost, and with surpassing beauty, the courses of stone being so correctly laid that the joint deceives the eye, and leads it to imagine that the whole wall is composed of a single block. He built anew the church of Salisbury, and beautified it in such a manner that it yields to none in England, but surpasses many, so that he had just cause to say, Lord, I have loved the glory of thy house. A.D. 1119. Murchard, King of Ireland. Murchard, King of Ireland, and his successors, whose names have not reached our notice, were so devotedly attached to our Henry that they wrote no letters but what tended to soothe him, and did nothing but what he commanded. Although it may be observed that Murchard, from some unknown cause, acted, for a short time, rather superciliously towards the English, but soon after on the suspension of navigation and of foreign trade, his insolence subsided. For of what value could Ireland be if deprived of the merchandise of England? From poverty, or rather from the ignorance of the cultivators, the soil, unproductive of every good, engenders, without the cities, a rustic, filthy swarm of natives. But the English and French inhabit the cities in a greater degree of civilization through their mercantile traffic. Paul, Earl of Orkney, though subject by hereditary right to the King of Norway, was so anxious to obtain the king's friendship, that he was perpetually sending him presents. For he was extremely fond of the wonders of distant countries, begging with great delight, as I have observed, from foreign kings, lions, leopards, lynxes, or camels, animals which England does not produce. He had a park called Woodstock, in which he used to foster his favourites of this kind. He had placed there also a creature called a porcupine, sent to him by William of Montpellier. Of which animal, Pliny the Elder, in the 8th book of his Natural History, and Isidorus, on etymologies, relate that there is such a creature in Africa, which the inhabitants call of the urchin kind, covered with bristly hairs. Which it naturally darts against the dogs when pursuing it. Moreover, these are, as I have seen, more than a span long, sharp at each extremity, like the quills of a goose where the feather ceases, but rather thicker, and speckled, as it were, with black and white. What more particularly distinguished Henry was that though frequently long absent from his kingdom on account of the commotions in Normandy, yet he so restrained the rebellious, by the terror of his name, that peace remained undisturbed in England. In consequence, foreigners willingly resorted thither, as to the only haven of secure tranquillity. Finally, Seward King of Norway, in his early years comparable to the bravest heroes, having entered on a voyage to Jerusalem, and asking the king's permission, wintered in England. After expending vast sums upon the churches, as soon as the western breeze opened the gates of spring to suit the ocean, he regained his vessels, and proceeding to sea, terrified the Balearic Isles, which are called Majorca and Minorca, by his arms, leaving them an easier conquest to the before-mentioned William of Montpellier. He thence proceeded to Jerusalem with all his ships in safety except one. She, while delaying to loose her cable from shore, was sucked into a tremendous whirlpool, which Paul 483 the historian of Lombardy describes as lying between the coasts of the Seine and Aquitaine, with such a force of water that its dashing may be heard at 30 miles distance. Arriving at Jerusalem he, for the advancement of the Christian cause, laid siege to, battered, and subdued the maritime cities of Tyre and Sidon. Changing his route, and entering Constantinople, he fixed a ship, beaked with golden dragons, as a trophy, on the church of Sancta Sophia. His men dying in numbers in this city, he discovered a remedy for the disorder, by making the survivors drink wine more sparingly, and diluted with water, and this with singular sagacity. For pouring wine on the liver of a hog, and finding that it presently dissolved by the acridity of the liquor, he immediately conjectured that the same effect took place in men, and afterwards dissecting a dead body, he had ocular proof of it. Wherefore the emperor, contemplating his sagacity and courage, which promised something great, was inclined to detain him. But he adroitly deluded the expectation in which he was already devouring the Norwegian gold. For, obtaining permission to go to a neighboring city, he deposited with him the chests of his treasures, filled with lead and sealed up, as pledges of a very speedy return. By which contrivance the emperor was deceived, and the other returned home by land. A.D. 1119. Character of Henry I. But my narrative must now return to Henry. He was active in providing what would be beneficial to his empire. 484 firm in defending it, abstinent from war, as far as he could with honor, but when he had determined no longer to forbear, a most severe requiter of injuries, dissipating every opposing danger by the energy of his courage. Constant in enmity or in affection towards all, giving too much indulgence to the tide of anger in the one, gratifying his royal magnanimity in the other. Depressing his enemies indeed even to despair, and exalting his friends and dependents to an enviable condition. For philosophy propounds this to be the first or greatest concern of a good king. To spare the suppliant, but depress the proud. 485. Inflexible in the administration of justice, he ruled the people with moderation, the nobility with condescension. Seeking after robbers and counterfeiters with the greatest diligence, and punishing them when discovered. Neither was he by any means negligent in matters of lesser importance. When he heard that the tradesmen refused broken money for 86 though of good silver, he commanded the whole of it to be broken, or cut in pieces. The measure of his own arm was applied to correct the false ell of the traders, and enjoined on all throughout England. He made a regulation for the followers of his court, at whichever of his possessions he might be resident, stating what they should accept without payment from the country folks, and how much, and at what price, they should purchase. Punishing the transgressors by a heavy pecuniary fine, or loss of life. In the beginning of his reign, that he might awe the delinquents by the terror of example, he was more inclined to punish by deprivation of limb, afterwards by mulct. Thus, in consequence of the rectitude of his conduct, as is natural to man, he was venerated by the nobility, and beloved by the common people. If at any time the better sort, regardless of their plighted oath, wandered from the path of fidelity, he immediately recalled them to the straight road by the wisdom of his plans, and his unceasing exertions. Bringing back the refractory to soundness of mind by the wounds he inflicted on their bodies. Nor can I easily describe what perpetual labor he employed on such persons, while suffering nothing to go unpunished which the delinquents had committed repugnant to his dignity. Normandy, as I have said before, was the chief source of his wars, in which, though principally resident, yet he took especial care for England, none daring to rebel, from the consideration of his courage and of his prudence. Nor, indeed, was he ever singled out for the attack of treachery, by reason of the rebellion of any of his nobles, through means of his attendants, except once. The author of which was a certain chamberlain, born of a plebeian father, but of distinguished consequence, as being keeper of the king's treasures, but, detected, and readily confessing his crime, he paid the severe penalty of his perfidy. For 87 with this exception, secured during his whole life, the minds of all were restrained by fear, their conversation by regard for him. He was of middle stature, exceeding the diminutive, but exceeded by the very tall, his hair was black, but scanty near the forehead, his eyes mildly bright, his chest brawny. His body fleshy, he was facetious in proper season, nor did multiplicity of business cause him to be less pleasant when he mixed in society. Not prone to personal combat, he verified the saying of Scipio Africanus, "My mother bore me a commander, not a soldier," wherefore he was inferior in wisdom to no king of modern time. And, as I may almost say, he clearly surpassed all his predecessors in England, and preferred contending by counsel, rather than by the sword. If he could, he conquered without bloodshed, if it was unavoidable, with as little as possible. He was free, during his whole life, from impure desires, for 88-4, as we have learned from those who were well informed, he was led by female blandishments, not for the gratification of incontinency, but for the sake of issue. Nor condescended to casual intercourse, unless where it might produce that effect, in this respect the master of his natural inclinations, not the passive slave of lust. He was plain in his diet, rather satisfying the calls of hunger, than surfeiting himself by variety of delicacies. He never drank but to allay thirst, execrating the least departure from temperance, both in himself and in those about him. He was heavy to sleep, which was interrupted by frequent snoring. His eloquence was rather unpremeditated than labored, not rapid, but deliberate. A.D. 1119. Piety of Henry I. His piety towards God was laudable, for he built monasteries in England and in Normandy, but as he has not yet completed them, I, in the meantime, should suspend my judgment, did not my affection for the brotherhood at reading forbid my silence. He built this monastery between the rivers Kennet and Thames, in a place calculated for the reception of almost all who might have occasion to travel to the more populous cities of England, where he placed monks of the Clugniac order, who are at this day a noble pattern of holiness, and an example of unwearied and delightful hospitality. Here may be seen what is peculiar to this place, for guests arriving every hour, consume more than the inmates themselves. Perhaps, some person may call me over-hasty and a flatterer, for so signally celebrating a congregation yet in its infancy. Unconscious what future times may produce, but they, as I hope, will endeavor, by the grace of God, to continue in virtue, and I blush not at commending men of holiness, and admiring that excellence in others which I possess not myself. He yielded up the investiture 489 of the churches to God and St. Peter, after much controversy between him and Archbishop Anselm, scarcely induced, even at last, to consent, through the manifold grace of God, by an inglorious victory over his brother. The tenor of these disputes Edmer has recorded at great length, I, to give a completer knowledge of the matter, shall subjoin the letters of the so often mentioned Pope Paschal on the subject. A.D. 1119. Paschal on Investitures. Paschal the Bishop to King Henry, health. From your letters, lately transmitted to us by your servant, our beloved son, William the Clerk, we have been certified both of the safety of your person, and of those prosperous successes which the divine favor hath granted you in the subjugation of the adversaries of your kingdom. We have heard too, that you have had the male issue you so much desired, by your noble and religious consort. As we have derived pleasure from this, we think it a good opportunity to impress the commands and will of God more strongly upon you, at a time when you perceive yourself indebted to his kindness for such ample favors. We also are desirous of associating our kindness with the benefits of God towards you, but it is distressing, that you should seem to require what we cannot possibly grant. For if we consent, or suffer, that investitures be conferred by your excellence, no doubt it will be to the great detriment both of ourselves, and of you. In this matter we wish you to consider, what you lose by not performing, or gain by performing. For we, by such a prohibition, obtain no increase of influence, or patronage, over the churches. Nor do we endeavor to take away anything from your just power and right, but only that God's anger may be diminished towards you, and thus every prosperity attend you. God, indeed, hath said, those that honor me, I will honor. And those that despise me, shall be lightly esteemed. You will say then, it is my right. No, truly, it is neither an imperial nor royal, but a divine right. It is his only, who has said, I am the door, wherefore I entreat for his sake, whose due it is, that you would restore and concede it to him, to whose love you owe what you possess. But why should we oppose your pleasure, or run counter to your good will, unless we were aware, that in consenting to this matter, we should oppose the will of God, and lose his favor? Why should we deny you anything, which might be granted to any man living, when we should receive greater favors in return? Consider, my dearest son, whether it be an honor, or a disgrace that Anselm, the wisest, and most religious of the Gallican bishops, on this account, fears to be familiar with you, or to continue in your kingdom. What will those persons think, who have hitherto had such favorable accounts of you? What will they say, when this gets noised abroad? The very people who, before your face, commend your excess, will, when out of your presence, be the first more loudly to vilify the transaction. Return then to your understanding, my dearest son, we entreat you, for the mercy of God, and the love of his only begotten Son, recall your pastor, recall your father. And if, what we do not imagine, he hath in anything conducted himself harshly towards you, and hath opposed the investitures, we will mediate according to your pleasure, as far as God permits, but nevertheless remove from your person and your kingdom the infamy of such an expulsion. If you do this, even although you should ask very difficult matters of us, still if, with God's permission, we can grant, you shall certainly obtain them, and we will be careful to entreat the Lord for you, himself assisting, and will grant indulgence and absolution, as well to your sins, as to those of your consort, through the merits of the holy apostles. Moreover, we will, together with you, cherish the Son whom you have begotten on your exemplary and noble consort, and who is, as we have heard, named after your excellent father, William, with such anxious care, that whosoever shall injure either you, or him, shall be regarded as having done injury to the Church of Rome. Dated at the Palace of Lateran, the 9th before the calends of December. Paschal to Anselm. We have received those most gratifying letters of your affection, written with the pen of charity. In these we recognize the fervency of your devotion, and considering the strength of your faith, and the earnestness of your pious care, we rejoice, because, by the grace of God, neither promises elevate, nor threats depress you. We lament, however, that after having kindly received our brother bishops, the ambassadors of the King of England, they should, on their return home, report what we never uttered, or even thought of. For, we have heard, that they said, if the king conducted himself well in other respects, we should neither prohibit the investiture of the churches, nor anathematize them, when conferred. But that we were unwilling thus to write, lest from this precedent other princes should exclaim, Wherefore we call Jesus, who trieth the hearts and reins, as witness to our soul, if ever such a horrid crime, even entered our imagination, since we assumed the care of this holy see. And again below. If, therefore, a lay hand present the staff, the sign of the shepherd's office, or the ring, the emblem of faith, what have the bishops to do in the church? Moreover, those bishops who have changed the truth into a lie, that truth, which is God, being the criterion, we separate from the favor of St. Peter and our society, until they have made satisfaction to the Church of Rome. Such, therefore, as have received the investiture for 90 or consecration, during the aforesaid truce for 91 we regard as aliens to our communion and to the Church. A.D. 1119. Letter of Pope Paschal. Paschal to Anselm. Since the condescension of Almighty God hath inclined the heart of the King of England to obedience to the papal see, we give thanks to the same God of mercies, in whose hand are situated the hearts of kings. We believe it indeed to have been effected through favor to your charity, and the earnestness of your prayers, that in this respect the heavenly mercy hath regarded the people over whom your watchfulness presides. But whereas we so greatly condescend to the king and those who seem culpable, you must know that this has been done from kindness and compassion, that we may lift up those that are down. And you, also, reverend and dearest brother in Christ, we release from the prohibition or, as you conceive, excommunication, which, you understand, was denounced against investitures or homage by our predecessor of holy memory Pope Urban. But do you, by the assistance of God, accept those persons who either receive investitures, or consecrate such as have received them, or do homage on making that satisfaction which we signify to you by our common legates William and Baldwin, faithful and true men, and absolve them by virtue of our authority. These you will either consecrate yourself, or command to be consecrated by such as you choose, unless perchance you should discover somewhat in them on account of which they ought to be deprived of their sacred honors. And if any, hereafter, in addition to the investitures of the churches, shall have accepted prelacies, even though they have done homage to the king, yet let them not, on this account, be denied the office of consecration. Until by the grace of Almighty God, the heart of the king may be softened, by the dew of your preaching, to omit this. Moreover, against the bishops who have brought, as you know, a false report from us, our heart is more vehemently moved, because they have not only injured us, but have led astray the minds of many simple people, and impelled the king to want of charity for the papal see. Wherefore, by the help of God, we suffer not their crime to pass unpunished, but since the earnestness of our Son the King unceasingly entreats for them, you will not deny, even them, the participation of your communion. Indeed, you will, according to our promise, absolve from their transgressions and from penance the king and his consort, and those nobles who for this business, together with the king, have by our command been under sentence. Whose names you will learn from the information of the aforesaid William. We commit the cause of the Bishop of Rouen to your consideration, and we grant to him whatsoever you may allow. In this manner acted Paschal the Supreme Pope, anxious for the liberty of the churches of God. The bishops whom he accuses of falsehood, were Gerard Archbishop of York, and Herbert of Norwich, whose errors were discovered by the more veracious legates, William afterwards Bishop of Exeter, and Baldwin Monk of Bec. Anselm 492. The Archbishop was now again, in the time of this king, an exile at Lyons, resident with Hugh, Archbishop of that city, when the first letter which I have inserted was dispatched. For he himself possessed no desire to return, nor did the king, through the multitude of sycophants, suffer his animosity to be appeased. He deferred, therefore, for a long time, recalling him or complying with the papal admonition. Not from desire of power, but through the advice of the nobility, and particularly of the Earl of Malmesbury, who, in this affair, running counter to reason more from ancient custom than a sense of right, alleged that the king's majesty must be much diminished if, disregarding the usage of his predecessors, he ceased to invest the elected person with the staff and ring. The king, however, considering more attentively what the clear reasoning of the epistles, and the bountiful gift of divine favors, plentifully showered down upon him, admonished, yielded up the investiture of the ring and staff for ever, retaining only the privilege of election and of the temporalities. A great council, therefore, of bishops, nobles, and abbots, being assembled at London, many points of ecclesiastical and secular business were settled, many differences adjusted. And not long after, 5 bishops were ordained in Kent, on the same day, by Archbishop Anselm, William to the see of Winchester, Roger to Salisbury, William to Exeter, Reinald to Hereford, Urban to Glamorgan. In this manner a controversy, agitated by perpetual dissensions, and the cause of many a journey to and from Rome by Anselm, met with a commendable termination. A.D. 1107. Account of Queen Matilda. Henry's queen, Matilda, descended from an ancient and illustrious race of kings, daughter of the King of Scotland, as I have said before, had also given her attention to literature, being educated, from her infancy, among the nuns at Wilton and Romsey. Wherefore, in order to have a colour for refusing an ignoble alliance, which was more than once offered by her father, she wore the garb indicative of the holy profession. This, when the king was about to advance her to his bed, became matter of controversy. Nor could the archbishop be induced to consent to her marriage, but by the production of lawful witnesses, who swore that she had worn the veil on account of her suitors, but had never made her vow. Satisfied with a child of either sex, she ceased having issue, and enduring with complacency, when the king was elsewhere employed, the absence of the court, she continued many years at Westminster. Yet was no part of royal magnificence wanting to her, but at all times crowds of visitants and talebearers were, in endless multitudes, entering and departing from her superb dwelling, for this the king's liberality commanded. This her own kindness and affability attracted. She was singularly holy, by no means despicable in point of beauty, a rival of her mother's piety, never committing any impropriety, as far as herself was concerned. And, with the exception of the king's bed, completely chaste and uncontaminated even by suspicion. Clad in haircloth beneath her royal habit, in Lent, she trod the thresholds of the churches barefoot. Nor was she disgusted at washing the feet of the diseased, handling their ulcers dripping with corruption, and, finally, pressing their hands, for a long time together to her lips, and decking their table. She had a singular pleasure in hearing the service of God, and on this account was thoughtlessly prodigal towards clerks of melodious voice, addressed them kindly, gave to them liberally, and promised still more abundantly. Her generosity becoming universally known, crowds of scholars, equally famed for verse and for singing, came over, and happy did he account himself who could soothe the ears of the queen by the novelty of his song. Nor on these only did she lavish money, but on all sorts of men, especially foreigners, that through her presence they might proclaim her celebrity abroad. For the desire of fame is so rooted in the human mind, that scarcely is any one contented with the precious fruits of a good conscience, but is fondly anxious, if he does anything laudable, to have it generally known. Hence, it was justly observed, the disposition crept upon the queen to reward all the foreigners she could, while the others were kept in suspense, sometimes with effectual, but oftener with empty promises. Hence, too, it arose that she fell into the error of prodigal givers, bringing many claims on her tenantry, exposing them to injuries, and taking away their property. By which obtaining the credit of a liberal benefactress, she little regarded their sarcasms. But whoso shall judge rightly, will impute this to the designs of her servants, who, harpy-like, conveyed everything they could gripe into their purses or wasted it in riotous living. Her ears being infected with the base insinuations of these people, she induced this stain on her noble mind, holy and meritorious in every other respect. Amid these concerns she was snatched away from her country, to the great loss of the people, but to her own advantage, for her funeral being splendidly celebrated at Westminster, she entered into rest. And her spirit manifested, by no trivial indications, that she was a resident in heaven. She died, willingly leaving the throne, after a reign of 17 years and 6 months, experiencing the fate of her family, who almost all departed in the flower of their age. To her, but not immediately, succeeded Adela for 93, daughter of the Duke of Louvain, which is the principal town of Lorraine. A.D. 1116. Prince William drowned. By Matilda King Henry had a son named William, educated and destined to the succession for 94 with the fondest hope and surpassing care. For to him, when scarcely 12 years of age, all the free men of England and Normandy, of every rank and condition, and under fealty to whatever lord, were obliged to submit themselves by homage, and by oath. When a boy, too, he was betrothed to and received in wedlock, the daughter of Fulco 495 Earl of Anjou, who was herself scarcely marriageable, his father-in-law bestowing on him the county of Maine as her dower. Moreover, Fulco, proceeding to Jerusalem, committed his earldom to the king, to be restored, should he return, but otherwise, to go to his son-in-law. Many provinces, then, looked forward to the government of this boy, for it was supposed that the prediction of King Edward would be verified in him. And it was said, that now might it be expected, that the hopes of England, like the tree cut down, would, through this youth, again blossom and bring forth fruit, and thus put an end to her sufferings, but God saw otherwise. For this illusion vanished into air, as an early day was hastening him to his fate. Indeed, by the exertions of his father-in-law, and of Theobald the son of Stephen, and of his aunt Adela, Louis King of France conceded the legal possession of Normandy to the lad, on his doing him homage. The prudence of his truly careful father so arranged and contrived, that the homage, which he, from the extent of his empire, disdained to perform, should not be refused by his son, a youth of delicate habit, and not very likely to live. In discussing and peaceably settling these matters, the king spent the space of 4 years, continuing the whole of that time in Normandy. Nevertheless, the calm of this brilliant, and carefully concerted peace, this anxious, universal hope, was destroyed in an instant by the vicissitudes of human estate. For, giving orders for returning to England, the king set sail from Barfleur just before twilight on the 7th before the calends of December, and the breeze which filled his sails conducted him safely to his kingdom and extensive fortunes. But the young man, who was now somewhat more than 17 years of age, and, by his father's indulgence, possessed everything but the name of king, commanded another vessel to be prepared for himself. Almost all the young nobility flocking around him, from similarity of youthful pursuits. The sailors, too, immoderately filled with wine, with that seaman's hilarity which their cups excited, exclaimed, that those who were now ahead must soon be left astern. For the ship was of the best construction, and recently fitted with new materials. When, therefore, it was now dark night, these imprudent youths, overwhelmed with liquor, launched the vessel from the shore. She flies swifter than the winged arrow, sweeping the rippling surface of the deep, but the carelessness of the intoxicated crew drove her on a rock, which rose above the waves not far from shore. In the greatest consternation, they immediately ran on deck, and with loud outcry got ready their boat hooks, endeavoring, for a considerable time, to force the vessel off, but fortune resisted and frustrated every exertion. The oars, too, dashing, horribly crashed against the rock, for 96 and her battered prow hung immovably fixed. Now, too, the water washed some of the crew overboard, and, entering the chinks, drowned others. When the boat having been launched, the young prince was received into it, and might certainly have been saved by reaching the shore, had not his illegitimate sister, the Countess of Perchy, now struggling with death in the larger vessel, implored her brother's assistance, shrieking out that he should not abandon her so barbarously. Touched with pity, he ordered the boat to return to the ship, that he might rescue his sister. And thus the unhappy youth met his death through excess of affection, for the skiff, overcharged by the multitudes who leaped into her, sank, and buried all indiscriminately in the deep. One rustic 497 alone escaped, who, floating all night upon the mast, related in the morning, the dismal catastrophe of this tragedy. No ship was ever productive of so much misery to England, none ever so widely celebrated throughout the world. Here also perished with William, Richard, another of the king's sons, whom a woman of no rank had borne him, before his accession. A youth of intrepidity, and dear to his father from his obedience, Richard Earl of Chester, and his brother Otwell, the tutor and preceptor of the king's son, the Countess of Perchy, the king's daughter, and his niece the Countess of Chester, sister to Theobald, and indeed almost every person of consequence about court, whether knight, or chaplain, or young nobleman, training up to arms. For, as I have said, they eagerly hastened from all quarters, expecting no small addition to their reputation, if they could either amuse, or show their devotion to the young prince. The calamity was augmented by the difficulty of finding the bodies, which could not be discovered by the various persons who sought them along the shore, but delicate as they were, they became food for the monsters of the deep. The death of this youth being known, produced a wonderful change in existing circumstances. His father renounced the celibacy he had cherished since Matilda's death, anxious for future heirs by a new consort. His father-in-law, returning home from Jerusalem, faithfully espoused the party of William, the son of Robert Earl of Normandy, giving him his other daughter 498 in marriage, and the county of Maine. His indignation being excited against the king, by his daughter's dowry being detained in England after the death of the prince. A.D. 1120. Princess Matilda. His daughter Matilda, by Matilda, King Henry gave in marriage to Henry Emperor of Germany for 99 son of that Henry mentioned in the third book. Henry was the fifth emperor of the Germans of this name, who, although he had been extremely incensed at his father for his outrages against the Holy See, yet, in his own time, was the rigid follower of, and stickler for, the same sentiments. For when Paschal, a man possessed of every virtue, had succeeded Pope Urban, the question again arose concerning the investiture of the churches, together with all the former contentions and animosities, as neither party would give way. The emperor had in his favor all the bishops and abbots of his kingdom situated on this side of the mountains. Because Charles the Great, to keep in check the ferocity of those nations, had conferred almost all the country on the churches, most wisely considering, that the clergy would not so soon cast off their fidelity to their lord as the laity. And, besides, if the laity were to rebel, they might be restrained by the authority of their excommunication, and the weight of their power. The Pope had brought over to his side the churches beyond the mountains, and the cities of Italy scarcely acknowledged the dominion of Henry. Thinking themselves exonerated from servitude after the death of his brother Conrad, who, being left by his father as King of Lombardy, had died at Arezzo. But Henry, rivaling the ancient Caesars in every noble quality, after tranquilizing his German empire, extended his thoughts to his Italian kingdom, purposing to quell the revolt of the cities, and decide the question of investitures, according to his own pleasure. This progress to Rome, accomplished by great exertion of mind, and much painful labor of body, hath been described by David, Bishop of Bangor, a Scot, though far more partially to the king than becomes an historian. Indeed he commends highly even his unheard-of violence in taking the Pope captive, though he held him in free custody, citing the example of Jacob's holding the angel fast till he extorted a blessing. Moreover, he labors to establish, that the saying of the Apostle, "No servant of God embroils himself in worldly business," is not repugnant to the desires of those bishops, who are invested by the laity, because the doing homage to a layman by a clergyman, is not a secular business. How frivolous such arguments are, any person's consideration may decide. In the meantime, that I may not seem to bear hard on a good man by my judgment, I determine to make allowances for him, since he has not written a history, but a panegyric. I will now therefore faithfully insert the grant and agreement extorted from the Pope, by a forcible detention of 3 weeks, and I shall subjoin, in what manner they were soon after made of none effect, by a holier council. The sovereign Pope Paschal will not molest the sovereign king, nor his empire or kingdom, on account of the investiture of bishoprics and abbeys, nor concerning the injury suffered by himself and his party in person and in goods. Nor will he return evil to him, or any other person, on this account, neither, on any consideration, will he publish an anathema against the person of King Henry, nor will the sovereign Pope delay to crown him, according to the ritual. And he will assist him, as far as possible, by the aid of his office, to retain his kingdom and empire. And this the sovereign Pope will fulfill without fraud or evil design. These are the names of the bishops and cardinals who, at the command of the sovereign Pope Paschal, confirmed by oath the grant to, and friendship with, the sovereign Emperor Henry, Peter, Bishop of Porto, Cencius, Bishop of Sabina, Robert, Cardinal of St. Eusebius, Boniface, Cardinal of St. Mark, Anastasius, Cardinal of St. Clement, Gregory, Cardinal of the Apostles Peter and Paul, also Gregory, Cardinal of St. Chrysogonus, John, Cardinal of St. Potentiana. Rhesus, Cardinal of St. Lawrence, Remarus, Cardinal of Saints Marcellinus and Peter, Vitalis, Cardinal of St. Balbina, Tuzo, Cardinal of St. Mark, Theobald, Cardinal of John and Paul, John, Deacon in the Greek school, 500 Leo, Dean of St. Vitalis. Albo, Dean of Sergius and Bacchius. AD 1119. Oath of Henry V. The king also made oath as follows: I, Henry, the king, will, on the 4th or 5th day of the ensuing week, set at liberty the sovereign pope, and the bishops and cardinals, and all the captives and hostages, who were taken for him or with him. And I will cause them to be conducted, safely, within the gates of the city, beyond the Tiber. 501 Nor will I hereafter seize, or suffer to be seized, such as remain under fealty to the Lord Paschal, and with the Roman people, and the city beyond the Tiber. I will, as well by myself as by my people, preserve peace and security, that is, to such persons as shall keep peace with me. I will faithfully assist the sovereign pope, in retaining his papacy quietly and securely. I will restore the patrimony and possessions of the Roman Church which I have taken away. And I will aid him in recovering and keeping everything which he ought to have, after the manner of his predecessors, with true faith, and without fraud or evil design, and I will obey the sovereign pope, saving the honor of my kingdom and empire. As Catholic emperors ought to obey Catholic Roman pontiffs. And they who swore on the part of the king are these: Frederick, Archbishop of Cologne, Godebard, Bishop of Trent, Bruno, Bishop of Spires, Berenger, Earl, Albert, Chancellor, Hermann, Earl, Frederick, Count Palatine, Boniface, Marquis. Albert, Earl of Blandriac, Frederick, Earl, Godfrid, Earl, Warner, Marquis. This treaty being settled and confirmed by the oath of the aforesaid bishops and cardinals, and mutual embraces exchanged, the sovereign pope, on Sunday, the 4th before the Ides of April, celebrated the Mass, as though just born, in which, after his own communion, and that of the ministers at the altar, he gave the body and blood of our Lord to the Emperor with these words: This body of the Lord, which the truly Holy Church retains, born of the Virgin Mary, exalted on the cross for the redemption of mankind, we give to thee, my dearest Son, for the remission of thy sins, and for the preservation of the peace and true friendship to be confirmed between me and thee, the empire and the priesthood. Again, on the next day, the Pope and the King met at the columns 502 which are in the Forum, guards being stationed wherever it was deemed necessary, that the consecration of the King might not be impeded. And at the silver 503 gate he was received by the bishops and cardinals, and all the Roman clergy. And the prayer being begun, as contained in the ritual, by the Bishop of Ostia, as the Bishop of Albano, by whom it ought to have been said, had he been present, was absent, he was conducted to the middle of the rota. 504 And there received the second prayer from the Bishop of Porto, as the Roman ritual enjoins. After this they led him, with litanies, to the confessionary of the Apostles 505 and there the Bishop of Ostia anointed him between the shoulders and on the right arm. This being done he was conducted, by the sovereign pontiff, to the altar of the aforesaid apostles, and there the crown being placed on his head by the Pope himself, he was consecrated emperor. After putting on the crown, the Mass of the Resurrection of the Lord was celebrated, in which, before the communion, the sovereign Pope, with his own hand, gave to the emperor the grant, in which he conceded to him and his kingdom what is underwritten. And in the same place confirmed it by the sanction of a curse. Pope Paschal, servant of the servants of God, sendeth health and his apostolical benediction, to his dearest Son in Christ, Henry Augustus, by the grace of Almighty God, Emperor of the Romans. The divine disposal hath ordained, that your kingdom shall unite with the Holy Roman Church, since your predecessors, through valor and surpassing prudence, have obtained the crown and sovereignty of the Roman city. To the dignity of which crown and empire, the divine majesty, by the ministry of our priesthood, hath advanced your person, my dearest Son Henry. That preeminence of dignity, then, which our predecessors have granted to yours, the Catholic emperors, and have confirmed in the volume of grants, we also concede to your affection, and in the scroll of this present grant confirm also. That you may confer the investiture of the staff and ring on the bishops or abbots of your kingdom, freely elected, without violence or simony, but, after their investiture, let them receive canonical consecration from the bishop to whom it pertains. But if any person shall be elected, either by the clergy or the people, against your consent, unless he be invested by you, let him be consecrated by no one. Excepting such, indeed, as are accustomed to be at the disposal of the archbishops, or of the Roman pontiff. Moreover, let the archbishops or bishops have permission, canonically, to consecrate bishops or abbots invested by you. Your predecessors, indeed, so largely endowed the churches of their kingdom of their royalties, that it is fitting that kingdom should be especially strengthened by the power of bishops or abbots. And that popular dissensions, which often happen in all elections, should be checked by royal majesty. Wherefore, your prudence and authority ought to take more especial care to preserve the grandeur of the Roman Church, and the safety of the rest, through God's assistance, by your gifts and services. Therefore, if any ecclesiastical or secular person, knowing this document of our concession, shall rashly dare oppose it, let him be bound with the chain of an anathema, unless he recant, and hazard his honor and dignity. But may God's mercy preserve such as keep it, and may he grant your person and authority to reign happily to his honor and glory. A.D. 1111. Henry V consecrated Emperor. The whole ceremony of the consecration being completed, the Pope and the Emperor, joining their right hands, went with much state to the chamber which fronts the confessionary of St. Gregory, that the Pope might there put off his pontifical, and the Emperor his regal vestments. As the Emperor retired from the chamber divested of his royal insignia, the Roman patricians met him with a golden circle, which they placed upon his head, and by it gave him the supreme patriciate 506 of the Roman city. With common consent and universal approbation. All this parade of grants and consecration I have taken literally from the narrative of the aforesaid David, written, as I said, with too great partiality towards the king. In the following year, however, a council was assembled at Rome, rather by the connivance than the command of the Pope, and the grant was nullified. The authors of its reversal were the Archbishop of Vienne, who afterwards ruled the Papal See. 507 and Gerard, Bishop of Angoulême, who stimulated their brother bishops to make these concessions of none effect. The proceedings of that council were as follow. A.D. 1112. Council at Rome. A.D. 1112, the 5th of the Indition, in the 13th year of the sovereign Pope Paschal II, in the month of March, on the 15th before the calends of April, a council was held at Rome, at the Lateran, in the church of Constantine. 508 where, when Pope Paschal, together with the archbishops, bishops, and cardinals and a mixed company of clergy and laity, had, on the last day of the council, taken his seat. Making public profession of the Catholic faith, lest any one should doubt his orthodoxy, he said, I embrace all the Holy Scripture of the Old and New Testament, the law written by Moses, and by the holy prophets, I embrace the 4 Gospels. The 7 canonical epistles, the epistles of the glorious preacher St. Paul, the Apostle, the holy canons of the Apostles. The 4 universal councils, as the 4 Gospels, the Nicene, Ephesian, Constantinopolitan, Chalcedonian, moreover the Council of Antioch and the decrees of the Holy Fathers, the Roman Pontiffs. And more especially the decrees of my lords Pope Gregory VII, and Pope Urban of blessed memory. What they have approved, I approve, what they held, I hold, what they have confirmed, I confirm, what they have condemned, I condemn, what they have opposed, I oppose, what they have interdicted, I interdict, what they have prohibited, I prohibit, I will persevere in the same in everything and through everything. This being ended, Gerard, Bishop of Angoulême, legate in Aquitaine, rose up for all, and by the unanimous consent of Pope Paschal and of all the council, read the following writing. That grant which is no grant, but ought more properly to be called an abomination, 509 for the liberation of captives and of the Church, extorted from the sovereign Pope Paschal by the violence of King Henry. The whole of us in this holy council assembled, with the sovereign pope, condemn by canonical censure, and ecclesiastical authority, by the judgment of the Holy Spirit. And we adjudge it to be void, and altogether nullify it, and that it may have neither force nor efficacy, we interdict it altogether. And it is condemned, on this account. Because in that abomination it is asserted, that a person canonically elected by the clergy and the people, shall not be consecrated by any one, unless first invested by the king, which is contrary to the Holy Spirit and to canonical institution. This writing being read, the whole council, and all present, unanimously cried out Amen, Amen, so be it, so be it. The archbishops there present with their suffragans were these: John, Patriarch of Venice, Semis of Capua, Landulf of Benevento, Amalfi, Reggio, Otranto, Brindisi, Capsa, Serenza, 510 and the Greeks, Rosanus, and the Archbishop of St. Severina. The bishops were, Cencius of Sabina, Peter of Porto, Leo of Ostia, Cono of Praeneste, Gerard of Angoulême, Gallo of Lyon, Legate for Bari in the Archbishop of Vienne, Roger of Volaterra, Goffred of Siena, Roland of Populonia, Gregory of Terracina. William of Turin, 511 William of Syracuse, Legate for all the Sicilians, and near 100 other bishops. Siwin, and John Bishop of Tusculum, though at Rome, were not present on that day of the council, but they afterwards, on the reading of the condemnation of the grant, assented and approved of it. These things gaining publicity, all France made no scruple of considering the emperor as accursed by the power of ecclesiastical zeal hurled against him. Roused at this, in the 17th 512 year of Pope Paschal, he proceeded to Rome, to inflict signal vengeance on him. But he, by a blessed departure 513 had avoided all earthly molestation, and from his place of repose on high, laughed at the threats of the angry emperor. Who having heard of his death, quickened his journey, in order that ejecting John Gaitan, chancellor to the late pope, who had been already elected and called Gelasius, he might intrude Maurice 514 Bishop of Brague, surnamed Bourdon, on the sea, but the following epistle of Gelasius will explain the business more fully. A.D. 1119. Epistle of Gelasius. Gelasius, servant of the servants of God to the archbishops, bishops, abbots, clergy, princes, and other faithful people throughout Gaul, health. As you are members of the Church of Rome, we are anxious to signify to your affection what has there lately taken place. Shortly after our election, then, the sovereign emperor coming by stealth and with unexpected haste to Rome, compelled us to depart the city. He afterwards demanded peace by threats and intimidation, saying he would do all he might be able, unless we assured him of peace by oath. To which we replied thus: concerning the controversy which exists between the Church and the Empire, we willingly agree to a meeting or to legal discussion, at proper time and place. That is to say, either at Milan or Cremona, on the next feast of St. Luke, at the discretion of our brethren, who, by God, are constituted judges in the Church, and without whom this cause cannot be agitated. And since the sovereign emperor demands security from us, we promise such to him, by word and by writing, unless in the interim himself shall violate it, for otherwise to give security is dishonorable to the Church, and contrary to custom. He, immediately, on the 44th day after our election, intruded into the bosom of the Church, the Bishop of Brague, who, the preceding year had been excommunicated by our predecessor Pope Paschal, in a council at Benevento. And who had also, when he formerly received the pall from our hands, sworn fidelity to the same pontiff, and his Catholic successors, of whom I am the first. In this prodigious crime, however, thanks to God, the sovereign emperor had no single Roman associate, only the Gibertines, Romanus of St. Marcellus, Cencius, who was called of St. Chrysagon, Tuzo, who for a long time was guilty of many excesses in Dacia, these alone transacted so shameless a deed. We command your wisdom, therefore, on the receipt of these presents, that, deliberating on these matters in common, by the grace of God, you be prepared, by his help, to avenge the Mother Church. As you are aware ought to be done by your joint assistance. Done at Gaeta on the 17th before the calends of February. Gelasius after his expulsion, embarking at Salerno, came thence to Genoa, and afterwards proceeded by land to Clugny, where he died. 515 then, that is AD 1119, the cardinals who had accompanied him, together with the whole Cisalpine Church, elevating with great pomp Guido, Archbishop of Vienne, to the papacy, called him Calixtus. Hoping, from the consideration of his piety and energy, that through his power, as he possessed great influence, they might be able to withstand the force of the emperor. Nor did he deceive their confidence, for soon after calling a council at Rheims, he separated from the churches such as had been, or should be, invested by the laity, including the emperor also, unless he should recant. Thus continuing for some time in the hither districts, to strengthen his party, and having settled all affairs in Gaul, he came to Rome, and was gladly received by the citizens, as the emperor had now departed. Bourdon then, deserted, fled to Sutri, determining to nurture his power by many a pilgrim's loss, but how he was ejected thence, the following epistle explains. Calixtus, the bishop, servant of the servants of God, to his beloved brethren, and sons, the archbishops, bishops, abbots, priors, and other faithful servants of St. Peter, clergy as well as laity, situated throughout Gaul, health and apostolical benediction. As the people have forsaken the law of the Lord, and walk not in his judgments, God visits their iniquities with a rod, and their sins with stripes, but retaining the bowels of paternal love, he does not desert such as trust in his mercy. For a long time indeed, their sins so requiring, the faithful of the Church have been disturbed by Bourdon, that idol of the King of Germany, nay, some have been taken captive, others afflicted, through want in prison, even unto death. Lately, however, after celebrating the festival of Easter, when we could no longer endure the complaints of the pilgrims, and of the poor, we left the city with the faithful servants of the Church, and laid siege to Sutri. Until the divine power delivered that Bourdon aforesaid, the enemy of the Church, who had there made a nest for the devil, as well as the place itself, entirely into our power. We beg your brotherly love therefore, with us, to return thanks to the King of Kings, for such great benefits, and to remain most firmly in obedience and duty to the Catholic Church, as you will receive from God Almighty, through His grace. Do recompense for it, both here and hereafter. We beg, too, that these letters be made public, with all due diligence. Done at Sutri on the 5th before the calends of May. How exquisite and refined a piece of wit, to call the man he hated, the idol of the King of Germany. For the Emperor certainly held in high estimation Maurice's skill in literature and politics. He was, as I have said, Bishop of Brague, a city of Spain, a man whom anyone might highly reverence, and almost venerate, for his active and unwearied assiduity. Had he not been led to make himself conspicuous by so disgraceful an act, nor would he have hesitated to purchase the Holy See, if he could have found as desperate a seller as he was a buyer. But being taken, and made a monk, he was sent to the den. 516 for so is the monastery called. The laudable magnanimity of the Pope proceeded still farther in the promotion of justice, to the end that he might repress the boundless and innate cupidity of the Romans. In his time there were no snares laid for the traveller in the neighbourhood of Rome, no assaults on him when he arrived within the city. The offerings to St. Peter, which, through insolence, and for their lusts, the powerful used to pillage, basely injuring such preceding popes as dared to complain, Calixtus brought back to their proper use. That is to say, for the public service of the ruler of the Holy See. Neither could the desire of amassing money, nor the love of it when collected, produce in his breast anything repugnant to justice, so that he admonished the English pilgrims, on account of the length of the journey, rather to go to St. David's 517 than to Rome, allowing the benefit of the same benediction to such as went twice to that place, as resulted to those who went once to Rome. Moreover, that inveterate controversy between the empire and the priesthood, concerning investiture, which for more than 50 years had created commotions, to such a degree, that, when any favor of this heresy was cut off by disease or death, immediately, like the hydra's heads, many sprouted up afresh. This man by his diligence cut off, brought low, rooted out, or plucked up, beating down the crest of German fierceness by the vigorous stroke of the papal hatchet. This, the declaration of the Emperor, and of the Pope, will shew to the world in the following words. AD 1119. Pope Calixtus II. I, Calixtus, Bishop, servant of the servants of God, do grant unto you, my beloved son, Henry Augustus, by the grace of God, Emperor of the Romans, that the election of bishops and abbots of the German Empire, who pertain to the regality, shall take place in your presence without simony, or any violence, so that if any discord shall arise between the parties, you may give your assent, or aid, to the worthier side. By the counsel or judgment of the metropolitan or suffragans, but the elect shall receive the royalties from you, and do whatever, by these, he is lawfully bound to perform to you, but any one consecrated in the other parts of the empire, shall, within 6 months, receive his royalties from you, by your scepter, and do whatever, by these, he is lawfully bound to perform to you. All things excepted which are known to belong to the Roman Church. Moreover, in those matters whereof you have complained, and demanded my assistance, I will afford you aid according to the duty of my office. I grant firm peace to you and to all, who are, or were aiding you at the time of this dispute. Farewell. In the name of the Holy and Undivided Trinity, I Henry Augustus, by the grace of God, Emperor of the Romans, for the love of God, and of the Holy Roman Church, and of the Sovereign Pope Calixtus, and for the release of my soul, do grant unto God, and the holy apostles Peter and Paul, and to the Holy Catholic Church, all investitures by the ring and staff, and do allow canonical election, and free consecration to take place in all churches of my kingdom or empire. The possessions and regality of St. Peter, which, from the beginning of this dispute to the present day, have been taken away, either in my father's or my own time, and which I now hold, I restore to the same Holy Roman Church, and such as I do not possess, I will faithfully assist her in recovering. And of the possessions of all other churches, princes, and others, clergy as well as lay, which have been forfeited in this contention by the advice of my princes, or by course of law, such as I have, I will restore. And such as I do not possess, I will faithfully assist in recovering. And I grant firm peace to the sovereign Pope Calixtus, and to the Holy Roman Church, and to all, who are, or have been on her side, and I will faithfully assist her in everything in which she requires assistance, and will afford her due justice in such matters whereof she shall have complained. All these affairs were transacted by the consent and counsel of the nobility, whose names are here subscribed. Albert, Archbishop of Mentz, Frederick, Archbishop of Cologne, the Bishop of Ratisbon, the Bishop of Bamberg, Bruno, Bishop of Spires, the Bishop of Augsburg, the Bishop of Utrecht, the Bishop of Constance, the Abbot of Fulda, Duke Hermann, Duke Frederick, Boniface the Marquis, Theobald the Marquis, Ranulf Count Palatine, Othbert Count Palatine, Earl Berenger. The inveterate malady which had disturbed the Church being thus cured, every true Christian greatly rejoiced that this emperor, who, in military glory trod fast upon the footsteps of Charles the Great, neither degenerated from his devotion to God, for, in addition to nobly quelling the rebellions of his German Empire, he subdued his Italian dominions in such wise as none had done before. Entering Italy thrice, within the space of 10 years, he restrained the pride of the cities. At his first coming he exterminated by fire, Novaria, Placentia, Arezzo, at the second, and third, Cremona, and Mantua. And quieted the sedition at Ravenna, by a siege of a few days' continuance, for the Pisans and Pavians, with the people of Milan, embraced his friendship, rather than encounter the weight of his enmity. The daughter of the King of England, who, as I said before, was married to him, resembled her father in fortitude, and her mother in sanctity. Piety and assiduity vied with each other in her character, nor was it easy to discern which of her good qualities was most commendable. A.D. 1119. William, Earl of Poitou. At that time lived William Earl of Poitou, a giddy unsettled kind of man, who, after 518 he returned from Jerusalem, as the preceding book relates, wallowed as completely in the sty of vice, as though he had believed that all things were governed by chance, and not by providence. Moreover, he rendered his absurdities pleasant, by a kind of satirical wit, exciting the loud laughter of his hearers. Finally he erected, near a castle called Niort, certain buildings after the form of a little monastery, and used to talk idly about placing therein an abbey of prostitutes, naming several of the most abandoned courtesans, one as abbess, another as prioress, and declaring that he would fill up the rest of the offices in like manner. Repudiating his lawful consort, he carried off the wife of a certain viscount, of whom he was so desperately enamored, that he placed on his shield the figure of this woman, affirming that he was desirous of bearing her in battle, in the same manner as she bore him at another time. Being reproved and excommunicated for this by Gerard Bishop of Angoulême, and ordered to renounce this illicit amour, "You shall curl with a comb," said he, "the hair that has forsaken your forehead, ere I repudiate the Viscountess." Thus taunting a man, whose scanty hair required no comb. Nor did he less when Peter Bishop of Poitou, a man of noted sanctity, rebuked him still more freely. And, when Contumacious, began to excommunicate him publicly, for, becoming furious, he seized the prelate by the hair, and flourishing his drawn sword, "You shall die this instant," said he, "unless you give me absolution." The bishop, then, counterfeiting alarm, and asking leave to speak, boldly completed the remainder of the form of excommunication. Suspending the Earl so entirely from all Christian intercourse, that he should neither dare to associate, nor speak with any one, unless he speedily recanted. Thus fulfilling his duty, as it appeared to him, and thirsting for the honor of martyrdom, he stretched out his neck, saying, "Strike, strike." But William, becoming somewhat softened, regained his usual pleasantry, and said, "Certainly I hate you so cordially, that I will not dignify you by the effects of my anger, nor shall you ever enter heaven by the agency of my hand." After a short time, however, tainted by the infectious insinuations of this abandoned woman, he drove the rebuker of his incest into banishment, who there, making a happy end, manifested to the world, by great and frequent miracles, how gloriously he survives in heaven. On hearing this, the Earl abstained not from his inconsiderate speeches, openly declaring, that he was sorry he had not dispatched him before. That so his pure soul might chiefly have to thank him, through whose violence he had acquired eternal happiness. The following verses are a tribute of applause to the life and death of Peter. It was said of him, when alive, "Coarse food, his body, and the poor, his store. Consumed, while study morals gave, and lore. Virtues he reared, checked faults, encouraged right. And law, in peace, not tumult, did delight. Help to the wretch, to sinners pardon gives. And, for his friend, his ardor ever lives. Busy for man was Martha, Mary's heart. Intent on God, assumed the better part. So, 'twas in him. For God his soul possessed. Unmixed, his friendless neighbor had the rest. Rachel he loved, nor Leah's hopes deprived. Of joy, another Jacob, doubly whiffed. Dotes on the one, for beauty's matchless grace. Regards the other, for her numerous race. And when dead, it was said of him, poor and confined, and exiled from his see. The virtuous prelate bore each injury. Now rich, free, fixed, his sufferings are made even. For Christ he follows, and inherits heaven. His life, religion, and a judgment sound. His mind adorned. His works his fame resound. Reading his knowledge, and a golden mean. His words, arranged, in his decisions seen. Was law, severity his justice armed. And graceful beauty in his person charmed. His breast was piety's perpetual stand. The pastor's crozier well became his hand. The Pope promotes him, but the Earl deprives. Through Christ to joy eternal he survives. The contemporaries and associates in religion of this Peter, were Robert de Arbosil 519 and Bernard 520 abbot of Tyran, the first of whom was the most celebrated and eloquent preacher of these times, so much did he excel, not in frothy, but honeyed diction, that from the gifts of persons vying with each other in making presents, he founded that noble monastery of nuns at Fontevraud, in which every secular pleasure being extirpated. No other place possesses such multitudes of devout women, fervent in their obedience to God. For in addition to the rejection of other allurements, how great is this That they never speak but in the chapter, the rule of constant silence being enjoined by the superior, because, when this is broken, women are prone to vain talk. The other, a noted admirer of poverty, leaving a most opulent monastery, retired with a few followers into a woody and sequestered place, and there, as the light could not be hidden under a bushel, vast numbers flocking to him. He founded a monastery, more celebrated for the piety and number of the monks, than for the splendor and extent of its riches. A.D. 1119. Serlo, Abbot of Gloucester. And, that England may not be supposed destitute of virtue, who can pass by Serlo, Abbot of Gloucester, who advanced that place, almost from meanness and insignificance, to a glorious pitch? All England is acquainted with the considerate rule professed at Gloucester, which the weak may embrace, and the strong cannot despise. Their leader, Serlo's axiom, was, moderation in all things. Although mild to the good, he was fierce and terrific to the haughty. To corroborate which, I shall insert the verses of Godfrey the Prior concerning him. The Church's bulwark fell, when Serlo died. Virtue's sharp sword, and justice's fond pride. Speaker of truth, no vain discourse he loved. And pleased the very princes he reproved. A hasty judgment, or disordered state of life, or morals, were his utter hate. The 3rd of March was the propitious day, when Serlo winged, through death, to life his way. A.D. 1119. Death of Stilanzo. Who can in silence pass Lanzo, who flourished at that time, equal to any in sanctity? A monk of Clugny, and prior of St. Pancras 521 in England, who, by his worth, so ennobled that place with the grace of monastic reverence, that it might be justly declared the peculiar habitation of virtue. As nothing I can say will equal the merits of his life, I shall merely subjoin, in the language I found it, an account of his death, that it may plainly appear, how gloriously he had lived, who died so highly favored. The affectionate Lord who scourges every son whom he receives, who promises the just, that they shall be partakers of his sufferings as well as of his consolation, permitted Lanzo to approach his death by such bitter sickness, during 3 days, that if any spot from earthly intercourse had adhered to his pure soul, it must no doubt have been wiped away by that suffering. For, as that great apostle, who reclined on the breast of our Lord, says, if we say that we have no sin we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. And since Christ will judge every sin, either lightly here or more severely hereafter, he was unwilling that any offense should be in the way of him after death, whom he knew to have loved him with all his heart. Wherefore, if there was anything which he thought worthy of examination in Lanzo, he was desirous of consuming it in his lifetime. To this assertion his confidence in death bore witness. For when in full health, on the 5th day of the week before the Passion of our Lord, having read the Psalter, according to the daily custom of Lent, and being about to celebrate Mass at the 3rd hour, he had robed himself to the chasuble. 5:22 and had proceeded in the service till Mass was on the eve of beginning, he was suddenly seized with such an acute disorder, that himself laying aside the garments he had put on, he left them not even folded up. 5:23 Departing from the oratory, he was afflicted for 2 days, without intermission, that is, till the Saturday, having no rest either sitting, walking, standing, lying, or sleeping. During the nights, however, he never spoke to his brethren, though entreating him to break silence, but to this he did not consent, beseeching them not to sully the purity of his vow. For since he had assumed the monastic habit, whenever he had gone out from Complins, he had never spoken till primes of the ensuing day. But on the Saturday, though so convulsed as to expect dissolution every moment, he commanded the brethren, now rising for matins, to come and anoint him, and when he was anxious to kiss them, after being anointed, as is the custom. Through excess of love he saluted them, not lying or sitting, but, though agonized to death, standing, supported in their arms. At dawn, being conducted to the chapter house 5:24 when he had taken his seat, he asked all the brethren to come before him, and giving them the paternal benediction and absolution, he entreated the like from them. He then instructed them what they were to do in case he died, and so, returning whence he came, he passed the rest of the day with the succeeding Sunday, rather more tranquilly. But, behold, after this, that is, after Sunday, signs of approaching death were discovered, and having his hands washed, and his hair combed, he entered the oratory to hear Mass, and receiving the body and blood of the Lord retired to his bed. After a short time he became speechless, gave his benediction to the brethren singly as they came before him, and in like manner to the whole society. But lifting his eyes to heaven, he attempted with both hands to bless the abbot, with all committed to his charge. Being entreated by the fraternity to be mindful of them with the Lord, to whom he was going, he most kindly assented by an inclination of his head. After he had done thus, he beckoned for the cross to be presented to him, which, adoring with his head and indeed with his whole body, and embracing with his hands, he appeared to salute with joyful lips and to kiss with fond affection. When he distressed the standers-by with signs of departing, and, being caught up in their arms, was carried yet alive into the presbytery before the altar of St. Pancras. Here, surviving yet a time, and pleasing from the rosy hue of his countenance, he departed to Christ, pure, and freed eternally from every evil, at the same hour of the day on which, for his purification, he had been stricken with disease. And behold how wonderfully all things corresponded, the passion of the servant with the passion of the Lord, the hour of approaching sickness with the hour of approaching eternal happiness. The 5 days of illness which he endured for purifying the 5 senses of the body, through which none can avoid sin. Moreover, from his dying ere the completion of the 5th day, I think it is signified that he had never sinned in the last sense which is called the touch. And what else can the 3rd hour of the day, in which he fell sick, and by dying entered into eternal life, signify, than that the same grace of the Holy Spirit, by which we know his whole life was regulated, was evidently present to him, both in his sickness and his death. Besides, we cannot doubt but that he equalled our fathers Odo and Odilo 525 both in virtue and in its reward, as a remarkable circumstance granted to them was allowed to him also. For as the Lord permitted them to die on the octaves of those festivals which they loved beyond all other, as Saint Odo chiefly loved the feast of Saint Martin, and St. Odilo the nativity of our Lord, and each died on the octaves of these tides, so to Lanzo, who beyond all of this age observed the rule of St. Benedict, and venerated the Holy Mother of God and her solemnities with singular regard, it happened that, as, according to his usual custom, both on the demise of Saint Benedict, and on the festival of St. Mary, which is called the Annunciation, he celebrated High Mass in the convent, so on the 8th from the aforesaid anniversary of Saint Benedict, being stricken with sickness, he also on the 8th day from the Annunciation departed to Christ. Wherefore, he who is unacquainted with the life of Lanzo, may learn from his death, how pleasing it was to God, and will believe with us that these things, which I have mentioned, did not happen after the common course of dying persons. As he was a man surpassed by none, in the present times, for the gifts of the Holy Spirit. A.D. 1119. Godfrey, Prior of Winton. Nor ought the memory of Godfrey, Prior of Winchester, to decay, who was celebrated in these times for his learning and his piety. His learning is attested by many works and epistles composed in his familiar and pleasing style, but principally by his epigrams, written after the manner of satires, and his verses in celebration of the chief personages of England. 526 Indeed he restored every divine office to its native grace, from the manner in which he treated it, though before it had become obsolete from antiquity. The laws of religion and of hospitality, already happily traced out, he strongly impressed on the monks, who to this day so closely follow the footsteps of the prior in both, that they deserve all or nearly all possible commendation. Indeed in this house there is a place of entertainment to any extent, for travelers of every description by sea or land, with boundless expense and ceaseless attention. Among other things this holy man was noted for his humility, so that nothing but what savored of modesty and sweetness proceeded from this singular depository of philosophy. How great indeed must this commendation seem! For there is hardly any one, even the least tinctured with learning, who does not appear to consider others beneath his dignity, by his haughty gestures and proud gait proclaiming the consciousness of his own erudition. However, that no perfection might be wanting to his pure soul, he kept his lowly bed for many years, equally consuming his vitals and his transgressions in the furnace of lasting sickness. But why should I enlarge on such characters? There were, indeed, at that time in England many persons illustrious both for learning and for piety, whose virtue was the more commendable in proportion to its constancy and vigor in these degenerate times. By a blameless life, therefore, they gave credibility to ancient histories, and freed them from any suspicion of falsehood, as they produced modern example of the possibility of doing what was there recorded. Moreover, were there any prelates apparently degenerating from the sanctity of ancient times, that is to say, skilled in secular, indolent in spiritual matters? If there were such, I say, they endeavored to shade their failings by costly ornaments for their cathedrals. Each of them erected new churches, and adorned the bodies of their saints with silver and gold, lavish of expense to secure the good opinion of the beholders. Among these is Ranulf before mentioned, who, being made Bishop of Durham, purchased some glory for his name, by new buildings for the monks, and by regard to Saint Cuthbert. His fame is exalted by his translation of the Holy Body, which when taken from its resting place he exhibited to all who wished to behold it. Radulf, at that time Bishop of Sees, and afterwards Archbishop of Canterbury, with fortunate temerity, handled and displayed the uncorrupted body. For it had become matter of doubt with certain persons whether the miracle of the incorruption of the corpse, which had formerly been reported, still had effect. About the same time, in the monastery of Ely, under Abbot Richard, the virgin relics of Saint Etheldretha, subjects of amaze and reverence to the beholders, were seen entire. This monastery, lately changed by King Henry into a bishopric, had Hervey, as its first prelate, who, from the scantiness of its revenues, had deserted Bangor, where he had been enthroned. And that the Bishop of Lincoln might not complain of the mutilation of his diocese, the king made up his loss, out of the possessions of Ely, and satisfied his claim. Indeed, whatever, in his time, was unjustly purloined, or violently taken, from the primacy of the two metropolitans of Canterbury and York, I will relate in its proper place. For having now ended the series of the kings, it seems incumbent on me, to speak of that of the bishops of all England, and here I wish I had abundant matter for relation. In order that such splendid luminaries of the country might no longer be lost in obscurity. Moreover, there will perhaps be many in different parts of England, who may say, that they have heard and read some things differently related from the mode in which I have recorded them, but if they judge candidly, they will not, on this account, brand me with censure, since, following the strict laws of history, I have asserted nothing but what I have learned either from relators, or writers, of veracity. But be these matters as they may, I especially congratulate myself on being, through Christ's assistance, the only person, or at least the first, who, since Bede, have arranged a continued history of the English. Should any one, therefore, as I already hear it intimated, undertake, after me, a work of a similar nature, he may be indebted to me for having collected materials, though the selection from them must depend upon himself. 527. A.D. 1119. Conclusion, to Earl Robert. Thus much then, my venerated lord, I have had to relate, concerning the history of the English, from their first arrival in this country, till the 20th year of your father's most happy reign. The remainder will occupy a separate volume. If you condescend a kind regard to these. For when I had finished this work, after contemplating many characters, I determined that it ought more especially to be dedicated to you, as, when I examine others, I observe nobility in one, in another military science, in a third learning, justice in a fourth, but munificence in few indeed. Thus, I admire some things in one, some in another, but in you the aggregate of all. For, if ever any man was truly noble, you certainly excel in that quality. Being descended from the most glorious kings and earls, and resembling them in your disposition. From the Normans, therefore, you derive your military skill, from the Flemings your personal elegance, from the French your surpassing munificence. Of your activity in war, who can doubt, when your most excellent father himself looks up to it? For whenever any tumults are reported in Normandy, he dispatches you before him, in order that, what is suspicious may be dispelled by your valor, and peace may be restored by your sagacity. When he returns to his kingdom, he brings you with him, as a safeguard to him abroad, a delight at home, and an ornament everywhere. So devoted are you to literature, that though distracted by such a mass of business, you yet snatch some hours to yourself, for the purpose either of reading, or of hearing others. Justly do you regulate, indeed, your exalted rank in life, neither omitting the toils of war for literature, nor contemning literature, as some do, for military service. Here, also, the excess of your learning appears. For, whilst you love books, you manifest how deeply you have drunk of the stream. For many things, indeed, are eagerly desired when not possessed, but no person will love philosophy, who shall not have imbibed it thoroughly. The fame of your justice reaches even our parts, for a false sentence has never been extorted from you, either by elevation of rank, or by scantiness of fortune. The person who wishes to subvert justice, finds in your breast nothing conducive to his design, either by the offering of presents, or by the charm of favor. Your munificence and disregard of money, is amply shown by the monastery of Tewkesbury. From which, as I hear, you not only do not extort presents but even return its voluntary offerings. You must be well aware, how noble such a proceeding is, more especially at the present time. How much it redounds to your glory among men, how productive of the favor of God. Happy, then, according to Plato, is the republic whose ruler is a philosopher, whose sovereign delights not in gifts. More could I add on such subjects, did not the suspicion of flattery on my part, and commendable modesty on yours, restrain my tongue. In truth, my design was, not to pass by in silence the things I have uttered, in order that, by my agency, your worth might reach posterity, and that it may continue to proceed from virtue to virtue. Moreover, it was long since my intention, at the instance of certain persons, to subjoin to this work, whatever I may deem of importance, according to the successive years, but it appears advisable rather to form another volume of such matters, than to be perpetually adding to that already completed. Nor can any one say, that I engage in a superfluous work, if I record the transactions of the most celebrated among the kings of his time. Indeed my lowly condition is much indebted to his greatness, and will be still more so, were it for nothing else, than his being able to pride himself on such a son. 528 For, when he had most auspiciously begotten, he first commanded you to be instructed, not superficially, as plainly appears at the present day, in science, he next made you master of a most princely fortune. And, at this moment he reposes his paternal regards upon you. Let this volume then, whatever its merits or defects, be altogether dedicated to your fame, in the next my life and my history will terminate together. Farther, kindly accept this my offering, that I, whose judgment has not erred in its choice, may be gratified by the good wishes of my patron. The Modern History. Preface, addressed to Robert, Earl of Gloucester. To his most loving lord, Robert, son of King Henry, and Earl of Gloucester, William, librarian of Malmesbury, wishes, after completing his victorious course on earth, eternal triumph in heaven. Many of the transactions of your father, of glorious memory, I have not omitted to record, both in the 5th book of my regal history, and in those 3 smaller volumes, which I have intituled Chronicles. 529 Your Highness is now desirous that those events which, through the miraculous power of God, have taken place in modern time, in England, should be transmitted to posterity, truly, like all your other desires, a most noble one. For what more concerns the advancement of virtue, what more conduces to justice, than to recognize the divine favor towards good men, and his vengeance upon the wicked? What, too, can be more grateful, than to commit to the page of history, the exploits of brave men, by whose example others may shake off their indolence, and take up arms in defense of their country? As this task is committed to my pen, I think the narrative will proceed with exacter order, if, going back a little, I trace the series of years from the return of the Empress into England, after the death of her husband. First, therefore, invoking the help of God, as is fitting, and purposing to write the truth, without listening to enmity, or sacrificing to favor, I shall begin as follows. Book I. A.D. 1126. The Empress Matilda. In the 26th year of Henry King of England, which was A.D. 1126, Henry, Emperor of Germany, to whom Matilda the aforesaid king's daughter had been married, died 530 in the very bloom of his life and of his conquests. Our king was at that time residing in Normandy, to quell whatever tumults might arise in those parts. As soon as he heard of the death of his son-in-law, he recalled his daughter by honorable messengers dispatched for that purpose. The empress, as they say, returned with reluctance, as she had become habituated to the country which was her dowry, and had large possessions there. It is well known, that several princes of Lorraine and Lombardy came, during succeeding years, repeatedly into England, to demand her as their sovereign. But they lost the fruit of their labors, the king designing, by the marriage of his daughter, to procure peace between himself and the Earl of Anjou. He was certainly, in an extraordinary degree, the greatest of all kings in the memory either of ourselves, or of our fathers, and yet nevertheless, he ever, in some measure, dreaded the power of the Earls of Anjou. Hence it arose, that he broke off and annulled the espousals which William, his nephew, afterwards Earl of Flanders, was said to be about to contract with the daughter of Fulko, Earl of Anjou, who was afterwards King of Jerusalem. Hence, too, it arose, that he united a daughter of the same Earl to his son William, while yet a stripling. And hence it was, that he married his daughter, of whom we began to speak, after her imperial match, to a son of the same Fulko, as my narrative will proceed to disclose. In the 27th year of his reign, in the month of September, King Henry came to England, bringing his daughter with him. But, at the ensuing Christmas, convening a great number of the clergy and nobility at London, he gave the county of Salop to his wife, the daughter of the Earl of Louvain, whom he had married after the death of Matilda. Distressed that this lady had no issue, and fearing lest she should be perpetually childless, with well-founded anxiety, he turned his thoughts on a successor to the kingdom. On which subject, having held much previous and long-continued deliberation, he now at this council compelled all the nobility of England, as well as the bishops and abbots, to make oath, that, if he should die without male issue, they would, without delay or hesitation, accept his daughter Matilda, the late empress, as their sovereign, observing, how prejudicially to the country fate had snatched away his son William, to whom the kingdom by right had pertained, and that his daughter still survived, to whom alone the legitimate succession belonged, from her grandfather, uncle, and father, who were kings, as well as from her maternal descent for many ages back, inasmuch as from Egbert, king of the West Saxons, who first subdued or expelled the other kings of the island, in the year of the incarnation 800,531 through a line of 14 kings, down to A.D. 1043, in which King Edward, who lies at Westminster, was elevated to the throne, the line of royal blood did never fail, nor falter in the succession. 532 Moreover, Edward, the last, and at the same time the most noble, of that stock, had united 533 Margaret, his grand-niece by his brother Edmund Ironside, to Malcolm, King of Scotland, whose daughter Matilda, as was well known, was the Empress's mother. All therefore, in this council, who were considered as persons of any note, took the oath, and first of all William, Archbishop of Canterbury, next the other bishops, and the abbots in like manner. The first of the laity, who swore, was David, King of Scotland, uncle of the Empress, then Stephen, Earl of Moreton and Boulogne, nephew of King Henry by his sister Adela. Then Robert, the king's son, who was born to him before he came to the throne, and whom he had created Earl of Gloucester 534, bestowing on him in marriage Mabel, a noble and excellent woman, a lady devoted to her husband, and blessed in a numerous and beautiful offspring. There was a singular dispute, as they relate, between Robert and Stephen, contending with rival virtue, which of them should take the oath first. One alleging the privilege of a son, the other the dignity of a nephew. Thus all being bound by fealty and by oath, they, at that time, departed to their homes. But after Pentecost, the king sent his daughter into Normandy, ordering her to be betrothed 535 by the Archbishop of Rouen, to the son of Fulko aforesaid, a youth of high nobility and noted courage. Nor did he himself delay setting sail for Normandy, for the purpose of uniting them in wedlock. Which being completed, all declared prophetically, as it were, that, after his death, they would break their plighted oath. I have frequently heard Roger, Bishop of Salisbury, say, that he was freed from the oath he had taken to the Empress, for that he had sworn conditionally, that the king should not marry his daughter to any one out of the kingdom without his consent. Or that of the rest of the nobility, that none of them advised the match or indeed knew of it, except Robert, Earl of Gloucester, and Brian Fitzcount, and the Bishop of Louviers. Nor do I relate this merely because I believe the assertion of a man who knew how to accommodate himself to every varying time, as fortune ordered it, but, as an historian of veracity, I write the general belief of the people. A.D. 1128. Of the succession. The remaining years of the life and reign of Henry, I must review briefly, in order that posterity may neither be defrauded of a knowledge of these events, nor that I may seem to dwell on topics little relevant to this history. In his 28th year, the king 536 returned from Normandy. In his 29th, a circumstance occurred in England which may seem surprising to our long-haired gallants, who, forgetting what they were born, transformed themselves into the fashion of females, by the length of their locks. A certain English knight, who prided himself on the luxuriancy of his tresses, being stung by conscience on the subject, seemed to feel in a dream as though some person strangled him with his ringlets. Awaking in a fright, he immediately cut off all his superfluous hair. The example spread throughout England. And, as recent punishment is apt to affect the mind, almost all military men allowed their hair to be cropped in a proper manner, without reluctance. But this decency was not of long continuance. For scarcely had a year expired, ere all who thought themselves courtly, relapsed into their former vice, they vied with women in length of locks, and wherever they were defective, put on false tresses. Forgetful, or rather ignorant, of the saying of the Apostle, if a man nurture his hair, it is a shame to him. 537. In his 30th year, King Henry went into Normandy. Pope Honorius dying in this year, the Church of Rome was agitated by great contentions about electing his successor. There were, at that time, in the city, two very celebrated cardinals, Gregory, deacon of St. Angelo, and Peter, cardinal priest, son of Leo, prince of the Romans, both noted for learning and activity, nor could the people easily discern which of them more justly ought to be elected by the clergy. The party, however, which favored Gregory took the lead, and ordaining him pope, called him innocent. Moreover, a rumor was disseminated among the people, that Honorius was still just alive, and had commanded this to be done. The promoters of this choice were, William, Bishop of Praeneste, Matthew of Albano, Conrad of Sabina, John of Ostia, Peter of Crema, Cardinal of St. Chrysogonus, and Hamer the Chancellor. But the other party, after Honorius was buried, at the instigation of Peter's brothers, who were the most opulent and powerful of the Romans, having elected and consecrated him, gave him the name of Anaclet. The chief adviser and instigator to this ordination was Peter, Bishop of Porto, whose letter, if I subjoin it, will disclose the whole controversy, although it inclines rather to Anaclet. A.D. 1130. Of the Pope's election. Peter, Bishop of Porto, to the four bishops, William of Praeneste, Matthew of Albano, Conrad of Sabina, John of Ostia. How great is the tribulation of my heart for you, he only knows, who knows all things. Indeed, you would have already been acquainted with it, in part, by my letters, did not the sentence and the common authority of the Church prohibit. Of the praise or dispraise of those persons, concerning whom various discourses are at present held, it is not of this world to judge, there is who may seek and judge. But if any be ready to accuse, one will be ready, and who is also bound, to reply, more especially when both in your and my sight, and in that of the whole Church, each of them has lived discreetly and honestly, and has hitherto executed his office impartially. It rather concerns you to abstain from idle language and the words of haste. If the question be of report, the business is far different from what your letters to me declare. In addition to this, if you regard the accounts you have published, and the order of proceeding, with due reverence be it spoken, by what boldness, by what assurance, do you presume to call that usurpation of yours an election? Why do you call that man of yours ordained, when there was no order whatever in his case? Have you so learned to elect a pope? What, in a corner, in a hidden place, in darkness, and in the shadow of death? If you were desirous that a living should succeed to a dead pope, why would you give out that the deceased was still alive? It were much better, surely, to pay the last sad offices to the dead, and in this manner provide for the succor of the living, but, behold, while you seek succor for the living from the dead, you destroy both the living and the dead at the same time. Lastly, it was neither your office nor mine to elect, but rather to refuse, or to approve, when elected by the brethren. Since, therefore, in neglect of the ritual, contempt of the canon, and disregard of the very anathema, framed by yourselves, without consulting me, your superior, or your elder brethren and superiors, or even summoning, or waiting for them, when you were inexperienced, and but very few in number, you have presumed to do this. You must be sensible, from your own estimation of the case, that it must be considered void and of no avail whatever. The Lord, however, was quickly present to us, and pointed out a method whereby to obviate your error. For, indeed, your brethren the cardinals, who possess the chief power of electing, together with the whole clergy, at the request of the people, and with the consent of the nobility, openly, in the light of day, have unanimously, and heartily elected the noble Cardinal Peter, as Roman Pontiff, by the title of Anaclet. I have witnessed this election canonically celebrated, and confirmed it by the authority of God. The Church accepts and venerates him. And, by the grace of God, the bishops and abbots, chief princes and barons, some by themselves, and others by their delegates, acknowledge him in our presence. The robbery and cruelty you mention, I do not perceive. Whoever goes to him for consultation, or on business, is kindly received, and still more kindly dismissed. Return, then, return to your understanding, do not make a schism in the Church, to the perdition of souls, do not persist any farther, let the fear of God possess you, not worldly shame. Does any sleep, will he not add, that he must rise again? Cease now from lies, in which the wicked put their hope. The Lord Tiburtius hath testified by oath, in writing, that I have deemed the deacon of St. Angelo, the only fit person for the office of Pope. Let him look to what he hath said. I have spoken nothing in secret, no person hath ever heard such a word as this from my mouth. My opinion always was, that till the Pope was buried no mention should be made of his successor. I have held, and will hold, the unity of the Church. I will be careful to adhere to truth and justice, confidently hoping, that truth and justice will set me free. A.D. 1131. Death of Anaclet. After this manner wrote the aforesaid Peter, Bishop of Porto, rather partial to Peter, the son of Leo. Nor did the other party at all give way, but called Peter himself a lion's whelp 538 and his partisans, the leaders of a faction. And they, indeed, acted variously among themselves, under these doubtful circumstances. Innocent, however, excluded from Rome, passed the Alps and went into France. Here he was immediately received by all the churches on this side the mountains. And moreover, even King Henry, who did not very well know how to be driven from an opinion he had once taken up, willingly acknowledged him at Chartres. And, at Rouen, condescended to honor him, not only with presents from himself, but also from the nobility, and even the Jews. Yet Innocent, though greatly assisted by the kings of England and France, and the Emperor of Germany, could never enjoy peace so long as Anaclet occupied the see of Rome. However, Anaclet himself dying in the 8th year of his usurped papacy, as it was called, Innocent enjoys the papal dignity unmolested to the present time. 539. In the 31st year of his reign, King Henry returned to England. The Empress, too, in the same year, arrived on her native soil, and a full meeting of the nobility being held at Northampton, the oath of fidelity to her was renewed by such as had already sworn, and also taken by such as hitherto had not. In the same year 540 Louis, King of France, growing aged and unwieldy through extreme corpulency, commanded his son to be crowned as successor to the kingdom. Who dying soon after by the fall of his horse, he caused another of his sons to be consecrated king, by the hands of the Roman pontiff. He, as they relate, not degenerating from the ancient valor of the French, hath also acquired Aquitaine, as the marriage portion of his wife, which, it is well known, the kings of France have never held in their own right since Louis, son of Charles the Great. In the 31st 541, second, year of King Henry, a dreadful murrain among domestic animals extended over the whole of England. Entire herds of swine suddenly perished. Whole stalls of oxen were swept off in a moment. The same contagion continued in the following years, so that no village throughout the kingdom was free from this calamity, or able to exult at the losses of its neighbors. At this time, too, the contention between Bernard, Bishop of St. David's, and Urban, of Llandaff, on the rights of their diocese, which Urban had illegally usurped, was finally put to rest. For, after being agitated by so many appeals to the court of Rome, so many expensive journeys, so many debates of lawyers, for a number of years, it was at last terminated, or rather cut short, by the death of Urban at Rome. The Pope also, weighing the equity of the case, did justice to the piety and right of the Bishop of St. David's by a suitable judgment. In the same year William, Archbishop of Canterbury, personally obtained the legation of England, through the indulgence of the See of Rome. The day after the 32nd 542 year of his reign was completed, Henry, on the nones of August, the very day on which he had formerly been crowned at Westminster, set sail for Normandy. This was the last, the fatal voyage of his reign. The providence of God, at that time, bore reference in a wonderful manner to human affairs, for instance, that he should embark, never to return alive, on that day on which he had originally been crowned, so long and prosperously to reign. It was then, as I have said, the nones of August, and, on the 4th day of the week, the elements manifested their sorrow at this great man's last departure. For the sun on that day, 543 at the 6th hour, shrouded his glorious face, as the poets say, in hideous darkness, agitating the hearts of men by an eclipse, and on the 6th day of the week, early in the morning, there was so great an earthquake, that the ground appeared absolutely to sink down. A horrid sound being first heard from beneath the surface. During the eclipse I saw stars around the sun, and, at the time of the earthquake, the wall of the house in which I was sitting was lifted up by 2 shocks, and settled again with a 3rd. The king, therefore, continued in Normandy for the space of 544 whole years, and so much longer, as from the nones of August, on which day, as has been said, he crossed the sea, to the calends of December, on which night he died. Doubtlessly he performed many things worthy of record while in Normandy, but it was my design to omit whatever did not come authenticated to my knowledge. Divers expectations of his return to England were all frustrated, by some adverse fate, or by the will of God. He reigned, then, 35 years, and from the nones of August to the calends of December, that is, 4 months, wanting 4 days. Engaged in hunting at Lihuan, he was taken suddenly ill. His malady increasing, he summoned to him, Hugo, whom, from prior of Louis, he had made abbot of Reading, and afterwards Archbishop of Rouen, who was justly indebted to him and his heirs for such great favours. The report of his sickness quickly gathered the nobility around him. Robert, too, his son, the Earl of Gloucester, was present, who, from his unblemished fidelity and matchless virtue, has deserved to be especially signalized throughout all ages. Being interrogated by these persons, as to his successor, he awarded all his territories, on either side of the sea, to his daughter, in legitimate and perpetual succession. Being somewhat displeased with her husband, as he had irritated him both by threats and by certain injuries. Having passed the 7th day of his sickness, he yielded to nature about midnight. I waive describing his magnanimous character in this place, as I have been diffuse upon it in the 5th book of my regal history. In how Christian a manner he departed, the following epistle of the aforesaid Archbishop of Rouen will testify. A.D. 1093, Death of Henry I. To his Lord and Father, Pope Innocent, due obedience from his servant, Hugo, priest of Rouen. I have deemed it proper to write to your fatherly affection concerning the king my master, never to be remembered but with grief, for, being seized with sudden sickness, he wished for me to console his sufferings, and sent messengers as soon as possible for that purpose. I went, and passed 3 melancholy days with him. Agreeably to my suggestion, he confessed his sins, he beat his breast, and he laid aside all his animosities. Through the grace of God, and through our advice and that of the bishops, he promised to attend to the amendment of his life. Under this promise, according to our office, on the 3rd day, and 3 days successively, we gave him absolution. He devoutly adored the cross of our Lord, received his body and blood, bestowed his alms thus, saying, "Let my debts be paid, let the wages 545 and stipends which I owe be discharged, let the remainder be distributed to the poor." I wish they who held, and do hold, his treasures had done thus. At last I earnestly stated to him our duty concerning the unction of the sick, which the Church adopted from the Apostle St. James, and, at his own devout request, I anointed him with holy oil. Thus he rested in peace, and may God grant him the peace he loved. These circumstances relating to the faith of King Henry when dying, were truly attested by the aforesaid Archbishop of Rouen. The body, royally attended and borne by the nobility in turn, was brought to Rouen, where, in a certain retired part of the principal church, it was embowelled, lest, through time, becoming putrid, it should offend the senses of those who approached it. The intestines were buried in the monastery of St. Mary de Pries, near the city, which, as I hear, he had honoured with no mean presents, as it had been begun by his mother. His body was kept at Caen, till the season, which was then very boisterous, became more tranquil. In the meantime, Stephen Earl of Moreton and Boulogne, nephew of King Henry, as I have before said, who, after the King of Scotland, was the first layman that had sworn fidelity to the Empress, hastened his return into England by Whitsand. The Empress, from certain causes, as well as her brother, Robert Earl of Gloucester, and almost all the nobility, delayed returning to the kingdom. However, some castles in Normandy, the principal of which was Danfront, espoused the party of the heiress. Moreover, it is well known, that, on the day on which Stephen disembarked in England, there was, very early in the morning, contrary to the nature of winter in these countries, a terrible peal of thunder, with most dreadful lightning, so that the world seemed well nigh about to be dissolved. He was received, however, as king, by the people of London and of Winchester, and gained over also Roger Bishop of Salisbury, and William Pont de l'Archy, the keepers of the royal treasures. Yet, not to conceal the truth from posterity, all his attempts would have been vain, had not his brother, Henry Bishop of Winchester, who is now legate of the Papal See in England, granted him his entire support, allured indeed by the fullest expectation that Stephen would follow the example of his grandfather William in the management of the kingdom, and more especially in the strictness of ecclesiastical discipline. In consequence, when Stephen was bound by the rigorous oath which William Archbishop of Canterbury required from him, concerning restoring and preserving the liberty of the Church, the Bishop of Winchester became his pledge and surety. The written tenor of this oath, I shall be careful hereafter to insert in its proper place. A.D. 1135. Stephen, King of England. Stephen, therefore, was crowned King of England on Sunday the 11th 546 before the calends of January, the 22nd day after the decease of his uncle, Anno Dom. 1135, in the presence of 3 bishops, that is, the Archbishop, and those of Winchester and Salisbury, but there were no abbots, and scarcely any of the nobility. He was a man of activity, but imprudent, strenuous in war. Of great mind in attempting works of difficulty, mild and compassionate to his enemies, and affable to all. Kind, as far as promise went, but sure to disappoint in its truth and execution. Whence he soon afterwards neglected the advice of his brother, befriended by whose assistance, as I have said, he had supplanted his adversaries and obtained the kingdom. In the year of our Lord 1135, on the prevalence of gentler gales, the body of King Henry was, immediately after Christmas, put on shipboard, and brought to England. And, in the presence of his successor in the kingdom, was buried at the monastery of Reading, which he had liberally endowed, and filled with an order of monks of singular piety. Shortly after, a little before Lent, King Stephen went into Northumberland, that he might have a conference with David King of Scotland, who was said to entertain hostile sentiments towards him. From David he readily obtained what he wished. Because, being softened by the natural gentleness of his manners, or by the approach of old age, he willingly embraced the tranquillity of peace, real or pretended. In the same year, after Easter, Robert Earl of Gloucester, of whose prudence Stephen chiefly stood in awe, came to England. While he was yet resident in Normandy, he had most earnestly considered what line of conduct he should determine upon in the present state of affairs. If he became subject to Stephen, it seemed contrary to the oath he had sworn to his sister. If he opposed him, he saw that he could nothing benefit her or his nephews, though he must grievously injure himself. For the king, as I said before, had an immense treasure, which his uncle had been accumulating for many years. His coin, and that of the best quality, 547, was estimated at £100,000. Besides which, there were vessels of gold and silver, of great weight, and inestimable value, collected by the magnificence of preceding kings, and chiefly by Henry. 548. A man possessed of such boundless treasures, could not want supporters, more especially as he was profuse, and, what by no means becomes a prince, even prodigal. Soldiers of all kinds, and light-armed troops, were flocking to him, chiefly from Flanders and Brittany. These were a most rapacious and violent race of men, who made no scruple to violate churchyards, 549, or rob a church. Moreover, not only would they drag men of the religious order from their horses, but also make them captive, and this was done not merely by foreigners, but even by the native soldiers, who had abhorred the tranquillity of King Henry's time, because it subjected them to a life of poverty. All these most readily resorted to the prince whom they could easily incline to their purposes, pushing their fortune at the expense of the people. Stephen, indeed, before he came to the throne, from his complacency of manners, and readiness to joke, and sit, and regale, even with low people, had gained so much on their affections, as is hardly to be conceived, and already had all the nobility of England willingly acknowledged him. The most prudent Earl therefore was extremely desirous to convince them of their misconduct, and recall them to wiser sentiments by his presence. For, to oppose Stephen's power, he was unable, from the causes aforesaid. Indeed he had not the liberty of coming to England, unless, appearing as a partaker of their revolt, he dissembled for a time his secret intentions. He did homage to the king, therefore, under a certain condition, namely, so long as he should preserve his rank entire, and maintain his engagements to him. For having long since scrutinized Stephen's disposition, he foresaw the instability of his faith. A.D. 1135. King Stephen's Charter. In the same year, soon after the Earl's arrival, the bishop swore fidelity to the king, so long as he should maintain the liberty of the church, and the vigor of its discipline. He himself also swore according to the tenor of the following instrument. I, Stephen, by the grace of God, elected King of England by the consent of the clergy and of the people, and consecrated by the Lord William, Archbishop of Canterbury and Legate of the Holy Roman Church, and afterwards confirmed by Innocent, Pope of the Holy Roman See, through respect and love towards God, do grant the Holy Church to be free, and confirm to it all due reverence. I promise that I will neither do anything simoniacally, nor permit it to be done, in the Church, or in matters ecclesiastical. The jurisdiction and power over beneficed clergy, and over all persons in orders, and their property, and the distribution of effects of ecclesiastics, I admit to be in the hands of the bishops, and confirm it so to be. I grant and appoint, that the immunities of the churches, confirmed by their charters, and their customs observed from ancient usage, do remain inviolate. All the possessions of the churches, and the tenures which they held during the life, and at the death of my grandfather King William, I grant to them free, and discharged from the claim of all parties. But if the church shall hereafter claim anything held, or possessed, before the death of the king, of which it is now deprived, I reserve such matter for discussion, or restitution at my will and pleasure. Moreover, whatever, since that king's death, has been obtained by the liberality of kings, or the gift of princes, by offerings, or purchase, or by any exchange of the faithful, I confirm. I pledge myself to keep peace, and do justice to all, and to preserve them to my utmost ability. I reserve to myself the forests which King William, my grandfather, and William II, my uncle, have made and possessed, all the rest which King Henry added, I give and grant, without molestation, to the churches, and the kingdom. And if any bishop or abbot, or other ecclesiastical person, shall have severally distributed 550 his property before his death, or appointed such distribution, I allow it to remain good, but if he shall have been suddenly seized by death, before making a disposition, let the said distribution be made, at the discretion of the Church, for the repose of his soul. Moreover, when the sees shall be vacant, let both them, and their whole possessions, be committed into the hands and custody of the clergy, or of lawful men of the same Church, until a pastor be canonically appointed. I entirely do away all exactions, mischiningas, 551 and injustices, whether illegally introduced by the sheriffs or any one else. I will observe the good and ancient laws, and just customs, in murders, pleas, and other causes, and I command and appoint them to be so observed. Done at Oxford, A.D. 1136, in the first year of my reign. The names of the witnesses, who were numerous, I disdain to particularize, because he has basely perverted almost everything, as if he had sworn only that he might manifest himself a violator of his oath to the whole kingdom. This easy man must pardon me for speaking the truth, who, had he entered on the sovereignty lawfully, and not given a ready ear to the insinuations of the malevolent in the administration of it, would have wanted little in any princely quality. Under him, therefore, the treasures of several churches were pillaged, and their landed possessions given to laymen, the churches of the clergy were sold to foreigners, the bishops made captive, or forced to alienate their property. The abbeys given to improper persons, either through the influence of friendship, or for the discharge of debts. Still I think such transactions are not so much to be ascribed to him as to his advisers, who persuaded him, that he ought never to want money, so long as the monasteries were stored with treasure. A.D. 1137. The king leaves England. In the year of our Lord 1137, in the beginning of Lent, the king crossed the sea. The Earl, too, having thoroughly sounded, and discovered the inclinations of such as he knew to be tenacious of their plighted oath, and arranged what he conceived proper to be done afterwards, himself embarked on Easter Day, and prosperously reached the continent. Not long after, he had very nearly experienced the malignity of adverse fortune, for the king endeavoured to intercept him by treachery, at the instigation of one William de Ypres. The Earl, however, informed of it by one of the accomplices, avoided the snare prepared for him, and absented himself from the palace, whither he was repeatedly invited, for several days. The king, troubled at having succeeded so little by his artifices, and thinking to effect his design by cunning, endeavoured, by a serene countenance and unrequired confession, to extenuate the enormity of his crime. He swore, in words framed at the Earl's pleasure, never again to give countenance to such an outrage, and still more to recover his good graces. He confirmed his oath, by Hugo, Archbishop of Rouen, giving his hand to Robert. This he did, it is true. But he never bestowed his unreserved friendship on that man, of whose power he was ever apprehensive. Thus, in his presence he would pleasantly and affably call him Earl. When he was absent, he would vilify him, and would deprive him, clandestinely, of such portions of his estates as he was able. Robert, too, artfully eluding his duplicity, disguised his feelings, and allowing the king to depart peaceably to his kingdom, continued in Normandy, intent on his own concerns. Wherefore while Stephen, perplexed by many commotions in England, and first attacking one, and then another, justly verified, what was said of Ishmael, that the hands of all were against him, and his hand against all. Robert passed that whole year in Normandy in perfect quiet. The king pointedly, as it is reported, used frequently to say of his rebellious subjects, since they have elected me king, why do they desert me? By the birth of God, I will never be called a fallen king. Robert, placed, as it were, on an eminence, watched the event of circumstances, and earnestly revolved how he might escape, before God and man, the imputation of falsifying the oath he had sworn to his sister. A.D. 1139. Troubles in England. In the year of our Lord 1138, England was shaken with intestine commotions. For many persons, emboldened to illegal acts either by nobility of descent or by ambition, or rather by unbridled heat of youth, were not ashamed, some to demand castles, others estates, and indeed whatever came into their fancy, from the king. When he delayed complying with their requests, alleging the dismemberment of his kingdom, or that others would make similar claims, or were already in possession of them, they, becoming enraged immediately, fortified their castles against him, and drove away large booties from his lands. Nor, indeed, was his spirit at all broken by the revolt of any, but attacking them suddenly in different places, he always concluded matters more to his own disadvantage than to theirs. For, after many great but fruitless labors, he gained from them, by the grant of honors or castles, a peace, feigned only for a time. He created likewise many earls, 552 where there had been none before, appropriating to them possessions and rents, which rightfully belonged to the crown. They were the more greedy in asking, and he the more profuse in giving, because a rumour was pervading England, that Robert Earl of Gloucester, who was in Normandy, would shortly espouse the cause of his sister, after first renouncing his fealty to the king. This report was in fact well founded, for shortly after Pentecost, dispatching some of his people to Stephen from Normandy, he, according to ancient usage, renounced his fealty and friendship, and disannulled his homage. Assigning as a just reason for so doing, that the king had illegally aspired to the kingdom, and neglected his plighted faith to him, not to say absolutely belied it, and, moreover, that he himself had acted contrary to law. Who, after the oath sworn to his sister, had not blushed to do homage to another, during her lifetime. Doubtless also his mind was biased by the answers of many ecclesiastics, whom he had consulted upon the subject. Who declared that he could by no means pass the present life without ignominy, nor deserve the happiness of the next, if he violated the oath made to paternal affection. In addition to this, he contemplated the tenor of the papal decree, commanding obedience to the oath taken in the presence of his father, a copy of which decree I shall be careful to give in my next book. Robert, who had imbibed knowledge by a copious draught from the fount of science, was aware that these things would be of great advantage to him hereafter. But the king, indignant at the spirit of the earl, deprived him, as far as he was able, of all his possessions in England, and levelled some of his castles to the ground. Bristol alone remained, which not only expelled the enemy, but even harassed the king by frequent incursions. But as it may suffice to have brought the first book of modern history, from the return of the empress to her father after the death of her husband, to this period, I shall now begin the second, from the year in which this heroine came to England, to assert her right against Stephen. Book 2. In the year 1139, the venom of malice, which had long been nurtured in the breast of Stephen, at length openly burst forth. Rumours were prevalent in England, that Earl Robert was on the very eve of coming from Normandy with his sister, and, when under such an expectation, many persons revolted from the king, not only in inclination but in deed. He avenged himself for this injury, at the cost of numbers. He, also, contrary to the royal character, seized many at court, through mere suspicion of hostility to him, and obliged them to surrender their castles, and accede to any conditions he prescribed. There were, at that time, two very powerful bishops, in England, Roger of Salisbury, and his fraternal nephew, Alexander of Lincoln. Alexander had built the castle of Newark, as he said, for the defence and dignity of the bishopric. Roger, who wished to manifest his magnificence by building, had erected extensive castles at Sherborne, and more especially at Devizes. At Malmesbury, even in the churchyard, and scarcely a stone's throw from the principal church, he had begun a castle. He had gotten into his custody the castle of Salisbury, which being royal property, he had obtained from King Henry, and surrounded with a wall. Some powerful laymen, heard at the probability of being surpassed by the clergy, in extent of riches and magnitude of their towns, took offence at this, and fostered the latent wound of envy in their bosoms. Wherefore they poured forth their imagined grievances to the king, observing, that the bishops, regardless of their order, were mad for erecting castles, that none could doubt, but that they were designed for the overthrow of the king. For, as soon as the empress should arrive, they would, induced doubtless by the recollection of her father's kindness to them, immediately greet their sovereign with the surrender of their fortresses, that, therefore they ought to be prevented and compelled to give up their strongholds. Otherwise the king would repent too late, when he saw in the power of the enemy, that which, had he been wise, he might have applied to his own purpose. Such were the frequent insinuations of the nobility. The king, though far too partial to them, for some time pretended not to listen to what gratified his ears so much. Assuaging the bitterness of delay, either by his respect for the piety of the bishops, or, as I rather think, from apprehension of the odium he might incur, by seizing their castles. Finally, he only postponed the execution of what the nobles had urged him to, till an opportunity presented itself for his purpose, which was as follows. A.D. 1139. Council at Oxford. A great assembly of the nobles being held at Oxford about the 8th before the calends of July, the prelates above mentioned also repaired thither. The Bishop of Salisbury set out on this expedition with great reluctance. For I heard him speaking to the following purport, by my Lady's tea. Mary, I know not why, but my heart revolts at this journey, this I am sure of, that I shall be of much the same service at court, as a fool is in battle, thus did his mind forebode future evils. Here, as though fortune would seem subservient to the king's wishes, a quarrel arose between the servants of the bishops and those of Alan, Earl of Brittany, about a right to quarters, which had a melancholy termination. As the Bishop of Salisbury's retainers, then sitting at table, left their meal unfinished and rushed to the contest. At first, they contended with reproaches, afterwards with swords. The domestics of Alan were put to flight, and his nephew nearly killed, nor was the victory gained without bloodshed on the bishop's side, for many were wounded, and one knight 553 even slain. The king, eagerly seizing the opportunity, ordered the bishops to be convened by his old instigators, that they might make satisfaction to his court, as their people had infringed his peace, that this satisfaction should be the delivery of the keys of their castles, as pledges of their fidelity. Though prepared to make compensation, they hesitated at the surrender of their fortresses, and in consequence, lest they should depart, he ordered them into close confinement. He therefore conducted Bishop Roger, unfettered, but the chancellor, the nephew, or as it was reported, more than the nephew, 554 of the bishop, in chains, to Devizes. A castle, erected at great and almost incalculable expense, not, as the prelate himself used to say, for the ornament, but as the real fact is, to the detriment of the church. At the first summons, the castles of Salisbury, Sherborne, and Malmesbury were yielded to the king. Devizes also surrendered at the end of 3 days, after the bishop had voluntarily enjoined himself abstinence from all food, that, by his personal sufferings, he might subdue the spirit of the Bishop of Ely, who had taken possession 555 of it. Nor did the Bishop of Lincoln act more perseveringly, for he purchased his liberty by the surrender of his castles of Newark and Sleaford. This transaction of the king's gave rise to the expression of many different opinions. Some observed, that the bishops were justly dispossessed of their castles, as they had built them in opposition to the injunction of the canons, they ought to be glad preachers of peace, not builders of houses which might be a refuge for the contrivers of evil. Such was the doctrine enforced with ampler reasons and discourses, by Hugo, Archbishop of Rouen, as far as his eloquence extended, the strenuous champion of the king. Others took the opposite side of the question. This party was espoused by Henry, Bishop of Winchester, Legate of England from the Papal See, and brother to King Stephen, as I have said before, whom no fraternal affection, no fear of danger, could turn aside from the path of truth. He spake to this effect: if the bishops had in anything overpassed the bounds of justice, the judging them did not pertain to the king, but to the ecclesiastical canons, that they ought not to be deprived of any possession but by a public and ecclesiastical council, that the king had not acted from zealous regard to right, but with a view to his own advantage. As he had not restored the castles to the churches, at whose expense, and on whose land they were built, but had delivered them to laymen, and those by no means of religious character. Though the legate made these declarations not only privately, but publicly also before the king, and urged him to the liberation and restitution of the bishops, yet, being entirely disregarded, he lost his labor. In consequence, deeming it proper to resort to canonical power, he summoned his brother, without delay, to be present at a council he intended to hold at Winchester, on the 4th before the calends of September. A.D. 1139. Council at Winchester. On the appointed day, almost all the bishops of England, with Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury, who had succeeded William, came to Winchester. Thurston, Archbishop of York, excused himself, on account of the malady with which he was afflicted, for he was so enfeebled, as to be hardly able to guide his steps. The others apologized for their absence, by letter, on account of the war. The bull of Pope Innocent was first read in the council, whereby, even from the calends of March, if I rightly remember, he had enjoined the administration of his anxious charge to the Lord Bishop of Winchester, as legate in England. This was received with much goodwill, as the bishop had shown his forbearance by the lapse of time, and had not proclaimed himself legate with precipitate vanity. Next followed, in the council, his address, in the Latin tongue, directed to the learned, on the disgraceful detention of the bishops, of whom the Bishop of Salisbury had been seized in a chamber of the palace, Lincoln in his lodgings, and Ely, fearing a similar treatment, had escaped the calamity by a hasty retreat to Devizes. He observed, that it was a dreadful crime, that the king should be so led away by sinister persons, as to have ordered violent hands to be laid on his subjects, more especially bishops, in the security of his court, that, to the king's disgrace was to be added the offence against God, in despoiling the churches of their possessions, under pretext of the criminality of the prelates, that the king's outrage against the law of God, was matter of such pain to him, that he had rather himself suffer grievous injury, both in person and property, than have the episcopal dignity so basely humiliated. Moreover, that the king, being repeatedly admonished to amend his fault, had, at last, not refused that the council should be summoned, that therefore, the archbishop and the rest should deliberate what was proper to be done. And he would not be wanting to execute the sentence of the council, either through regard to the friendship of the king, who was his brother, or loss of property, or even danger of life. When he had gradually expatiated on these matters, the king, not distrusting his cause, sent certain 556 earls into the council to demand wherefore he was summoned. The legate briefly replied, that, when he recollected he was in subjection to the faith of Christ, he ought not to be displeased, if, when guilty of a crime, such as the present age had never witnessed, he was required, by the ministers of Christ, to make satisfaction, that it was the act of heathen nations to imprison bishops, and divest them of their possessions, that they should tell his brother, therefore, that if he would deign a patient assent to his advice, he would give him such. By the authority of God, as neither the Church of Rome, nor the French king's court, nor even Earl Theobald, their common brother, a man of surpassing sense and piety, could reasonably oppose. But such as they ought favourably to embrace, that, at present, the king would act advisedly, if he would either account for his conduct, or submit to canonical judgment. It was, moreover, a debt he owed, to favour the Church, by whose fostering care, not by military force, he had been promoted to the kingdom. The earls retiring after this speech, returned shortly with an answer prepared. They were accompanied by one Alberic de Vere, a man deeply versed in legal affairs. He related the king's answer, and aggravated as much as possible the case of Bishop Roger, for Bishop Alexander had departed. But this he did with moderation, and without using opprobrious language, though some of the earls, standing by, repeatedly interrupted his harangue by casting reproaches on the bishop. The sum of what Alberic had to allege, was as follows, that Bishop Roger had greatly injured King Stephen, that he seldom came to court, but his people, presuming on his power, excited tumults. That they had, frequently at other places and very lately at Oxford, attacked the attendants, and even the very nephew of Earl Allen, as well as the servants of Hervey de Lyons, a man of such high nobility, and so extremely haughty, that he had never deigned to visit England though King Henry had invited him. That the injury, therefore, of such violence having been offered him, doubly recoiled on King Stephen, through respect to whom he had come hither. That the Bishop of Lincoln had been the author of the tumult excited by his followers from ancient enmity to Alan, that the Bishop of Salisbury secretly favoured the king's enemies, though he disguised his subtlety for the moment. That the king had discovered this beyond all doubt, from many circumstances, more especially, however, from the said bishop's having refused permission to Roger de Mortimer with the king's soldiers whom he was conducting, when under the greatest apprehensions from the garrison of Bristol, to continue even a single night at Malmesbury. That it was in every person's mouth, that, as soon as the Empress should arrive, he would join her party, with his nephews and their castles. That Roger, in consequence, was made captive, not as a bishop but as the king's servant who had administered his affairs and received his wages. That the king had not taken their castles by violence, but that both bishops had surrendered them voluntarily to escape the punishment due to the disturbance they had excited in the court. That the king had found some trifling sums of money in the castles which must lawfully belong to himself, as Bishop Roger had collected it from the revenues of the exchequer in the times of his uncle and predecessor King Henry. That the bishop had readily relinquished this money as well as the castles through consciousness of his offences, of which the king did not want for witnesses. That, therefore, he was willing that the conditions entered into by himself and the bishops should remain in force. It was rejoined by Bishop Roger, in opposition to the speech of Alberic, that he had never been the minister of King Stephen. Nor had he received his wages. This spirited man, too, who blushed at being cast down by adversity, threatened, that if he could not have justice for the property which had been wrested from him, in that council, he would seek it in the audience of a higher court. The legate mildly, as usual, observed that every allegation against the bishops ought to be made and the truth of it inquired into in an ecclesiastical court, before passing sentence, contrary to the canons, on innocent persons. That the king ought therefore to do as was incumbent in civil courts, that is, reinvest the bishops with their own property, otherwise, being decised, by the law of nations, they will not plead. Many arguments of this kind being used on both sides, the cause, at the king's request, was adjourned to the next day, then, on the morrow, prolonged still a day farther till the arrival of the Archbishop of Rouen. When he came, while all were anxious to hear what he had to allege, he said he was willing to allow the bishops their castles if they could prove by the canons that they ought justly to possess them. But as they were not able to do this, it was the height of impudence to contend against the canons. And admitting, said he, that it be just for them to possess castles, yet most assuredly, as the times are eventful, all chiefs, after the custom of other nations, ought to deliver up the keys of their fortifications to the will of the king, who is bound to wage war for the common security. Thus the whole plea of the bishops was shaken, for either according to the decrees of the canons, it was unjust for them to have castles, or, if that were allowed by the king's indulgence, they ought to yield to the emergency of the times, and give up the keys. To this, the aforesaid pleader Alberic added that it had been signified to the king that the bishops muttered among themselves, and had even made preparation for some of their party to proceed to Rome against him. And this, said he, the king advises that none of you presume to do, for if any person shall go from England to any place, in opposition to him and to the dignity of his kingdom, perhaps his return may not be so easy. Moreover, he, as he sees himself aggrieved, of his own accord summons you to Rome. When the king had sent such a message, partly advising and partly threatening, it was perceived what was his design. In consequence the council broke up, as he would not submit to canonical censure. And the bishops deemed it unadvisable to enforce it against him for two reasons: first, because it was a rash act to excommunicate the king without the knowledge of the pope. Secondly, because they understood, or some of them even saw, that swords were unsheathed around them. The contention was no longer of mere words, but nearly for life and for blood. The legate and the archbishop still, however, were anxiously observant of their duty. They humbly prostrated themselves before the king in his chamber, entreating him to take pity on the church, and to consider his soul and his reputation, and that he would not suffer a schism to be made between the empire and the priesthood. Although he in some measure removed the odium of his former conduct, by condescendingly rising to them, yet, prevented by ill advice, he carried none of his fair promises into effect. A.D. 1139. Arrival of Earl Robert. The council broke up on the calends of September. And on the day previous to the calends of October, Earl Robert, having at length surmounted every cause of delay, arrived with the Empress his sister in England, relying on the protection of God and the observance of his lawful oath. But with a much smaller military force than any other person would have required for so perilous an enterprise, for he had not with him, at that time, more than 140 horsemen. My assertion is supported by persons of veracity. And did it not look like flattery, I would say that he was not inferior to Julius Caesar, at least in resolution, whom Livy 557 relates to have had but 5 cohorts when he began the civil war, with which he attacked the world. Though the comparison between Julius and Robert is invidious. For Julius, an alien to the true faith, reposed his hope on his good fortune, as he used to say, and the valor of his legions. Robert, celebrated for Christian piety, relied only on the assistance of the Holy Spirit and the Lady Saint Mary. The former had partisans in Gaul, in part of Germany, and Brittany, and had attached to him by means of presents all the Roman people with the exception of the Senate. The latter, bating a very few who regarded their plighted oath, found the nobility in England either opposing or affording him no assistance. He landed, then, at Arundel, and for a time delivered his sister into the safe keeping, as he supposed, of her mother-in-law, whom Henry, as I have before related, had taken to his bed on the death of the Empress's mother. Himself proceeded through the hostile country to Bristol, accompanied, as I have heard, by scarcely 12 horsemen, and was joined in the midst of his journey by Brian Fitzcount of Wallingford. Nor was it long ere he learned that his sister had quitted Arundel, for her mother-in-law, through female inconstancy, had broken the faith she had repeatedly pledged by messages sent into Normandy. The Earl, therefore, committed the Empress to Henry Bishop of Winchester and Walleran Earl of Mellant for safe conduct, a favour never denied to the most inveterate enemy by honourable soldiers. Walleran, indeed, declined going farther than Caen, but the bishop continued his route. The Earl, therefore, quickly collecting his troops, came to the boundary appointed by the king, and placed his sister in safe quarters at Bristol. She was afterwards received into Gloucester by Milo, who held the castle of that city under the Earl in the time of King Henry, doing him homage and swearing fidelity to him, for this is the chief city of his county. On the nones of October 1 Robert Fitzhubert, a savage barbarian, by night clandestinely entering the castle of Malmesbury, which Bishop Rochester had inauspiciously founded, and burning the town, boasted of the deed, as though he had gained a great triumph. But, within a fortnight, his joy was at an end, being put to flight by the king. Stephen, in the meantime, commanded possession to be kept of the castle, until, on the restoration of peace, it might be destroyed. The king, moreover, before he came to Malmesbury, had occupied, and placed a garrison in a small fortress called Cerney, belonging to the aforesaid Milo. In consequence, thinking he should be equally successful elsewhere, as at that place and at Malmesbury, he assailed a castle called Trowbridge, belonging to Humphrey de Bohun, who was of the Empress's party, but he departed without success. The whole country then around Gloucester to the extremity of Wales, partly by force, and partly by favour, in the course of the remaining months of that year, gradually espoused the party of their sovereign the Empress. The owners of certain castles, securing themselves within their fastnesses, waited the issue of events. The city of Hereford was taken without difficulty. And a few soldiers, who determined on resistance, had thrown themselves into the castle, were blocked up. The king drew nigh, if possible, to devise means for their assistance, but frustrated in his wishes, he retired with disgrace. He also approached Bristol, and going beyond it, burnt the neighbourhood around Dunstore, leaving nothing, as far as he was able, which could minister food to his enemies, or advantage to any one. A.D. 1139. Bishop of Salisbury's death. On the 3rd before the Ides of December, Roger Bishop of Salisbury, by the kindness of death, escaped the quartan ague which had long afflicted him. They assert that his sickness was brought upon him through grief at the severe and repeated injuries he had received from King Stephen. To me it appears, that God exhibited him to the wealthy as an example of the mutability of fortune, in order that they should not trust in uncertain riches, which, as the Apostle says, while some have coveted, concerning faith have made shipwreck. He first ingratiated himself with Prince Henry, who became afterwards king, by his prudence in the management of domestic matters, and by restraining the excesses of his household. For, before his accession, Henry had been careful and economical in his expenses, compelled thereto by the scantiness of his resources, and the illiberal treatment of his brothers, William and Robert. Knowing his disposition this way, Roger had deserved so well of him in his time of need, that, when he came to the throne, he denied him scarcely anything he thought proper to ask. Gave him estates, churches, prebends, entire abbeys of monks, and, lastly, committed even the kingdom to his fidelity, made him chancellor, in the beginning of his reign, and not long after, Bishop of Salisbury. Roger, therefore decided causes. He regulated the expenditure, he had charge of the treasury. Such were his occupations when the king was in England, such, without associate or inspector, when he resided in Normandy, which took place repeatedly, and for a long time together. And not only the king, but the nobility, even those who were secretly stung with envy at his good fortune, and more especially the ministers and debtors of the king, gave him almost whatever he could fancy. Was there anything contiguous to his property which might be advantageous to him, he would directly extort it either by entreaty or purchase, or, if that failed, by force. With unrivaled magnificence in their construction, as our times may recollect, he erected splendid mansions on all his estates, in merely maintaining which, the labor of his successors shall toil in vain. His cathedral he dignified to the utmost with matchless ornaments and buildings on which no expense was spared. It was truly wonderful to behold in this man, what abundant power attended him in every kind of dignity, and flowed as it were to his hand. How great was the glory, indeed, what could exceed it, that he should have made his two nephews, by virtue of his education, men of noted learning and industry, bishops, and, not of mean sees, but of Lincoln and Ely, than which, I know not whether there be more opulent in England. He was sensible of his power, and, somewhat more harshly than became such a character, abused the favors of heaven. Lastly, as a certain poet observes of a rich man 558. He builds, destroys, and changes square for round. So Roger attempted to turn abbeys into bishoprics, and bishoprics into abbeys. The most ancient monasteries of Malmesbury and Abbotsbury, he annexed, as far as he was able, to his see. He changed the priory of Sherborne, which is subject to the Bishop of Salisbury, into an abbey. And the Abbey of Horton was forthwith dissolved and united to it. These events took place in the time of King Henry, under whom, as I have observed, his prosperity reached its zenith, for under Stephen, as I have before related, it began to decline. Except that in the beginning of his reign, he obtained for one of his nephews, the chancellorship, for the other the office of treasurer, and for himself the town of Malmesbury. The king repeating often to his companions, by the birth of God, I would give him half England, if he asked for it, till the time be ripe, he shall tire of asking, ere I tire of giving. But fortune, who, in former times, had flattered him so long and so transcendently, at last cruelly pierced him with scorpion sting. Such was that instance, when he saw those whom he dearly regarded, wounded, and his most favored knight killed before his face. The next day, himself, and, as I said before, his nephews, very powerful bishops, the one compelled to fly, the other detained, and the third, a young man to whom he was greatly attached, bound with chains, on the surrender of his castles. His treasures pillaged, and himself afterwards, in the council, loaded with the most disgraceful reproaches. Finally, as he was nearly breathing his latest sigh, at Salisbury, the residue of his money and utensils, which he had placed upon the altar for the purpose of completing the church, was carried off against his will. The height of his calamity was, I think, a circumstance which even I cannot help commiserating. That, though he appeared wretched to many, yet there were very few who pitied him, so much envy and hatred had his excessive power drawn on him, and undeservedly, too, from some of those very persons whom he had advanced to honor. In the year of the incarnate Word 1140, the monks of those abbeys which Roger had unjustifiably usurped, waiting on the king, were permitted to enjoy their ancient privileges, and abbots, as formerly. John, a monk of that place, a man highly celebrated for the affability of his manners and the liberality of his mind, was elected abbot of Malmesbury by the monks, according to the tenor of the privilege which St. Aldhelm had obtained from Pope Sergius 466 years before, and had caused to be confirmed by the kings, Ina of the West Saxons, and Ethelred of the Mercians. The legate approved the claim, but disapproved of the person, for he could not be induced to believe that the king had consented to the election but by a gift in money. And, indeed, a small sum had been promised, on the score of liberating the church, not for the election of the person. Wherefore John, though taken off by a premature death within the year, still left a lasting and laudable memory of himself to all succeeding ages. For no monk of that place, I confess the truth, would have pursued a task of such difficulty, had not John begun it. Wherefore let his successors be praised, if they shall preserve the liberty of that church. He certainly rescued it from thraldom. A.D. 1140. Distressed state of England. The whole of this year was embittered by the horrors of war. There were many castles throughout England, each defending their neighborhood, but, more properly speaking, laying it waste. The garrisons drove off from the fields, both sheep and cattle, nor did they abstain either from churches or churchyards. Seizing such of the country vavasors 559 as were reputed to be possessed of money, they compelled them, by extreme torture, to promise whatever they thought fit. Plundering the houses of the wretched husbandmen, even to their very beds, they cast them into prison, nor did they liberate them, but on their giving everything they possessed or could by any means scrape together, for their release. Many calmly expired in the midst of torments inflicted to compel them to ransom themselves, bewailing, which was all they could do, their miseries to God. And, indeed, at the instance of the Earl, the legate, with the bishops, repeatedly excommunicated all violators of churchyards and plunderers of churches, and those who laid violent hands on men in holy or monastic orders, or their servants, but this his attention profited but little. It was distressing, therefore, to see England, once the fondest cherisher of peace and the single receptacle of tranquillity, reduced to such a pitch of misery, that, not even the bishops, nor monks, could pass in safety from one town to another. Under King Henry, many foreigners, who had been driven from home by the commotions of their native land, were accustomed to resort to England, and rest in quiet under his fostering protection, in Stephen's time. Numbers of freebooters from Flanders and Brittany flocked to England, in expectation of rich pillage. Meanwhile, the Earl of Gloucester conducted himself with caution, and his most earnest endeavours were directed to gaining conquests with the smaller loss to his adherents. Such of the English nobility as he could not prevail upon to regard the obligation of their oath, he held it sufficient if he could so restrain, that, if they did not assist, they would not injure the cause, being willing, according to the saying of the comic writer, to do what he could, when he could not do what he would. But when he saw the opportunity present itself, he strenuously performed the duty both of soldier and of general. More especially, he valiantly subdued those strongholds, which were of signal detriment to the cause he had espoused. That is to say, harpatry, which King Stephen had taken from certain soldiers of the Earl before he came to England, and many others, Sudley, Cerney, which the king had garrisoned, as I have said. And the castle which Stephen had fortified over against Wallingford, he levelled to the ground. He also, in these difficult times, created his brother Reynold, Earl of Cornwall. Nor indeed did the king show less spirit in performing the duties of his station, for he omitted no occasion of repeatedly beating off his adversaries, and defending his own possessions. But he failed of success, and all things declined, for lack of justice. Dearth of provisions, too, increased by degrees, and the scarcity of good money was so great, from its being counterfeited, that, sometimes out of 10 or more shillings, hardly a dozen pence would be received. The king himself was reported to have ordered the weight of the penny, as established in King Henry's time, to be reduced, because, having exhausted the vast treasures of his predecessor, he was unable to provide for the expense of so many soldiers. All things, then, became venal in England, and churches and abbeys were no longer secretly, but even publicly exposed to sale. A.D. 1140. Robert Fitzhubert. During this year, in Lent, on the 13th before the calends of April, at the 9th hour of the 4th day of the week, there was an eclipse, throughout England, as I have heard. With us, indeed, and with all our neighbours, the obscuration of the sun was so remarkable, that persons sitting at table, as it then happened almost everywhere, for it was Lent, at first feared that chaos was come again, afterwards learning its cause, they went out, and beheld the stars around the sun. It was thought and said by many, not untruly, that the king would not continue a year in the government. In the following week, that is, during the time of the Passion, on the 7th before the calends of April, the forementioned barbarian, Robert Fitzhubert, a character well calculated for the stratagems of war, surprised the castle of Devizes, 560 a man, by far the most cruel of any within the circle of this age's memory, blasphemous, also, towards God. He used voluntarily to boast of having been present at a place where 24 monks were burnt, together with the church, declaring, that he too would frequently do the like in England, and grieve God, by the plunder of the church of Wilton, and the destruction of Malmesbury, with the slaughter of all its monks, that he would return them this good office, because they had admitted the king, to his disadvantage, for of this he accused them, though without foundation. I myself have heard, when, at any time, which was extremely rare indeed, he liberated his captives without torture, and they thanked him for it, on the part of God, I have heard him, I say, reply, never let God owe me any thanks. He used to expose his prisoners, naked and rubbed with honey, to the burning heat of the sun, thereby exciting flies, and other insects of that kind, to sting them. But, having now got possession of Devizes, he hesitated not to boast, that, he should gain, by means of this castle, the whole district from Winchester to London, and that he would send to Flanders for soldiers to defend him. While meditating, however, such a scheme, divine vengeance overtook him through the agency of one John Fitzgilbert, a man of surprising subtlety, who had a castle at Marlborough. For being thrown into chains by him, because he refused to surrender Devizes to his sovereign, the Empress, he was hanged, like a common thief. Wonderful was the judgment of God on this sacrilegious wretch, that he should meet with such an ignominious end, not from the king, to whom he was inimical, but from the very persons he appeared to favour. The authors of his death ought worthily to be extolled, for having freed the country from such a pest, and justly dispatched an intestine enemy. In the same year, during Pentecost, the king resided at London, in the Tower, attended only by the Bishop of Sees, for the others disdained, or feared, to come thither. Some little time after, by the mediation of the legate, a conference was appointed between the Empress and the king, that, if possible, by the inspiration of God, peace might be restored. To this conference, near Bath, were sent on the part of the Empress, her brother Robert, and others of her friends, on the king's, the legate, the archbishop, and also the queen. But they wasted words and time, to no purpose, and departed without being able to conclude a peace. Nor was the ground of separation equal on both sides, as the Empress, more inclined to justice, had declared, that she was not averse to the decision of the Church, but the king most cautiously avoided this. Fondly trusting to the counsels of those persons who loved nothing less than peace, so long as they could make their ascendancy over him answer their own purposes. In the latter end of September, the legate, who knew that it was the especial duty of his office to restore peace, undertaking the toil of a foreign voyage for its accomplishment, hastened to sail over to France. Here, a long and anxious discussion, for tranquilizing England, taking place, between the King of France, Earl Theobald, and many of the clergy, he returned, nearly at the end of November, bringing back counsels wholesome for the country. Could they have been carried into effect? And indeed the Empress and the Earl assented to them immediately, but the king delayed from day to day, and finally rejected them altogether. Upon this, at last, the legate discontinued his exertions, waiting, like the rest, for the issue of events, for what avails it to swim against the stream? And, as some one observes, to seek odium only by one's labours is the height of madness. Book 3. I now attempt to give a clue to the mazy labyrinth of events and transactions which occurred in England, during the year 1141-561, lest posterity, through my neglect, should be unacquainted with them. As it is of service to know the volubility of fortune and the mutability of human estate, God only permitting or ordaining them. And, as the moderns greatly and deservedly blame our predecessors, for having left no memorial of themselves or their transactions since the days of Bede, I think I ought to be very favorably regarded by my readers, if they judge rightly, for determining to remove this reproach from our times. A.D. 1141. Siege of Lincoln. King Stephen had peaceably departed from the county of Lincoln before Christmas, and had augmented the honours of the Earl of Chester 562 and of his brother, of whom the Earl, long since, in the time of King Henry, had been married to the daughter of the Earl of Gloucester. In the meanwhile, the citizens of Lincoln, who wished to acquire great favour with the king, certified him by a message, when resident in London, that the two brothers had taken up their abode in security, in the castle of that city, and that, suspecting nothing less than the arrival of the king, they might be very easily surprised, while themselves would provide that he should get possession of the castle as secretly as possible. As Stephen never wished to neglect any opportunity of augmenting his power, he gladly repaired thither. In consequence, the brothers were surprised and besieged, even in the Christmas holidays. This step appeared unjustifiable to many, because, as I have observed, he had left them before the festival, without any suspicion of enmity, nor had he, even now, after ancient usage, abjured his friendship with them, which they call defying. However, the Earl of Chester, though surrounded with imminent dangers, adroitly escaped from the castle. By what management this was accomplished I know not. Whether through consent of some of the besiegers, or whether, because valor, when taken by surprise, frequently tries variety of methods, and often discovers a remedy for its emergencies. Not content with his own escape, he earnestly cast about, how to devise the safety of his brother and of his wife, whom he had left in the fortress. The more prudent mode seemed to be, to request assistance from his father-in-law, although he had long since offended him on many accounts, but principally because he appeared staunch to neither party. He sent messengers, therefore, promising eternal fidelity to the Empress, if, induced more by affectionate regard than any desert of his, he would rescue those from danger, who were already in the very jaws of captivity. Unable to endure this indignity, the Earl of Gloucester readily assented. Weary of delay, too, as the fairest country was harassed with intestine rapine and slaughter, for the sake of 2 persons, he preferred bringing the matter to an issue at once, would God permit. He hoped, also, for the divine assistance on his undertaking, as the king had molested his son-in-law, without any fault on his part, was at that moment besieging his daughter, and had castellated the church of the Holy Mother of God in Lincoln. How much ought these things to weigh in the mind of a prince? Would it not be better to die, and fall with honor, than endure so marked a disgrace? For the sake then of avenging God, and his sister, and liberating his relations, he entered on this perilous undertaking. The supporters of his party readily accompanied him. The major part of whom, being deprived of their inheritances, were instigated to hostility by rage at their losses, and the consciousness of their valor. However, during the whole extended march, from Gloucester to Lincoln, he studiously concealed his intention, leaving all the army, with the exception of a very few, in suspense, by his mysterious conduct. A.D. 1141. Stephen defeated. At length, on the day of the purification of the Blessed Mary, they arrived at the river flowing between the 2 armies, called the Trent, which, from its springs, together with floods of rain, had risen so high that it could not possibly be forded. Here, at last, disclosing his intention to his son-in-law, who had joined him with a strong force, and to those he had brought with him, he added, that, he had long since made up his mind, never to be induced to fly, be the emergency what it might. If they could not conquer, they must die or be taken. All encouraged him to hope the best, and, wonderful to hear, though on the eve of hazarding a battle, he swam over the rapid river I have mentioned, with the whole of his party. So great was the Earl's ardor to put an end to calamity, that he preferred risking extremities to prolonging the sufferings of the country. The king, too, with many earls, and an active body of cavalry, abandoning the siege, courageously presented himself for battle. The royalists began the prelude to the fight, which they call the joust, 563, as they were skilled in that exercise, but when they saw that the consular party, if they may be so called, did not attack from a distance with lances, but at close quarters with swords, and broke the king's ranks with violent and determined onset, the earls, to a man, for 6 of them had entered the conflict, together with the king, consulted their safety by flight. A few barons, of laudable fidelity and valor, who would not desert him, even in his necessity, were made captive. The king, though he by no means wanted spirit to defend himself, being at last attacked on every side by the Earl of Gloucester's soldiers, fell to the ground by a blow from a stone, but who was the author of this deed is uncertain. Thus, when all around him were either taken or dispersed, he was compelled to yield to circumstances and become a captive. On which the truly noble Earl of Gloucester commanded the king to be preserved uninjured, not suffering him to be molested even with a reproach. And the person, whom he had just before fiercely attacked when dignified with the sovereignty, he now calmly protected when subdued, that the tumults of anger and of joy being quieted, he might show kindness to his relation, and respect the dignity of the diadem in the captive. The citizens of Lincoln were slaughtered on all sides by the just indignation of the victors, and without commiseration on the part of the conquered, as they had been the origin and fomenters of this calamity. The king, according to the custom of such as are called captives, was presented to the empress, at Gloucester, by her brother, and afterwards conducted to Bristol. Here, at first, he was kept with every mark of honor, except the liberty of going at large, but in succeeding time, through the presumption of certain persons, who said openly and contumeliously, that it did not behove the earl to treat the king otherwise than they chose. And also, because it was reported, that having either eluded or bribed his keepers, he had been found, more than once, beyond the appointed limits, more especially in the night time, he was confined with fetters. In the meanwhile, both the empress and the earl dealt by messengers with the legate his brother, that he should forthwith receive her into the church 564 and to the kingdom, as the daughter of King Henry, to whom all England and Normandy had sworn allegiance. This year, the first Sunday in Lent happened on the 14th before the calends of March. By means of negotiators on either side, the business was so far forwarded, that they agreed to meet in conference, on an open plain on this side of Winchester. They assembled, therefore, on the 3rd Sunday in Lent, a day dark and rainy, as though the fates would portend a woeful change in this affair. The empress swore, and pledged her faith to the bishop, that all matters of importance in England, and especially the bestowing of bishoprics and abbeys, should await his decision, if he, with the Holy Church, would receive her as sovereign, and observe perpetual fidelity towards her. Her brother, Robert, Earl of Gloucester, swore as she did, and pledged his faith for her, as did also Brian Fitzcount, Lord Marcher 565 of Wallingford, and Milo of Gloucester, afterwards Earl of Hereford, with some others. Nor did the bishop hesitate to receive the empress as sovereign of England, and, together with certain of his party, to pledge his faith, that so long as she did not infringe the covenant, he would observe his fidelity to her. On the morrow, which was the 5th before the nones of March, a splendid procession being formed, she was received in the Cathedral of Winchester, the bishop-legate conducting her on the right side, and Bernard, Bishop of St. David's, on the left. There were present also, Alexander, Bishop of Lincoln, Robert of Hereford, Nigel of Ely, Robert of Bath, the abbots, Ingulf of Abingdon, Edward of Reading, Peter of Malmesbury, Gilbert of Gloucester, Roger of Tewkesbury, and some others. In a few days, Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury, came to the empress at Winchester, by invitation of the legate, but he deferred promising fidelity to her, deeming it beneath his reputation and character to change sides, till he had consulted the king. In consequence, he, and many other prelates, with some few of the laity, were allowed to visit Stephen and converse with him, and, graciously obtaining leave to submit to the exigency of the times, they embraced the sentiments of the legate. The empress passed Easter, which happened on the 3rd before the calends of April, at Oxford, the rest returned to their respective homes. AD 1141. Conference at Winchester. On the day after the octaves of Easter, a council began, with great parade, at Winchester, consisting of Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury, all the bishops of England, and many abbots, the legate presiding. Such as were absent, accounted for it by messengers and letters. As I was present at the holding of this council, I will not deny posterity the truth of every circumstance, for I perfectly remember it. On the same day, after the letters were read by which some excused their absence, the legate called the bishops apart and discoursed with them in secret of his design, then the abbots, and, lastly, the archdeacons were summoned. Of his intention nothing transpired publicly, though what was to be done engrossed the minds and conversation of all. On the third day of the week, the speech of the legate ran nearly to this effect, that, by the condescension of the Pope, he acted as his vicegerent in England, wherefore, by his authority, the clergy of England were assembled at this council to deliberate on the peace of the country, which was exposed to imminent danger, that, in the time of King Henry, his uncle, England had been the peculiar abode of peace. So that by the activity, and spirit, and care of that most excellent man, not only the natives, of whatever power or dignity, dared make no disturbance. But, by his example, each neighboring king and prince, also, yielded to peace, and either invited, or compelled, his subjects to do the like, moreover, that this king, some years before his death, had caused the whole realm of England, as well as the duchy of Normandy, to be engaged, by the oaths of all the bishops and barons, to his daughter, late the empress, who was his only surviving issue by his former consort. If he should fail of male offspring by the wife he had espoused from Lorraine, an adverse fortune, said he, was envious of my most excellent uncle, and suffered him to die in Normandy without male issue. Therefore, as it seemed long to wait for a sovereign who delayed coming to England, for she resided in Normandy, we provided for the peace of the country, and my brother was allowed to reign. And although I gave myself as surety between him and God, that he would honor and advance the Holy Church, and uphold good, but abrogate evil, laws, yet it grieves me to remember, shames me to say, how he conducted himself in the kingdom, how justice ceased to be exerted against the daring, how all peace was annihilated, almost within the year, the bishops made captive, and compelled to give up their possessions, the abbeys sold, the churches robbed of their treasures, the counsels of the abandoned regarded, while those of the virtuous were postponed or totally despised. You know how often I addressed him, both by myself and the bishops, more especially in the council held last year for that purpose, and that I gained by it nothing but odium. Every one, who shall think rightly, must be aware, that I ought to love my mortal brother, but that I should still more regard the cause of my immortal father. Wherefore, since God has exercised his judgment on my brother, by permitting him, without my knowledge, to fall into the hands of the powerful, I have invited you all here to assemble by virtue of my legation, lest the kingdom should fall to decay through want of a sovereign. The case was yesterday agitated in private, before the major part of the English clergy, to whose right it principally pertains to elect the sovereign, and also to crown him. First, then, as is fitting, invoking God's assistance, we elect the daughter of that peaceful, that glorious, that rich, that good, and, in our times, incomparable king, as sovereign of England and Normandy, and promise her fidelity in support. AD 1141. Matilda elected sovereign. When all present had either becomingly applauded his sentiments, or, by their silence, not contradicted them, he added, "We have dispatched messengers for the Londoners, who, from the importance of their city in England, are almost nobles, as it were, to meet us on this business, and have sent them a safe conduct, and we trust they will not delay their arrival beyond tomorrow, wherefore let us give them indulgence till that time." On the fourth day of the week the Londoners came, and being introduced to the council, urged their cause, so far as to say, that they were sent from the fraternity, as they call it, of London, not to contend, but to entreat that their lord the king might be liberated from captivity, that all the barons, who had long since been admitted to their fellowship, most earnestly solicited this of the Lord Legate and the Archbishop, as well as of all the clergy who were present. The Legate answered them copiously and clearly, and, that their request might be the less complied with, the speech of the preceding day was repeated, with the addition, that it did not become the Londoners, who were considered as the chief people of England, in the light of nobles, to side with those persons who had deserted their lord in battle, by whose advice the king had dishonoured the Holy Church, and who, in fact, only appeared to favour the Londoners, that they might drain them of their money. In the meantime, a certain person, whose name, if I rightly remember, was Christian, a clerk belonging to the Queen, as I heard, rose up, and held forth a paper to the legate. He having silently perused it, exalted his voice to the highest pitch, and said, that it was informal, and improper to be recited in so great an assembly, especially of dignified and religious persons. For, among other offensive and singular points, the signature of a person was affixed to it, who, in the preceding year, at a similar council, had attacked the venerable bishops with opprobrious language. The legate thus baffling him, the clerk was not wanting to his mission, but, with notable confidence, read the letter in their hearing, of which this was the purport. The Queen earnestly entreated the whole clergy assembled, and especially the Bishop of Winchester, the brother of her lord, to restore the said lord to his kingdom, whom abandoned persons, and even such as were under homage to him, had cast into chains. To this suggestion, the legate answered to the same effect as to the Londoners. These conferring together, declared, that they would relate the decree of the council to their townsmen, and give it their support as far as they were able. On the 5th day of the week the council broke up, many of the royal party having been first excommunicated, more especially William Martel, who had formerly been cupbearer to King Henry, and was at that time butler to Stephen. For he had sorely exasperated the legate, by intercepting and pilfering much of his property. It was now a work of great difficulty to suit the minds of the Londoners, for though these matters, as I have said, were agitated immediately after Easter, yet was it only a few days before the nativity of St. John that they would receive the Empress. At that time great part of England readily submitted to her government. Her brother Robert was assiduously employed in promoting her dignity by every becoming method, kindly addressing the nobility, making many promises, and intimidating the adverse party, or even, by messengers, exhorting them to peace, and already restoring justice, and the law of the land, and tranquillity, throughout every district which favoured the Empress. And it is sufficiently notorious that if his party had trusted to Robert's moderation and wisdom, it would not afterwards experienced so melancholy a reverse. The Lord Legate, too, appeared of laudable fidelity in furthering the interests of the Empress. But, behold, at the very moment when she imagined she should get possession of all England, everything was changed. The Londoners, ever suspicious and murmuring among themselves, now burst out into open expressions of hatred, and, as it is reported, even laid wait for their sovereign and her nobles. Aware of and escaping this plot, they gradually retired from the city, without tumult and in a certain military order. The Empress was accompanied by the legate and David King of Scotland, the heroine's uncle, together with her brother Robert, who then, as at every other time, shared her fortune, and, in short, all her partisans to a man escaped in safety. The Londoners, learning their departure, flew to their residence and plundered everything which they had left in their haste. A.D. 1141. The Empress and the Legate. Not many days after, a misunderstanding arose between the legate and the Empress which may be justly considered as the melancholy cause of every subsequent evil in England. How this happened I will explain. King Stephen had a son named Eustace, begotten on the daughter of Eustace Earl of Boulogne. For King Henry, the father of the Empress, that I may go back somewhat to acquaint posterity with the truth of these transactions, had given Mary, the sister of his wife, the mother of this lady, in marriage to the aforesaid Earl. As he was of noble descent and equally renowned for prudence and for valour. By Mary, Eustace had no issue except a daughter called Matilda. When she became marriageable, after the death of her father, the same truly magnificent king gave her in wedlock to his nephew Stephen, and also procured by his care the county of Boulogne for him, as he had before conferred on him that of Moreton in Normandy. The legate had justly proposed that these counties should be bestowed on his nephew Eustace, whom I mentioned, so long as his father should remain in captivity. This the empress altogether opposed, and it is doubtful whether she had not even promised them to others. Offended at the repulse, he kept from her court many days, and though repeatedly sent for, persisted in refusing to go thither. In the meanwhile, he held a friendly conference with the queen, his brother's wife, at Guildford, and being wrought upon by her tears and concessions, bent his mind to the liberation of Stephen. He also absolved, without consulting the bishops, all those of the king's party whom he had excommunicated in the council, while his complaints against the empress were disseminated through England, that she wished to seize his person. That she observed nothing which she had sworn to him, that all the barons of England had performed their engagements towards her, but that she had violated hers, as she knew not how to use her prosperity with moderation. To allay, if possible, these commotions, the Earl of Gloucester, with a retinue not very numerous, proceeded to Winchester, but, failing in his endeavours, he returned to Oxford, where his sister had for some time established her residence. She therefore understanding, as well from what she was continually hearing, as from what she then learned from her brother, that the legate had no friendly dispositions towards her, proceeded to Winchester with such forces as she could muster. Being immediately admitted into the royal castle, with good intentions probably she sent messengers to the bishop, requesting that, as she was upon the spot, he would come to her without delay. He, not thinking it safe to go, deceived the messengers by an evasive manner, merely saying, "I will prepare myself," and immediately he sent for all such as he knew were well disposed to the king. In consequence almost all the earls of England came, for they were full of youth and levity, and preferred military enterprise to peace. Besides, many of them were ashamed at having deserted the king in battle, as has been said before, and thought to wipe off the ignominy of having fled, by attending this meeting. Few, however, attended the empress. There were David King of Scotland, Robert Earl of Gloucester, Milo de Hereford, and some barons, for Ranulph Earl of Chester came late, and to no purpose. To comprise, therefore, a long series of events within narrow limits, the roads on every side of Winchester were watched by the Queen and the earls who had come with her, lest supplies should be brought in to those who had sworn fidelity to the empress. The town of Andover also was burned. On the west, therefore, necessaries were procured but scantily and with difficulty, some persons found on the road, being intercepted and either killed or maimed. While on the east, every avenue towards London was crowded with supplies destined for the bishop and his party. Geoffrey de Mandeville, who had now again revolted to them, for formerly after the capture of the king he had sworn fidelity to the empress, and the Londoners, lending every possible assistance, and omitting no circumstance which might distress that princess. The people of Winchester were, though secretly, inclined to her side, regarding the faith they had before pledged to her, although they had been in some degree compelled by the bishop to such a measure. In the meanwhile combustibles were hurled from the bishop's castle on the houses of the townspeople, who, as I have said, rather wished success to the empress than to the bishop, which caught and burned the whole abbey of nuns within the city, and the monastery which is called Hyde without the walls. Here was an image of our Lord crucified, wrought with a profusion of gold and silver and precious stones, through the pious solicitude of Canute, who was formerly king and presented it. This being seized by the flames and thrown to the ground, was afterward stripped of its ornaments at the command of the legate himself, more than 500 marks of silver and 30 of gold, which were found on it, served for a largesse to the soldiers. The abbey of nuns at Warewell was also burned by one William de Ypres, an abandoned character who feared neither God nor man, because some of the partisans of the empress had secured themselves within it. A.D. 1141. Retreat of the Earl of Gloucester. In the meantime, the Earl of Gloucester, though suffering, with his followers, by daily contests with the royalists, and those circumstances turned out far beneath his expectation, yet ever abstained from the burning of churches. Notwithstanding he resided in the vicinity of St. Swithins. But unable to endure any longer the disgrace of being, together with his party, almost besieged, and seeing fortune inclining towards the enemy, he deemed it expedient to yield to necessity. And, having marshalled his troops, he prepared to depart. Sending his sister, therefore, and the rest, in the vanguard, that she might proceed without interruption, he himself retreated gently, with a chosen few, who had spirit enough not to be alarmed at a multitude. The earls immediately pursuing him, as he thought it disgraceful, and beneath his dignity to fly, and was the chief object of universal attack, he was made captive. The rest, especially the chiefs, proceeded on their destined journey, and, with the utmost precipitation, reached Devizes. Thus they departed from Winchester on the day of the exaltation of the Holy Cross, which at that time happened on a Sunday, having come thither a few days before the Assumption of the Holy Mother of God. It appeared to some rather miraculous, and was matter of general conversation in England, that the King on the Sunday of the Purification of Our Lady, and the Earl on the Sunday of the exaltation of the life-imparting cross, should each experience a similar fate. This, however, was truly worthy of remark and admiration, that no one, on this mischance, ever beheld the Earl of Gloucester either dispirited or dejected in countenance. He breathed too high a consciousness of dignity, to subject himself to the caprice of fortune. And, although he was at first invited by soothing measures, and afterwards assailed by threats, he never consented to treat of his liberation, except with the privity of his sister. At last the affair was thus decided, that the king and himself should be liberated on equal terms, no condition being proposed, except that each might defend his party, to the utmost of his abilities, as before. These matters, after repeated and long discussion, from the exaltation of the Holy Cross, to the festival of All Saints, then came to a suitable conclusion. For on that day, the king, released from his captivity, left his queen, and son, and 2 of the nobility at Bristol, as sureties for the liberation of the Earl. And came with the utmost speed to Winchester, where the Earl, now brought from Rochester, whither he had first been taken, was at this time confined. The 3rd day after, when the king came to Winchester, the Earl departed, leaving there on that day his son William, as a pledge, till the queen should be released. Performing with quick dispatch the journey to Bristol, he liberated the queen, on whose return, William, the Earl's son, was set free from his detention. It is, moreover, sufficiently notorious, that, although, during the whole of his captivity and of the following months till Christmas, he was enticed by numberless and magnificent promises to revolt from his sister, yet he always deemed his fraternal affection of greater importance than any promise which could be made him. For leaving his property in his castles, which he might have quietly enjoyed, he continued unceasingly near the Empress at Oxford, where, as I have said before, fixing her residence, she held her court. A.D. 1141. Council at Westminster. In the meantime, the legate, a prelate of unbounded spirit, who was never inclined to leave incomplete what he had once purposed, summoned by his legatine authority a council at Westminster, on the octaves of St. Andrew. I cannot relate the transactions of this council with that exact veracity with which I did the former, as I was not present. We have heard that a letter was then read from the sovereign pope, in which he gently rebuked the legate for not endeavoring to release his brother, but that he forgave him his former transgression, and earnestly exhorted him to attempt his liberation by any mode, whether ecclesiastical or secular, that the king himself entered the council, and complained to the reverend assembly, that his own subjects had both made captive, and nearly killed him by the injuries they inflicted on him, who had never refused them justice. That the legate himself, too, by great powers of eloquence, endeavored to extenuate the odium of his own conduct, that, in truth, he had received the empress, not from inclination, but necessity. For, that, while his brother's overthrow was yet recent, all the earls being either dispersed or waiting the issue of events in suspense, she had surrounded Winchester with her party, that she had obstinately persevered in breaking every promise she had made pertaining to the right of the churches, and that he had it from unquestionable authority, that she, and her partisans, had not only had designs on his dignity, but even on his life, that, however, God, in his mercy, had caused matters to fall out contrary to her hopes, so that he should himself escape destruction, and rescue his brother from captivity, that he commanded therefore, on the part of God and of the Pope, that they should strenuously assist the king, anointed by the will of the people and with the approbation of the Holy See, but that such as disturbed the peace, in favor of the Countess of Anjou, should be excommunicated, with the exception of herself, who was sovereign of the Angevins. I do not say that this speech was kindly received by all the clergy, though certainly no one opposed it, for all bridled their tongues either through fear, or through reverence. There was one layman sent from the empress, who openly forbade the legate, by the faith which he had pledged to her, to ordain anything, in that council, repugnant to her honor. And said, that he had made oath to the empress, not to assist his brother, unless, perchance, by sending him 20 horsemen at the utmost, that her coming to England had been effected by his frequent letters, that her taking the king, and holding him in captivity, had been done principally by his connivance. The advocate affirmed these and many other circumstances, with great harshness of language, and by no means sparing the legate. However, he could not be prevailed upon, by any force of argument, to lay aside his animosity, for, as I have said before, he was an active perseverer in what he had once taken in hand. This year, therefore, the tragedy of which I have briefly related, was fatal, and nearly destructive, to England. During which, though conceiving that she might now, perhaps, experience some little respite, yet, she became again involved in calamity, and, unless God's mercy shall shortly come to her relief, must there long continue. A.D. 1142. Robert, Earl of Gloucester. It seems fitting that I should commence the transactions of this year, which is A.D. 1142, with certain events which were unnoticed in the former. And, at the same time, briefly recapitulate what has been said, in various places, of Robert, Earl of Gloucester, son of King Henry, and submit it, thus arranged, to the consideration of the reader. For, as he was the first to espouse the just defense of his sister, so did he persevere with unshaken constancy in her cause without remuneration. I say without remuneration, because some of her supporters, either following the course of fortune, are changed with its revolutions, or having already obtained considerable benefits, fight for justice under expectation of still further recompense. Robert, alone, or nearly alone, uninfluenced by such considerations, was never swayed, as will appear hereafter, either by hope of advantage, or fear of loss. Let no one, therefore, suspect me of adulation, if I relate these matters circumstantially, for I shall make no sacrifice to favor, but pure historical truth, without any stain of falsehood, shall be handed down to the knowledge of posterity. It has been related of the Earl, how, first 566 of all the nobility, after David, King of Scotland, he confirmed, by oath, his fealty to his sister, the Empress, for the Kingdom of England, and the Duchy of Normandy, in the presence of his father Henry. There was some contention, as I have said, between him and Stephen Earl of Boulogne, afterwards King of England, who should swear first, Robert alleging the preference of a son, Stephen the dignity of a nephew. It has been recorded too, what reasonable causes, from December, when his father died, till after the ensuing Easter, detained him in Normandy, from coming immediately into England to avenge his sister's injuries. And when at last he did come, with what just deliberation, and with what proviso, he consented to do homage to the king, and how justly, in the following year, and thenceforward, he abjured it. Nor has his second arrival in England from Normandy, after his father's death, with his sister, been omitted, where, relying on the favor of God, and his innate courage, he ventured himself, as into a desert full of wild beasts, though scarcely accompanied by 140 horsemen. Neither has it been unnoticed, that, amid such tumult of war, while anxious watch was kept on all sides, he boldly came to Bristol with only 12 horsemen, having committed his sister to safe custody, as he supposed, at Arundel, nor with what prudence, at that time, he received her from the very midst of her enemies, and afterwards advanced her in all things to the utmost of his power. Ever busied on her account, and neglecting his own interest to secure hers, while some persons taking advantage of his absence, curtailed his territories on every side, and, lastly, urged by what necessity, namely to rescue his son-in-law, whom the king had besieged, he engaged in a hazardous conflict, and took the king prisoner. This fortunate event, however, was somewhat obscured by his own capture at Winchester, as I have recorded in the transactions of the former year. Though by the grace of God, he showed himself, not so much an object of commiseration, as of praise, in that capture. For, when he saw that the royalist earls were so persevering in the pursuit that the business could not be gotten through without loss on his part, he sent forward all those for whom he was under apprehension, and more especially the empress. When they had proceeded far enough to escape in safety, he followed leisurely, that the retreat might not resemble a flight, and received the attack of the pursuers himself, thus purchasing, by his own detention, the liberty of his friends. And now, even at the moment of his capture, no one, as I have said above, perceived him either dispirited, or humbled in language. He seemed so far to tower above fortune, that he compelled his persecutors, for I am loath to call them enemies, to respect him. Wherefore the queen, though she might have remembered, that her husband had been fettered by his command, yet never suffered a bond of any kind to be put upon him, nor presumed on her dignity to treat him dishonorably. And finally at Rochester, for thither he was conducted, he went freely whither he pleased, to the churches below the castle, and conversed with whom he chose. The queen only being present, for after her departure he was held in free custody in the keep, and so calm and serene was his mind, that, getting money from his vassals in Kent, he bought some valuable horses, which were both serviceable and beneficial to him afterwards. A.D. 1142. Earl Robert in prison. The earls, and those whose business it was to speak of such matters, at first, tried if he would allow of the king and himself being liberated on equal terms. Though his countess, Mabel, out of solicitude for her beloved husband, would have embraced these terms the moment she heard them, being, through conjugal affection, bent on his liberation, yet he, in his wiser policy, refused, asserting that a king and an earl were not of equal importance. However, if they would allow all who had been taken with him, or for him, to be set at liberty, to this he might consent. But the earls and other royalists would not assent to these terms. They were anxious indeed for the king's liberty, but not at their own pecuniary loss, for Earl Gilbert had taken William of Salisbury, and William de Ypres, Humphrey de Bohun. And others had made such captures as they could, at Winchester, greedily expecting large sums for their ransom. Next attacking the Earl another way, they were anxious to allure him with magnificent promises, if so they might effect their purpose. Would he go over to the king's side, and dismiss his sister, he should govern the whole country, all things should await his decision, the crown should be the only distinction between him and the king, over all others he should rule as he pleased. The Earl rejected these unbounded promises, with a memorable reply, which I wish posterity to hear, and to admire. I am not my own master, said he, but am in another's power. When I shall see myself at my own disposal, I promise to do everything which reason dictates on the matter you propound. Irritated and incensed at this, when they could do nothing by fair means, they began to menace, that they would send him over sea to Boulogne, and keep him in perpetual bondage till death. Still, however, with a serene countenance, dispelling their threats, he firmly and truly protested, that he feared nothing less. For he relied on the spirit of his wife, the countess, and the courage of his partisans, who would immediately send the king into Ireland, if they heard of any foul deed perpetrated against himself. A month elapsed in these transactions. So difficult a work was it to effect the liberation of princes whom fortune had fettered with her chain. 567 But, at length, the supporters of the empress having conferred together, entreated the earl by divers messages, that, as he could not do what he would, according to the comic writer, he would do what he could, he should allow therefore the king and himself to be set at liberty, on equal terms, otherwise, said they, we fear lest the earls, inspirited by the consciousness of their great and most distinguished exploit in making you captive, should attack us one by one, reduce our castles, and even make an attempt upon your sister. Robert, wrought upon at length, assented to the proposal of the legate and archbishop, but still on condition that none of the castles, or territory, should be restored, which had come under the power of the empress or of any of her faithful adherents, since the capture of the king, but he could not by any means obtain the release of his friends, as he had given offense to some persons, in rejecting, with a kind of superciliousness, their magnificent promises with respect to the government of the whole kingdom. And as they were extremely anxious that, for the royal dignity, the king should be first set at liberty, and then the earl. When he demurred to this, the legate and the archbishop made oath, that if the king, after his own liberation, refused to release the earl, they would forthwith deliver themselves up into Robert's power, to be conducted wherever he pleased. Nor did he rest here, for his sagacious mind discovered an additional security. It might fall out, that the king, as often happens, listening to evil counsel, would consider the detention of his brother, and of the archbishop, as of very little consequence, so that he himself were at his ease. He demanded, therefore, from them both, separately, instruments, with their seals, addressed to the Pope, to the following effect. That the sovereign Pope was to understand, that they, for the liberation of the king and the peace of the kingdom, had bound themselves to the Earl by this covenant, that, if the king refused to liberate him after his own release, themselves would willingly surrender to his custody. Should it, therefore, come to this calamitous issue, they earnestly entreated, what it would well become the papal goodness voluntarily to perform, that he would release them, who were his suffragans, as well as the Earl, from unjustifiable durance. There was something more to the same effect. These writings, received from either prelate, Robert deposited in a place of safety, and came to Winchester with them and a great company of the barons. The king also, as has been before observed, coming thither soon after, had a friendly interview with the Earl. But although he, and all the earls present, eagerly busied themselves in bringing over Robert to their wishes, yet, firm as a rock amid the ocean, in his resistance, he rendered their attempts abortive, or refuted them by argument. He affirmed, that it was neither reasonable nor natural, that he should desert his sister, whose cause he had justly espoused, not for any benefit to himself, nor so much out of dislike to the king, as regard to his oath, which they also ought to remember, it was impiety to violate, especially when he called to mind, that he had been enjoined by the Pope to respect the oath he had taken to his sister in the presence of his father. Thus failing of peace, they severally departed. A.D. 1142. Designs of the Empress. The reason why I have not incorporated these events with the transactions of the former year is that I did not then know them. For I have always dreaded to transmit anything to posterity, through my narrative, the truth of which I could not perfectly vouch for. What, then, I have to relate of the present year will commence as follows. The respective parties of the Empress and of the King, conducted themselves with quiet forbearance from Christmas to Lent, anxious rather to preserve their own, than to ravage the possessions of others. The King went to a distant part of the kingdom for the purpose of quelling some disturbances. Lent coming on gave all a respite from war, in the midst of which the Empress came with her party to Devizes, where her secret designs were debated. So much of them, however, transpired that it was known that all her partisans had agreed to send for the Earl of Anjou, who was most interested in the defence of the inheritance of his wife and children in England. Men of respectability were, therefore, dispatched and such as might fitly execute a business of such magnitude. Not long after, nearly on the Easter holidays, the king, while meditating, as it is said, some harsh measures, was detained by an acute disease at Northampton. So severe, indeed, that he was reported, almost throughout England, as being at the point of death. His sickness continued till after Pentecost, when returning health gradually restored him. In the meantime, the messengers returning from Anjou, related the result of their mission to the Empress and the princes in a second council, held at Devizes on the octaves of Pentecost. They said that the Earl of Anjou in some measure favoured the mission of the nobility, but that among them all he was only well acquainted with the Earl of Gloucester, of whose prudence and fidelity, greatness of mind and industry, he had long since had proof. Were he to make a voyage to him he would, as far as he was able, accede to his wishes, but that all other persons would expend their labour in passing and repassing to no purpose. The hopes of all the assembly being thus excited, they entreated that the Earl would condescend to undertake this task on account of the inheritance of his sister and of his nephews. At first he excused himself, alleging the difficulty of the business, the perilous journey, beset with enemies on either side of the sea. That it would be attended with danger to his sister, as in his absence those persons would be hardly able to defend her, who, distrusting even the strength of their own party, had nearly deserted her during his captivity. Yielding at length to the general desire, he demanded hostages, especially from those who were considered as the chief persons, to be taken with him into Normandy, and to be pledges, as well to the Earl of Anjou as to the Empress. And that all, continuing at Oxford, should unite in defending her from injury to the utmost while he was absent. His propositions were eagerly approved, and hostages given him to be conducted into Normandy. Robert, therefore, bidding adieu to his sister, and taking with him his hostages and some light troops, proceeded by safe marches to Wareham, which town and castle he had long since entrusted to his eldest son William. There, soon after the festival of St. John, committing himself, by the grace of God, to the ocean, with such vessels as he then possessed, he weighed anchor. When they were about mid-sea, a tempest arising, all except 2 were dispersed. Some were driven back, and some carried beyond their destination. 2 only, in one of which was the Earl with his most faithful adherents, keeping their course, arrived in the wished-for port. Proceeding thus to Cannes, he sent messengers for the Earl of Anjou. The Earl came without reluctance, but stated his difficulties, and those not a few, to the object of the embassy when proposed to him. Among others that he should be detained from coming into England by the rebellion of many castles in Normandy. This circumstance delayed the Earl of Gloucester's return longer than he had intended, for, that he might deprive the Earl of Anjou of every evasion, he assisted him in subduing 10 castles in Normandy. The names of which were Tenerchibrii, Cethellaret, Brichesart, Alani, Bassenborg, Triveries, Castel de Vera, Placiat, Villers, Moreton. Yet even by this activity, he furthered the end of his mission but little. The Earl of Anjou stated fresh causes, as the former were done away, to excuse his coming into England. Indeed, as a very singular favour, he permitted his eldest son, by the Empress, to accompany his uncle to England, by whose presence the chiefs might be encouraged to defend the cause of the lawful heir. The youth is named Henry, after his grandfather, may he hereafter resemble him in happiness and in power. A.D. 1142. Return of the Earl of Gloucester. In England, in the meantime, the king seizing the opportunity of the Earl's absence came unexpectedly to Wareham, and finding it slightly garrisoned, he burned and plundered the town, and immediately got possession of the castle also. Not content with this, as he saw fortune inclined to favour him, 3 days before the festival of St. Michael, by an unexpected chance, 568 he burned the city of Oxford, and laid siege to the castle, in which was the Empress with her domestic guards. This he did with such determined resolution, that he declared no hope of advantage or fear of loss should induce him to depart till the castle was delivered up, and the Empress surrendered to his power. Shortly after, all the nobility of the Empress's party, ashamed of being absent from their sovereign in violation of their compact, assembled in large bodies at Wallingford, with the determination of attacking the king if he would risk a battle in the open plain. But they had no intention of assailing him within the city, as Robert Earl of Gloucester had so fortified it with ditches that it appeared impregnable unless by fire. These rumours becoming prevalent in Normandy, Robert hastened his return. He embarked, therefore, somewhat more than 3, but less than 400 horsemen, on board 52 vessels, to these were added 2 which he took at sea on his return. God's grace so singularly favoured his pious resolution that not one ship, out of so great a number, was separated, but all nearly close together, or gently proceeding one before the other, ploughed the calm bosom of the deep. Nor did the waves violently dash against the fleet, but rather seemed subserviently to further their passage, like that most beautiful appearance at sea when the wave gradually approaching gently breaks upon the shore. Thus making the port of Wareham, these favoured vessels restored the Earl and all his companions to the wishes of their friends. He had at first thought of landing at Southampton, at once to wreak his vengeance both on its inhabitants and on their lord, but this resolution was changed through the repeated entreaties of the Victualli, who were fearful that their dearest connections, who resided at Southampton, would be involved in the general calamity. These are a kind of mariners, who are known by the name of Victualli, and as they are his faithful adherents he thought fit to listen to their petitions, and desist from his design. Again, it appeared more dignified to return to the place whence he had departed, and to recover by force what he had lost by a similar mode. Reducing, therefore, immediately the port and town, he laid siege to the castle, which by its strength stimulated the spirit, not to call it obstinacy, of those of the king's choicest troops who defended it. Yet, nevertheless, soon after, the garrison, shaken in their resolution by the engines of the Earl, and greatly alarmed, begged a truce, that, as is the custom of the military, they might demand assistance from the king, consenting to deliver up the castle if he refused to come by a certain day. This, though he was possessed with the utmost impatience to become master of the fortress, was very agreeable to the Earl, as it led him to suppose it might draw off Stephen from besieging his sister. We may imagine what firmness of mind this man possessed who, with little more than 300 horsemen, and as yet joined by no succours in England, could undauntedly await the king, who was reported to have more than 1,000. For many persons had joined the siege, not so much through dislike to the empress as through the hope of plunder. However, when it was certified that the king, from that resolution which I have before mentioned, refused assistance to the besieged at Wareham, the Earl obtained the castle, and with the same attack subdued the island of Portland, which they had fortified, as well as a third castle, called Lowwarden, which belonged to a certain chamberlain, called William of Glastonbury, who had lately revolted from the empress. Robert then, at the beginning of Advent, summoned the whole of Matilda's partisans to Cirencester, where all resolving to afford their sovereign every possible assistance, they meditated a march to Oxford, courageously determining to give the king battle, unless he retreated. But as they were on their route, the pleasing account reached them, that the empress had escaped from the blockaded castle at Oxford, and was now at Wallingford in security. Turning aside thither, then, at the suggestion of their sovereign, since the soldiers who had remained at her departure, after delivering up the castle, had gone away without molestation, and the holidays admonished them to repose a while, they resolved to abstain from battle, and retired to their homes. A.D. 1142. Escape of the Empress. I would very willingly subjoin the manner of the Empress's liberation, did I know it to a certainty, for it is undoubtedly one of God's manifest miracles. This, however, is sufficiently notorious, that, through fear of the Earl's approach, many of the besiegers at Oxford stole away wherever they were able, and the rest remitted their vigilance, and kept not so good a look-out as before, more anxious for their own safety, in case it came to a battle, than bent on the destruction of others. 569. This circumstance being remarked by the townsmen, the Empress, with only 4 soldiers, made her escape through a small postern, and passed the river. Afterwards, as necessity sometimes, and indeed, almost always, discovers means and ministers courage, she went to Abingdon on foot, and thence reached Wallingford on horseback. But this I purpose describing more fully, if, by God's permission, I shall ever learn the truth of it from those who were present.